In the year 293 of the Age of Heroes, on the continent of Westeros, the capital of the Baratheon dynasty, King's Landing, awaited. Two figures, one tall and one small, ventured into Steel Street, traversing the winding paths where the Visenya Hills appeared to stretch endlessly. Along the way, blacksmiths toiled beside their forges, free knights haggled over armor, and gray-haired vendors peddled an assortment of antiquated iron blades from their carts. The atmosphere was alive with clamor and bustle, all driven by the pursuit of profit and renown. King's Landing is akin to a web, navigable only by the spider, mused the hooded man, leading the way with a sense of triumph. On the opposite shore of the narrow sea, he and his allies held the remnants of the Dragonlord lineage, and in Westeros, who could fathom that he also possessed the illegitimate son of the stag? Once that secret, the profound secret hidden deep within the Red Key, was unveiled, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. The tall boy trailing behind the hooded figure gazed intently at him, his eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and resignation. Though his features were youthful, those eyes bore an air of premature wisdom and composure. The hooded man was unfazed. If a boy were to be the illegitimate child of a departed father and a deceased mother, it was indeed likely he would grow angry and mature beyond his years. The hooded man had not contemplated that the child possessed the soul of an adult. Jandrai occasionally caught sight of some Lannister knights clad in red robes and half-lion helmets. It seemed the Lannister family was omnipresent in King's Landing. As they ascended, the buildings loomed larger, the more renowned blacksmiths residing in increasingly imposing structures. At last, they reached the hilltop, where a grand edifice stood. Tobias Mott's shop dwarfed any other establishment on Steel Street, constructed of timber and lime plaster, its height affording a panoramic view of the entire street. Two grand doors, crafted from ebony and fishbeam wood, were adorned with intricate hunting scenes. Flanking the entrance were two stone-carved knights, clad in crimson armor, striking poses reminiscent of a griffin and a unicorn guarding the threshold. "Quickly, pour wine for the lord," exclaimed a sharp-eyed, diminutive maid. Astutely recognizing the opulence of the leading man's attire, she promptly entered to inform the shop's master, the finest blacksmith in King's Landing. The leading man was robust and broad-shouldered, draped in a sumptuous cloak of purple velvet edged with silver trim, clearly a mark of high status. Yet his face remained obscured by the hood, revealing only a brown beard tinged with red. Tobias Mott wore a black velvet coat, embroidered with a hammer motif in silver thread, and a heavy silver chain adorned his neck, upon which sat a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg. "My lord, if you seek a new suit of armor, you have come to the right place. I assure you, my craftsmanship is unparalleled in King's Landing. You may compare it for yourself. Others forge mere armor, while I create masterpieces. I cater to many noble lords, including Lord Renly," Tobias proclaimed with pride. He was not entirely boasting, having once served as an apprentice in Conqueror. "Master Tobias, I do not yearn for armor or a helm." The voice of the hooded guest emerged, deep and resonant, tinged with avarice, suggesting he hailed from Tyrosh. "I wish to send this child to you as an apprentice," the hooded figure proclaimed, placing a handful of gold pieces before him. This gold was not the common kind, but rather a rare treasure from across the narrow sea. Yet, gold is gold, after all. Tob noticed the child the hooded figure had brought. He stood taller than his peers, with jet black hair and striking blue eyes. Tob stifled the rising panic within him. He had encountered Renly, Robert, and Stannis before. The resemblance to Renly was uncanny, yet Renly could not possibly have such a large illegitimate child. Stannis was even less likely to have fathered him, leaving only one possible conclusion. "My lord, I wish to avoid any trouble." Tob hesitated, but the hooded figure placed a second pile of gold before him. "Keep this to yourself, Tob." After a moment of contemplation, Tob decided to take in the child. "This child is now my apprentice. Who he was before he came here, I do not know." "Excellent. I trust you will keep this secret." The hooded figure expressed satisfaction and prepared to depart. "Thank you, my lord," Jandrai said to the hooded figure. "May you find joy in this life. It is surely better than being a mere errand boy in a tavern." The hooded figure turned and walked away, not glancing back. "I know it is you, Spider," Jandrai thought to himself, recognizing the unparalleled disguise skills of the eight-legged spider. He was a soul from beyond the Blue Star, now reborn as a blacksmith's apprentice in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Jandrai was blessed with remarkable looks and strength. After all, both the patrons and the corpulent king had once been the subjects of wild laughter and storms. The Baratheon lineage produced men of clean-cut features and captivating, clear eyes. Accepting his fate, Jandrai was born in a tavern, living a quiet life as an errand boy, which he deemed the safest path. The Lannister family wielded considerable power in King's Landing, and he had no desire to meet the same grim fate as some of his siblings, who had fallen victim to assassination. Moreover, the king was a man indifferent to family and offspring, quick to forget all vows after the night's entanglements, especially when it came to bastards. Until one day, the keen-eyed eight-legged spider discovered him and sent him to the smithy. Child, what is your name? Tob inquired. Jandrai, I have no surname. No one cares, for that King's Landing is rife with nameless souls scraping by. To be with me is your fortune. Come, let me show you the place of work. Tob led Jandrai onward. Tob guided Jandrai through the back door, traversing a narrow courtyard, and entered a spacious stone barn, where the true work of the smithy took place. As the master smith, Tob opened the door, a wave of heat surged outward, making Jandrai feel as though he were stepping into the maw of a dragon. Every corner housed a roaring forge, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and sulfur. The foreman glanced up briefly, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow before returning to his toil, while the bare-chested apprentices worked diligently to stoke the bellows. Zandelli gazed upon the intriguing scene before him, a curious blend of novelty and labor. Nevertheless, this craftsmanship was far superior to being merely a lackey in a restaurant. The blacksmithing is both a physical and a technical endeavor. Once you master this craft, those knights and nobles will come seeking your expertise for armor and helmets, creating an insatiable demand. Tob spoke confidently. Yet, he pondered that the boy's unique background might complicate his ability to focus solely on the art of blacksmithing. Tob summoned the foreman, directing him to the other side. This lad is my new apprentice from this moment onward. You shall guide him. Please do not burden him with overly strenuous tasks right from the outset. Thus commenced Zandelli's journey as an apprentice. Chapter 2. The young blacksmith of Steel Street. In the year 295 of conquest, atop the Visigna hills lay Tob's blacksmith shop. At the tender age of 11, Jandrai had adapted to the life of an apprentice blacksmith. Behind the forge was a spacious stone barn, where every corner housed a roaring furnace, filling the air with the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur. With his coal-black hair and deep blue eyes, Jandrai was immersed in the crafting of a breastplate. Lost in the rhythm of the work, the world around him faded away, leaving only the clanging of metal, the hiss of the bellows, and the fire's glow, a symphony of steel, where the hammer felt like an extension of his very arm. Later, he grasped the long-handled tongs to lift the breastplate and plunged it into the quenching tank, where it emitted a satisfying sizzle. Jandrai felt an inexhaustible strength within him, a robust lineage that he attributed to a father who had never shown him affection. His ancestor, a towering figure of nearly 2 meters, and King Robert himself stood at 196 meters. Well done, Jandrai. For your age, you were quite sturdy and diligent, Tob praised, envisioning a proud and vigorous young stag. He was the master of a grand forge, yet he embodied the spirit of a craftsman. Jandrai's physique was well suited for blacksmithing, should he not venture into battle. Thank you for your kind words. Jandrai replied nonchalantly, though he held a genuine fondness for his work. Despite the arduous nature of blacksmithing, categorized among life's 3 great hardships, the sustenance and nourishment provided at Tob's shop far surpassed the deprivation experienced in a tavern. Listen, lad, blacksmithing is a slow endeavor. From raw iron to refined steel, and then to Valyrian steel, it takes years, 3 years, and 3 more, to become the finest blacksmith. In my day, Tob began to boast about his apprenticeship in Conqueror, but hesitated, realizing that this apprentice would not remain here for long. A bastard son of Robert, older than the legitimate heirs, this boy was subtly ensnared in the whirlpool of power. The queen's pride and stubbornness were known to many, particularly her disdain for the king's illegitimate offspring. It was clear that he would not remain in the forge indefinitely. Do you miss your parents? Tob asked quietly. Missing them is of little use. I barely remember. My mother passed when I was very young. All I recall is her singing. Her hair was golden. As for my father, he likely perished long ago, Jandrai said, running his fingers through his damp hair, soaked with sweat. Tob felt a pang of sorrow at Jandrai's words, a bewildered child who, in stark contrast to his pampered legitimate siblings, could only endure the grim life of a blacksmith's apprentice. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Should the boy discover the identity of his biological father, the illegitimate son, lost in dreams of royal grandeur, would likely not remain content in the forge, which could lead to dire consequences. The Lannister family was notoriously formidable. You are clever, but a bit obstinate. Well, this breastplate is well crafted. You may go play. Tob allowed Jandrai to conclude his work. Thank you. After finishing his task, Jandrai joined his fellow apprentices for some leisure time. Come, Jandrai. We are playing a nightly duel. Stepping out of the barn and into the narrow courtyard of the forge, Jandrai saw his companions, all around the ages of 13 or 14, clad in simple tunics, the standard attire of apprentices. Some were the sons of blacksmith masters from Steel Street, sent here by their families to learn the trade. Others were the younger sons of bankrupt nobles or the children of commoners. You all play. I do not enjoy such games, Jandrai replied, observing the lively group. Here we go again. This fellow lacks spirit. Such a big lad, yet he shuns weapons. Jandrai found a spot to sit and watched as the apprentices engaged in their make-believe games. Within the forge lay discarded, blunted weapons, which served as their toys, most notably dull swords. Be careful. I am the Dawnblade, a chubby, blond boy declared, brandishing a dull sword with flourish. You'll make me laugh to death. If the Dawnblade were as plump as you, it would have been banished from the Kingsguard long ago. A lean, freckled boy chuckled heartily. Curse you. Then come duel me. The chubby boy retorted angrily. Let us do it. The lean boy raised his own dull sword, proclaiming, I am the fearless Balistan, the most legendary swordsman. Dawnblade. Fearless Balistan. Jandrai recognized these names, all renowned knights, yet they held no relevance to him. His current task was merely to endure and remain inconspicuous. The duel resembled more of a street brawl than a knightly combat. These blacksmith apprentices had not undergone any formal training, appearing as mere children at play. Eventually, both combatants grew weary and declared it a draw. Jandrai held no interest in their antics. The essence of fighting lay in being stronger and taller, and he surmised that soon enough, no one would rival him in that regard. Enough, enough. I see none of us will become knights. One of the boys said. Jandrai, you still have hope. You are the strongest and most well-formed. Another added. Jandrai, give it up. All you do is forge. Do you wish to be a knight? They inquired. No, Jandrai shook his head. I am here to be a blacksmith. What need have I of knighthood? Being a blacksmith is quite sufficient. As long as our craft is good, those noble lords will indeed come seeking our armor. Laughter erupted among his companions, accustomed as they were to Jandrai's responses. He held no dreams of knighthood, seemingly a natural-born artisan of iron. As night fell, Jandrai was disturbed by the cacophony within the room he shared with 3 other apprentices. Some snoring, others grinding their teeth. Jandrai, feeling agitated, found it difficult to sleep amidst the noise. I must escape, he pondered, though the thought felt daunting. He had no allies, merely a boy in a perilous city. King's Landing was fraught with danger, and he felt ensnared in a web spun by a spider. Among the apprentices entering the forge from Steel Street, Jandrai was aware that the spymaster had eyes and ears observing him, seeking to ingratiate themselves. Jandrai continued to lead the life of a blacksmith, diligently forging iron and remaining silent on matters of politics and knighthood, the best guise he could adopt. As for revealing his true identity to King Robert and disclosing the secrets of the legitimate offspring, he had never contemplated such a perilous course. Robert held little affection for his bastards, and even his legitimate children had not been shown the greatest care. He was ill-suited for fatherhood. Furthermore, the Lannister family wielded considerable influence in King's Landing. Fortunately, only the spymaster was privy to his identity as Robert's eldest illegitimate son. Who knew how long the spymaster would keep the secret, perhaps merely to enhance his own standing? Jandrai harbored a deep disdain for the spider, who had brought him to this place. Varys regarded him as a pawn to be sacrificed when necessary. Yet, Jandrai feared the Lannisters far more, should they uncover his identity. That vicious queen would undoubtedly seek his life, just as she had with his half-siblings. Chapter 3. The 4 stags together since the dawn of his memory. It seemed to Danilai that summer had always reigned. King's Landing appeared to be enveloped in a vibrant green, teeming with life. The climate of Westeros was notoriously capricious, with each season sometimes extending for years. Prolonged summers brought prosperity, while extended winters ushered in suffering. This summer commenced in the year 289 after the conquest, and showed no signs of abating. Many claimed that this was due to King Robert being a favored child of the 7 gods, yet whispers of concern echoed, for summer and winter are inextricably linked. Should this long summer persist for another decade, a harsh winter would inevitably follow. Nevertheless, the wise voices remained few. The denizens of King's Landing continued to revel in their raucous and hedonistic pursuits, embracing the joys of summer. Come, children, let us visit the great September of Baelor, Danilai proclaimed. Submitting to the radiant glory of the divine is far preferable to venturing into the flea pit to witness dog fights, gamble, or be lured by those cheap harlots. Danilai's life was not devoid of excitement. Occasionally, Tob, the blacksmith, would take his apprentices to the great September. Perched atop the Visenya hills, Tob was not particularly devout but rather sought the spectacle, and after all, the blacksmith was one of the 7. The great September of Baelor lay in close proximity to the forge, bustling with visitors daily. Danilai beheld the splendid white marble square, dominated by the towering statue of Baelor the Blessed, serene upon its pedestal, exuding an air of compassion. Beneath the glass, gold, and crystal dome, Danilai also observed the 7 manifestations of the gods: the father, the warrior, the maiden, the stranger, the crone, the smith, and the mother. The smith symbolized craftsmanship and labor, and people often prayed to him for strength when tasks awaited completion. The maiden brought forth a fair maiden, as supple as a willow, with eyes resembling deep blue ponds, whom Hugo swore to marry. Thus, the mother blessed her with fertility, while the crone prophesied that she would bear the king 44 robust sons. The warrior bestowed strength upon them, and the smith forged each a suit of steel armor. The septa sang hymns from the 7-pointed star, enveloping the dome in a sacred and solemn atmosphere, as all present were immersed in the virtues of the divine. Yet, It was undeniable that most apprentices found little interest in the proceedings, compared to the free excursion at the Great September. They preferred to spend coins seeking merriment in the flea pit. At least they could relish a moment of leisure, escaping the sweltering confines of their workshop. Once the septa concluded their sacred chants, Tob led the group of apprentices back to the forge. Listen well, children. Every boy adores the warrior, yet few hold affection for the smith. What do warriors accomplish? They wield swords, bringing slaughter and the wails of widows. But we blacksmiths forge happiness. Our hammers are instruments of sustenance. Can knights claim the same? The blacksmith crafted plows for tilling the earth, nails for shipbuilding, horseshoes to protect loyal steeds, and gleaming swords for the lords. The worth of the blacksmith was indisputable, hence his esteemed place among the seven. The father presides, the warrior battles, and the smith toils together. They embody the responsibilities that men ought to fulfill. Tob spoke passionately, endeavoring to instill in the apprentices a reverence for their work, urging them to abandon dreams of knights and their martial exploits. As they prepared to depart the Great September, an unexpected occurrence transpired. King Robert's entourage had arrived, preparing to enter the sacred hall. The royal procession resembled a river of gold and Valyrian steel, adorned with golden cloaks, white knights, vassals, and sworn swords. The 10 banner-bearers of House Baratheon rode at the forefront, their banners fluttering atop bamboo poles, golden backgrounds emblazoned with a black crown stag. Make way, shouted the gold-cloaked men, shoving the common folk aside to allow the king's procession passage. Danelite glimpsed King Robert through the throng, a stout figure flanked by 2 knights in white cloaks. Despite being his father, their bond was tenuous. He also spotted an older, yet dignified knight, likely the renowned Ser Barristan Selmy. Once a peerless warrior, King Robert had since grown corpulent, his figure resembling a bloated balloon, his protruding belly and sunken dark circles betraying his indulgent lifestyle. The crowd offered a muted cheer as he passed, not particularly fervent. For many in King's Landing still remembered the Lannister's pillaging and found it difficult to genuinely embrace their monarch. Are the King's brothers with him? How unusual, someone murmured, but Danelite's keen ears caught the remark. He turned his gaze toward the King's entourage, and indeed noticed 2 figures bearing the Baratheon sigil. Both shared the same striking blue eyes and dark hair. Stannis, broad-shouldered and robust, possessed a taut visage, his skin weathered by the sun, hardened like iron. Though still young, his hair was but a fringe of black, resembling a crown encircling his ears. His beard was short and neatly trimmed, casting a blue shadow over his square chin and sunken cheekbones. As he passed, the crowd's cheers diminished further. Few held affection for the steely Stannis. When Renly made his entrance, the atmosphere shifted. Clad in resplendent green velvet adorned with a golden stag brooch, he was the epitome of opulence. The Duke resembled a younger version of King Robert, tall and handsome, his dark hair cascading to his shoulders. The distinction lay in Renly's lack of the warrior's fierce reputation. He waved to the crowd, which erupted into cheers far louder than before. King Robert laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent, while Stannis cast a troubled glance at his brother, his brow furrowed. Danelite noted the contrast in their expressions. Stannis' simmering anger went unnoticed by the king. Stannis' attire, though less lavish than Renly's, spoke to his frugality, yet it also reflected the barren nature of Dragonstone, which left him perpetually discontented. Knight of Flowers? Danelite noticed a slender youth adorned in splendid armor, his green cloak emblazoned with 3 golden roses blooming upon a verdant field. This boy appeared inseparable from Renly, his long, flowing brown hair and striking golden eyes captivating the crowd. He too waved, receiving cheers from the populace, who cherished such youthful beauty. Such unbreakable bonds, Danelite mused. Whispers suggested that the youngest son of House Tyrell had been fostered at Storm's End as Renly's squire. King Robert's retinue surged toward the Great September, and once they had fully passed, the gold-cloaked men finally relaxed their grip. What a chaos, Danelite thought. King's Landing resembled a boiling pot, with the 3 Baratheon brothers, the Lannisters, Lord Jon Arryn, and the lurking Spider and Littlefinger all entangled in a web of intrigue. He had little desire to concern himself with the shifting tides of power. His only wish was to escape the fate of a mere pawn and seek safety. Our rotund king. It is hard to believe, a middle-aged woman scoffed. In his youth, he was so handsome, a dashing figure with clear eyes, the very dream of maidens. But now, best not to speak too much. When one indulges excessively in wine and whores, even a warhammer will rust. Her husband chimed in as they watched the gold-cloaked men retreat. It is a rare sight to see 3 majestic stags emerge. It seems the allure of the archbishop is indeed profound. Is it due to faith? No, it is 4 stags, thought Jandelli, along with a wild deer. Faith, my foot. I suspect they might be seeking a loan from the archbishop. Chapter 4. Bloodlines and Attributes. Once King Robert's 3 brothers had departed, the golden-robed figures relaxed their vigilance. The king's splendid entourage made its way to the Great September of Baelor, while the apprentices, accompanied by the throngs of common folk, left the White September. What thoughts occupied Stannis' mind? Renly approached, inquiring about the pensive demeanor of his nearly bald brother Stannis. Renly, ever frivolous, had never enjoyed a close bond with his stern and obstinate sibling. Stannis was too inflexible and not particularly handsome. Nothing. Stannis waved his hand dismissively. Yet upon seeing Renly's visage, he felt a surge of astonishment. In the crowd, he thought he glimpsed a tall boy, only for him to vanish in an instant. The boy's resemblance to the young king and to Renly was striking. The fostered Edric, residing at Storm's End, bore an even closer resemblance to that boy, akin to siblings. I have never surpassed Robert in anything. Stannis self-deprecatingly chuckled, lamenting the king's power, looks, charm, and the number of his offspring. Perhaps I was mistaken. But why are all three of Robert's legitimate children golden-haired, devoid of any Baratheon traits, while these bastards are all dark-haired? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Stannis continued to follow the procession. He was aware that in the Vale, at the Eyrie, there existed another of Robert's illegitimate daughters, and perhaps he could inquire about her from Lord Jon Arryn. Robert's redistribution had sown the seeds of chaos. Renly had gained Storm's End without merit and had become close with House Tyrell, while Stannis was left with the desolate and barren Dragonstone. A man who harbors constant resentment is bound to become suspicious. Stannis was indeed such a man, perpetually dissatisfied with Robert's treatment of him. Feeling overshadowed by both the queen's kin and his younger brother, Renly. Come now, children. It is best not to approach the king's golden ropes. Their tempers are far from gentle. Tob, leading the apprentices, guided them back along the same route to the blacksmith shop. Those knights are truly dashing. I saw Ser Balon. But it seems Ser Jaime the Lion did not attend this time. One apprentice remarked enviously as the iron-clad river of the king's procession receded. Compared to blacksmiths, knights appeared far more resplendent and were thus more favored. Ah, young one, you seem to have forgotten that Ser Jaime has another moniker. Silence, child. Mind your tongue. I wish to avoid trouble. Tob suddenly turned stern, covering the boy's mouth. The influential figures of King's Landing were numerous. One must be cautious with their words to prolong their existence. The red-robed Lannister guards were ubiquitous in King's Landing. The Lannisters had established their influence there for 2 generations, and they were not to be trifled with. Keep your nightly dreams to yourselves, apprentices. To become a worthy knight, one requires at least 100 golden dragons. Is that a sum you possess? Tob ruthlessly shattered the children's chivalric fantasies. Seeking a mentor, securing armor, and receiving knighthood all demanded golden dragons. For the common blacksmith or the offspring of landless peasants, while the life of a blacksmith might be arduous, it could at least provide sustenance. Jandary observed his companions, their faces reflecting the disappointment of shattered dreams. The contrast between the fantasy of knighthood and the reality of blacksmithing encapsulated the essence of life. Tob felt a glimmer of hope. Among these apprentices was indeed one of promise. He regarded Jandary, tall and robust, handsome yet burdened by a complicated identity. In Jandary's deep blue eyes lay a hint of envy, though he remained far calmer than the average child. The king was no longer the youthful figure he once was. He now resembled a wild boar. It was fortunate that Jandary had not noticed his resemblance to Renly. Tob mused. Jandary did not harbor much idolization for knights or kings. Rather, he envied their freedom, unlike his own life filled with trepidation. King's Landing was a chaotic mess, and survival within it was fraught with peril. A promising escape was imperative. Children, crafting a suit of armor can be done by any village blacksmith. But why do our prices soar? Because what I produce is a work of art. My craftsmanship is unparalleled in King's Landing. Once Tob was animated, he began imparting his smithing wisdom to the apprentices. Thus, you must not only master the art of blacksmithing, but also learn the social graces to engage with the nobility, acquire some literacy and language skills, and grasp basic mathematics and drawing. In doing so, you may become a blacksmith capable of commanding high prices. Jandary nodded, recognizing Tob's status as the finest blacksmith in King's Landing, adept at narrating his tale. In truth, while the materials may be the same, the prices commanded by the craftsmen must delight the nobles and lords. Yet, Jandary understood that Tob had not been entirely truthful. Tob's true prowess lay in 2 techniques. 1. Infusing colors into fine steel, and the other, the art of reforging Valyrian steel, which was more akin to resurrection than mere crafting. Jandary was curious. For the people of Koa held their techniques in high esteem. To steal or divulge them could cost one an arm. The various levels of blacksmithing. I've likely only scratched the surface with painting and enameling. Those top-tier techniques Tob would never share. And even if I were to remain here for a decade, I might only glimpse the core techniques, a most unrealistic expectation, despite the monotony of his life as a blacksmith. Jandary appreciated Tob's approach to teaching the apprentices, for he was a master of weaponry. Though the life of a blacksmith remained grueling, Tob also ensured that the apprentices learned other skills, mathematics, language, and drawing. Without an appreciation for beauty and artistry, one could not ascend to the ranks of elite blacksmiths. Jandary eagerly absorbed this knowledge, striving to avoid the fate of illiteracy and securing his means of livelihood. A skilled blacksmith's apprentice was always in demand. Although Jandary could not yet venture into the realm of noble education, where they learned language, literature, arithmetic, music, and history, alongside specialized knightly training in swordsmanship, horsemanship, and archery, he knew that this was merely a temporary state. A day would come when the currents of fate would shift. Clang, clang. Jandary hurled a sword into the cold water trough, producing a sizzling sound. Today's task was complete. The sword appeared well-formed and aesthetically pleasing, though not the finest. It surpassed the capabilities of a rural blacksmith. Exhaling, Jandary removed his leather apron, revealing his muscular arms. Day after day, perhaps tomorrow's ironwork would prove even better. The workshop felt like the maw of a fire dragon, and Jandary could only sense the searing heat. Truly, it embodied life's three great hardships. He ran his hand through his soot-black hair when suddenly a panel materialized before him. Jandary, Bloodline, Blood of the Storm, activated, 30 awakened. Blood of the True Dragon, inactive. Blood of the First Men, inactive. Blood of the River Lorn, inactive. Blood of the Green Hand, inactive. Talent, Noble Resilience, descendant of the stag, tall and robust. Blessed with many children, producing dark-haired blue-eyed offspring. Skills, blacksmithing, mastery, drawing, mastery, mathematics, mastery. Jandary gazed at his bloodline, nearly saturated with all manner of buffs. If he wished to escape King's Landing and find a place to call home, it now seemed possible. Jandary understood that many of these bloodlines traced back to ancestry and the union of Princess Rhaella Targaryen, the daughter of the commoner King Aegon, whose mother hailed from House Blackwood, with a grandmother from House Dane, and a great-grandmother from House Martell. As Jandary contemplated these bloodlines, he recognized that each typically possessed corresponding magical powers. The blood of the true dragon might grant dominion over dragons and flames, while the blood of the River Lorn could manipulate the waters of the River Lorn, akin to the water sorcerers of the Lannisters. Though at present, only the blood of the storm radiated light, while the others remained encased in a frozen gray, indicating they were dormant. His talent had only activated the noble resilience. Jandary no longer felt lost. With his greatest trump card in hand, he harbored hopes of altering his destiny. Chapter 5. The Bastard of Tide's Head. In the year 296 of the Conquest, in the city of King's Landing, within the iron shop on Steel Street, Jandary meticulously grasped a finely crafted steel breastplate with tongs, plunging it into cold water, where it hissed and sizzled before being set aside to dry. This task had been assigned to him by Tob, to forge a breastplate for a certain client in King's Landing. Jandary surmised that this young nobleman was likely not exceptionally wealthy. After all, the breastplate was made of steel, lacking the contemporary allure of paint, glaze, or the exorbitant cost of color permeating the steel. He suspected he might be a bastard from a minor noble or a noble family. Pleased with the breastplate's flawless and uniform finish, Jandary had completed most of the armor, save for the helmet. At the tender age of 12, his life revolved around the rhythm of hammers and flames. His robust physique made this labor relatively effortless. Recently, Jandary discovered not only his inherent resilience but also a newfound talent, a gift inherited from the blood of the Storm God. Storm Fury. When gravely injured or in a state of rage, he unleashes more ferocious and powerful attacks. Among his most cherished possessions was the warhammer he had forged himself. Though a longsword might be more aesthetically pleasing, the warhammer's blunt force was far more lethal. With a wider striking surface, unless faced with Valyrian steel, its might was unmatched. Immersing himself in blacksmithing was not entirely detrimental. It lessened the scrutiny of others upon him. As long as Jandary led a humble existence, content in his obscurity, the interest of those around him would gradually wane. After all, a bastard born in a tavern finding solace in the life of a blacksmith was entirely natural. Even those in the forge regarded him as an unremarkable little smith, let alone the minions of the spider. Tob had grown somewhat complacent. A mere blacksmith boy warranted little more than a few inquiries, with no real concerns. Occasionally, larger apprentices would urge Jandary to accompany them to the flea pits to witness dog fights, cockfights, or the brutal clashes of children sharpening their teeth. After attending once or twice, Jandary ceased to go. The bloodshed was too gruesome, and it cost money. As for the lowly brothels within those flea pits, the foreman strictly forbade all apprentices from entering. Jandary generally refrained from spending money. Among the apprentices, he worked hard and well, saving the most as he did not squander his earnings. He had begun contemplating leaving King's Landing. Next year, a tournament would be held to celebrate the 12th name day of Prince Joffrey, showcasing the unity of House Lannister and House Baratheon. Yet, such festivities mattered little to him. King's Landing felt like a powder keg, and it was best to keep a safe distance. Should he remain in Westeros, choose another city, or venture across the narrow sea? Jandary weighed these two paths. Compared to the widely known noble bastard Edric Storm, he remained more discreet and, consequently, freer. Although the spider regarded him as a pawn, he held little significance. After all, a more legitimate and noble bastard resided at Storm's End, relegating Jandrai to a mere idle piece on the board. The Spider's primary schemes revolved around the remnants of House Targaryen, both overt and covert. The world beyond felt vast. With the blood of true dragons and the river Lorne coursing through his veins, Jandrai envisioned his fortunes lying in Essos. He had already devised his escape plan, intending to lurk and then flee to Essos. As Jandrai concluded his work, Master Tobmot entered the barn with a silver helmet. The helmet required an exquisite design, particularly highlighted by the seahorse embellishments on either side, with sea green gemstones representing the seahorse's eyes, a challenging task that Tob had completed himself. Valyrian house. Jandrai recognized the motif, emblematic of the Valyrian family from Tide's Head. Though the former Lord of Tide's Head once held the honor of the Lord of Tides, the current Valyrian family had fallen into decline. Now merely a second or third-tier lordship, subservient to Stannis of Dragonstone. However, the Valyrians still retained the vestiges of their once noble lineage, leaving their true allegiance ambiguous. Well done, lad, Tob praised. Your skills are becoming increasingly refined. You are truly destined for this craft. A set of plain armor was worth 5 golden dragons. But armor forged in Tob's smithy commanded 10. The onlookers envied Tob's commendation, yet Jandri's physique was innate, something they could not replicate. Back to work, everyone. Spend less time chasing after women, drinking, and gambling, he called. Jandrai, wait a moment. Jandrai looked at Tob in surprise. In the courtyard, they encountered their client, a man clad in a sea-green robe and draped in a silver cloak, scanning the surroundings. This was the mark of the Valyrian family. Lord Oren. Here is the armor you requested. Tob presented the exquisite set to Oren, comprised of high-quality plate armor, a gorget, greaves, and a full helm. Oren Valyrian was slender, with silver-gold hair and gray-green eyes. He was the bastard brother of the Lord of Tides and Count Montford Valyrian. His appearance bore some ancient Valyrian traits, explaining why the Queen Mother later considered him a substitute for Prince Rhaegar. The lifelike seahorse helmet captivated the children, who yearned to touch it. Oren examined his armor with great satisfaction. I am delighted to hear that, Tob replied proudly. To be honest, even a rustic blacksmith can produce armor. But what I create is artistry. Oren Valyrian, startled, caught sight of Jandrai standing behind Tob and appeared momentarily dazed. This is my apprentice. He works diligently. Jandri's hair was thick and dark as ink. Where are your parents, boy? Oren inquired softly, studying Jandrai. They are gone, my lord. Jandrai replied with a slight grimace. Let us go, Lord Oren. This child is unfortunate. Many such boys exist in King's Landing. Tob and Oren shared a laugh, realizing their previous oversight. Unfortunate. It seems we are alike. Oren produced 2 golden dragons from his pocket, one for your shared misfortune, and the other as a tip, young lad. Jandrai contemplated, but refrained from accepting the coins. My lord, I am but an apprentice. The foreman provides my wages. Why are you standing there in a daze? Take it. This is Lord Oren's gift. Jandri's stubbornness resembled that of a bull, leaving Tob at a loss. Please do not take offense. Thank you. Jandrai accepted the 2 golden dragons, realizing he could no longer remain inconspicuous. However, even if Oren had recognized him, he would likely refrain from speaking, as he was too distant from power to risk such folly. At that moment, the 2 golden dragons felt exceedingly precious, a gift among bastards. Chapter 6. Departure and Rebirth. Jandeli cast a glance at the bench in the smithy where his newly forged helmet rested. It was shaped like a bull's head, complete with 2 elegantly curved horns. Though crafted from raw iron and lacking embellishment, its design bespoke the skill of a master. The imposing bull helmet was rather conspicuous. Donning it would undoubtedly draw attention. Despite the attentiveness of Master Tob, the weaponsmith, to his needs, Jandeli knew this arrangement was not sustainable. Farewell, smithy, he mused internally, before stepping out of the barn with a modest sum of coin and a short-handled mace. His mace featured a sharp, beak-like pick on one side and a hammer on the other. Compact, yet fearsome, it was a formidable weapon against the ironclad adversaries he might encounter. The foreman and the maid did not hinder his departure. Being of a certain age, apprentices were afforded the freedom to rest. The smithy was somewhat humane in this regard. They assumed Jandeli would, as per usual, meander through King's Landing and return for dinner. He was a diligent and reliable apprentice, never one to engage in disputes, and was well liked by all. As for the short-handled mace, it was a creation of his own making, something he carried each time he ventured out. It had become a customary sight, particularly considering the precarious security of King's Landing. Ascending the hill, Jandeli found the great September of Baelor bustling as ever. The venerable archbishop, clad in a silver-threaded robe and sporting a head of white hair, read from the 7-pointed star in the square. In the center stood the towering statue of Baelor the Blessed, serene upon its pedestal, exuding compassion. Amidst the throngs visiting the September, Jandeli also overheard a conversation between 2 men from the vale behind him. The Vale was the initial landing site for the Undals, showcasing a deep devotion to the Seven. Our Duke is fiercely loyal to the king, yet he seems indifferent to our Vale's affairs. One of the Tully men remarked, Lord John is quite favored and entrusted with great responsibilities, especially by that little finger, who navigates through the ladies' circles. There was a hint of resentment in his words. Indeed, best to speak less of Lord John's household. Is it not natural for him to remain in King's Landing? The king dreams, the hand dreams, without Lord John. How could the king indulge in hunting, tournaments, or pursuing women? His companion replied, noncommittally. The king is certainly merry, yet Lord John has labored diligently these past years. He ought to return to the eyrie to nurture his heir, that weeping little eagle. However, at this moment, King Robert seeks to delegate. Who else can he trust but Lord John? Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained in service for so long. The gods have been kind to our king, without the prolonged summer. Would he find joy in feasting and revelry? Jandelli listened to their discourse, but the two men soon fell silent. The Vale folk held a measure of respect for the Blackfish, a legendary knight, yet they could not bring themselves to acknowledge a lowborn favored by the crown, like Littlefinger. Indeed, John Arryn's tenure as hand bore similarities to Tywin's, having wielded power for an extensive period. However, the bond between John and Robert was one of foster father and son, and Robert was not the type to emulate a mad king. Continuing to feign casualness, Jandelli maneuvered through the crowd, eventually entering a different corner and avoiding Steel Street. After departing the Great September, he set off along the muddy path towards the river gate, weaving through the twists and turns of King's Landing, savoring the vibrant atmosphere. Thanks to the liberating long summer, the city thrived in exuberance. With none taking note of a boy's journey away, Jandelli's life as a blacksmith's apprentice had been remarkably stable, and the watchful eyes of the spider had grown increasingly lax. He felt little need to conceal himself, as he was of little concern to those ensnared in the web. On the muddy path, he encountered farmers laden with beautiful corn and apples, knights on magnificent steeds, and a myriad of foreign folk. His attention was particularly drawn to the diverse knights, each representing different familial powers. He noticed the gold-robed guards stationed at the river gate. Clad in black armor, they formed a relaxed contingent. Jandelli made his way smoothly to the docks, donning a hood and an iron mask that rendered him somewhat inconspicuous. In the vicinity of the river gate were hundreds of docks, with countless ships anchored in the harbor, bustling with people. Not only he, but even the striking Lysini. The purple-bearded Tyroshi and the denizens of the Summer Isles were visible. The guards only regarded him as a peculiar guest. Yet, Jandelli still felt the need to obscure his movements, wary of both the spider and Littlefinger. After all, the chief steward, the royal accountant, the royal measurer, the heads of the three mints, the harbor master, tax collectors, customs officers, wool merchants, toll collectors, shipmasters, and wine merchants, most were allies of Littlefinger, and spies lurked at the docks. Strangely, as he departed the river gate, Jandelli unexpectedly crossed paths with the king's entourage, which seemed a mere coincidence. Under the banner of the crowned stag and shielded by the White Knight, King Robert returned from a drunken hunt. Had Jandelli not been swift, he might have been trampled by the king's steed. Amidst the guards' furious shouts, he discreetly slipped away. Positioned at the docks, Jandelli found a merchant ship laden with goods from all corners of Westeros, preparing to sail to the distant shores of Essos. "Are you boarding, lad?" called a sailor from the ship. "Are we leaving now?" Jandelli replied, startled. "Aye, it is perilous to sail late," the sailor insisted. Jandelli paid his fare and boarded the vessel. After a brief interval, the ship set sail. Summer, with its mild winds, was far more favorable than the autumn storms. The merchant ship gradually drifted away from the riverbank, with King's Landing receding into the distance. Jandelli glimpsed the majestic royal warships upstream on the Blackwater. Followed by the Red Keep, he beheld its towering walls, and the Targaryen family's black and red dragon had long since faded into the past, replaced by the Baratheon family's crowned stag. There is no eternal kingship. It is the age of the Baratheons now. Beautiful power, yet a fragile one. At the ship's rail, Jandelli gazed thoughtfully at the fluttering banners. This is my rebirth, he contemplated. Remaining in King's Landing held its merits and drawbacks. Yet on the other side of the narrow sea in Essos, a world of possibilities awaited. There were still many from Westeros there. "Hey lad, can you read?" A hooded Jandelli, though solitary, drew the attention of others, being a tall and solitary boy. He turned to see an elderly man dressed in gray. He was tall, slightly hunched, with prominent blue eyes surrounded by wrinkles. Though aged, his gray hair outnumbered the white, and his lips always bore a smile, resembling a grandfather admired by little girls. Chapter 7. Coben and Jandelli farewell. King's Landing. As the ship set sail, Jandelli bid adieu to the splendid vessels. Upstream on the Blackwater River, magnificent golden royal warships loomed, their sails furled. Deepwater fishing boats and river barges traversed the waters, while merchant ships from the narrow sea, swan boats from the Summer Isles, and royal yachts meandered gracefully. Gradually, Jandelli caught sight of the Red Keep atop the Aegean hills. It comprised 7 massive drum towers fortified with ironworks, a colossal and imposing fortress tower, a domed hall, enclosed bridges, barracks, dungeons, and granaries, all encircled by thick battlements adorned with arrow slits, constructed from pale red stone. The crowned stag galloped majestically upon the castle walls. The vessel Jandeli was aboard, the Telescope, was a swift 2-masted ship equipped with 60 oars and was among the fastest of its kind. In contrast to the avaricious Tyroshi and the debauched Lysini, the reputation of the merman was somewhat more favorable. The ship was laden with cargo, leaving little room for passengers. Jandeli merely allowed the old man a glimpse of his profile, concealed behind a cold iron mask. He raised his face to the waves, as if the brisk sea breeze could whisk away the past. I recognize a few words, but not many, Jandeli replied. The old man appeared congenial, yet for reasons unknown. Jandeli found him somewhat peculiar. Whether you know many or few is of little importance. You possess a fine physique that is truly enviable. The old man stepped closer, scrutinizing Jandeli's appearance, though the iron mask obscured his features, revealing only his deep blue eyes. He assessed Jandeli's physique, noting the proportion of his legs to his body. How old are you? 13 or 14. Jandeli exaggerated his age by 2 years. A robust lad, destined to be forged of true steel. The old man praised softly. I predict you shall exceed 6 feet 4 inches in height. Jandeli felt a chill run down his spine. The old man's words had an unsettling quality, reminiscent of a trafficker. Fear not, child. I am a scholar and a physician, and thus possess a greater understanding of nature. The old man chuckled. May I inquire your name? Jandeli felt parched. A name is merely a moniker. Coben, he replied. Jandeli regarded the old man with keen interest, realizing that he seemed particularly invested in him, perhaps as a subject of study. Coben was preoccupied with the examination of invincible warriors. Though his methods were ethically questionable, there was no doubting Coben's expertise. His skill in medicine and necromancy was unparalleled. Jandeli, a fine name, albeit not one befitting nobility. It bears the mark of a commoner. Coben mused. Yet your stature and demeanor suggest you are not entirely a child of the lower classes. You are rather intriguing. Thank you for your kind words. Jandeli responded nonchalantly. He was undeniably curious about Coben, but lacking leverage, he opted to go with the flow. What of your parents? They are deceased. May they rest in peace. The world treats strangers equally. Aside from the stench, King's Landing was adorned with a myriad of banners. The black-fielded red dragon, the crowned stag, and the roaring lion. Upon reaching the opposite shore of the narrow sea, one would encounter a realm of cheese and butter merchants. Coben ceased his detailed conversation with Jandeli, reminiscing instead about the banners that had once flown over the Red Keep. I still recall the days when the black-fielded red dragon banner fluttered in the wind. Why then did you leave King's Landing? Jandeli inquired. To seek sustenance, child. The lord I favored looked down upon me and rejected my advances. The small lord who accepted me was far too weak. Survival and aspiration compel me to seek fortune across the narrow sea. Upon uttering these words, Coben took his leave. The wind is strong here, too daunting for an old man like myself. I shall return to my cabin. Should you wish to converse with an elder, do seek me out. It would be my honor. Jandeli watched as the old scholar departed. The telescope glided across the water like a dragonfly, its oars rising and falling in perfect unison. That old fellow is rather strange, child. He resembles a gnarled branch. I sense he envies your youthful spirit. Captain Mir remarked softly. Thank you for the warning, Captain. Jandeli responded gratefully. The captain eyed Jandeli's iron mask, murmuring his suspicions about the disfigurement beneath, but chose not to pry further. As Jandeli gazed upon the rolling waves, he realized this was his first voyage on a grand ship and his first departure from King's Landing. Fortunately, he did not succumb to seasickness. The journey was relatively smooth. Octopus. The ship had already left King's Landing, and Jandeli pondered what feelings the spider might harbor upon discovering his escape. Surely there would be no significant emotional upheaval. After all, the spider possessed 3 or 4 pawns, and the occasional loss of a back row piece was inconsequential. King's Landing was not only foul-smelling but also rife with the stench of the spider and Littlefinger. When I return, I shall address them both. Jandeli made his way to the cabin to seek out the legendary scholar Coben. The chaos of King's Landing was inseparable from the machinations of the spider and Littlefinger. The spider controlled information, while Littlefinger wielded wealth. King Robert and Prime Minister John were far too trusting of them, or perhaps dismissive, one a eunuch, the other a minor noble. For centuries, the great houses had dominated the realm. Jandeli descended from the ship's cabin and opened Coben's door. The old man was engrossed in his reading. A steaming cup of drink set upon the table. I am delighted to see your attention, Coben exclaimed with joy. For an old man, the vigor of youth always brings me happiness. Jandeli surveyed Coben's cabin, noting the scarcity of books and the presence of surgical instruments, knives, chisels, threads, and opium. It appears you are indeed a well-trained physician. In this era, physicians must wield knives and cut flesh, requiring both the mindset of a butcher and considerable strength. What did you do before? A blacksmith, Coben replied. A blacksmith? Oh, a noble vocation. Yet blacksmithing is laborious, and the craftsmanship of the merman is even more refined. It may not guarantee your sustenance. Though bloody, the medical profession affords greater earnings and respect. Where would we be without physicians? Coben scoffed. On the table lay a crude anatomical model that Coben had constructed himself. Although rough, one could discern bones and various organs. Without a solid grounding in anatomy, he could not possess such clarity. The human body is vast and profound. I have studied medicine for a long time and still found no boundaries. My age has advanced, and I can no longer reach for the future. Perhaps it is time to sow the seeds of knowledge, Coben declared. Perhaps you should remain in the citadel and continue your research, Jandeli suggested. Enough. That is a realm dominated by gray-clad sheep. Why is the climate so unpredictable? And why do the others dwell in the north? They serve to restrict knowledge rather than foster innovation. I merely wish to conduct some experiments, and they cast me away. Thus, I am bound for the narrow sea. Are you interested in these matters? Coben inquired, lifting a surgical knife and gesturing toward the skeletal model on the table. I shall not teach you those dreadful experiments. If you are willing, I will instruct you in proper medical practice. Why me? Quite simply, you are well suited. A robust young man makes for an excellent physician. We require strength and spirited vitality to wield the scalpel and clamps. Alas, the youth of the Seven Kingdoms prefer to ride and duel rather than embrace the scalpel. Someone must take an interest in medicine. Chapter 8. Ambition aboard the ship. As the storm was mild, the vessel named the Telescope sailed swiftly yet smoothly along the coastline of the Stormlands, eventually passing the front of the Stepstone Islands on its way to Mir. Seated across from each other were an elderly, eccentric scholar and a robust young blacksmith. Forgive my audacity, young one. I surmise you are perhaps a product of wildness and romance. Coben poured a cup of warm fruit juice for Jandrai. You need not fear inciting my ire, nor should you speak so delicately, Jandrai replied. Indeed, Master Coben, I am a bastard. The truth, like a sharp blade, must eventually be faced. Jandrai was unfazed, while Coben, as a man of knowledge and experience, belonged to a rare breed in this known world. It appears my guess was correct. Do not doubt yourself, young one. Though I do not study the history of nobility, I delve into human anatomy, bloodlines, and heredity. Typically, noble lords enjoy a nourishing diet and favorable living conditions, alongside ancestral bloodlines, which often result in tall and robust physiques, akin to lions, stags, and Arctic wolves. Coben manipulated a model of the human body, showcasing it to Jandrai. By examining the alignment and wear of a person's teeth, their stature, muscularity, attire, and appearance, one can often deduce whether they belong to nobility or common folk, even bastards. You are tall and well-formed, yet you are alone, dressed in modest attire devoid of adornments. Nobles would never allow a legitimate child to descend to the status of a blacksmith and venture forth alone. Thus, the answer is evident. You possess not only medical knowledge but also keen observational skills. Jandrai praised, admiring Coben's insight. I grow increasingly fond of you, Jandrai, frank and fearless. Such is the demeanor of the strong. We share a common plight. I too am a bastard. In my youth, when others derided me as a bastard, I perceived it as malice and humiliation, feeling anger, pain, and sorrow. In this regard, I cannot compare with you. Coben chuckled and began recounting his tale. I was born into a minor noble family not far from the old town. You see, the Riverbend is the granary of the Seven Kingdoms. It is densely populated, and the proud nobles are numerous. My mother was a laundress by the riverside, inexplicably bearing the Lord's offspring. By the time I reached my teenage years, my father was already deceased. My brothers presented me with 3 choices. They would never allow a laundress's child to become a knight. Should I take a sum of money to the wall, to the citadel, or to the church? The wall was too cold, the church too dull. And so I ultimately chose to become a scholar. Of course, had I possessed your physical attributes, I might have become a blacksmith as well, Coben jested. A remarkable life. Master Coben, Jandrai exclaimed. I have crafted necklaces and rings, believing I would spend my days at the citadel, yet I was expelled. I confess my experiments were somewhat unethical, but they pertain to the essence of the world. Coben sighed. The essence of the world? Jandrai queried, intrigued by the term. Indeed, my child. The essence of the world lies in magic and diversity, not in the scientific truths espoused by the citadel. The world is stirred by magic, leading to climatic upheavals. The flight of dragons, and those wondrous bloodlines, such as the legends of the White Walkers from the north. Coben's eyes sparkled with fervor. But power also resides within humanity. The human body is a treasure trove where medicine and magic intertwine, capable of not only healing but also forging invincible warriors. That is quite mad, Master Coben. You must exercise caution. Indeed, it may seem absurd to speak thus, especially after leaving the citadel, where one must fend for oneself without ample opportunities for experimentation. Perhaps I shall seek refuge with some unknown mercenary band. While mages are rarely sought after, physicians are always in demand, Cobain self-deprecatingly remarked. What you spoke of? Those wondrous bloodlines, what are they? Gendry inquired, his interest piqued, particularly as he himself possessed diverse bloodlines. Most nobles claim descent from deities or heroes, Green Hands, the storm god, and others, but only a select few genuinely exhibit power. The Targaryens, Baratheons, Starks, and Martells seem to possess some form of magic. The Targaryens command dragons. The Martells bear the blood of the legendary Lannister, capable of summoning great rivers, while Baratheon warriors embody the Tempest itself. If one could awaken their bloodline, perhaps they could create warriors of ancestral prowess. Alas, these individuals are beyond my reach. Even exceptional mortals are noteworthy. I have heard that beneath Lord Tywin, there exists a 7-foot giant. This giant is none other than the Mountain, the most formidable knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Such nobles are not to be trifled with. Gendry mused, fearing that Cobain had become enraptured by necromancy and unethical experiments. You speak the truth, my child. Yet, I believe there may still be an opportunity to return to Westeros, which by then may well be engulfed in war. Cobain stated enigmatically. War? Gendry exclaimed. Does Cobain foresee conflict as well? Such is not my speculation, Gendry. Many likely share this thought. The king has won the war yet has not expanded his gains. Robert granted Stannis Dragonstone as a reward, while he gifted Renly Storm's End out of affection. However, Stormlands rightfully belong to Renly, the youngest son. Is there any legal basis for this? It will only embolden the younger brother. Stannis, having obtained Dragonstone, harbors resentment. And what of King Robert himself? He is the lord of the Crownlands. By the Seven, he ought to consider uniting Stormlands with the Crownlands. Then the crown would be unparalleled. Yet he does not. While he may be king in name, in essence, he is merely the leader of a grand coalition. Surely among the many lords beneath the Iron Throne, there exist one or two who can discern the situation. Gendry deliberately probed. King's Landing has many lords, yet I suspect none can persuade our proud king. Cobain concluded. Wine and women are the king's true loves. As for everything else, let the Seven and our old Aelin handle it. The realm is entrusted to old Aelin, while the court is in the hands of the Lannisters. We have a dull king and a merry king. The dull king is overly eager to prove himself, while the merry king gives no thought to tomorrow or the future. Yet this is merely my conjecture. After all, the alliance of wolves, fish, eagles, deer, and lions remains the strongest on the surface. One fears that some ambitious souls, burned by wildfire, lose sleep, coveting that deadly iron chair. You speak of Renly. May it not be so. I am from the Riverlands, and I know that Duke Renly seems overly familiar with that region. You see, the Tyrells have also been ousted from the court. Gendry contemplated this and found it to be true. Although Stannis harbored resentment, he remained loyal to his brother. Yet Renly was undeniably ambitious, particularly with the Tyrells being publicly marginalized. Speak softly, Master Cobain. In King's Landing, such words could cost you your head. Indeed, you are correct. My child, my old head is of little value, and you are still young. But we are inconsequential, a fallen blacksmith and a disgraced scholar. I doubt the crows or the spiders will pay us any heed. Chapter 9. Pirates in the Staircase Islands. Sailing was not a pleasant endeavor. Even the swiftest journey could encounter occasional turbulence. Beneath the deck, time seemed to blur into an endless cycle. In a state of half-slumber, Jandelli dreamed of the blacksmith's forge. Clad in a leather apron with bare arms, diligently hammering away at a sword. The forge was suffused with heat, reminiscent of the breath of a fire-breathing dragon. In a sudden shift, Jandelli found himself dreaming of his mother, her golden hair cascading as she sang a song for him. Yet her visage began to fade, becoming increasingly indistinct. Mother! Tears welled in Jandelli's eyes, for the warmth of her love had long since vanished. In these tumultuous times, he felt he must slay the boy within his heart. However, the dream was short-lived, shattered by the cacophony above deck. Shouts and commotion erupted, stirring the ship's cabin into a frenzy. What was happening? Jandelli pondered, as the vessel seemed to be sailing smoothly, surely nearing Mill. He donned his iron mask and secured his mace at his waist. Regrettably, he had left behind his large bull helmet and armor, now facing the fray in mere flesh. The mace, however, was a more lethal weapon than the sword. Jandelli recalled Captain Dunster's words about their course. They had previously replenished fresh water and provisions at Taz Island, swiftly passing above the Staircase Islands without stopping at any of its shores. The Staircase Islands were a chaotic realm, rife with ferocious pirates and slave traders. Could it be that pirates were upon them? As he opened the door, Jandelli encountered Coban, who had also been roused by the noise. Let us go see, Jandelli urged, climbing to the deck with Coban trailing behind. Don't be reckless, lad. Blacksmiths, sailors, and doctors are valued, even if we fall into the hands of pirates. We are not in peril. Coban, seasoned by experience, reassured him. You speak wisely, but I fear the pirates may engage in human trafficking. Jandelli replied. This strikingly handsome young man, with his youthful vigor, was particularly vulnerable to being sold into the flowery gardens of Riss, a fate worse than death. Coben's expression turned pale. Indeed, it seemed they were in dire straits. Jandelli's concerns were not unfounded, while a blacksmith might fetch a modest price. A beautiful boy sold in Riss as a courtesan could be worth his weight in gold. Upon reaching the deck, Jandelli beheld the vast expanse of blue sky and sea. The world seemed a harmonious blend of azure and alabaster. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with a few wispy clouds, while the sea mirrored that hue. Its violent waves akin to the mesmerizing gaze of a beautiful maiden. As long as the ocean remained calm, it was ever enchanting. Jandelli could also discern the shadows of the Staircase Islands, a chain of gray land masses interspersed with winding waterways and sea stacks. This desolate place attracted only pirates and slave owners, as the Staircase Islands were a crossroads of myriad powers, with no city-state willing to cede ground, resulting in a perpetual stalemate. Before he could fully appreciate the scenery, Jandelli noticed two dark shapes approaching with alarming speed. Two brightly painted swift ships cleaved through the waves, hurtling towards them. Pirates! Pirates! Cried the lookout aboard the Telescope, clearly identifying the threat as the marauders surged forth from the Staircase Islands, intent on plundering their merchant ship. The lookout rang the alarm, the bell echoing through the vessel, rousing everyone on board. Damn it! Captain Dunster exclaimed anxiously. We are nearing Tylosai. Once we pass it, we will be safe in Mill Bay. How can we encounter pirates at this moment? Can we increase our speed to evade them? Captain Dunster inquired of the navigator, who was also the chief sailor. Not a chance, Captain. We must prepare for a fierce battle. Their longships outmaneuver us in both agility and speed. The navigator replied helplessly. The merchant vessel, laden with cargo, was not built for swift maneuvers, making it an easy target. It seems we are left with no options. Captain Dunster commanded, Silence now. Children, arm yourselves, and let us vanquish these pirates. After a moment's contemplation, he realized they had some advantages, for the sailors were genuine mill residents, unwilling to embrace the desolate pirate life of the Staircase Islands. Arm yourselves, Dunster reiterated, and the sailors methodically began to distribute weapons. The mill people were mediocre warriors and average sailors, yet their craftsmanship was notable. The crossbows of Mill were renowned. Do not allow those pirates aboard. We are at a disadvantage in close combat. The mill weapons consisted primarily of daggers, short swords, and crossbows, often laced with poison. Rest assured, Captain, the navigator declared, raising a crossbow in his hand. This specially designed crossbow could fire 3 bolts at once, a costly and formidable weapon. Give me some armor, Captain. Jandelli rushed before Dunster, making his request known. You. Dunster regarded Jandelli, with his coal-black hair, deep blue eyes, and masked visage. Though his voice lacked the timbre of adulthood, his tall and muscular frame exuded a robust presence. He was a fine lad indeed. Take this, but be cautious. The tips are laced with poison. Captain Dunster handed Jandelli a crossbow, a mill specialty. The shipyard had only a few patrons, and a dozen guests were being armed. Even Coben, the old man, wielded a crossbow. The crossbow was a fearsome weapon, akin to a firearm. Even an untrained individual could wield it with devastating effect, thus earning it the moniker of the devil's weapon. Thank you. Jandelli accepted the weapon. The armor, though slightly small, would provide some protection in the chaos of battle. The Telescope braced for the impending pirate assault, with the ideal scenario being to prevent them from boarding, as the mill were notoriously mediocre in hand-to-hand combat. The pirate ships began to encircle them, blocking the Telescope's retreat. Seeking refuge among the islands of the Staircase was even more perilous, and a bloody confrontation was inevitable. The pirates brandished their flags and rams on their longships. The sole silver lining was that the pirates sought to capture the ship rather than sink it outright. Abandon this ship and its cargo, and we will send you away in a small boat. We know your hold is filled with fine goods, wine, spices, timber, silk, perfume. The pirates shouted boisterously. Jandelli observed the flamboyant pirates, their hair dyed in hues of purple and crimson, a fashion reminiscent of Tylosai yet embraced by the rogues. Forgive me, but this vessel is my lifeblood. Without these goods, I would be slain by creditors. Dunster bellowed, urging the lookout to prepare for battle. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a coarse hemp rope with a grappling hook was hurled forcefully from the pirate's side. The longship accelerated, charging towards the Telescope. From the outset, the pirates had no intention of allowing this merchant vessel to escape. Fire! Fire the arrows! Captain Dunster roared, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. The pirates would retaliate fiercely against anyone who dared resist, and the crew of the Telescope found themselves in dire straits. Chapter 10. Storm and hammer in the narrow seas beneath the vast sky. A pirate fleet was on the hunt. The Telescope found itself amidst the treacherous waterways of the Stair Islands, with no chance of escape once the pirate longships dragged it into the narrow channels between the islands. Jandelli observed that most of the people of Mill had olive skin, black hair, and dark eyes, distinctly different from the Roiner, leading many to believe they were closely related to the Loiner. 2 pirate longships flanked them, their flags and sails ominously black. The pirates unleashed grappling hooks attached to ropes from their crossbows, followed by a barrage of arrows. As the longships drew closer, ladders were thrown over. And the sheer volume of hooks and ladders overwhelmed the sailors, who were unable to dismantle them all in time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Mill sailors retaliated against the rain of arrows, striking several pirates, who fell into the sea amidst cries of anguish, becoming mere food for the sharks. Fire! Passengers to the rear! Captain Dunster bellowed, as the lookout and navigator directed the sailors to prepare for combat. Short swords, daggers, and crossbows were the favored weapons of the Mill folk. Yet, the pirates' crossbows were even more fearsome, silencing the Mill defenders one by one. If only they had invested in archers. Captain Dunster lamented, his face drawn. The crossbows were ineffective, and they had not acquired enough high-quality, 3-shot models. For every 3 arrows an archer released, the crossbow could only fire 1 bolt, highlighting the advantage of longbows. Generally speaking, while crossbows had greater penetrating power, they were slower to reload and cumbersome to handle. As the long arrows of the crossbows pierced the ship's hull, most of the passengers from Westeros discarded their crossbows. Seeking refuge, Jandelli nimbly evaded the chaos, but before he could unleash a few shots, the elder Coben signaled for him to retreat. A human could not withstand the onslaught of crossbow bolts. After several rounds of assault, the Mill sailors began to falter. The other pirates, shields raised, showed no concern for their fallen comrades, swiftly climbing aboard the telescope from all sides. The pirates were well trained, and once it came to close combat, the Mill sailors appeared relatively clumsy. War is not a game. It is blood and fire, courage and experience. The defenses of the Mill sailors crumbled, revealing the limitations of their fearsome crossbows. The foremost Mill sailors lacked the murderous intent of the pirates, and the hastily organized passengers were not professional warriors. Jandelli saw the fear etched on the faces of the captain and navigator. Once a naval battle descended into boarding, it became swift and brutal. The sea was not like land. Once attacked, there was nowhere to flee. The passengers from Westeros were in a state of panic, retreating to the back of the ship, sweat and tears pouring down their faces. Alas, I am truly unfortunate. I should have stayed in Westeros and sought a modest castle as a scholar. Coben muttered softly, yet maintained a semblance of composure as the elder and younger hid at the stern. Can you swim? If it comes to it, try to escape. I have lived long enough, but you are still young. Assess the situation, Jandelli whispered. Kill. A delectable feast. The pirates' blades flashed like a tempest, swiftly dispatching the defiant Mill navigator and several others who could not react in time. The remaining Mill sailors soon succumbed, dropping their weapons in surrender. Only Captain Dunster remained, his visage ashen. Drop your weapons and armor. Crouch down. Drop your weapons. Crouch. The sounds of short swords, daggers, armor, and crossbows clattering to the deck were harsh and forceful. Jandelli found a hidden spot. His short-handled hammer lay not far away. But wearing armor at this moment was too conspicuous. The Mill sailors crouched with their heads covered, followed by the Westerosi passengers. 1, 2, 3, 12. Jandelli silently counted the pirates, estimating their number to be around 12. For ease in battle, the pirates wore leather armor rather than cumbersome plate. I am the storm, the leading pirate shouted as he boarded the ship. His hair was purple, and his mouth was filled with insatiable gold teeth, towering in stature. Donned in black scaled armor and wielding 2 long swords, the pirate chief's gaze toward Captain Dunster was as lifeless as that of a corpse. A more effective tactic would have been to ram their longship into the side of the telescope, shattering the oars. The pirates likely intended to capture the entire vessel rather than destroy it. Why wield blades? The pirate chief stepped over the navigator's corpse, carelessly kicking it aside as blood flowed across the deck. The sailors are not slaves nor slave traders, but experienced free men of Mill. Leave the cargo, and you may live. I will demand a hefty ransom in return. What do you say, Captain? Sir, I implore you. I will pay a handsome ransom. Captain Dunster forced a smile, though it was strained. It is well known that pirates never haggle. The gold-toothed pirate slapped the captain across the face. Now you should be awake. Spread out. Send a few men below deck to examine the cargo. The rest, stay with me. Jandelli calculated the number of pirates. Some were managing the longship, and the pirates had split into 2 teams, one consisting of 6 men, with only the gold-toothed pirate posing the greatest danger, being strong and robust. It was a prime opportunity, should he act or refrain. A wise captain, you have not only cargo but also passengers. Westerosi, I presume. The gold-toothed pirate cast a glance around, noting the presence of Westerosi passengers among the Mill sailors. Their appearances made it clear, most of the Westerosi resembled Undals, with blonde hair and blue or green eyes. Yes, sir, Captain Dunster stammered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In comparison to himself and the Mill sailors, These Westerosi appeared to be in dire peril. The pirates had a long journey to King's Landing for ransom, and their better option would be to sell them into slavery or kill them for their possessions. The gold-toothed pirate approached the Westerosi passengers, who huddled together, inadvertently concealing Coben and Jandelli. Damn it, so ugly, so old, not a single attractive lad or lass among you. No way to demand a high price from the Roiner. Please, sir, do not kill me. I can offer you my goods, my money. A short, stout Westerosi merchant pleaded submissively. Give me money? The gold-toothed pirate laughed heartily. If I kill you, those goods are mine. Why is there an old man here? The pirate's gaze fell upon the elderly Coben. The old man is worth the least. The gold-toothed pirate stepped before Coben, scrutinizing the elder. Coben sensed Jandelli's unease but subtly signaled for him to remain still. Jandelli shifted his position, not out of fear but to be closer to the hammer. Sir, I beg your pardon, I am no ordinary elder. I have studied at the Citadel of Westeros and am a trained physician. I might yet be of use to you. Coben spoke earnestly, neither groveling nor defiant. His assertive demeanor caught the pirate off guard. You speak well, but you are too old man. The value I would derive from you is less than the cost I would incur. Bid farewell to the sea, for perhaps the mermaids may also need a physician. The gold-toothed pirate seized Coben's sleeve, menacingly threatening to throw him overboard. Coben began to plead, which only elicited laughter from the pirates. Poor old man. I shall grant you a little more time to live. You have amused me. Once I am done plundering, you may meet the sea. And you, boy. Remove that iron mask. Your physique is commendable, and your voice resonates with clarity akin to steel, provided your visage bears no scars or blemishes. That group of women would surely take a liking to you. The golden-toothed pirate has discovered the masked figure of Jandelli, though he hides at the rear. His form remains impressive. At your command, my lord. Jandelli mused, his fingers brushing against his mask, which remained steadfast. As he shifted his body, his hand deftly grasped the spiked mace, and with a speed as fierce as thunder, he struck directly at the golden-toothed pirate. Await, observe, await, observe. The pirate is clad in black-scaled armor. Should this attack fail to vanquish him, Jandelli would find himself plagued by countless regrets. It seemed as though Jandelli had rediscovered the essence of his craft, focusing his spirit into a singular point, striving to forge his finest creation yet. Chapter 11. Blood and Fury on the Deck. Jandelli grasped the icy handle of his hammer, leaping forward with ferocity. He felt like an arrow released from its bow. A flame from the furnace, yearning for blood and victory. To capture a thief, one must first deal with the kingpin, and thus he aimed to eliminate Goldtooth. The spiked hammer struck toward Goldtooth's temple. Designed to pierce armor, it was less effective against his unprotected head. Yet nothing could prove swifter or more gratifying than shattering a skull. With a resounding thud, blood cascaded down Goldtooth's cheek, oozing from the gruesome wound. Unfortunately, the blow had not crushed his temple, but rather shattered the right side of his cheekbone. In the face of death, Goldtooth's instincts saved him. Though wary of the iron-masked boy before him, he underestimated him. Damn it, little brat. I will chop you all to pieces and toss you into the sea. Goldtooth bellowed, blood staining his palm from the long gash. The dull thud of the hammer echoed from his cheek. Such agony from broken bones, had he not evaded slightly. That inexperienced boy's nervousness would have surely shattered his skull. Yet, the force of the blow still inflicted immense pain upon him. Half of Goldtooth's face appeared obliterated, blood flowing freely in a terrifying spectacle. Regrettably, Jandelli mused as he observed Goldtooth. Perhaps that blow should have struck his throat, a certain death. He seized a shield, ready to engage in a more brutal battle. Die, brat. Goldtooth swung his twin blades, intent on turning Jandelli into minced flesh. The battle relied on momentum. The pirates were outnumbered by the merchant crew, and should they lose heart, the rebels would send them to the depths of the ocean. Goldtooth twirled his long knife with alarming speed, creating a blur of motion. He endured the excruciating pain on his face, directing his blade toward Jandelli's head or throat. Everything transpired too swiftly, a flash of lightning. Before the pirates' reinforcements could react, the two were already entangled in combat. Jandelli raised his shield, teetering between life and death, feeling not fear, but rather exhilaration. He possessed an abundance of strength and speed, though perhaps lacked battlefield experience. Blood did not intimidate Jandelli. Evade, then strike. He lifted his shield and spiked hammer, noting that Goldtooth's severe wound would cloud his vision due to blood loss. Rather than bandaging, he opted for hasty attacks, a foolish tactic indeed. The clash of steel rang out, strong and resonant, akin to a melodious dance. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. Goldtooth's frustration mounting as Jandelli swayed across the deck, exhausting his stamina. Act quickly, Coben shouted, as the mill sailors grasped the urgency. If they submitted, the pirates would unleash a savage retribution. This was their opportunity, a chance born from the little brat's courage. The mill sailors rallied their resolve, arming themselves once more for a fierce skirmish with the pirates. Face me, brat. Goldtooth, witnessing the tide turn, grew increasingly agitated, hurling curses. Jandeli, watch out, retreat. Coben yelled, tossing a pouch of powder from his sleeve, which wafted through the air. He hurled it toward Goldtooth as Jandeli instinctively stepped back. Goldtooth hesitated momentarily. The powder cloud enveloped him, intensifying the pain of his wounds, prompting him to howl in agony. Coward! Coward! Goldtooth flailed his twin blades wildly in the air. In that moment, his vision blurred, his mood darkened with rage. With a thud, one of Goldtooth's blades grazed Jandeli's arm, a shallow wound bleeding profusely. Yet, Jandeli's retaliatory swing of the hammer, accompanied by the rush of wind, utterly crushed Goldtooth's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered forth, staining the deck in a gruesome display. Goldtooth collapsed limply, a lifeless fish. Jandeli raised his hammer once more, ready to assist across the battlefield. Do not underestimate the old man. He still serves a purpose, Coben remarked, gazing at Goldtooth's lifeless body. Kill. The remaining pirates are far easier to handle. They wear mere leather armor and lack helmets. The spiked hammer, crossbows, or short swords are lethal against them. Quickly, cast down the ladders and cut the ropes. Captain Dunster called. The mill sailors surged with renewed vigor. Casting down ropes and ladders, their spirits buoyed by the defeat of so many pirates, certain that the fight was not yet over. For reasons unknown, the blood and pain thrust Jandeli into a peculiar state, igniting his excitement and surging strength. I am the blood of the storm, the wrath of the narrow seas. A warrior as fearsome as the tempest. Die! Jandeli brandished his spiked hammer and shield, ready to support the battlefield. On the deck remained but a cunning old pirate, hidden behind the mast, wielding a crossbow and shooting at will, yet none dared approach him. However, he had already been struck by the mill sailor's crossbow bolts, his speed and strength waning. Jandeli raised his shield and seized the opportunity while the pirate reloaded. The hammer, propelled by the wind, crashed into the old pirate's skull, splattering brain matter across the deck. The remaining pirates lay sprawled across the ship, as Jandeli secured his hammer, his blood-stained sleeves rendering him a fearsome sight. The battle on the deck concluded swiftly. As the pirates who had fled to the cabin emerged, drawn by the commotion, they were met with a hail of arrows, each one turning them into a veritable porcupine. The two longships of the pirates were not far from the merchant vessel, though they were not as tall. Merely hearing the sounds of battle without grasping the full situation. Logically, Goldtooth should have signaled for them to retrieve their ship. Yet, upon witnessing the damaged ropes and ladders, the remaining pirates felt an ominous premonition. With their elite forces decimated on the ship, continuing the assault would likely lead to even greater losses. Display Goldtooth's head. Show Goldtooth's head. Jandeli shouted. The mill sailors, inspired, found a long pole to hoist Goldtooth's severed head, letting it sway in the wind. The two pirate vessels beheld the chilling sight of the decapitated head. Though half of the skull had been obliterated, the gold teeth and purple hair remained unmistakable. Let us avenge the head. Goldtooth has been betrayed. Those accursed mills. Do they have mercenaries? Even ordinary merchant ships possess skilled fighters. Your mind is awash with seawater. So many capable men have perished. I have no desire to be shot by a crossbow. Let us flee. The pirates opted against vengeance, rowing away from the battlefield. Jandeli had indeed proven to be an unpredictable variable. The pirates were pragmatic. The manpower aboard the black ship was limited, and they lacked the crew to manage the oars and artillery. With significant losses in boarding personnel, they could not afford further casualties. Climbing from below to above was perilous enough. The first wave of pirates had underestimated the mills, leading to the demise of their elite. God bless us, Captain Dunster cried, overwhelmed with joy, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. The sailors had no time to cleanse the deck, but fled in a frenzy from the Stairs Islands, both sides lacking the will for further bloodshed. Jandeli exhaled in relief, considering himself fortunate. His greatest fear lay in the pirates and merchant crew engaging in a deadly struggle, compounded by the potential reinforcements from the Stairs Islands. The pirates were wary of those aboard the ship, while Jandeli feared an all-out conflict with the pirate vessels. Thankfully, the pirates were ruthless, decisively retreating. Thank heaven, the blade is not poisoned, merely a superficial wound. Coben hurriedly unwrapped his sleeve, applying a salve to Jandeli's injury. Mill gunpowder herbal powder may sting a bit. I threw some of that earlier. Thank you. The gray powder ignited a burning sensation on Jandeli's wound, serving a disinfectant purpose. You possess the makings of a great warrior, Coben whispered. Your talent is impressive, and your mental fortitude commendable. Both are invaluable on the battlefield. I am truly grateful. Captain Dunst approached Janderi, while the sailors of the mill and the passengers applauded the iron-faced warrior. Chapter 12. Rieger and Robert, now you're quite the celebrity, Jandeli. Cobain jested in the cabin. The performance of the boy with the war hammer on the deck of the telescope was truly awe-inspiring. He was wild and untamed. Having saved the ship, the pirates demanded our surrender. How could I dare to capitulate? They would toss you into the sea, and I would be sold to the gardens of perfume. Jandeli shrugged helplessly, A simple bandage adorned his left arm, but he was robust, and the wound healed swiftly. Most of the pirates hailed from the Three Daughters, extorting exorbitant ransoms from the free folk there, with little concern for their lives. However, for the people of Westeros, kindness was not so readily offered. Being sold into slavery was a common fate. Indeed, my child, but victory has granted you much, Cobain smiled. He was aware that Captain Dunster and the sailors of Mill had bestowed numerous gifts upon Jandali, for it was the boy's valor that spared them from both bodily harm and financial ruin. The battle was unlike what I had imagined. Had it not been for the overconfidence of the Golden Tooth, scattering their forces, I would have had little chance to turn the tide. If 20 had charged at once, we would have been no match. Jandali reflected on the perilous nature of war, understanding that thick armor and a helmet were essential for self-preservation before one could strike. Circumstances had compelled him to fight without armor. Had the pirates been clad in steel, our demise would have been assured. Indeed, Jandali, war is a treacherous game. Yet fortune is a facet of strength. Cobain continued. War is not a tournament surrounded by flowers. A puddle, a heap of mud, the filth of dinner, and the weight of ill spirits can all sway the outcome. Every human has their limits. Cobain regarded Jandali with curiosity about the visage behind the iron mask. In the annals of history, there existed godlike warriors, but those tales belong to a distant past, centuries ago. The Valyrian dragon lords, the prince of the riverlands. The princesses, all masters of both battle and sorcery. Now, all that remained was the warfare of mortals. I had intended to make you my apprentice. While medicine may lack the glory of knighthood, it offers safety and sustenance. Yet, looking at you now, it appears you are born for the battlefield. Such talent is exceedingly rare, Cobain mused after a moment's contemplation. To be a warrior is admirable, yet I desire longevity. Studying medicine is equally commendable. Indeed. However, my knowledge extends beyond medicine and poison. I am well versed in history, law, poetry, faith, and the ancient Valyrian tongue. I dare say these subjects are far more intricate than blacksmithing. Jandali felt quite pleased. An erudite like Cobain, if not expelled from the citadel, would seldom cross his path. Another advantage was that Cobain was a solitary man. He could only rely on power and himself. It is indeed more engaging than blacksmithing. I would gladly mold a warrior. Once at Mill, you may still require a master of arms. Knightly weapon training is specialized, Cobain added. Many believe combat is the realm of brutes, yet that is a misconception. Warriors can be multifaceted, much like Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar. Jandali's interest piqued. I know he was a prince who perished at the Trident. Though Rhaegar has passed, his specter appears to linger in the skies, deeply rending the fabric of the realm. I have a keen interest in that chapter of history. Alas, I am but a scholar, powerless to affect the tides of time, merely imagining the heroes of yore through the reports of the Citadel. Our corpulent king, in his youth, was once unstoppable, Cobain recounted. In those times, Prince Rhaegar and King Robert were the brightest stars, alongside the Dawn Blade, the Starks of Winterfell, the Vale's Darling, and Baelish. Yet they were two different kinds of men. Prince Rhaegar was melancholic, preferring books over swords, strumming the silver strings of his harp, drawing tears from women with his beauty and sorrow. King Robert, in contrast, was a tempest of laughter, ever in pursuit of joy and mirth, hunting, drinking, reveling with women, and competing in tournaments. In his youth, he was tall and boisterous, renowned for his martial prowess. And what transpired next? Jandali pressed further. The people of Westeros are well acquainted with the tale of the two proud warriors entwined by a woman of wolf blood, who led the entire nation to ruin for a misguided love. However, the true nature of Lady Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar remained shrouded in ambiguity, Cobain mused. Right and wrong. It is now difficult to discern, Jandali remarked. Yet the Mad King and his son indeed brought about the downfall of the throne. Quite so. The crux lies in the battle at the Trident, where King Robert struck down Rhaegar. The military defeat renders further discussion futile. However, it is remarkable that Rhaegar managed to inflict grievous injury upon Robert. He was of too lofty a status, with too many passions, not a natural-born warrior. Jandali pondered this and found it to be true. The jousting of lances was starkly different from the actual battlefield, and Rhaegar had not devoted his entire being to combat. It matters not whether it was Robert or Rhaegar. Aesthetics, music, dance, and healing are but embellishments of knighthood. The key is to win the war, to triumph over all. One must be more formidable, more fearless, and more cunning than the enemy. Prince Rhaegar forgot this crucial lesson, which led to his defeat at Robert's hands. Cobain's eyes flickered with an inner flame. Now, regarding the old man's request, might you remove your mask? If you are unwilling, then so be it, Cobain inquired. Jandali removed his mask, revealing his dark hair, deep blue eyes, and the shape of his mouth, chin, and cheekbones. By the heavens, Cobain exclaimed, pointing at Jandali's face. His mouth agape. I should have foreseen this. Having seen Robert and Renly, your visage is nothing short of a diminutive version of Renly. Yet you are destined to surpass him in strength. perhaps somewhat conspicuous, but there is little I can do about it. Jandali replied courteously. Forgive my slander against the king. Your demeanor differs greatly from his. He is tempestuous and proud. Were it not for that, I would have deduced your lineage sooner, given the robust traits. It matters not. After all, the king has forgotten me. Jandali brushed aside the matter, momentarily uninterested in meddling in Westeros, considering such ambitions to be beneath him. He preferred to grow in obscurity. Then it is all the better. In another corner of the world, bastards and outcast scholars shall eventually bring forth a new kind of excitement. And that damned Lannister. Cobain's excitement began to swell. In the absence of dragons, valor and charm are of utmost importance. Take the War of Usurpers. Robert became king not solely due to blood, but also through charisma and martial achievements. Lannister? Do you have some connection to House Lannister? Jandali inquired, perplexed. There is indeed a tale there. After the Citadel expelled me, I sought to align myself with Tywin. But alas, I was cast aside. Cobain admitted, visibly uncomfortable. Lord Tywin wields immense power and wealth. Moreover, he is a cold and pragmatic man, capable of cruelty and pillaging King's Landing. I thought perhaps he might fund my research. Alas, he is also obstinate, exuding the airs of nobility and detesting down-and-out scholars like myself. Yet none of this matters now compared to such research. The prospect of training an invincible warrior holds far greater allure. Cobain observed Jandali, recognizing the boy's potential despite his lack of power. You possess the blood of dragons, stags, ancients, and the great rivers. But why, regarding the king's legitimate heirs? Cobain hesitated, pondering. He had seen the king's firstborn, a fair-haired, blue-eyed lad, pale and proud, yet lacking any distinctive features of House Baratheon. The king had another bastard at Storm's End. However, this is not surprising. Rumors of cuckolding the king have circulated before. During the reign of the King of Indolence, he himself fabricated tales of his wife's illicit affair with his brother, the Dragon Knight. Oh, I have neither seen them, nor am I privy to the truth, Jandali remarked coldly. If a secret is destined to be revealed, it is preferable that it not be at one's own hand, as that would draw excessive attention. Observing Jandali's demeanor, Cobain began to comprehend the situation. It is my honor to serve as your subordinate and mentor. Let us strive for your success, your highness. Cobain said respectfully. At this moment, he had irrevocably severed ties with the Lannister family. It is also my honor, Master Cobain. Jandali reflected. He had indeed established the third faction in Essos, albeit with a limited number of followers. The other two factions comprised the siblings of House Targaryen, the concealed Jon and Aegon. Chapter 13. Arrival at Meereen. The telescope ship, after a perilous passage through the stepstones, reached its destination without incident. Captain Meereen, akin to a startled bird, urged the vessel to sail swiftly until they spotted the city of Tyrosh, where they anchored to replenish their fresh water and supplies. In Jandri's vision appeared a grand and bustling city. Tyrosh, a fortified stronghold protected by towering walls, lay at the northeasternmost extremity of the stepstones, not far from the mainland. Its inner walls were crafted from fused black dragonstone, making Tyrosh significantly larger than its Dornish neighbor, Sunspear. At the harbor stood the Tower of Weeping Blood, and within the city flowed the Fountain of the Wine God. What a lively scene. Jandri observed the comings and goings at the Tyrosh docks, where many of the laborers were slaves, overseen by their masters. The free trade city-states, primarily coastal, thrived on prosperous commerce. Having never ventured beyond King's Landing, Jandri felt an undeniable difference upon witnessing distant Tyrosh. At the docks, Jandri encountered a myriad of ethnicities from the known world, the dark-skinned folk from the Summer Isles, and those with olive skin likely hailing from Dorne or Meereen. The Tyroshi were easily distinguishable, known for their boisterousness, flamboyance, and avarice. They favored vibrant colors, dyeing their hair and beards in hues of blue, green, chestnut, pink, purple, scarlet, and crimson. Those were the ancient Valyrian black walls, how the Valyrians constructed their military strongholds. On the ship's bow, the winds and waves were calm, with most passengers resting. Only Bachelor Coban pointed out the black walls of Tyrosh to Jandri. Jandri's education came late for someone of noble lineage, and Coban endeavored to impart his knowledge to compensate for lost time. Fortunately, Coban discovered that Jandri possessed a remarkable memory and comprehension, greatly boosting his confidence and sense of achievement. What magnificent ruins! Jandri exclaimed. The Valyrian city-states transcend time. The Valyrian Road, the Valyrian Black Walls, the Dragonglass Candles, and the 40 Dragon Lords. After the fall of Valyria, the world became a battlefield for savages. Even the Dothraki have grown arrogant. The Targaryens, who narrowly escaped, were once merely mid-tier dragon lords, lacking mastery over blood magic and architectural technology. Volantis boasted walls even grander than those of Tyrosh, with the largest population. I have seen few Valenticians in King's Landing. We must journey to Volantis. Despite its heavy losses during the Blood Century, its wealth remains unmatched. There, you shall behold the most magnificent black walls and the remnants of Valyria. That would be splendid, Jandrai replied. The achievements of Valyria were forged through the arts of blood and fire, profound magic. Many assert that magic has perished, yet I believe it endures. Akin to the tides, with its peaks and troughs. When the dragons vanished, it seemed magic waned as well. Coben harbored a fascination for magic. A fixation that led him astray. Have you ever witnessed the stars and fire of magic? Not yet, but I believe it is possible, Coben confessed. A hint of embarrassment in his tone. However, magic cannot be forced, much like the Targaryens' relentless desire to hatch dragons, resulting in one tragedy after another. But if that day comes, and you harness the arts of blood and fire, awakening the blood of storms to summon the Riverlorn's revival, I shall share in your glory. Easier said than done. As they observed the ship setting sail, they retreated to the cabin. Your Highness, what you just witnessed in Tyrosh is merely one of many thriving free trade city-states. Should we gain support in Essos, there is ample potential for both conquest and expansion. Coben maintained a humble demeanor. There's no need for such formalities, Master Coben. I am your apprentice, a bastion of illegitimacy with no retreat. Great endeavors arise from hardship. Only with lofty ambitions can success be attained. Coben insisted. Allow me to apprise you of the current state of Essos. Trade, especially the slave trade, forms the very core of its economy. Coben produced a brief map of Essos. We have departed Tyrosh and will soon arrive in Meereen. Tyrosh, Meereen. And Lys once formed an alliance known as the Tri-Cities Pact, now long since dissolved. The three cities hinder one another while simultaneously harboring disdain for Volantis. As for Pentos, it is the weakest, a vanquished pawn of Braavos. Volantis, greedy and arrogant, has nearly no allies. Meanwhile, Braavos stands in a unique position, affluent, powerful, and independent. Rolaris, Coor, and Norvos hold little value for discussion. The crux lies in the entanglement and aggression among these six major city-states. Furthermore, the Dothraki pose a significant threat, frequently crossing the Lorne River to invade. Jandrai observed the distribution of power demarcated by the Lorne River. Coor controlled the region between the Qynn River and Aenoi, while Volantis' influence barely reached the midstream Sad Vale. Between Aenoi and Sad Vale lay a buffer zone, making it a hotspot for banditry along the Lorne River. Coben's analysis was astute, though he could not foresee someone taking a stand against slavery and waging war with the world. The Essos continent diverged significantly from Westeros in systems, customs, and beliefs. No one had ever truly unified Essos. The rulers of Essos were predominantly wealthy merchants, albeit with varying titles, be it Great Lord, Governor, or Sea King. Indeed, regardless, these individuals require elections. It is their game. Coben remarked, gazing into the depths of the Gulf of Horns where Meereen awaited them. Our opportunity lies here. Contentious territory, Jandrai noted, eyeing Coben's marked location. Indeed, since the dissolution of the Alliance of the Three Daughters, they have been embroiled in conflict over sovereignty, sustaining numerous mercenary bands. By the way, not far from the Stepstones, it too is considered unclaimed land. Ambitions may be grand, yet reality often stands solitary. Jandrai reflected upon the land. Once a disputed territory, now ravaged by war, leaving its claims unresolved. Chaos breeds a ladder. Finding a mercenary band to take refuge within is rather simple. Conflict is inevitable. If only I could procure a dragon. Jandrai mused. A hammer, a set of black-scaled armor, sans helmet. These were the spoils from Jandri's encounter with the golden-toothed pirates. Plate or scale armor ranks among the costliest of armors, making for a commendable prize. The bastard from Toad's Head gifted him 2 golden dragons, while Captain Dunster of Meereen bestowed 50 golden ship coins, alongside a handful of silver and copper coins, sufficient to sustain a lengthy period of living. Jandrai surveyed his currency, noting that Meereen's circulating coins were flattened and oval-shaped, adorned with the image of a ship. Then there were the gifts, the telescope from Dunster, a tapestry from other guests, a small quantity of spices, exquisite wood carvings, and more. Jandrai felt that aboard the telescope, he had finally secured his first fortune. The ship had now revealed the coastline and city outline of Meereen, prompting Jandrai to count his belongings once more before disembarking. Chapter 14. The wolf pack. The winds of Mill are gentle, and the telescope ship is docked in the harbor. After disembarking, Jandeli and Cobain step into this new and beautiful city. Mill is a city of craftsmanship, renowned for its exquisite architecture, adorned with white marble, fountains, and glass mirrors. Heed my advice, children, there are many thieves in Mill. Be cautious with your luggage as you depart. Captain Dunster warned Jandeli before they parted, suggesting they seek a good inn. Jandeli graciously declined Captain Dunster's invitation, but expressed gratitude for his kindness. The captain left them a contact address for future assistance if needed. Upon setting foot on Mill's soil, Jandeli felt a sense of grounding. At this moment, the power of the Iron Throne struggles to cast a significant shadow over the free trade city-states, which serve as havens for fugitives. After the Battle of the Red Grass, Demon Blackfire perished, and the cold iron of Aegon Rivers and the Blackfire family took to the path of exile, fleeing to the maternal home of Daemon's wife, Tylosai. Following the Usurper's War, Daenerys and her brother also found themselves on a wandering journey. Come and buy masterpieces of art, the finest lenses, perfect for gifts, exquisite carpets. Just 1 gold coin. The port is bustling with numerous mill inhabitants peddling their wares, many of whom are children. The free trade city-states are predominantly commercial hubs, where merchants are esteemed more than warriors. Mill is regarded as one of the most advanced free cities, celebrated for its artistry and scholarship. Jandelli observed the goods with interest. Although they likely did not originate from the masters of Mill, they were undeniably finely crafted. After depositing their belongings at a clean and secure inn, Jandelli and Cobain set out for the mercenary market, located to the east, opposite the harbor. They encountered numerous mercenaries loitering on the streets of Mill, many clad in tattered garments and deep brown wool cloaks, their long swords casually sheathed. In this commercial city-state, the presence of the elderly and children does not seem out of place. These lace and carpet merchants wage their battles with gold, making it impossible to shy away from mercenaries. Cobain remarked, Mill's crafts are famous throughout the known world, including carpets, lace, superior lenses, telescopes, and glass panes priced comparably to Eastern spices. The paintings and miniatures of Mill are also highly regarded for their vivid styles. Perhaps it is due to the situation. Jandelli added, after all, whether it be the plundering of disputed lands or the journeys of merchant caravans, both require it. But why do they not opt to build their own army? Hiring mercenaries with food, gifts, or gold might prove more cost-effective, Cobain replied. Even in Westeros, the wealthiest of families, like House Lannister, disdain these timid, free trading city-states. Gold cannot replace a longsword. Indeed. However, my lord, the mercenary square is designed for small to medium-sized companies. The larger mercenary bands have their own dedicated strongholds. Here, we are unlikely to join those larger groups. The smaller bands may offer more security. If luck does not favor us here, we might find another opportunity. As they approached the vicinity of the Sunrise Gate, they beheld the mercenary square. The entrance was painted a reddish hue, guarded by 2 weary old mercenaries, each wielding a spear. Their age rendered them too frail to confront blood and fire, leading them to assume this post. Yet the mercenary square thrived, with some mercenaries seeking work while clients searched for mercenary bands. Jandelli and Cobain entered the square, which was shaped like an ellipse. It resembled a bustling marketplace, with tents mushrooming everywhere, and a raised platform in the center where employers could call out. Jandelli noticed the mercenary bands proudly displaying their banners atop long spears. The mercenaries themselves were a diverse lot. The pale and slender were Lyseni, the purple and red-bearded were mostly Tylosai, the olive-skinned were Millers, and the Pantoshans bore the closest resemblance to the Westlanders. Olive-skinned mill freemen conversed with mercenary leaders while others sharpened their weapons, spears and longswords. Their arms and armor were generally inferior to those of Westerosi regulars. We seek to recruit 2 mercenaries to escort our lord's children on a journey through Essos. Compensation to be discussed. A haughty slave steward called from the platform. Traveling is a costly endeavor, one that only the children of nobles or wealthy merchants can afford. I. The mercenaries below raised their hands. Escorting the children of the nobility was, comparatively, a simple task. This task was quickly concluded, with 2 mercenaries accepting the charge. A significant contract awaits to intercept a spice caravan arriving from the distant east near Conqueror, with each mercenary receiving triple the usual rate. Plus the captain will provide 5 beautiful Lyseni slaves. Another enticing task. A hush fell over the crowd. The distance and duration of this mission were daunting. Particularly with the treacherous Dothraki, who occasionally crossed the Roine River, this task carried the risk of death. To hell with it. Such a dangerous task. You should seek the Golden Company or the Windblown. The mercenaries erupted into a chorus of jeers. Though greedy, mercenaries are not foolish. The mercenary square was chaotic, and Jandelli began wandering along the tents, searching for a suitable band. You are too young, boy, and lack mercenary experience. As for your companion, he is too old. We do not recruit the elderly or children. While you appear fit, lad, the battlefield is perilous for you. If you are willing to accept 1/3 of the pay, we might consider you. As for the old man beside you, we sincerely apologize. Your age and lack of experience mean we would incur costs to train you. You may join us, but it would be a year-long apprenticeship with no pay. Before Jandelli and Cobain could showcase their skills, they were reasonably dismissed by the mercenary band. Jandelli, disinterested in further dialogue, recognized that although they were deemed too young or too old, the skills of a blacksmith apprentice and a healer were in high demand among most mercenary bands. They simply lacked the patience and sincerity to pursue it. In a secluded corner of the mercenary square, Jandelli stumbled upon an ancient tent, its banner depicting a pack of wolves in full stride. This is the wolf pack, Cobain exclaimed. established by the northerners who crossed the sea. I cannot believe it still exists. Chapter 15. The den of the wolf pack. Zandelli beheld the gray wolf flag fluttering in the wind, while a pack of gray wolves raced across the snow. The wolf pack's tents were situated in a secluded corner of the mercenary square, seldom frequented by passers-by. The mercenaries of the wolf pack did not venture into the central square to solicit business, leading Zandelli to suspect that very few individuals belonged to the wolf pack. Recruiting soldiers. Zandelli and Cobain noticed a large sign at the entrance of the wolf pack's tent before stepping inside. Are you here to join the mercenary group? Or to post a task? Within the tent, only a stout, elderly man was present, gazing sleepily at the unexpected visitors. His hair was gray and disheveled. His tall frame slightly hunched, and his prominent blue eyes were framed by numerous wrinkles. Beside him stood a robust young man, tall and muscular. With striking blue eyes and thick black hair, his face obscured by a black iron mask. The portly elder had gray hair and brown eyes, with a few blemishes on his face, and wore the gray emblem of the wolf pack on his chest. An ink bottle rested beside him, and the tent's interior was rather modest. Most notable were two realist paintings in the style of the mill, depicting a northern warrior with iron-like eyes, bushy beard and hair, wielding a longsword and draped in a bear pelt, presumably the founder of the wolf pack. The elder first spoke in Low Valyrian, the dialect common to the 9 free cities and the Slaver's Bay. Yes, we wish to become mercenaries, Cobain declared. Zandelli was also learning the language, though not as fluently as Cobain. Just call me Fatty. I am the recruitment officer of the wolf pack, the elder replied. In mercenary circles, nicknames often hold more weight than names. You seem a bit older, and as for this masked lad, is he even 16? You are either too old or too young to join us. If you are willing, your first year will earn you half the remuneration, which is guaranteed to be at a moderate level in the market of 3 daughters, and you will have the freedom to come and go. However, the wolf pack has many rules. Members must pledge a sacred oath prohibiting unnecessary killing, theft, rape, and harm to comrades. We do not welcome any scoundrels. It is better to have few than to have many. Should you break this oath, the wolf pack will show no mercy. The elder scrutinized Cobain. For a mercenary, I may be considered old, but for a physician, I am still quite young. As for the boy beside me, he has spent a few years as an apprentice blacksmith. Cobain replied with a smile. While age may pose a barrier, those with skills like doctors or blacksmiths would find the recruitment threshold lowered. How peculiar you both appear. Yet you are among the rare few willing to join us recently. Others find our rules too stringent. Fatty chuckled heartily. The wolf pack offered decent treatment. Their strictness was characteristic of northern folk, and though they might not rival the Golden Company, they maintained a commendable discipline. That sounds promising. I wonder if you possess business cards or personal introductions. Fatty rubbed his chubby palms together and pulled out a pen to jot something down. I'm afraid we do not have that, Cobain replied, his expression troubled. That is of little consequence. Allow me to ask a few questions. Where do you hail from? The elder inquired. And your ages, names, and origins. Rest assured, the wolf pack does not pry too deeply into personal matters. You may be somewhat vague. Our oath commences upon your joining. We will not concern ourselves with any deeds done in your homeland, but within the wolf pack, the oath is sacrosanct. Westeros, Cobain, 70 years old, previously forged medical necklaces in the Citadel. Westeros, Zandelli, 12 years old, formerly an apprentice blacksmith. The Sunset Continent is my homeland. The ancestors of the wolf pack were northern folk from Westeros, and even now, most of the members are descendants of northern lineage. Alas, I have never returned. But I still speak the language of Westeros. These are our founders. The elder proudly gestured to the paintings on the wall. Madel Harrishout and Tymon Snow. They were once under the command of Lord Cragen of Winterfell, later seeking fortune in the mill. 12 years old. Fatty glanced at Zandelli's stature. Such a young lad. Though robust, you are still a child. Where are your parents, boy? I have combat experience. I once fought pirates aboard a ship. As for my parents, I no longer have any. Good lad. Assuming you speak truthfully, you possess the makings of a fine mercenary, unencumbered and brimming with strength. Though boasting is permissible, within our wolf pack, the commander will ascertain whether you are indeed of good mettle. Fatty commended, giving a thumbs up. In fact, the bloodthirsty brigade began accepting recruits as young as 11. Fatty posed several more questions, ensuring that neither individual harbored peculiar hobbies and that they would comply with the team's leadership. And what of our remuneration? Cobain inquired. While Zandelli had earned a modest fortune, payment and conditions remained pivotal to the allure of the mercenary group. Previously, you were to receive half pay. However, given your skills, you shall receive full compensation. The base salary for a junior mercenary is 1 gold ship coin per month, along with a dedicated cook and accommodations. However, the amount you earn, whether 1 coin or 5, will depend on your performance and the volume of business for our mercenary group. Cobain and Zandelli contemplated, finding the remuneration satisfactory. Even in the mill, within smaller mercenary groups, This pay was considered fair. 4 or 5 gold dragons could procure a set of fine armor, meaning a mercenary could acquire a complete outfit within 6 months. Yet, the lifestyle of mercenaries was often extravagant, and those who lived by the blade typically incurred substantial expenses. If one indulged in excessive drinking or pursued loose women, such earnings would quickly diminish. Before joining the mercenary group, perhaps you might remove your mask, child. If you have a rash or any unsightly afflictions, other members of our group may become apprehensive. Zandelli removed his mask, revealing his raven black hair, deep blue eyes, and strikingly handsome face. Though still young, it was evident he was a robust and attractive boy. What a lovely face, young man. You must take good care of it. If you do not find your fortune with our mercenary group, you will surely be well received unless. Fatty laughed heartily. Welcome to the mercenary group. Fatty stamped his paper, officially enrolling Zandelli and Cobain as members of the Wolf Pack. Welcome, new brothers. However, you should each adopt a nickname. They hold more prestige than your given names. Scholar. Hammer. Excellent. Tomorrow morning, come find me, and we shall venture outside the city to the Wolf's Denver. The commander will finalize your enrollment. I believe the commander will be pleased to see I have recruited 2 intriguing individuals for the Wolf Pack. The following morning, Zandelli and Cobain arrived at the Wolf's Den, the Wolf Pack's camp on the outskirts of the mill. Most mercenary camps were situated in contentious territories. Some, like the Golden Company, were so numerous that even the governor felt intimidated by their presence. Fatty explained this to the 2 as they spotted a well-organized, tidy little military camp, declaring, "This is the Wolf's Denver." The banner of the Wolf Pack flew high, with tall poles surrounding the camp. Guards clad in armor, armed with spears and crossbows, patrolled the perimeter. Though we are few in number, we possess the spirit of a regular army, Fatty boasted proudly. Chapter 16. The Spider and the Little Finger. The free trade city-states are not merely urban centers like Meereen, but also encompass the estates and towns that depend on them. The agriculture in Meereen thrives, boasting gunpowder grass estates and firewater plantations. After leaving Meereen, Jandrai and Cobain followed the rotund figure of the merchant to a riverside encampment known as the Wolf Pack. Though small, the Wolf Pack conducts itself with military precision. It's no boast. Our discipline is unparalleled, perhaps rivaling that of the Gold Company, the merchant declared with pride. After all, our ancestors were the elite under Lord Kragan, not a ragtag band of thieves and murderers. Jandrai observed the defenses of the Wolf Pack, noting that this mercenary group was indeed quite organized. Deep trenches surrounded the camp, filled with sharpened stakes. The tents were neatly arranged in rows, leaving wide pathways. The latrines were positioned by the water's edge, with all waste carried away by the current. The horses were uniformly tethered to the north. Tall watchtowers encircled the camp, with vigilant sentinels keeping watch. While mercenaries often clashed within the walls of Meereen, the governors disapproved of such discord. However, in the wilds, every mercenary company has its share of enemies, except for the Gold Company. They are too large, too powerful, almost akin to a regular army. The merchant explained. How many men does the Gold Company command? Jandrai inquired with curiosity. Perhaps over 10,000. They are essentially an army masquerading as a mercenary group, the spawn of the Blackfire rebels, the ghosts of Blackfire. The merchant shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, but it's best to avoid provoking them. A mercenary company of 10,000 is indeed a rare sight in the disputed lands. All right, let us head in. The rotund merchant, clad in brown leather armor and a gray cloak, led the way, and the guards at the camp gate recognized the recruiter. Moments later, a robust man with a long scar running from his cheek to his nose emerged from the tent. Good to see you, merchant. I thought you brought us a new patron. The scarred man exclaimed, embracing him. Things are a bit worse than you think. No new clients, but I bring new blood. The merchant introduced cheerfully. These 2 are Iron Hammer, a strong lad, and once an apprentice blacksmith. Scholar, though elderly, is a well-trained physician, the merchant continued, introducing the 2 to the scarred man. And this is our dashing officer of infantry, Handsome, known for his maces, long swords, and great swords. Jandrai and Cobain offered their respects to Handsome. Compared to this young man, I'm hardly a handsome figure. Handsome laughed heartily. Come, the commander awaits us in the tent. The commander's tent was large and spacious, adorned with the highest and oldest banner, depicting galloping wolves filled with various colors, perhaps patched from wear. This banner has been around for over a century, from the time of the Blood Dragoness rampage until now. The group entered the tent, where an array of weapons, maces, chainmail, warhammers, and pikes hung from the racks. The commander, a robust man with gray hair, beard, and eyes, sat in a campaign chair. To his left was a tall, smiling man with purple hair and beard, slicked back as if oiled. To his right was a shadowy figure draped in a luxurious green and orange feather cloak, unmistakably from the Summer Isles. Our commander, Greybeard. Our treasurer, Longlegs. Our archery commander, Black Billy, the merchant introduced. Scholar, the skilled physician. Iron Hammer, the strong lad. And still an apprentice blacksmith. The merchant then approached Greybeard, whispering a few words. The old man has joined our ranks. Our old Dick can have a companion. What an honor. Cobain replied elegantly. Dick appeared to be another elder. Child, the merchant says you are quite strong. Why not show us a bit of your skill? Black Billy asked curiously. This is easy. Jandrai picked up a large adult warhammer, swinging it effortlessly. Greybeard and the others observed his movements, trajectory, and facial expressions. The warriors could discern his proficiency and strength. Jandrai moved with ease and finesse, wielding the hammer skillfully. Considering his age, he possessed remarkable natural strength. Welcome aboard. From now on, you shall be brothers among the wolves, howling alongside the pack. Greybeard proclaimed loudly, embracing both newcomers. In a brothel in King's Landing. In the deepest and most tranquil room, many of the city's brothels are the domain of Littlefinger. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, sat across from Varys, the spider. Their contrasting physiques evident. Littlefinger was slight and agile, shorter than the average man, with a pair of mischievous gray-green eyes. He sported a hint of stubble on his chin, and strands of silver threaded through his dark hair, though he was not yet 30. A silver mockingbird clasped his cloak. Varys, on the other hand, was corpulent and reeking of perfume, his bald head gleaming like an egg. He wore a flowing purple silk robe and velvet slippers. Your silver mockingbird brings joy to the heart, Varys complimented. Thank you for the praise, my old friend. What news brings you here in such haste? Littlefinger replied with a smile. Indeed, there is something new. An apprentice from a blacksmith shop has gone missing, much to the dismay of his concerned master. The boy's hidden letters suggest he has gone to the Riverlands, but he may also have set sail. Varys explained. An apprentice? There are countless blacksmith apprentices in King's Landing. The occasional disappearance is hardly alarming. Perhaps the lad could not endure the heat or the master's demands. Littlefinger shrugged. That may be true. However, I suspect that if the exceptionally handsome and strong boy slipped away from the docks or the main gate, your people might have noticed. Varys suggested. Who doesn't he know that everyone loves our Littlefinger? Customs officials and the golden-robed men of King's Landing all adore your golden dragons. The little birds chatter away. Why don't they go searching? Littlefinger inquired. The little birds are too focused on the heights, perhaps forgetting to look down. It's my fault. My little birds are always limited. Varys spread his hands. The main issue lies in his lack of investment in this pawn. No trouble at all, my old friend. The boy you asked me to inquire about seems to be no ordinary child. Let me guess, he must belong to a noble lineage? Littlefinger suggested, his eyes gleaming. Nothing escapes your notice, my old friend. He is indeed a boy of noble blood. Varys leaned in closer. I shall do my utmost. However, in King's Landing, there may be no leads. You know how it is. A minor figure, my acquaintances are not overly concerned. Your willingness to assist me is all I could hope for. Varys chuckled. Let us drink to the kindness of Lord Varys. Littlefinger poured a glass of summer red for Varys. Cheers. I have a question. Why have you changed your sigil, my good lord? A Titan is quite fearsome indeed. My old friend, look how amiable the mockingbird is. But it is not merely amiable. The mockingbird mimics the calls of other birds, just as we attach ourselves to power. Indeed, for we are but minor players. The two drank heartily, the summer red in their cups as vivid as blood. Chapter 17. The companion of the smiling knight at the archery range of the Wolf's Den. The longbow instructor was teaching Janderly the art of archery. The target was crafted from hay and straw, with the bullseye positioned 50 yards away. Just call me Dick, young lad. An elderly man in a green robe, with hair as pale as the moon, remarked appreciatively at Janderly. It had been quite some time since the wolf pack had encountered a newcomer, and I even doubted my ability to mentor an apprentice. The wolf pack preferred the folk of Westeros, yet their numerous rules had resulted in a rather modest group. All right. Janderly took the longbow, a magnificent purple-heart longbow. He was somewhat taken aback, as he had expected the instructor to be Black Billy, the renowned archer from the Summer Isles, rather than another elderly gentleman. Good lad, I have never seen such a splendid physique, but you must understand, even the finest steel requires forging, Dick asserted, emphasizing that a warrior should possess a robust build, broad chests, and well-defined muscles. Many place too much emphasis on swordplay while neglecting archery, which is quite misguided. Often, whether it be a longbow, a great sword, a mace, one must utilize whatever weapon is at hand, whatever proves effective. Do not overthink it. Seize your position and attack. Janderly donned his gloves, caressing the longbow, aware of its inherent dangers. If one were to use merely their palms, it could easily lead to injury from the bowstring. Now, that's it. Janderly knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, aiming at the target ahead. His demeanor was as steady as a rock. He sensed the wind's breath and released a fine arrow, albeit slightly off from the bullseye. Not bad, young lad. Dick followed suit, drawing his bow with grace akin to summer silk, and released an arrow that struck the bullseye. How was that? He inquired as he stepped back. Remarkable. Janderly clapped, impressed by the old man's archery prowess. Pay attention to the wind direction, child. Your eyes are keen, and your hands steady. I seldom encounter such raw talent. However, amidst the chaos of battle, one must swiftly discern the wind's course. Hitting the target is not the true skill. Speed and precision define a master. Now, shoot a few more arrows, but do not overexert yourself. Halt before you strain your muscles. Let me gauge your strength. Dick looked on with eager anticipation. Thus, Janderly swung the longbow and released several arrows in quick succession, maintaining a calm breath and steady stance. Although he did not consistently hit the bullseye, his arrows found their mark, causing Dick's eyes to gleam with delight. Well done, child. You need not shoot any further. Dick exclaimed joyfully. I have witnessed a true genius, an innate warrior. Your stamina surpasses that of others, allowing you to unleash several volleys in combat. You require a fine bow, child. A skilled archer cannot be without a good bow. It is our lifeblood, Dick declared. The finest bows are the Dragonbone bow and the Golden Heart longbow from the Summer Isles. Yet both are exceedingly costly. A step down would be those made of Purple Heart, Fishbone, or normal beast bone. I must procure a fine bow for you. Dick continued to instruct Janderly on proper shooting posture to avoid muscle strain. For such a natural warrior, he held nothing back. After a period of practice, Dick allowed Janderly to rest on a nearby bench. I hear you hail from Westeros? Dick inquired. Be more specific. Indeed, from King's Landing. Are you also from there? Janderly replied with curiosity. Correct. I too fled from Westeros. Have you heard of the Brotherhood Without Banners? I have. Janderly responded with excitement. They're a band of lawless brigands. Their tales still echo in King's Landing. Janderly had also heard songs about the Brotherhood sung by wandering minstrels in the taverns of King's Landing. Oh, wandering Brotherhood without banners. They say we are thieves. We make the forest our castle, calling the earth and seas our home. No gold escapes our blades. No maiden evades our grasp. Oh, wandering Brotherhood without banners. Who would not fear us? The Smiling Knight, the Rotund Bane, the White Hart Eswinda, and the Undying Longneck Oswin. Dick recited with familiarity. Janderly pondered and recalled that there seemed to be a Dick among the Brotherhood. He gazed at the old man, initially thinking it was mere coincidence. Are you the Dick of the Brotherhood Without Banners? Janderly regarded him with newfound respect. This man was indeed a master archer. The Fletcher Dick hailed from a village near Stonehelm. He had once taught Ulmer the use of the bow and was revered by many as the greatest archer in history. Yes, Dick nodded nonchalantly. Once, I was a member of the Brotherhood, a remarkable brigand. Now, however, I merely exist as a teacher in a foreign land. Aside from Ulmer, most of my comrades have likely perished. The Targaryen dynasty has fallen, and while I could return to Westeros, most of my companions are long gone. Including the leader of the hunt, the White Bull, and the Dawnbringer, returning would only bring sorrow. Wasn't the Brotherhood Without Banners completely eradicated by the Dawnbringer? Janderly inquired with curiosity. Indeed, there was a significant battle that transpired in the woods, where Jaime Lannister, the Dawnbringer Arthur Dayne, and the fearless Beric Dondarrion encountered several of my most renowned brothers, including the Smiling Knight and the leader Simon Toyne. Beric slew Simon Toyne, while Arthur Dayne took down the Smiling Knight. Later, Winda the Whiteheart, the Undying Longneck Oswin, and the Rotund Bane were captured during the breakout. But I was not among them. At that time, I was in the Stormlands searching for rare woods to craft longbows. Upon hearing of the Smiling Knight's demise, I fled across the narrow sea. The Fletcher mused. That was over a decade ago. The figures in Dick's tale had become mere echoes of the past. The Smiling Knight and the Dawnbringer. Janderly expressed great interest in these legends. The Smiling Knight possessed a physique akin to that of an ordinary man, yet bore twice the madness. Despite his eccentricity, he was a skilled swordsman. As for the Dawnbringer, I can hardly fathom how he met his untimely end in the wilds of Dorne. He was the strongest among our generation. Dick reminisced. Are there any promising young talents in Westeros these days? The Knight of Flowers. Janderly contemplated, but realized he had not heard much of any up-and-coming stars, save for the fearless Beric Dondarrion, Jaime Lannister of House Lannister, and the likes of Bronze Yoren. What do they matter? As long as you are willing to embrace the teachings of the Wolf's Den, they will all be your subordinates. Dick scoffed. I've seen my fair share of pompous noble science. The Smiling Knight once even slew a rose. Enough of this, old man. Are you recounting your past tales to the youth again? A handsome man approached, spotting Janderly and Dick on the bench. He seemed aware of Dick's nostalgic tendencies and called him out directly. Come, lad, the captain has assigned us a new mission. After bidding farewell to Dick, Janderly departed. During his time with the Wolf Pack, he had undergone rigorous training in archery, swordsmanship, and horsemanship. It appeared that the time had come for him to step onto the battlefield. Chapter 18, The Gunpowder Herb Manor in the Contested Lands in the Crisp Morning Light. Janderly and Coben followed their dashing captain as they departed from the Wolf's Den, en route to the Employer S estate in the Contested Lands. The gray banner of the Wolf Pack fluttered in the breeze. The Contested Lands, situated further south than King's Landing, boasted a milder climate, yet remained close to the sea. As Janderley traversed the expansive plains alongside his companions, he glimpsed numerous villages, towns, gentle hills, and meandering streams. Here, many laborious slaves toiled in the fields, while governors and nobles possessed vast estates. The wolf pack comprised approximately 40 men, with Janderley and Coben among them, marking their inaugural mission with the group. Occasionally, they encountered other mercenaries, exchanging brief greetings before swiftly parting ways, for trust among mercenaries was scarce. Clad in black scale armor, Janderley bore his spiked mace, a longbow crafted from purple heartwood gifted by the archer Dick, a mill crossbow, and a dagger. Coben, the scholar, appeared far more relaxed, riding a gentle old horse that commanded respect. For scouts rode ahead, surveying the terrain for potential dangers. The contested lands had long been a realm of turmoil. Located in the southwestern region of Essos, the three free trading city-states of Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh continuously vied for control over this territory, with Volantis occasionally joining the fray. Since the collapse of the Three Daughters, endless disputes had proliferated, providing sustenance for countless mercenaries. The contested lands were divided into two sections, the towns and estates governed by the Three Daughters, which maintained a semblance of order, where mercenaries generally refrained from offending governors and wealthy merchants. The Myrish cultivated gunpowder herbs within their estates, the essential ingredient for Myrish fire wine, while the Tyroshi tended pear trees and raised pigs. The Lysini grew red and white grapes, as well as aromatic herbs for perfumery. However, in the middle ground lies the chaotic territory where the Three Daughters clash and mercenaries and adventurers engage in bloody combat. To prolong your life, avoid venturing into this fray, the captain warned. Janderley nodded, recognizing the contested lands as akin to a witch's circle. The deeper one ventured, the more perilous it became, more chaotic, more nefarious. Cities like the Three Daughters, known for their advanced craftsmanship, depended on the nearby towns for raw materials, estates, and land. The vast Volantis, with its three vassal towns, rivaled cities in Westeros in scale. Be cautious, lads. Mercenaries in the contested lands outnumber the fish in the river, the captain cautioned. Among them were many exiles and bandit mercenaries. Once a mercenary forsook order, he transformed into a thief and brigand. The fall of Valyria had established the current state of Essos, akin to the aftermath of a great civilization's demise, marked by barbarian invasions and the fragmentation of empires. Janderley observed the undulating contours of the land beneath his feet, where no towering mountains obstructed the view. It was lamentable that such fertile soil had languished in conflict since the downfall of Valyria. The Three Daughters vied for the contested lands and the stepstones, while the war between Pentos and Bravos concluded in defeat for Pentos. The conflict stemmed not only from slavery, but also from control over fertile land and waterways. Most alarming was the rise of the Dothraki. For centuries ago, they swept westward from the east, pillaging and incinerating every town and city in their path, including the kingdom of Sarlur, the cities of the Kars in the Red Waste, and the settlements of the Ibanese in the kingdom of Aphelion. Ultimately halted by Khal Temekeo and his vast host of 50,000 at the hands of the Unsullied of Qohor. During the bloody century following Valyria's cataclysm, the Dothraki drove commoners from their homes and nobles from their estates, leaving only grasslands and ruins from Qohor's woods to the sources of the Searod River. This is the territory we must protect. The Gunpowder Herb Manor, the captain declared, his scarred visage growing familiar to Janderley. The wolf pack halted before a Myrish-style manor. Nestled upon a sprawling hillside, Janderley beheld a vast expanse of verdant plants, towering half a man's height, their edges tinged with iron brown. Those are gunpowder herbs. Invaluable, the captain elucidated. They can be utilized for treating wounds and fetch a high price. It is my first encounter with a gunpowder herb estate, Coben exclaimed. Fully aware of their efficacy as a scholar, yet this extensive patch of gunpowder herbs was indeed a novel sight for him. Janderley had heard his companions speak of the employer. The wolf pack was contracted by a governor from Myr. The governors of Myr possessed personal estates in the contested lands, comprising vast farms and mines, though they seldom visited. This particular gunpowder herb manor was unique, as its herbs were so valuable, enabling the production of Myrish salves and fire wine. Additionally, its proximity to the heart of the contested lands necessitated the hiring of mercenaries for protection during the harvest. Upon spotting the Wolfpack's banner, the lookout at the Gunpowder Herb Manor sounded the horn, its resonant call lingering in the air. "Welcome, my old friends. I have prepared warm water and meals for you." The steward of the manor emerged, accompanied by several slaves to greet the captain and his mercenaries. The steward, a freeman of Myr with olive-toned skin, rather than a slave, extended his hospitality. "Thank you, Steward Lev," the captain responded. "I have awaited you for some time. This time of year always fills me with anxiety. Do not fret, my old friend. With our protection, these gunpowder herbs will surely reach Myr safely." The captain laughed heartily, waving his hand as the mercenaries entered the manor. "How is this year's harvest?" the captain inquired, walking alongside Steward Lev, both seasoned friends. It was consistent with previous years, however, some estates suffered from pestilence, resulting in a halved yield of gunpowder herbs, which may prove profitable for us. This is precisely why the governor summoned you. When the price of gunpowder herbs skyrockets, those bandit mercenaries will become even more frenzied. Gold is the currency of the contested lands. Gunpowder herbs and wine are also valuable, the captain recounted. Indeed. This is why the esteemed governor is particularly anxious. Gunpowder herbs are not like wheat or corn. They are as precious as gold. Jandali listened to their conversation, aware that mercenaries favored gold above all else. Without gold, gunpowder herbs and wine were their next best desires. Steward Lev had already made arrangements. The horses were sent to the stables, and all mercenaries proceeded to the Manor-S Hall, where warm water and hearty meals awaited them. Chapter 19. Slavery in the situation. The exterior of the Gunpowder Herb Manor may appear simple, yet its interior exudes elegance and taste. The craftsmanship of the three daughters is remarkably advanced, leaving even Jandali in awe. The mercenaries followed their handsome captain into the manor's reception hall. Upon ascending the steps, they were greeted by a marble-adorned floor and walls embellished with beautiful mill tapestries depicting scenes of hunting. The mercenary brothers took their seats on the long benches, while the steward and the handsome captain occupied the highest place. Serving the dishes were not only the elderly cook but also the soulless male and female slaves. The Gunpowder Herb Manor is surrounded by multiple walls, making it far more challenging to attack than an open battle, thus enabling the use of slaves. However, the mill people would rather trust mercenaries than arm their slaves. The ratio of the daughters' slaves to free citizens stands at 3-to-1, compelling the mill nobility to carefully manage and utilize them. A wave of enticing aromas wafted through the air: smoked chicken, sea fish, fried pork chops, mushroom soup, and the daughters' signature dish, Talosi garlic-flavored roasted sausages, alongside Mill's roasted snails. The beverages were equally impressive, featuring Talosi pear brandy, Mill fire wine, green wine, Pantos amber wine, and Riesling red and white wines, offering an abundance of choices. "Let us raise our glasses," announced Steward Lev. The slaves remained blank and wooden, as though deprived of their souls. Consequently, the courtyard resonated with the sound of clinking glasses, producing a crisp and melodious clang. Half the guests indulged in wine, while the other half drank juice, adhering to the wolf pack's tradition of ensuring that someone remained sober. Jandali savored the delectable dishes before him, relishing their exquisite flavors. He had never encountered such a lavish feast. In King's Landing, he recalled memories of hunger from his childhood, although he had no concerns for food in the blacksmith shop. The fare of an apprentice was far from delightful. "You have truly outdone yourself this time, my old friend," remarked the handsome captain. "It was only right," laughed the steward. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, expressing gratitude for the steward's hospitality. "Esteemed guests, we also have some lovely female slaves to attend to your needs, should you wish," the steward casually announced, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The mercenaries of the wolf pack forbade any acts of violence, yet other mercenary groups remained indifferent to such matters. "You have indeed spent lavishly, my friend. It seems this task is no simple endeavor," murmured the captain. "Aside from the occasional thieving scoundrels, I fear there may be greater dangers lurking," he continued, speaking in hushed tones. "You are not mistaken," replied Steward Lev quietly. "In these costly times for gunpowder herb, the governor fears not only robbers but also another possibility. The merchants hoarding gunpowder may hire thugs to destroy our manor, causing prices to soar even higher." "But what of the gunpowder hoarded by the governor himself?" inquired the captain. "In preparation for the elections, the governor has exchanged his stock of aged gunpowder for gold. He must keep the remaining supplies firmly in hand." The governor's election for the third daughter was fraught with the brutal contest of wealth and power. In Talosi, the rulers are referred to as the Great Lord, and their elections are rife with threats and bribery, a practice deemed legitimate by the Talosians. How could a candidate unworthy of bribery possibly govern their city? Well, let us hope the coming months pass peacefully. After feasting, the mercenaries gradually returned to their quarters, some seeking the company of female slaves while others took up their posts. "Your Highness, although the contested lands are rich, they are not a sound foundation," whispered Scholar Cobain as he and Jandali returned to their room. "What are your thoughts, Master Cobain?" Jandali inquired. "The disputed lands lie between the three daughters, and with Volantis nearby, neither can tolerate the existence of an independent king. Moreover, there are the troublemaking pirates and mercenaries, each with inflated egos, who refuse to submit. The Copper King once achieved it," Jandali whispered. "It is exceedingly difficult, especially since the Copper King had merchants, mercenaries, or pirates, along with the formidable Golden Company. But Cobain pondered. "The Copper King's strength was formidable in its time. It is indeed a matter of human endeavor. I believe the Copper King has yet to unearth even greater power." The glint in Jandali's eyes hinted at cold resolve. Liberating slaves may not be an unwise approach. It could usher in profound change. You suggest liberating slaves? Jandeli nodded. That notion is utterly mad, akin to unleashing the fires of hell. One cannot casually free slaves. Scholar Cobain exclaimed in astonishment. Slavery is a cornerstone of global trade. Despite millennia of no slavery in the Seven Kingdoms, the old and new gods abhor it. Yet no king of Westeros dares to confront the majority of the world that supports slavery. Even the Bravosi merely beat the Pantosians into submission. Opposing slavery means opposing the three daughters, Volantis, and the Slaver's Bay. Chaos begets rebirth. Our only foothold lies in the Stone Steps Isles and the disputed lands. However, this is merely an idea. The road ahead is long. Cobain remained silent, recognizing Jandeli's thoughts as both radical and untried. The old scholar then spoke. I shall offer my assistance to you as best I can. I hope for the day when the world bends to your will. Yet you may not be without alternative paths. Scholar Cobain added cryptically. There exists a pair of exiled siblings who instill fear in the powerful of King's Landing. You mean the Beggar King and his sister? Indeed. Scholar Cobain nodded. Though the Targaryens have lost their throne, many nobles still secretly curse King Robert as a usurper, acknowledging the true bloodline of dragons. Let us speak of this slowly. Jandeli contemplated. Strengthening oneself remains paramount. While the idea may seem absurd, if the bastards and the exiled princess were to return to Westeros, it would indeed stir the winds of change. However, Daenerys and Viserys are currently well guarded by the corpulent governor of Pantos, leaving no opportunity for infiltration. Come now, lad. The following morning, at the training grounds of Gunpowder Herb Manor, the handsome captain instructed Jandeli to raise his weapon, demonstrating remarkable finesse with his longsword. Jandeli swung his hammer, each blow resonating with tremendous force. The two engaged in a spirited exchange in the arena. Although blood was not shed, the display of raw power was aesthetically captivating. The dulled training hammer emitted sharp sounds as Jandeli seemed to enter a frenzied state, repeatedly striking the captain. Once more, Jandeli bellowed, urging the captain to unleash swifter and fiercer attacks. The captain, drenched in sweat, continued until even his dull blade shattered. Standing in the arena, Jandeli bore the dents of the dulled sword on his armor, his cloak tattered into shreds. I concede, the captain uttered, his voice weary. Before long, I may have to relinquish my position to you. The square erupted into sharp whistles and cheers. Hammer, hammer, I shall take my turn. Another mercenary brother approached, known as Long Spear, who wielded his spear with uncanny skill. Chapter 20. Pillage and counterattack. After the gunpowder grass matures, it requires drying. And the wolf pack must guard this estate for at least 3 months. Perched upon the long wall of the gunpowder grass estate, Jandeli surveyed the surroundings below. The night remained dim and prolonged, with stars twinkling in the sky. This evening, he stood watch with a contingent of mercenaries, the spear and the meteor hammer. Both of whom acted as his mentors, wielded their weapons with an elusive finesse that posed considerable challenges for him. The long weapons indeed held a relative advantage over the short ones. Governor Coraggio must be in great distress. This year has been disastrous for gunpowder grass, and the stock he possesses could fetch far more enticing prices. The spear lamented. Thus, he must safeguard this most fertile estate, though it is regrettably too remote. As an economic crop, gunpowder grass is subject to fluctuations in profit and loss. Many estates faced calamity this year, and with the favorable market for gunpowder grass, Coraggio has depleted his historical reserves, leaving only the immature stock within the estate. There seems to be no viable solution. The gubernatorial election in Mill is a costly endeavor, replied the meteor hammer. Typically, the governors of Mill are elected from the major guilds, the Carpet Guild, the Glassware Guild, the Gunpowder Grass Association, and the Wine Guild. Listening to their grievances, Jandeli noted that the power structure of the free trade city-state diverged significantly from Westeros, where merchants wielded considerable influence, often surpassing that of the nobility. With governors predominantly hailing from merchant backgrounds. Listen, the group heard a sound piercing through the night, growing closer. They beheld flickering lights resembling fireflies, and soon comprehended that it was a large troop approaching. A battle is imminent. Blood will be shed. The spear inquired of Jandeli, are you prepared? He then struck the alarm bell, its toll echoing throughout the estate. Jandeli remained silent, instead raising the cold spiked hammer in his hand. Moments later, the handsome figure ascended the battlements to observe those wielding torches below. The sound of the alarm and the call of the horn roused all members of the wolf pack. It is a horde of fugitive slaves and marauding mercenaries, declared the handsome figure. In contested territories, fugitive slaves often coalesce with marauding mercenaries, reveling in the pillaging of estates. Jandeli gazed at the distant flames, realizing these intruders sought to loot the gunpowder grass estate. Archers, commanded the handsome figure, as 30 of his men climbed the high walls, preparing their bows. Half of them wielded crossbows, while the remainder predominantly used eastern double-curved bows made from beast sinew, with only a few employing the longbows crafted from purple sandalwood. Additionally, the slaves within the estate took to the walls, readying barrels and hot oil. The marauding mercenaries and fugitive slaves began to shout loudly from beyond the range of their arrows, demanding the estate's door be opened immediately. "You blind fools! This is the private estate of Governor Mill." The marauding knight retorted defiantly. "Who is your leader?" The handsome figure queried, surveying the crowd, which numbered in the hundreds. "It is I," proclaimed a figure with a purple beard from Crown Town. In the firelight, a tall man with bright purple hair emerged, his armor shimmering with an ethereal glow. He bore a shield emblazoned with a three-headed deity, and his steel armor was adorned with ornate swirls, revealing his face, which was marked by excess. His pale and cunning eyes glimmered. "Open the gates, and perhaps we might spare some wealth for you. Otherwise, none shall remain." "I see no necessity. After all, we are not thieves. We are mercenaries." The handsome figure's words had scarcely left his lips. "What sort of place is Crown Town?" Jandelli inquired. "It is the epicenter of contested territories, the stronghold of marauding knights. In years past, 9 outlaws, fugitives, pirates, and mercenary captains, known later as the Nine, convened under the crown tree, swearing to assist one another in their ambitions to conquer kingdoms. It appears you have rejected my good intentions. You could have joined us and pillaged more estates." The purple-bearded man waved his hand, and spears emerged from the firelight and shadows behind him, aimed directly at the handsome figure, who deftly evaded the assault. More spears were hurled forth. "Duck!" the handsome figure shouted, as the experienced mercenaries of the wolf pack quickly took cover. Only a few unfortunate slaves were caught unaware, their throats pierced by the spearheads, blood spilling forth. "Charge! Exterminate them all. This estate shall be ours," the purple-bearded man shouted coldly. The clanging of armor, swords, and shields rang out from outside the walls. His men hesitated to take risks, as the fleeing slaves bore only tattered equipment. Torches were hurled into the estate, igniting more flames. The estate's steward was prepared. Some slaves scrambled to extinguish the torches that had been thrown. "Ladders! Let the fugitive slaves ascend first," commanded the purple-bearded man. The estate stone walls were coarse and easily climbed, but fortunately, the wolf pack had excavated a trench outside the walls, making it less accessible for the enemy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bowstrings of the wolf pack twanged sharply, releasing arrows that found their mark among the fleeing slaves clad in leather and brigandine, who were unable to evade the onslaught. The enemy seemed relentless. Amidst the intervals of bowfire, some managed to scale the walls. Jandelli seized his warhammer, each strike sending one foe tumbling down, only to have another rush forth in their place. A particularly cunning fugitive slave ascended, but the spears swiftly dispatched him, striking like a venomous serpent. Several fugitive slaves attempted to break down the gates, but their strength proved insufficient, and they were instead struck down by arrows. Jandelli was overwhelmed by the stench of fire, iron, blood, and smoke. He witnessed a nearby estate slave collapse, his face reduced to a bloody pulp by the spiked hammer. "Long live the wolf pack! 10 men. Come with me. We need skilled horsemen, fully armored." The handsome figure bellowed. He glanced back, noting the purple-bearded man had neither siege engines nor reinforcements. "I will," Jandelli declared, following the handsome figure down the stairs where they retrieved their steeds from the stable. The steel-clad contingent surged from the estate, clashing with the forces of the purple-bearded man. Jandelli brandished his spiked hammer, embodying a bull-headed deity. His newly polished bull-horned helmet gleamed, radiating light in the flickering flames. Thud! The spiked hammer seemed to meld with Jandelli, who rode forth on horseback, delivering precise strikes to the vulnerabilities of his foes, throats, skulls, or the joints of their armor. Chapter 21. The hammer and the storm. The banners of the wolf pack still fluttered proudly over the estate, as the knights of the wolf pack surged forth through the side gate, their armor lending them an imposing presence. With longswords at their sides, the clash of steel echoed a symphony of iron. Alongside their swords, they wielded lances, maces, and flails. Purplebeard observed the fallen runaway slaves below the city walls, regarding them with an icy indifference akin to that of ants. It seemed the wolf pack truly lived up to its fearsome reputation, unyielding and formidable. "Without siege engines, it will be arduous to conquer this estate, as it is the most treasured possession of the governor, heavily fortified," murmured the treasurer behind Purplebeard. "Fear not," scoffed Purplebeard. "He is merely a governor. Do we not have the support of another governor? What say you, Lord Rust?" Purplebeard turned to a tall, gaunt figure behind him, his expression betraying a hint of sycophancy. "Though this was our initial assault, we must not falter." The slender man, his hair the hue of rust, with pale skin and lifeless eyes, wielded a Dothraki arak. "Kill." The wolf pack and Purplebeard's band of brigands clashed violently. The fleeing slaves, sensing the tide of battle turning, scattered into the darkness. The mercenaries engaged in brutal combat, their ferocity evident. Purplebeard's men boasted decent armor, explaining their audacity to charge. "Follow me," the handsome man cried, brandishing his long sword as he engaged Purplebeard, plunging the battlefield into chaos. A wolf pack ally found himself impaled on a brigand's lance, while a steed's kick shattered an enemy's spine. Although the wolf pack was outnumbered, they were fierce and well-trained, while Purplebeard's forces were numerous yet disorganized. One reckless brigand charged at Jindelli, only to be met with a crushing blow from Jindelli's warhammer, which pierced through leather armor, flesh, and lung, bringing instant death. As Jindelli watched the brigand's blood cool, he retrieved his warhammer and pressed on with renewed vigor. A brigand soldier thrust a spear toward Jindelli's chest, but Jindelli swung his warhammer, deflecting the attack, prompting the soldier to leap back. Yet, the Wolfpack's instructor, Meteor Hammer, quickly turned his mount and trampled the brigand beneath him. A thrown spear suddenly struck the wooden shield with a thud. Jindelli pursued the spear thrower relentlessly, his opponent raising his shield overhead, prompting Jindelli to circle around him. The spiked hammer fell like rain, splintering oak and sending debris flying. The Nightwood and steel shields were superior, while the oak shield was lacking. With a resounding thud, Jindelli's hammer unleashed a whirlwind of death, smashing half of the brigand's face, blood, brain matter, and bone splinters exploding forth as the brigand collapsed lifeless to the ground. "Be careful," Jindelli shouted, spotting Meteor Hammer, who had inexplicably dismounted, perhaps due to his steed being pierced by a spear. Meteor Hammer stood amidst the fray, brandishing his spiked weapon, having already claimed several souls. "Watch closely, little one." Meteor Hammer laughed boisterously, though his grin soon faded. A crossbow bolt struck him. Die. A tall, lean brigand emerged from behind Meteor Hammer, wielding a wickedly curved dagger, engaging him in battle. The man's strikes with the Iraq were swift and brutal, and Meteor Hammer struggled under the assault, the dagger posing an even graver threat. The rust-haired man seized an opening, plunging the dagger into the gap between Meteor Hammer's arm and chest plate, blood flowing freely, a fate of mercenaries. "I am sorry." Meteor Hammer managed a wan smile before collapsing, eyes closing. No. Jindelli, embroiled in his own fierce struggle, could not save Meteor Hammer. Upon seeing his comrade fall, Jindelli transformed into a tempest, raising his warhammer and unleashing a frenzied assault, ignited by the fervor of battle. With newfound strength coursing through him, Jindelli smashed down upon two brigands, sending them sprawling, before charging at the rust-haired brigand. "Little one, are you to perish as well?" The rust-haired brigand drew his dagger, wiping the blood upon a delicate white silk. The two adversaries faced each other amid the chaos. "Come." Jindelli leaped from his mount, foregoing words as he swung his warhammer. For Meteor Hammer was not merely a comrade, but his mentor. "I would not hesitate to carve out your heart," the rust-haired brigand proclaimed, lifting his long, curved dagger. A favored weapon among the Dothraki, adept at inflicting deep, grievous wounds from horseback, particularly effective against the unarmored. The melodious sound of steel clashing filled the air, a dance heralding death. Jindelli donned a helmet and black-scaled armor, while his adversary bore no helmet and wore chainmail. Though Jindelli possessed a great helm, his neck and face remained unprotected. "You are worthy of knowing my name. Little one, I am Kyrus, the undefeated gladiator of the Valyrian arena." Kyrus moved with astonishing speed. The Iraq whistled through the air like a tempest, aiming for Jindelli's throat and head. Jindelli remained calm, defending against each strike with his warhammer and oak shield. The clash of steel resonated as Jindelli felt an unyielding fury surge within him, conjuring a storm of wrath. The Mirians, it seemed, had not the wealth to hire the masters of the Valyrian arena. "Brigands will always be brigands." "Coward," Kyrus spat, noting the rapidly shifting tides of battle. The handsome man's forces fought with ferocity, while Purplebeard's men grew frantic under pressure. Kyrus found himself challenged, the wildness of the opponent's strength palpable amidst the clamor of steel. "Ha!" Kyrus' dagger struck Jindelli's black-scaled armor, causing a rush of blood to surge within him, yet failing to penetrate the armor's protection. Jindelli's counterattack was swift, landing a heavy blow upon Kyrus' face, creating a gaping wound from which crimson blood flowed, eliciting a pained howl from Kyrus. "Coward! A coward in iron!" Kyrus, unhelmed and clad only in chainmail, presented Jindelli with an opportunity. With a resounding crash, Jindelli's warhammer descended like the wrath of a tempest, striking Kyrus with formidable might. Kyrus roared as he lunged forward, the dagger slicing through the air in a desperate attempt to escape. Jindelli parried the attacks directed at his head, while Kyrus' strikes against his arm proved futile after all. It was not Valyrian steel. "Die." The two battled fiercely until Jindelli's spiked warhammer fell heavily upon Kyrus' chest, shattering his body. Kyrus collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 22. Chaos and Ascension. The ground was stained with blood. Jindelli's warhammer was drenched in crimson, and the air was heavy with the scent of blood and the wails of the dying. Clad in black scales, wielding a spiked hammer and an oak shield, Jindelli's azure eyes burned with fervor. "Move quickly," Purplebeard yelled upon witnessing Rust fall to the ground, a fallen warrior of the Mylan, his heart torn asunder. Rust had been the backbone of this band of mercenary brigands, fearsome and powerful, yet met his demise in such a pitiful manner. The brigands scattered, abandoning their comrade's corpse, leaving only the metallic tang of blood wafting through the air. With the desperate cover of his men, Purplebeard barely escaped. He cast a glance back, spotting the fierce warrior who had struck down the Mylan fighter, standing over the lifeless body like a harbinger of storm. Where had the wolf pack found such talent? Purplebeard pondered. It was clear that this battle had ended in a devastating defeat for them, and he needed more capable hands. Strip these brigands of their useful possessions, arms, armor, supplies, and coin. We cannot waste the living horses, and all the bodies must be burned. The wolf pack began to clear the battlefield, retrieving the remains of their fallen comrades. Out of 10 knights, 3 had perished, while the casualties among Purplebeard's mercenaries were several times greater. Jandeli approached the fallen star hammer, feeling a twinge of soreness in his elbow. Striking with the warhammer required both strength and finesse, and the Mylan warriors were exceptionally fierce. The blow that pierced the instructor's armpit had been fatal. Armor, though protective, was not invulnerable. Vulnerabilities existed at the joints where a weapon could penetrate. Jandeli gazed at the pallid visage of the fallen star hammer as Lance and the handsome man approached him. "The star hammer is dead," exclaimed Lance, patting Jandeli on the shoulder. "You did well. Those who avenge their companions are truly fortunate. I have slain the enemy, yet I could not resurrect him." Jandeli mused. For farewells were always cruel. Lance contemplated silently. Despite Jandeli's ferocity on the battlefield, he was still but a boy. "Let us look ahead. New battles await us," the handsome man urged, observing Jandeli. "For a novice, you are the most outstanding I have encountered, yet each of us must traverse this threshold, together with his companions." Jandeli awaited the arrival of slaves from the manor to load their fallen comrades onto carts, then began to tally the bodies of the brigands. Scholar Cobain emerged from the manor to tend to the lightly wounded or injured mercenaries. As the handsome man left Jandeli to continue his search of the battlefield, they stripped away armor and gold, but with no markings to identify the origins of these brigand knights. "That hammer dealt a lethal blow," the handsome man remarked, examining the Mylan corpse, lifting the fighter's chain mail and praising. Jandeli's powerful strike had crushed the Mylan's heart, caving it in and shattering the bones. The hammer, as a blunt instrument, concentrated its force into a singular point, delivering a fearsome impact. "Yet we have attracted trouble." The handsome man analyzed the Mylan's appearance, rust-colored hair and a tall, agile physique. The Mylan gladiators were of considerable worth. Where had the brigands acquired the gold to hire them? The elite among the Mylan are priceless. It seems we are opposing significant figures within their ranks. Lance contemplated. Inform the steward of this matter. Relay the news back to Mill. "Indeed, we were fortunate. The warhammer Jandeli dealt with him," the handsome man replied. "The Eric blade is a formidable weapon, not easily faced. But who could have launched an attack on the manor?" He pondered. "There are far too many possibilities. Merchants hoarding gunpowder, other manor lords, or merely adversaries of the governor. Yet it appears that hiring brigands and Mylan warriors comes at an astounding cost, suggesting that only substantial interests could drive such actions. Enough. Let us haul these bodies back to the manor and have the steward convey the message." Cobain observed the corpse of Rust, whispering, "This man's physique was commendable. If only he were taller and stronger." "This is not the right time," Jandeli replied, for Cobain still envisioned an invincible warrior. As the heaps of corpses were laid out within the gunpowder manor, an air of tension enveloped the estate. 13 brigands. We lost 3 brothers. The escaped slaves have not been accounted for. In the past, there had been thefts or raids for gunpowder, but never of such magnitude. The steward's face paled as he surveyed the bodies before him. "Relay this information to the governor. If these truly are enemies of the governor, they will strike simultaneously in Mill and the contested territories." The commotion of the gunpowder manor had yet to subside when Jandeli returned to his chamber. He removed his black-scaled armor, a task typically reserved for attendants in Westeros. "You are fortunate, my lord," unscathed, Cobain remarked. "Minor injuries are inconsequential, but deep wounds and severe lacerations are to be feared. Once infected, they can be fatal. Am I truly such a disheveled noble?" Jandeli chuckled, still a mere mercenary, wielding courage and strength upon the battlefield. Heroes await the storm. Once, Aegon was merely the bastard of Dragonstone. Yet he rose to elevate House Targaryen as the youngest great house of the 7 kingdoms. The 7 grant you courage, strength, and lineage. You must seize the opportunity. Chaos may be imminent. Scholar Cobain continued his analysis. The gladiators of Mylan are unattainable for the average man. The only ones who could contend with the lord of the manor are affluent merchants or governors. Our employer now stands on perilous ground. I had not anticipated the emergence of the Mylan, Jandeli recounted. They seek to topple the governor, from what I gather. The wolf pack has long served this governor because one of their captain's daughters married into the governor's family. In truth, the wolf pack is already entwined with the Mylan, sharing in each other's fortunes. If the lord of the manor is in danger, then we are in danger too, Cobain pointed out. Chaos brings slaughter. The power struggles among the Mylan rival those of Westeros. No, they may be even more dreadful. During the bloodshed in Mill, 2 opposing factions vied for control of the city, resulting in a series of assassinations, riots, poisonings, rapes, hangings, tortures, and naval battles. The defeated were cast out. Following the Spring of Lies, Governor Torero was poisoned at a feast celebrating his election as the first governor, alongside his wife, mistresses, daughters, siblings, and supporters. Scholar Cobain possessed a fair understanding of the history of the three daughters as well. Yet chaos can also present an opportunity. The King of Nine Copper Pennies once dominated the contested territories in the Steppes Islands. The situation is not static. Should chaos arise in Mill, it may serve as an opportunity. Were you not considering revamping that Milan corpse? Jandelli inquired. Cobain displayed an awkward expression, then nodded. At times, the dead are more fearless than the living. That is perilous. You must proceed discreetly. Perhaps another time. Chapter 23. News of the dragon siblings in the contentious realm of the Gunpowder Grass Manor. Jandelli quietly polished his hammer, its dark steel head cold to the touch. Though forged from fine steel, it bore the scars of battle. Within Jandelli's chamber lay two additional weapons, an Arak curved blade, favored by the skilled fighters of Meereen, and a legacy morning star of his fallen comrade. The Arak, a blend of sword and sickle, was an emblem of the Dothraki's martial prowess. Jandelli yearned for a Valyrian warhammer, for nothing in existence could rival the sharpness of a Valyrian steel sword. Bloodline, Blood of the Storm, activated. 33 awakened. Jandelli noticed the enhancement of his bloodline. Combat, especially of high caliber, invigorated his storm blood as he felt his physical strength and resilience ascend. In the dance of life and death, with an aeronaut, the true potential of the storm blood could be harnessed. I too was once enthralled by my iron necklace, until I discovered the vastness of the world and the grandeur of magic, spoke Cobain. The people of Westeros are akin to sheep in a dimly lit room, striving to extinguish the flames ignited by magic. Better to seek the truth than to remain deaf to it. Master Cobain, what you seek is the truth. Yet I yearn for security, a life unfettered by constraints, Jandelli replied, setting aside the hammer. He longed for a life of safety and relaxation, a happiness reserved for the unbounded scions of nobility. Jandelli's position was precarious, too close to the whirlpool of power. The Targaryen dynasty was inherently unstable, and the fluctuations of power inevitably threatened him. Rather than be a pawn, he aspired to be a player. Though older than Joffrey, he was the rightful heir. While Joffrey was the product of infidelity, even a bastard's existence posed a threat. The Lannisters, even his own uncle, could very well endanger him. Jandelli understood the fates that awaited his half-siblings. Apart from the noble bastard Edric, hiding in Storm's End, others, if discovered by the venomous Cersei, would meet certain death. Royal families often harbored such discord. The households of Aegon IV and Aerys II were tangled webs of chaos, and King Robert was not far removed from that turmoil. Kings showed little concern for their progeny, while queens pursued their ambitions, sowing discord. Cobain remarked, aware of the scandals surrounding the legitimate heirs. Feeling as if they were a powder keg, Jandelli was well acquainted with the follies of these kings, as rumors of their absurdities spread through King's Landing. Aegon IV's mishandling of succession ignited the dance of dragons. The foolish king indulged his desires indiscriminately, ultimately planting the seeds of the Blackfire Rebellion. Aerys, the Mad King, was not merely insane but also harbored deep-seated distrust of his own family. Prepare yourself, Master Cobain. Regardless of whether my identity is revealed, the Lannisters will remain our formidable adversaries. Jandelli confronted his rival head-on. The Lannisters were powerful and affluent. The population of the Westerlands was second only to the Reach. Yet the Reach was fragmented. Under Tywin's iron grip, the Westerlands stood united, while even the usurper Robert ultimately chose to ally through marriage with the Lion. The situation was urgent, necessitating manpower. It is a pity I cannot experiment with that Meereen gladiator. I believe he possesses the potential to become an indomitable warrior. Cobain lamented, reminiscing about the fallen rusty gladiator. A gladiator capable of surviving the trials in Meereen must possess extraordinary physical prowess, much like the Kingsguard of King's Landing. One should require such a protector. An invincible warrior might even surpass the White Knight, for the latter is inevitably bound by emotion, Cobain mused. There will be opportunities, but not now. Jandelli interrupted Cobain's regretful thoughts. They were merely mercenaries within the company, and conducting such ruthless experiments amongst wolves would surely lead to their expulsion. In addition to creating an invincible warrior, I am equally fascinated by the magical elements that leap within substances. If we could acquire a dragon egg, it would be even better. Your Highness, you possess a trace of dragon blood. Perhaps you could hatch a dragon, Cobain declared with ambition. If we were to obtain a dragon, even a small one, it would greatly aid your endeavors. Dragons. There are already enough fools attempting to awaken the dragons. Yet this task is exceedingly arduous. Aside from us, I believe a pair of exiled siblings have never given up. Jandelli was aware of the whereabouts of 3 dragon egg fossils in the possession of the corpulent governor of Pintos, yet the conditions for hatching these eggs were exceedingly stringent. He wished to search for dragon eggs in other locations, ones imbued with more vitality, perhaps with greater chances of hatching. Dragonstone, King's Landing, and Summerhall. You speak of the Beggar King siblings, do you not? Cobain pondered. Their dragon blood is indeed the most potent, yet other families have also succeeded in taming dragons. Take the children of the sea serpent, for instance. He himself could not command a dragon, yet his offspring, even bastards, managed to do so. In truth, we have other means to acquire allies. Though fraught with pros and cons, it remains a potential shortcut. You speak of Daenerys? Cobain nodded. Indeed. Daenerys is likely the most beautiful girl in the world. She possesses the blood of dragons, the ancient lineage of the Valyrian gods. However, beauty is but one of her many dazzling attributes. She also wields hidden power. Surely, you do not believe that the supporters of the Dragon Lords have vanished entirely? Consider Dorne, in the Crab Feeder Peninsula. Is that girl truly so beautiful? How can you be so certain? Jandelli inquired, skeptical of Cobain's confidence, suspecting he had never laid eyes on Daenerys. The true dragon family has always been renowned for their otherworldly beauty. I have yet to hear of an unattractive Targaryen. Furthermore, although I have not seen this girl, I have laid eyes upon Prince Rhaegar, Cobain replied, shaking his head, his thoughts drifting into reminiscence. Rhaegar was tall and handsome, with indigo eyes and silver hair. Those sorrowful violet eyes would undoubtedly cause every girl to swoon. Rhaegar's sister must surely be a paragon of beauty. Rhaegar's beauty was legendary, and even after all these years, Cersei and the others still reminisced. Daenerys, too, was renowned as the epitome of beauty in the known world, unmatched by any. You were quite right, but Jandelli paused, contemplating the audacious plan, which was indeed worth a try. We are enemies. Cobain shook his head, for circumstances shift like the tides, and love and hate transform with self-interest. Once, Duke Oris was fiercely loyal to the Targaryens, even losing a hand to the Dornish. Could the Conqueror Aegon have anticipated that the descendants of his closest friends would rise to dethrone the true dragon from the Iron Throne? Everything changes, especially as you harbor the same hatred for the Lannisters, both of you yearning for that iron chair. I must concede, you are quite the negotiator, Master Cobain. Jandelli chuckled. He could not have both. An alliance with Daenerys for the purpose of reclaiming the throne would undoubtedly offend many. Yet, to grasp that crown, he must exert every effort. A girl who has spent her life hiding, who has survived in constant fear, and a madman obsessed with the crown for a brother. What could she desire? Cobain calmly analyzed. She will need strong arms, powerful arms, a handsome, spirited, and invincible warrior. Your Highness, you possess both beauty and charm, coupled with strength. We merely lack the influence to attract the princess. You may embody iron or silk. As long as you appear before her, we stand a chance. Jandelli could not help but admire Cobain's sagacity. The allure of a handsome figure could be quite effective, particularly in an era that valued appearances. Yet seizing the moment required impeccable timing. Daenerys' worth transcended her beauty. She was also one of the keys and opportunities to awaken the dragons. We shall acquire news of Viserys and Daenerys from the mouths of smugglers, Jandrai declared. The contested lands boast an extensive coastline, and those smugglers and pirates possess a wealth of information. I would be delighted to facilitate this splendid endeavor. Chapter 24. The power struggle of Mill. The situation for Mill grew increasingly dire, as Jandelli observed the growing gloom on the handsome man's countenance. The bandit mercenaries that had been a nuisance were now merely a small band, lacking the numbers of the notorious bandit knights. Furthermore, the Gunpowder Herb Manor, with the collaboration of the Wolfpack mercenaries and slaves, had excavated deeper and wider trenches, yet the handsome man found no joy in this progress. The governor faced troubles that extended beyond the manor and into the city of Mill itself. The competition for the governorship of the free trade city-state was tenuous at best, occasionally marred by bloody undertones, assassinations, and poisonings. The Wolfpack mercenaries appeared to be too closely tied to Governor Casso. Standing atop the manor's walls, with the distant mountains and expansive scenery before them, the handsome man quietly spoke to Jandelli, who was cultured among the mercenaries, possessing both courage and cunning. Jandelli's valor had earned him the admiration of his comrades, as not everyone had the prowess to slay a Milan gladiator. Are we merely mercenaries? Are we entangled in the games of the Mill people? He pondered. The hired swords lacked loyalty, while the free knights were devoid of discipline. Yet the wolf pack was different. They shared a long and cooperative history with the Casso family, bound by enduring contracts. Jandelli understood the implication. The governor and the wolf pack supported one another. Due to blood ties and camaraderie, the wolf pack would not easily abandon the governor. Moreover, their long-standing partnership meant that the governor's enemies would also seek to eliminate the wolf pack. Yet, there was nothing to be overly concerned about. Dying in battle was the mercenary's fate. Riding on noble steeds, wielding swords and blades, engaging in adventures within the free trade city-state, reveling in song and dance, only to perish in a senseless war. That was their life. But you are different, young one. You need not accompany the wolf pack to their demise. The handsome man wished to prepare Jandeli for the harsh realities ahead. You are a good lad with a promising future, handsome and fearless. The wolf pack is merely your first stop. By all accounts, a mercenary would engage with multiple mercenary bands, yet they were different. They bore the blood of the north and had no desire to change their station. Was the situation truly at this precipice? Jandeli mused over the gravity of the handsome man's words, which carried an air of bequeathment. Greybeard had relayed news that this election year was proving to be quite challenging. The merchants who had previously supported the governor seemed to have received some unspoken cue, refusing to lend money, while the mill bank had also denied assistance. Hence, the governor urgently needed gunpowder herbs to exchange for gold. The handsome man contemplated this. Without funds, there would be no means to bribe or appease the electorate. Jandeli was aware of the dynamics within the free trade city-state. Money was the tether of power. The most notorious elections were those of Volantis, with the elections of the third daughter following a similar vein. The Volantis election unfolded over 10 days, during which voters indulged in revelry, with candidates employing various methods to win favor. These 10 days of festivities were filled with torch parades, speeches, and performances by mimes, singers, and dancers. Assassins would duel on behalf of their favored candidates. Elephants bore the names of candidates, and some contenders would go so far as to offer their slaves to the voters in exchange for their ballots. Enough. Let us not dwell on matters beyond our control and mill. Jandeli concluded, knowing the formidable and mysterious adversaries the gunpowder herb manor faced. With the election year upon them, the governor would need to bolster his defenses. The wolf pack would send a contingent to protect him, while another would come to aid them. May the governor emerge victorious this time. Jandeli could only hope. The electoral charade of mill was a game best played by the local freemen, one not easily resolved by mere force. I share your hopes. Now go train, young Jandeli. The handsome man smiled, urging Jandeli to attend to his own affairs. Descending from the manor's high walls, Jandeli beheld the striking, flame-like hues of the gunpowder herbs, as slaves busied themselves. The herbs were nearing maturity, ready to be dried and sent off to mill. Red, the color of the world. Jandeli mused. The world would perish in fire or ice, and they had already become embroiled in mill's chaos. When not engaged in combat missions, Jandeli reveled in training at the martial grounds, honing his skills against a variety of weapons. The long spearman's lances had previously left his torso marked with scars and bruises, yet he had gradually acclimated to their rhythm. The peculiar flail had also proven a formidable challenge. A flail typically consists of a stick connected to a chain, resembling a meteor hammer, with a metal head that could be either bludgeoning or spiked. I have become familiar with many weapons constructions, but my proficiency lies with the spiked mace. A knight ought to master a variety of weapons to adapt to the vicissitudes of the battlefield. After a strenuous half-day of intense sparring, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. He trained late into the evening, his strength and resilience earning him the admiration of all mercenaries. Scholar Cobain approached him once more, evidently with urgent matters at hand. Your Highness, 2 matters. The first involves the beggar king and his guardian, who have made some movements. They are hiding in Pantos, Cobain whispered. Ever since selling his mother's crown to sustain his existence, the beggar king had little left to barter, save for his sister. Securing a formidable army in exchange for her would prove challenging, as few would dare confront the Iron Throne directly. However, our time is of the essence. It is indeed urgent, yet we require an opportune moment for our entry. Shrewd merchants are grasping at the spoils, presenting a few difficulties. And the second matter? Jandeli inquired, aware that the governor's office in Pantos was under the protection of the corpulent governor, who was controlling the runaway siblings of House Targaryen. The governor was seeking a mate for Daenerys, and finding a suitable candidate with a powerful army willing to cross the sea to attack Westeros was no simple task. Ultimately settling on the Horse Lord, they needed an opportunity. They could not allow the governor to profit at their expense. Additionally, according to smugglers, our employer seems to be facing significant hardships. The wealthy merchants of the Navigator Guild are planning to unite to oust him. The Navigator Guild, pirates, are they not? Jandeli scoffed. Navigators are indeed akin to pirates. They do not falter. We must also consider our exit strategy. Cobain articulated his plans. I have already been informed of this news by the captain. We can depart at any time. However, I wish to wait a while longer. The wolf pack is, after all, the first military force we have encountered. So you have already devised a scheme. That's good. Cobain felt reassured. The nearby gunpowder herb manors, mines, and the wealth of contested lands were not lacking. Jandeli regarded Cobain. In dire circumstances, they might indeed need to incite the slaves to plunder the contested lands. The populace was readily available. Your Highness, King Robert triumphed with his war hammer. Why can we not do the same? Yet, besides courage, we may require patrons. The exiled descendants of House Targaryen all have sponsors. Your status will not lack for support. Cobain had witnessed the stag's fearlessness on the battlefield, despite the perils. The journey from bastardy to kingship was not impossible. Once the word spread that the king's legitimate son was born of an adulterous union, wealthy merchants and bankers would inevitably come forth to invest in Jandeli. Patrons are invariably greedy, and our cards are limited. King Robert won the War of the Usurper but did not claim the entirety of the spoils. Dorne was furious, and the Lannisters were brought in through marriage. Jandeli was averse to victories secured through compromise. Overall, the concentration of royal power was inherently weak, and King Robert's focus did not rest upon the Iron Throne. The Baratheon family had fractured into three. Such suffocating maneuvers were difficult to evaluate. You have a point. However, politics is always thus, a matter of weighing and choosing. Considering pros and cons, King Robert does not employ strategy. Most of his alliances and compromises stem from Duke Jon. The throne's pivot and essence may appear to be the king, yet it is, in truth, the diligent and selfless Duke Jon. After some contemplation, Jandari recognized that the grand alliance of eagle, fish, wolf, and stag positions the eagle as both lubricant and facilitator, even in the subsequent reconciliation with Dorne and the union with the Lannisters. Indeed, Your Highness, the burdens he bears are immense, but how advanced in years is Duke Jon? He cannot perpetually attend to our king's shortcomings. We are situated in Essos. Chaos must be avoided, and we require allies and supporters. Chapter 25. The Bloodstained Path. The Gunpowder Herb Manor has been thoroughly harvested. The gunpowder herbs are left to dry and roast, becoming medicinal or suitable for infusion into spirits. The governor requires this wealth, and all are acutely aware of it. I shall await your news. Anticipating the fate of Governor Casso as if it were a roll of dice, will he ascend to greatness or plunge into the abyss? Spoke the steward of the manor to the handsome man. Will you not accompany us back to Myr, Steward Leaf? The handsome man inquired softly. This manor, with its crimson-painted gates, embodies my entire past. I was born here and shall die here. Moreover, the current state of Myr mirrors the perilous nature of Gunpowder Herb Manor. Yet, I still pray for the governor's victory in this election. Otherwise, I may find myself destitute, as other governors will favor their own followers, Leaf replied. I had forgotten that. Indeed, Myr is hardly safe at present. The handsome man, too, felt the weight of this somber atmosphere. The downfall of a governor often leads to the liquidation of his entire estate. Governor Casso's ports, manors, shops, and even his family and slaves are unlikely to escape such a fate. For instance, in the later stages of the Blood Dragon's rampage, a governor named Bombaro perished at the hands of mercenaries due to unpaid wages, leaving behind a mountain of debt. His creditors seized his estate, selling his wife and children into slavery, while all his possessions, including Prince Viserys, were handed over to the illustrious Lysander Roga. Take care, my old friend. The handsome man solemnly addressed the steward, then commanded the sounding of a mournful horn, signaling that the wolf pack would escort the supply convoy at dawn. The horn had echoed several times recently, with eyes watching from outside the manor, but this time marked their true departure. Do take care, my friend. Should the situation in Myr turn dire, Gunpowder Herb Manor might still serve as a refuge. There are hills, the manor itself, and a handful of slaves, most importantly. We are not far from the coastline, the steward expressed earnestly. He, being a free citizen of Myr, understood its political landscape. The mournful horn reverberated throughout the manor. In Jandeli's chamber, he gazed into the mirror, his reflection gleaming like a newly forged blade. There exists a notion that one's mirror image appears far more attractive than in reality. Yet, he was already a striking and robust youth, tall and muscular. With thick black hair and blue eyes, he bore the unmistakable traits of House Targaryen. Jandeli examined his polished black-scaled armor, his war hammer, flail, curved Valyrian blade, and longbow crafted from purple heartwood. These constituted his most luxurious possessions, and the path to Myr was fraught with peril. Knock, knock. Cobain entered after knocking, adorned in a black chainmail that appeared to strain under his frail form. Yet, the battlefield was undeniably treacherous. Let us proceed, Your Highness. At our marching pace, we may yet partake in the election games of the Myrians, he urged. The election games of the Myrians, Jandeli mused. Power seems to possess an enchanting allure, compelling the masses to follow its lead. Magic sparkles like stars, yet in this age of waning sorcery, the most formidable force remains that of power itself. There is no alternative unless we amass strength akin to the Golden Company, substantial enough to rival a regular army. Only then can we remain unbound by the governor, and instead appeal to the free cities for favorable trade. Cobain envied the Golden Company's stature. There lies a grim possibility. Governor Casso could meet utter defeat. Jandeli pondered. Should Casso and his clan falter, the wolf pack would inevitably face tribulations. In truth, remaining within the manor would be prudent. If the situation in Myr turns unfavorable, they could swiftly transport the gunpowder herbs and retreat to Crown's Landing or hire ships to venture to the Stepstones as pirates. Regrettably, the minds of the Northerners are as hard as stone. You are envisioning the worst outcome. After all, the wolf pack is not a band of brigands. Cobain interjected. I have heard that the lives of Viserys and Daenerys and Pentos are growing increasingly difficult. He confided to Jandeli. Initially, the governors, lords, and affluent merchants of the free cities welcomed the true blood of dragons, but as time passed and King Robert's reign solidified, the doors once open to them began to close. For years, they have sold all their jewels, and the proceeds from selling their mother's crown have dwindled. The people of Pentos now refer to them as the beggar siblings, the beggar king, and the beggar princess. Viserys desires far too much. He wishes to sell his sister for a handsome price, yet even the greediest lord dares not accept such an offer. Jandeli remarked. Viserys yearns for the throne, seeking to hire a grand army to reclaim his birthright on the continent of Essos. Yet his ambitions far exceed the capabilities of the free cities. Without sufficient incentives, these merchants of cheese and butter would not dare to embark on military ventures. As long as the alliance of fish, wolves, lions, and deer endures, the situation appears as solid as a rock. The beggar king is becoming increasingly frantic as he awaits the opportune moment. He longs for that throne. He dreams of the true dragons returning, yet year after year, his opportunities remain elusive. He is but a hindrance to our cause. All we require is the princess, Cobain asserted. Poor soul. I've heard whispers of madness creeping upon the beggar king. I wonder if it is hereditary or a consequence of his circumstances, Jandeli sighed. In the days of exile and restoration, the beggar king has endured for over a decade, truly a remarkable feat. If only he could hold on for a couple more years until chaos erupts around the Iron Throne, he would undoubtedly find joy in witnessing Westeros descend into turmoil, for it would present a glimmer of hope for his ambitions. Alas, Viserys has long since been scorched by the relentless waiting and fury, his soul unable to endure further. The beautiful dragon princess remains a mere dream, yet now we must confront the infighting among the cheese merchants and gunpowder dealers. The banner of the wolf pack fluttered in the wind as they escorted the convoy of slaves transporting gunpowder herbs. Their pace, however, was not particularly swift. This time, the wolf pack took a different route, departing from Gunpowder Herb Manor and heading directly to the coastline, where a vessel awaited to ferry them to Myr. However, this stretch of road was anything but safe. The journey from the manor to the coastline was perilous and rugged, far narrower than the well-trodden paths of disputed territories. Yet, time was of the essence for the wolf pack. They could not afford to wait even a moment. As Jandeli traversed the road, he beheld the bodies nailed to crosses lining the sides. Many corpses, their flesh long consumed by ravens. The hollow eyes of the skulls glimmered in a haunting manner, leaving him at a loss for words. The wind rustled through their tattered garments, some of the bodies still adorned with shackles. These are the ones who were crucified, the handsome man remarked. Some were runaway slaves, others smugglers attempting to reach the coastline. Once discovered, they met this fate. 30 individuals went to Myr, the bowmaker Dick announced, having brought 20 men to Gunpowder Herb Manor. We currently have about 60 remaining. The rest stayed behind at the wolf den with their families and attendants. I have no 60 left. The flail and 3 brothers have perished. To be precise, there are just over 50 brothers. The handsome man corrected him. In my eyes, they are all one and the same. Bowmaker Dick chuckled. 50 strong wolves remain, still fearsome and indomitable. We have this little one. I hear he has slain a Myrish man, avenging the flail. Jandeli felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet pride swelled within him. I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched, the handsome man suddenly remarked, urging everyone to heighten their vigilance. Chapter 26, Slaughter and Flight as dawn broke. The wolf pack surged forth, their gray and white banners piercing the slightly chilly morning air. There was no moment that Jandeli cherished more than now, inhaling the scent of the sea breeze. After departing from the Gunpowder Herb estate, the wolf pack swiftly escorted the slaves transporting 4 carts of dried gunpowder herbs eastward, aiming to rendezvous with the smuggler fleet at the coastline. Traditionally, the wolf pack traveled to Mill by land. However, this time, the handsome leader decisively opted for the maritime route through disputed territory. The path from the estate to the coastline was more rugged and treacherous. Yet switching to sea vessels would expedite their journey significantly. Nonetheless, their party found it challenging to completely conceal their movements. The maturity of the gunpowder herbs was fixed, and escorting a convoy of slaves transporting them slowed their progress considerably. For lookouts were positioned at the front and rear of the procession. The handsome leader instructed, selecting agile and sharp-eyed veteran mercenaries. Cavalry flanked the sides of the convoy, while the center housed the infantry and archers carrying the gunpowder herbs. Everyone was clad in armor, plate, black scale, and chainmail. Even the slaves wore leather armor for protection. There are indeed pursuers behind us, reported a lookout mercenary stationed at the rear. The bandit mercenaries and runaway slaves have been following us closely. Prepare yourselves, old friends. Jandeli mused, stroking his spiked mace. They had chosen the sea route to evade the bandit mercenaries, yet fate had other plans. The enemy had laid an ambush on land, undoubtedly unaware of their maritime detour. Once discovered, they would turn back to pursue them. Increase the pace. Travel as swiftly as you can. Safety lies on the ship. The enemy outnumbered them by several times and lurked in the shadows. Are you afraid, brothers? The handsome leader raised his riding whip, guiding his steed back and forth along the line. Not afraid. The warriors of the wolf pack fear not death. What is there to fear? We northerners have never wept like cowards. The warriors declared boldly. Our strategy is quite simple. Bravery, courage, and yet more courage. The handsome leader exchanged fist bumps with each mercenary, even with the slaves. Human life takes precedence. In dire circumstances, they could abandon some of the gunpowder herbs. As long as they escaped with the majority of their cargo, it would be deemed a victory. Winter is approaching. Lone wolves perish, but the pack survives. If the old and new gods still favor us, let us tread upon the corpses of those bandits. The handsome leader shouted. Winter is approaching. Lone wolves perish, but the pack survives. The mercenaries of the wolf pack echoed, their voices resonating like iron as they pressed onward. Little one, shortly you shall accompany Master Cobain. Guarding the cargo in the center, the handsome leader instructed Jandeli. Captain, I wish to be an assault warrior. Jandeli raised his mace high. My mace thirsts for blood. Good lad. The handsome leader clapped Jandeli on the shoulder, then whispered, while the wolf pack is fearless, it is essential that the young wolves remain alive. Safeguard your life. The kin back at the wolf den rely on your future protection. From dawn until noon, the scouts of the bandit knights trailed them, maintaining a distant yet persistent harassment, occasionally firing crossbow bolts at the procession before retreating. Their arrows could not reach anyone. It was merely a tactic of annoyance. I sensed the scent of battle. The handsome leader declared. The scouts are merely a distraction. Once their main force arrives, they will attempt to encircle us. There remained a distance yet to the coastline. The terrain ahead was composed of gentle hills and plains, ideal for a bloody confrontation. The sound of drums and horns echoed, heralding the arrival of the combined forces of bandit mercenaries and runaway slaves, like a dark cloud looming behind the wolf pack from a small hill. Without the high walls and cover of the gunpowder herb estate, this battle would be more urgent and perilous. Jandeli donned his helmet and iron mask. Gripping his spiked mace tightly, lay down the gunpowder herbs. I may spare you, bellowed the purple-bearded man. Though we may not be as honorable as the Golden Company, we will not sink to your level of banditry and deceit. The handsome leader responded without hesitation. There he is, the Lion of Mill, Lord Bedak. He is the one who killed Rust. The purple-bearded man exclaimed to his fellow Melitas, gesturing toward Jandeli, who stood not far behind the handsome leader. Is that the black-haired boy in the iron mask who killed Rust? A Melita fighter inquired, his speech rough and halting. The Melitas observed Jandeli. A large man with brown skin, clad in black-red leather armor, wielding a spear, bald with scars crisscrossing his face. Yes, I shall never forget that spiked mace. The purple-bearded man vowed. I will slay him and consume his heart. Eating the heart of a brave man will make a fighter even stronger. Bedak's face glimmered with desire. Although Rust was not particularly strong, he had won dozens of battles in the arena. This lad killed Rust. It is my turn to act. Should Lord Bedak don plate armor? It would be a disadvantage to go without. The purple-bearded man advised. We're such cumbersome armor. My greatest asset is my speed. Leather armor suffices. The Melita replied, displaying impatience. Seeing this, the purple-bearded man ceased further discussion. Melita fighters typically went without protection in the arena, as the audience craved the spectacle of bloodshed. Indeed, Lord Bedak. However, the governor has merely commanded us to delay their pace, seeking to reclaim the gunpowder herbs, not to engage the wolf pack directly. The purple-bearded man expressed his concern. Fool. Bedak mocked, raising his spear and charging forward. These Melita gladiators were impulsive brutes, akin to wild boars. The purple-bearded man bitterly remarked, halting his eager subordinates. Let the runaway slaves advance first. But how shall we report to the governor? The purple-bearded man's treasurer lamented. Report? Reporting does not mean we die in a futile battle. What good is gold if we lose our lives? The wolf pack was formidable. If we can merely delay them, we have fulfilled our mission. Allow the Melitas and runaway slaves to engage and expend their strength, and we shall see what is possible. The mercenaries' equipment varied greatly. Only the Golden Company's gear compared to regular troops, and many mercenary groups possessed inferior armor. In terms of equipment, the bandit mercenaries could not match the wolf pack. With a wave of his hand, the purple-bearded man signaled a group of runaway slaves, who, in confusion, began to charge alongside the Melitas. Most runaway slaves had devolved into worthless bandit mercenaries in the disputed territory, yet lacking proper training and nutrition, their combat effectiveness was severely diminished. Roar! Masked brat, come forth! A Melita gladiator shouted, rallying a cacophony of flags and the various runaway slaves behind him. Draw bows. Fire! Commanded the arrow maker, as longbows released graceful arcs, raining down arrows. A few unfortunate runaway slaves fell victim to the arrows, becoming akin to hedgehogs alongside their horses. Only one cunning Melita gladiator dodged the archer's aim. Though his steed collapsed violently, he surged toward the front lines. The tragic tale unfolded as he found himself isolated. Coward! The Melita spat upon seeing the purple-bearded man still on the hill. The bandit mercenaries exhibited no intention of lending assistance. Swish! Arrowmaker Dick drew his longbow, sending arrows flying smoothly as if slicing through silk, striking the Melita's left shoulder, blood seeping from the wound. Coward! Coward! Hiding in your armor. Bark Bardak. Raising his spear, the handsome warrior advanced, and Bardak's spear struck with the swiftness of a viper, launching repeated assaults. The elegant swordsman lifted his long sword. Yet it was no match for the spear's velocity, and soon a gash appeared on his face, crimson blood oozing forth. Despite his injury, the swordsman managed to inflict a wound upon Bardak's arm. Perish! Roared Jandelli, observing Bardak consumed by fury as his mace whistled ominously through the air, descending with force. Coward! Bardak cried, thrusting his spear towards Jandelli at an extraordinary angle. Jandelli's oak shield absorbed the spear's assault. In that fleeting moment, the mace relentlessly collided with Bardak's visage. Cobain hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Discard several crates of gunpowder. We must flee." The handsome warrior hastily tended to his wound, casting a glance at the bandit knights atop the hill. Chapter 27. The pirate Salado Saint of Reese on the blood-soaked battlefield. The Marinians writhed upon the ground. They do not seek to annihilate us. Rather, they aim to delay our progress, Jandelli proclaimed. Jandelli's hammer had shattered half of a Marinian skull, leaving a gaping void. The Marinian was on the brink of death. Yet, Jandelli refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Cobain approached, still fixated on his plan for the indomitable death warriors. This is an excellent specimen. Cobain hurried forward, cautiously raising a spear, intent on nearing the Marinian Bardak, a robust warrior standing 7 feet tall, whose head had been partially crushed by Jandelli. The tip of Cobain's spear was dark and viscous, infused with the poison of the black scorpion-tailed beast, a toxin capable of reaching the heart. Jandelli recognized this poison as well. Cobain had educated him on various venoms, and he identified it instantly. The venom of the scorpion-tailed beast could induce instantaneous death, yet Cobain had infused it with a coagulant and subjected it to dark magic to prolong the Marinian's agony, hoping to ascertain the potential for transformation into a death warrior. "Allow me." Jandelli raised the spear and swiftly and steadily thrust it into Bardak's body several times, particularly targeting the heart and major arteries. However, Bardak emitted a series of anguished cries, his red blood turning to black, causing the grass that came into contact with it to wither. Yet after a few more cries, the Marinian succumbed entirely, his heart ceasing to beat. It has failed. Could even such a robust physique not endure? Frustration clouded Cobain's face, marking his countenance with sorrow. Jandelli too discarded the poisoned spear. It is still the influence of the Red Comet. The magical tide has yet to arrive, and it seems we cannot produce such formidable zombie warriors, Jandelli mused. Concluding that the failure of the experiment was not due to the inadequacy of the specimen, Cobain remained oblivious to the cause. But Jandelli surmised it was likely due to the scarcity of magical elements. Only after the Red Comet would the possibility of creating such zombie warriors arise. Cast down these gunpowder herbs, the handsome man commanded through gritted teeth, and the slaves dared not disobey his orders. The slaves untied their ropes and transported 3 large chests from the cart. The chests were dropped to the ground, opened, and the dried, rust-colored gunpowder herbs, valuable as gold, spilled onto the earth, creating a substantial pile. The handsome man showcased them to the bandit knights atop the hill, ensuring they understood the authenticity of the goods. "This is my gift. To you, Purple Beard. I present it to you all." The handsome man called out to the Purple Beard on the small hill from the rear of the line. "Should we battle to the bitter end, you shall receive not a single herb, for I shall incinerate them all. You will gain nothing but death." Purple Beard remained silent atop the hill, contemplating these unyielding northern men. "You will find returning to Mill a dead end. It would be better to rush towards Crown Town with me. With these gunpowder herbs, forming a mercenary band would be no challenge," Purple Beard loudly proclaimed. "Thank you for your kindness, but the wolf pack never forgets," the handsome man shouted back, urging the slaves to continue forward. Purple Beard's men remained unmoved until the wolf pack had distanced themselves, at which point Purple Beard commanded his subordinates to collect a few chests of gunpowder herbs. "Let them go just like that. The governor's mission," one of Purple Beard's subordinates inquired. "Governor? What governor? The 2 Marinians he sent are nothing but brutes. What purpose do they serve? Take this batch of gunpowder herbs, and we shall still amass great wealth." Purple Beard scoffed. "It is well known that I am a bandit mercenary, and bandit mercenaries need not adhere to such codes of honor. But what if the governor lays blame upon us? Blame for what? To lose so many good men over this trivial mission, is the meager reward sufficient? Let those mill people fight amongst themselves. These gunpowder herbs are enough for us to recruit an army." The handsome man spotted a large-bellied merchant ship from Mill, the Honey Wine. Initially, he suspected it was not the flagship of the Pirate King, but soon recognized the figures of the Risians. "I thought you would not arrive." The Risian pirate Salado Saint emerged on deck, flanked by 2 aging eunuchs. He was a suave individual, renowned for his opulent attire. He wore a resplendent coat woven with silver threads, its long sleeves trailing to the ground, adorned with buttons carved into the shape of monkeys from emeralds. A splendid green hat, embellished with peacock feathers, adorned his head, atop his fine, white curls. The handsome man led his group aboard, and Jandelli observed Salado with keen interest. Salado was a descendant of the illustrious pirate family, the Sains, and served as a pirate captain and mercenary, a close friend of the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth. He held multiple identities, capable of being a smuggler, a merchant, a banker, and a notorious pirate. The old pirate embraced the handsome man and kissed his cheeks, his face marred with wounds. The handsome man I know has not yet met his end, yet he has never appeared so disheveled. But what of Greybeard? I fear he has become a specter, the handsome man solemnly remarked. Greybeard remains in Mill. You should be aware of the turmoil there. The situation in Mill is chaotic, and our captain's fate is uncertain. Oh, and my gift? The handsome man presented the old pirate with a spear, a weapon of the Marinian gladiators. We encountered some trouble, including 2 Marinian gladiators. In Mill, we may encounter even more. They are brutish but adept at assassination. The Marinians, those brutes. It seems the good friends of Governor Cassos are more than willing to spend. Salado chuckled. Your new ship? The handsome man inquired, noting that this vessel was not the flagship Valyrian of the Resian pirates, but an unremarkable merchant ship from Mill. I possess 20 or 30 ships, and I have many friends. It is simple for me to loan out vessels. If it were my ship, it would draw too much attention. You're back to piracy? Do not phrase it so harshly. If someone owes me money and refuses to pay, I am more than willing to seize their ship. The old pirate then instructed his eunuchs to tally the quantity of gunpowder herbs, taking a bundle to inhale its aroma. Delightful, the ancient scent, a true specialty of Mill. Governor Cassos would have made a fortune this year, but sadly for him, his position has become precarious. Count it up, lads. Though the wolf pack is my old friend, I still intend to take 1/10 of the total. The old pirate draped an arm around the handsome man's shoulder. Bring my companion some hot mulled wine, my old friend. The handsome man is to visit my captain's quarters, the old pirate commanded. Perhaps add a touch of white cheese and beef jerky. Who is this? The old pirate noticed the handsome man's gesture for Jandelli to accompany him, a tall warrior with black hair and an iron mask. Iron Hammer Jandelli. Our mercenary group's new hero, whose courage and strength surpass my own. The handsome man introduced. It is an honor to meet a new hero. The old pirate's eyes sparkled as he shook Jandelli's hand. Let us endure the wine. Pantos and Mill-S beverages are not of the finest quality, nor do they command high prices. The handsome man lifted his cup. Nevertheless, this wine is delightful. Does this lad not enjoy drinking? The old pirate inquired, observing Jandelli, who stood like an iron wall beside the handsome man. He is somewhat shy, though he is ferocious on the battlefield, having dispatched 2 Marinians. Remarkable. The old pirate gave a thumbs up. The handsome man seldom praises a youth unless he is indeed as fierce as described. My old friend, I genuinely believe that mercenary work is a perilous endeavor, where the conscientious do not thrive for long. Instead, why not lend me your assistance? I possess numerous vessels, but lack capable hands. Under the cover of night, some may stealthily navigate the ships into Bravos, Marine, or Volantis. You would safeguard my fleet. I have faith in your integrity and skills. Unbeknownst to the gods and men alike, we could discreetly transport spices and silks, leading us all to prosperity. I appreciate your goodwill, dear friend, and your generosity. However, the mercenary's task remains unfinished. We must retrieve the gray-bearded one, whose fate hangs in the balance, and ensure these supplies reach Marine. Alas, you always consider yourselves above the rest, yet I believe true freedom lies with the pirates. I have often urged the Onion Knight, yet he seems to have genuinely embraced the essence of nobility. Chapter 28. The Wolf of Mill, my dear friend. I sincerely advise you to refrain from venturing into that cursed place, Mill. The tumultuous waves there may very well engulf you. Take your gunpowder, and let Sarah escort you and your crew to a more secure location, perhaps an island or one of the vassal territories of Riss, where you can mingle in safety. The price of gunpowder is exorbitant this year. With your supply, you could amass a considerable fortune. The old pirate counseled. Thank you for your kindness, Sarah. The handsome man chuckled. You cherish your purse, whereas I remain devoted to my oaths. Moreover, Greybeard is your ally as well. Greybeard, when I met him, you were still a mere servant. But it is of no use, my old friend. I cannot bear to watch you march to your demise. The situation in Mill is dire, and Governor Casco is likely to face utter defeat this time. The old pirate poured himself another drink. I am unperturbed. I shall venture to Mill. Splendid. I admire the stubbornness of you northerners, unlike the merchants of the free trading city-states. However, you cannot remain obstinate forever. Can you wait for us along the coastline? If our endeavors in Mill prove futile, we will need to make our escape. Then loyal Sarah will require another reward. A modest compensation. I shall ask for 1/10 of the gunpowder. Agreed. The handsome man gritted his teeth. Very well, but I shall not wait for you too long. We will arrive in Mill shortly, and I cannot linger for long, lest my smuggling ship be exposed. It will be perilous to wait until the next dawn. Good fortune to you, my old friend. Sarah bid farewell to the handsome man. Under the cloak of darkness, the honey wine quietly nestled along the coastline of Mill, near an unremarkable harbor not far from the city. This harbor held significance due to a secret passage excavated by smugglers behind a rocky hill, leading directly into Mill. Many smugglers would arrange small boats under the cover of night, scaling low, or collapse sections of the city wall to conduct their dealings. The old pirate of Riss was more cunning still. He had even unearthed a tunnel. The handsome man, accompanied by a dozen skilled individuals, including the archer Dick, the spear wielder Jandelli, and others, made their way. The rest remained aboard the old pirate's ship, for if they could not return, the old pirate would transport them to safety. You two need not come, the handsome man advised. The archer Dick and Jandelli, one too old, the other too young. For years, my soul has languished. Murdered by the Dawn Blade and the White Bull. I perished on that day, the same day the Royal Brotherhood was annihilated in the Imperial Forest. I regret not being there. It has made me feel like a coward. The 7 gods have granted me these extra years. I am content. The archer laughed, brandishing his great bow of purple wood. The team requires a youth. Jandelli raised his mace. The handsome man's face bore a scar from a lion's claw. When it came to sheer force, he needed his warhammer. Youngster, keep your wits about you. The archer Dick cautioned Jandelli. I have taught you all I can. I do not wish to see a promising lad perish at such a tender age. Mill is divided into an inner city and an outer city, the latter being a slum for the impoverished. The inner city is home to the governor and the aristocracy. Governor Casco's estate, along with those of his adversaries, is situated within the inner city. The outer city's defenses are lax, but the inner city's guards are formidable, making it challenging for us to breach. The handsome man, holding a torch, led the assault team through the narrow passage, barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. For those of considerable height or girth, traversing the smuggler's tunnel was a torment. Such passages were ill-suited for horses. Transporting gunpowder was crucial, but even more pressing was the state of Mill, whether it was indeed beyond redemption. Jandelli bore 2 weapons, a curved Ilac knife and his trusty mace. His black armor was complemented by an embroidered cloak, providing better concealment from arrows. In a corner of the outer city of Mill, the handsome man and Jandelli finally emerged into the light. They lifted a paving stone from the execution alley and stepped out. Public enemy Casco. Public enemy Casco. Casco is dead. Casco is dead. The city of Mill had descended into uproar and chaos, with Governor Casco's downfall. The wealth and status of the Casco family had evaporated in an instant. The city guards, torches in hand, scoured the streets, busy seizing the assets of the Casco family, all their goods, docks, warehouses, and slaves. When a governor falls, the victors devour his remains like wolves. The handsome man analyzed the cacophony of voices and the sources of the information, searching for his companions. He and Jandelli concealed their wolf insignia, discerning the various sounds with calmness. Fortunately, Mill was rife with mercenaries and adventurers, akin to ships lost at sea, drawing little attention. The archer calmly stowed his longbow. The Westerosi flavor of this bow was too pronounced, making it suspect. The situation has deteriorated significantly. The handsome man pondered. It is not merely the issue of the gunpowder, but rather that the adversary has already dismantled Casco before the gunpowder could even reach Mill. They had grasped the extent of Casco's wealth and struck decisively before he could claim this batch of gunpowder. But what of Greybeard? The handsome man feared for Greybeard, tasked with protecting Casco, who was also in grave danger. Kill! Kill! The tumultuous shouts thundered like a storm, as a dozen bloodied men charged towards the gates of Mill. Those from the wolf pack bore numerous wounds, unaware of how much energy they had expended to reach this point. The trajectory suggested they had come from the inner city. The guards of Mill and the governor's private guards, along with mercenaries, pursued closely behind, crossbows in hand, yet the people of Mill dared not draw too near. Northerners are formidable in battle. The wolf pack carries the blood of the north. Whoosh! Dick unwrapped his bundle, and his arrows glided smoothly, striking down a pursuer with unerring accuracy. Kill! The wolf pack has arrived. The members of the wolf pack shouted, deliberately creating a large commotion. Jandelli's squad, and another led by the handsome man. The archer began to unleash his arrows with precision. Each shot was flawless. While the longbow may not match the crossbow in rate of fire, its range far surpassed it. Not to mention, the archer was the most exceptional marksman in Westeros. The wolf pack has arrived. Jandelli donned his iron mask, like a tempest. He wielded his mace, leading several to rescue their comrades. Chapter 29. The Stag and the Innocents. The city of Mill has ignited in a series of conflicts, as the enemy fervently seeks to eradicate the supporters left behind by Governor Casso. Blood and fire have engulfed the land of Milan. Jandelli tightened his grip on his mace. Observing those who pursued the pack of wolves, the Mill garrison, mercenaries hired by the Mill folk, and and the private guards of the governors intermingled. Olive-skinned mill residents. Slender Tylosians with purple, red, or blue hair and beards, fair-skinned Lysini with golden hair and blue eyes. As well as Milan locals, Jandeli witnessed a vast array of mercenaries from across the known world. The enemy's numbers were at least several times greater than theirs. The remaining wolves united with reinforcements, reforming into a wedge formation, charging towards the city gates of Mill. The handsome warrior, armed with a spear, joined the fray. "Shield me," called the archer, and the wolf pack raised their shields to obscure him. The archer's longbow was unfailingly accurate, consecutively piercing the steeds of several adversaries, momentarily halting the encroaching circle. "You have come," exclaimed the leader of the remaining wolves, covering his face as tears streamed down his bloodied cheeks. Leading was a middle-aged man clad in iron-spiked gauntlets, which were already stained with blood. "Where's the captain?" Steel Fist, the handsome warrior inquired. Though the outcome of their tale was already determined, he still dared to dream of a miracle. "Governor Joy has betrayed us," Steel Fist declared. Governor Casso sought assistance. Yet he and his family were poisoned at the banquet. Even the captain could not persuade him. Governor Joy and that faction of seafaring enemies unleashed the innocents and Milan gladiators. The captain and 4 or 5 of his brothers perished, forcing them to flee the estate. Pain was etched on Steel Fist's face. "Governor Joy, he is also of the Gunpowder Grass Guild," the handsome warrior exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared that the faction of maritime governors wielded considerable influence, having swayed Casso's former allies and supporters. Nothing is impossible. After Casso's demise, the remaining position belongs to Governor Joy and the individuals designated by the pirates, Joy's brother-in-law, who is also a pirate. The candidate originally endorsed by the Seafarers Guild was merely a ruse. Behind the scenes, they had already allied with Governor Joy. How could it be so? The handsome warrior sighed. The situation in Mill was ever-changing. Their supporter Governor Casso had met an untimely fate, dragging the captain with his gray beard into the turmoil. "Captain, I entrust this to you. After him, you shall lead the wolf pack." Steel Fist produced a ring adorned with a solitary, proud wolf's head, crafted from black iron and bronze, inscribed with ancient runes. This was the emblem of the wolf pack. Quickly, the handsome warrior could not afford to say more. The only course left was to evacuate Mill. "The eastern gate of the outer city is vulnerable," Steel Fist noted. "There is no time," the handsome warrior murmured. Today's Mill would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. They had a new path, an underground passage. First feign an assault on the eastern gate, then retreat through the secret path. Agreed. Boom, boom. The Mill forces gradually dispersed, as a small catapult pushed by Mill slaves emerged from the rear. The Mill folk had recognized the archer's prowess and hesitated to advance, opting instead to let the catapult initiate the attack. "Shields, shields." The archer, Dick, shielded his comrades, using his longbow's precision to suppress the enemy riders. The operator of the catapult was well protected, only able to target the leading cavalryman. The archer retaliated fiercely, with other members of the wolf pack's archers returning fire. The range of the Mill folk could not match that of the longbow. The situation was precarious, forcing the remnants of the wolf pack to advance in a tight formation. Suddenly, the sound of a horn resonated. Boom, boom. A formidable group emerged in Jandeli's line of sight, resolute individuals clad in black leather armor, adorned with spiked helmets, wielding short swords, shields, or spears. 30 innocents formed a striking regiment, advancing toward them. The innocents have arrived. A jubilant cheer erupted from within the ranks of the Mill folk. For the innocents were long regarded as the trump card of the free trade city-states, saviors of Coer's fate. The free trade city-states dreaded the Dothraki, and the innocents had gained considerable renown. With the arrival of the innocents, the morale of the Mill folk surged, disregarding the threat posed by archers. They began to cheer and surge forward. "Curse the Mill folk, they truly spare no expense," the handsome warrior remarked. "The innocents do not ride horses. We must first repel one wave, then retreat," the handsome warrior commanded, rallying alongside Steel Fist, Jandeli, and the spear to meet the innocents. The innocents, expressionless, were known for their obedience and unwavering resolve. For years, they had commanded a high price. In Coer, the Dothraki charged 18 times. But against the wall of shields and spears, they shattered like waves upon rocks. The innocents moved with synchronized precision, intent solely on the assault, devoid of any superfluous noise. They were a ruthless and swift killing machine. Clang. Jandeli's mace clashed against the spear of an innocent, who proved to be as agile as the rumors suggested. Honed by rigorous training, this was not merely due to their brutal regimen, but also because they had imbibed the wine of courage since childhood. With a grave countenance, the spear struck, darting forth like a venomous serpent, yet the innocent's defense was impeccable, making it difficult to penetrate. Do not linger in battle. The innocents have been nurtured on the wine of courage. They endure pain better than we. Jandeli raised his mace, then swiftly struck, seizing the opportune moment to target the innocent's head. The innocent raised a bronze shield to defend, followed by a thrust from the spear, prompting Jandelli to grasp his curved blade from behind. He pivoted, redirecting the mace toward the heart of the innocent. The innocent emitted a dull thud before collapsing. Leather armor. This is my only chance. Jandelli ducked, evading the innocent's spear, and snatched the fallen shield. The climate in Mill was temperate, and the innocents were unaccustomed to heavy armor. Otherwise, the fully armored innocents would be even more formidable. Kill. Jandelli felt a surge of colossal strength. The enemy's movements appeared superfluous and sluggish before him. He needed only to overpower them. With each swing of his warhammer, he sought to seize every opportunity. Jandelli's attacks flowed like water, as the mace conjured a tempest of death. The strikes became fiercer. The innocents still wore only leather armor, presenting opportunities amidst danger. Fueled by a fervor for slaughter, Jandelli wielded the mace with deftness, simultaneously raising his shield and valiantly swinging his hammer. The point of impact was steadier, larger, and heavier. In the hands of a mighty warrior, the hammer was invincible. Jandelli roared, akin to a bellowing stag, amid the corpses of several innocents. Quickly, the handsome warrior urged, seeking an opening to return to the secret passage. Chapter 30, Commander of the Wolf Pack not far from the gates of the city of Milden. The cacophony of battle had long since erupted. The clashing of steel and the roars of combat rose and fell in a relentless symphony. The gray and white banners of the wolf pack billowed in the tumult, while Jandelli stood before the lifeless form of an innocent. His rough iron mask glinting with a cold, merciless light, sweat soaking his coal-black hair. Blood dripped from the spiked mace in his hand, though the innocents displayed remarkable bravery. They were not made of steel. Strike at the head or heart of the innocents. Aim for a swift death. Attacks to other regions will not inflict pain. They cannot be slain. The corpses of 2 innocents lay at Jandelli's feet, the ground awash in crimson. 4 more innocents charged at him, wielding shields, spears, and short swords. Their helmets bore but a single iron nail, and their expressionless faces seemed cast from bronze. The innocents were undeterred by the deaths of their comrades. Jandelli raised his oak shield and stepped back slightly, lifting his mace with his other hand. The average man lacked his strength and agility. His nimble movements resembled those of a shadowy lynx. He began to bide his time, for spears thrust toward him. The innocents moving in unison. Realizing the significant threat Jandelli posed, they resolved to eliminate him first. Clang! A spear struck Jandelli's black-scaled armor. Though the innocents were fierce, their weapons lacked poison, and they stood as warriors in open combat, unlike the people of Milden. Although the spear did not breach his armor, the force of the blow was nonetheless jarring. The innocents, trained light infantry, possessed formidable strength. Jandelli could see the unwavering determination in their eyes. With a ferocious swing, Jandelli's spiked mace smashed into the faceplate of one innocent, shattering it and sending the soldier crashing to the ground. The remaining 3 innocents retracted their spears and aimed for Jandelli's throat. He leapt back with astonishing speed, his movements akin to a leaping deer navigating through a forest, deftly avoiding the branches. A searing pain in his chest only fueled his ferocity. Whoosh! The long arrow of the archer Dick followed, piercing through an innocent eye socket. Bang! 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 Seizing the moment, Jandelli struck down repeatedly, hammering until the innocent's shields began to splinter. His relentless assault was a twofold endeavor, causing his own arms to ache. The mace obliterated the shield, and then shattered the innocent's faceplate and visage. Run! Cried the handsome commander, leading the way. However, his call was met with retaliation. The crossbowmen of the Milden mercenaries unleashed 2 bolts at him. The handsome leader dodged the first, but was struck in the left arm by the second. Dick's longbow swiftly sent a cold farewell, killing the Milden mercenary. The archer spoke not a word, his arrows unerringly finding their mark. "Thank you, Dick," exclaimed the handsome commander, his complexion paling further. "Conserve your strength. It seems these old bones of mine must endure. I must ensure your safe passage." Dick smiled. "Your wound." Dick noticed the blood dripping from the commander's injury. "Do not worry. We must escape Milden." The handsome commander insisted with great effort. Jandelli sheathed his mace, abandoning thoughts of capturing any innocents. They were the finest of guardians. But the chaos of the situation left no time for such endeavors. The formation of the wolf pack shifted direction, even should the innocents be entirely vanquished. Their iron wall would slow the wolf pack's advance. The best course of action was to return to the smuggler's route and flee Milden. Move quickly. The wolf pack broke free from the innocents' attack range, heading toward the mercenaries of Milden. Though the Milden mercenaries were numerous, they were not the impregnable wall that the innocents represented. They were mercenaries, a blend of guards and gladiators. With a ferocious spirit, the wolf pack sprinted onward, led by the handsome commander toward the smuggler's passage. "Kill!" cried the knights of the wolf pack, akin to a tempest. The older or gravely injured mercenaries willingly formed the outer layer to protect their leader and comrades. The wolf pack, after all, bore the blood of the North, sacrificing themselves for their kin. A long-standing tradition of the North dictates that the elderly, the young, the unmarried, the childless, the homeless. And those unable to provide must depart from home at the first snowfall, allowing their kin a better chance to see the next spring. Although they had arrived in Milden, the wolf pack upheld this tradition. At the alleys of Milden, many bodies of the aged mercenaries lay fallen, alongside horses, their bodies riddled with arrows, emitting pained whinnies. Through the deep passage, the handsome commander led the survivors. Before the second dawn arrived, they finally boarded the ship of the pirate King Rhys. A band of mercenaries, drenched in blood, sweat, and fury, had no sign of the gray-bearded figure. They were already aware of their circumstances. "Old friend, I thought you would not return," said the old pirate Sarah of Rhys. "Yet, I am grateful to see you. Thank you for your kindness, Sarah. You appear somewhat disheveled and safe, my friend. It seems Milden no longer welcomes you. Are you prepared?" Sarah inquired. "Come back to Rhys with me. I desperately need skilled hands like yours, whether in legitimate or dubious maritime endeavors." Sarah exclaimed, "I hold great admiration for you. We need to deliberate." The handsome commander replied, "May I borrow your cabin, old friend? I have sustained a minor arrow wound." Master Cobain approached, noticing the commander's injured arm. He unveiled the commander's armor, revealing the arrow wound. With the blood now turning a purplish hue, Cobain hastily led the commander to the cabin to treat the injury with a keen blade. After a while, Cobain emerged from the cabin, allowing the remnants of the wolf pack to enter: the spearman, the archer, the steel-fisted, and Jandelli. The handsome commander gestured for Cobain to announce some news. "I am sorry." Cobain sighed, his face lined with deep wrinkles. "The arrows of the Milden men were poisoned. I did my utmost to treat your arm. It has been saved, but you will lose most of its sensation and be unable to wield a weapon. The commander is no longer with us. He entrusted the wolf's ring to me." The handsome commander continued, as the wolf pack remained silent, brimming with rage. "The wolf pack never forgets. The wolf pack never forgets. And there is another announcement I must make," the handsome commander declared. "This ring, let it be given to Jandelli." He removed the wolf-headed ring from his finger and handed it to Jandelli. "The alpha wolf requires a hand. I do not wish to be called the remnant of the wolf pack. This position is now yours, child. Should you choose to leave the wolf pack, I shall not object. This appointment is of great weight." Jandelli shook his head. "Listen to me, child. We are noble warriors when men meet. It is based on sincerity and camaraderie. We of the wolf pack disdain the false elections of the Milden people. The alpha wolf must be the fiercest and most astute." The handsome commander explained, "The duties of the wolf pack are no mere privilege for you. You are too young yet must bear responsibilities twice your age. But within your being, I see strength, and wisdom. The contested lands are chaotic. Without these two weapons, one cannot prevail." The archer Dick also stepped forward. Jandelli scrutinized the ring, crafted from black iron and bronze, the wolf's visage soaring as if in flight. "I shall obey the command of the new leader, until death shall part us." The handsome commander knelt, one knee touching the ground. Then the others followed, all the remaining warriors of the wolf pack. From this moment forth, Jandelli has ascended to the esteemed position of leader of the wolf pack, assuming command of the formidable organization. Chapter 31. The liberator of the contested land. The sea wind howled, waves surged, and the grand ship cleaved through the water. The heavy beat of the oarsmen, the fluttering of the sails, and the creaking of the wooden oars reverberated as the smuggling vessel hastily fled the harbor of Mill before the dawn broke. Winter was approaching. The lone wolf perished, while the pack thrived. In the swaying cabin of the Mill merchant ship, the honeyed wine, beneath the gray and white banner of the wolf pack, all soldiers of the pack pledged their allegiance to Jandelli, obeying the command of the new leader, the new commander. The handsome man knelt first, placing his long sword at Jandelli's feet. Following him were the Fletcher, Steel Fist, Long Spear, and then all others, kneeling in submission. They would endure the storms together, embodying the deep-seated sentiments of the Northmen. Such was the Stark family, blood of the wolf, formidable and fearless, wild and unrestrained. In terms of courage and strength, Jandelli had conquered them. Jandelli donned the black ring of the lone wolf of the pack, gazing at the aged bachelor Corbin, the Fletcher Dick, the crippled handsome man, the weary Steel Fist, and Long Spear. This was a battered little troop, yet it embodied all his hopes, marking the inception of his grand endeavor. "Rise, brothers." Jandelli beckoned the wolf pack to stand. "My arm is rendered useless. I can no longer partake in combat. I volunteer to serve as the advisor to the new commander," the handsome man declared. Jandelli pondered for a moment. The handsome man, with his integrity and brilliance, would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly after relinquishing the commander's ring. "I believe the previous appointments need not be altered," the handsome man continued. "You shall remain the treasurer and my advisor. Steel Fist will continue to lead the knights. Long Spear will command the infantry. The Fletcher will remain the instructor, and Master Corbin shall act as the physician. In these chaotic times, stability is paramount." "Agreed. Agreed. Next, we shall unite our fists." Jandelli raised his own fist. "Only then shall we possess the strength to confront Governor Joy." Let Governor Joy and those pirate merchants of Mill regret our impending reunion. We are the Wolf Pack, and the Wolf Pack never forgets. The original Wolf Den may no longer suffice. The handsome man remarked. It is too close to Mill, lacking the governor's protection, and is thus unsafe. We must secure Gunpowder Manor, Jandelli asserted. Gunpowder Manor originally belonged to Governor Casso, but it may now be up for auction, and the Wolf Pack could seize it. That is an excellent suggestion. Gunpowder Manor is further from Mill, yet close to the coastline. The overseer and the slaves are naturally our allies. We need manpower. The more the merrier. Previously, we were wary of the people of Mill. Now, we might as well liberate the slaves of the manor and confront Mill. Jandelli proposed. Since the Wolf Pack could not establish a foothold in Mill, it would be better to ignite the contested land, creating chaos and releasing the slaves within the manor. The institution of slavery was a yoke across the eastern continent. Jandelli could not afford to provoke too many slave owners. But he was confident he could create turmoil in the contested land. Let us crush those wretched slave traders. Let us do it. The mercenaries of the Wolf Pack shouted in agreement. Both the old gods and the new despise slavery, and the people of Westeros naturally abhor it. Furthermore, given the current animosity towards the people of Mill, it would be wise to thoroughly disrupt the situation. Governor Joy also possesses several gunpowder manors, which serve as his coffers. Jandelli stated, taking resources from the enemy, Governor Joy is their adversary. Destroying Governor Joy's estates and winning over his slaves would not evoke any remorse. The discussions grew fervent. And ultimately, they settled on a strategy, aligning with Jandelli's vision. Moments later, the old pirate Rees entered the cabin, and Jandelli donned his mask. Young hero! Young hero! Salado clapped his hands. On the turbulent sea, I am surprised to see such a youthful talent emerge. I salute you, the young supreme commander of the Wolf Pack. The head wolf, Salado declared. Bloodthirsty Ban was on the battlefield at 11, Tywin was prime minister at 20, and Robert instigated the War of the Usurper at 20. The courage of youth often rewrites history. Thank you for your generosity. You hold me in too high regard. Jandelli regarded the pirate King Rees, who might be dancing on a few eggs. Stannis, the corpulent governor of Pentos, was among his acquaintances. One must always be cautious in cooperation. My old friend, you did not come here to witness our folly, did you? The handsome man remarked, looking at the pirate king. Not to witness folly, but to discuss cooperation. Salado laughed heartily. I have long sought a mercenary band, fearless, loyal, and brave. I greatly admire you descendants of ice and snow. The Golden Company is too costly, while the Unsullied are both expensive and too rigid. I have awaited my northern friends for far too long. And how shall we cooperate? Jandelli inquired of the old pirate. Quite simply, I possess ships, secret waterways, and sailors, as well as numerous friends and intelligence throughout the known world. The Wolf Pack possesses warriors and skilled hands. We can certainly collaborate. Salado smiled. Then would we not become pirates? Longspear could not help but ask. Jandelli did not interrupt Salado's exposition, allowing him to continue. For 3 centuries, my family has been engaged in piracy. One of the Ninepenny Kings, Samarosan, was my ancestor. Alas, the Ninepenny King failed and could never secure a piece of land for our family. Pirates and mercenaries are naturally good friends. We assist one another. Salado proclaimed. You are not my subordinates, but partners. I understand your meaning, Captain Salado. Jandelli observed the cunning old pirate. We now require a foothold in the contested land or the Stepstone Islands. Your fleet can safeguard our coastline, and we may offer some assistance to your endeavors. A wise choice. The commander of the Wolf Pack is indeed astute. You may head south. Gunpowder Manor is an excellent place for a foothold. Not far from the eastern coastline. The southernmost area, aside from Crown's Landing, falls under the influence of Rees's estate. I shall provide you with fleet protection. When the people of Mill arrive, you can retreat to the small islands of the Stepstone Islands or escape to Crown's Landing. In return, you may offer a modicum of assistance to loyal old Salado. The old pirate Rees stated. Let us proceed with this, but we shall only target the enemies of Mill. Jandelli affirmed. The Wolf Pack needed a fleet and maritime supremacy. For now, they could only cooperate with the old pirate. Agreed, but Commander, you may be overthinking it. Once you incite a slave uprising, the people of Mill will undoubtedly become your mortal foes. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. May I avenge my poor old friend. The graybeard soon. Salado called for a large jug of warmed wine, eagerly clinking glasses with Jandelli. Cheers. The glasses produced a crisp sound upon collision. One more thing. If we are besieged by the 3 daughters, will Captain Salado come to our rescue? Then I would be of no assistance. The aid I provide is all conducted in secrecy. I hope the commander understands. There are bold pirates and foolish pirates, but the latter do not last long. Salado shrugged. If you unfortunate souls are exterminated, consider it as though my ships never existed. We have no agreement. You are indeed a cunning pirate. Jandelli observed the old pirate, unable to stifle a laugh. The assistance offered by Salado came at a cost and would not entail any significant sacrifice on his part. Then let us embark on a grand venture, Salado exclaimed. A vessel belonging to the governor of Mil, more specifically, the ambitious Governor Lacha, head of the Navigators Guild. The downfall of Governor Casso is the greatest conspiracy. At present, his merchant vessel is docked in Valyrian, having arrived from Quers, laden with spices, precious stones, and the unblemished. Destined to return to Mir. Chapter 32. Abolitionists in the Free Army. The rhythmic beat transformed into a prolonged, fervent, and relentless hammering as the Honeywine took flight. Its bow cleaving through the water, sending sprays that glistened like milk. On the deck, the sea breeze tousled Jandrelli's dark hair as he gazed upon the undulating contours of the distant land, the contested territory. This place was fertile yet chaotic. Now the best and scarce option available. My young friend, the road ahead is fraught with difficulties, remarked Solarn, the old pirate of Riss, as he approached Jandrelli. A cup of heated wine in hand. Decades ago, my ancestors raised their banners here. The 9 copper kings forged an alliance beneath the crown tree. The old pirate gestured towards the direction of the disputed land. Alas, their endeavors ended in utter failure at the Stone Steps Isles, Jandrelli replied. The tale was known by all. The future is unpredictable. If you find it unbearable here, my smuggling ship has a place reserved for you. I am immensely grateful, Jandrelli expressed. His gratitude for the old pirate's support was genuine. Operating within the contested territory left little room for detachment from the fleet's backing. Furthermore, the spoils of gunpowder, spices, and wine they would later plunder needed to be sold by the Riss people. Yet, the old pirate's network was vast, and trust was not easily given. I have but one piece of advice for you, Commander, the old pirate cautioned. In the contested territory, strive to consolidate your strength. Otherwise, you will amass too many enemies, making it difficult to establish a foothold. I shall endeavor to do so, Jandrelli replied, reluctant to provoke the 3 daughters entirely. However, the conflict between the abolitionists and the slave owners of the 3 daughters would undoubtedly be monumental. This was a fundamental contradiction, perhaps as he grew stronger. Even the old pirate of Riss would become his adversary. On board the ship, the plantation slaves, following the wolf pack's convoy carrying gunpowder, discarded the wooden tags from their necks, casting them into the sea. 11:22. The slaves tore off the neck pieces that symbolized their shackles, the epitome of their enslaved existence. With the tags, they were slaves. Without them, they were fugitives hunted without mercy. Are you ready? Jandrelli asked the group of slaves once more. The worst that could happen is death. But returning to the gunpowder plantation is a fate worse than death. The slaves replied, I cannot offer you much. I can only grant you freedom, perhaps only temporarily. Jandrelli stood before the slaves, his short black hair resolute as a mountain. He lifted the wooden tags and hurled them into the sea. Freedom! Freedom! The slaves chanted in unison, freedom! Freedom! Kneeling before Jandrelli, they declared, from this day forth, freedom shall be our creed. The banner of the wolf pack fluttered as the slaves cheered, abolitionists! Abolitionists! This is the reality of Meereen. When a governor perishes, their entire domain is reduced to naught, divided among other governors. If the slaves of the gunpowder plantations were to fall under the control of other governors, their fate would be no better than it is now. Perhaps even worse. The clamorous voices of the slaves echoed across the sea, filled with tears, excitement, and fervor. I will lead them to a different destiny, Jandrelli thought. The Free Army. He observed the slaves, a diverse assembly of individuals, but now they constituted the most promising army he had. Mercenaries in the contested territory are seldom loyal. Thus, it is better to liberate slaves. The freed slaves, having nowhere else to go, would cling to him desperately. They lacked formal education and combat experience. Yet they were his army. Solarn regarded Jandrelli, reflecting on how the institution of slavery had evolved, naturally giving rise to those who would seek to overthrow or rebel. Most attempts concluded in failure. He wondered where this young man would ultimately arrive. The smuggling ship transported Jandrelli and the wolf pack to the coastline, from whence they returned to the gunpowder plantation, their cargo in tow. Governor Casso's influence was melting like an iceberg. The gunpowder plantation now belonged to the wolf pack. First, we must address our assets, Corbin stated. The wealth possessed by the wolf pack, including real estate in Meereen and deposits in Meereen's banks, would now be wholly appropriated by the Meereenese. Fortunately, some gold was secured in the wolf's den, and a portion of the deposits remained in Bravo's iron vault. That is fortunate, Jandrelli pondered. Mercenaries walk a precarious path, earning much, yet spending quickly. The descendants of the Northmen are relatively frugal, hence the retained surplus. The contested territory is not a favorable place, but it is the only ground we have to stand upon. What we can refer to is the tale of the 9 copper kings from decades past, Corbin remarked. I know of them. They were defeated by the fearless knights, Balistan. Both Tall Duncan and Short Duncan perished in the Hall of Summer during the emergency selection of commanders. Jandrelli had heard of the 9 copper kings war stories, the fearless knights. Though the 9 Copper Kings shone brightly like a species of humanoid apes, their power was formidable. They were an alliance of pirates, merchants, mercenaries, and exiled knights. Despite their eventual failure, their attempts were feasible. They occupied the contested territory and then moved to Tyrosh in the Stone Steppes Isles. Had it not been for Balliston's heroic efforts, the 9 could have ignited the flames of war across Westeros. Corbin asserted. These regions are interconnected. The 3 daughters. The contested territory, the Stone Steppes Isles, Dorne. Jandrelli declared. To seize those estates in the contested territory would surely offend the 3 daughters. And Dorne. The failure of the 9 Copper Kings was also tied to Dorne's allegiance to the Iron Throne. Corbin added. In the contested territory. Should we expand to the Stone Steppes Isles, we will need to negotiate with the Dornish. Dorne was indeed pivotal. The Stone Steppes Isles lay at the serpent's core. As the tail of the serpent, Dorne and the 3 daughters had endured the prolonged conflict of the Stone Steppes Isles. As the Iron Throne's assault on the Isles would provoke retaliation from both sides. That would be a troublesome affair, Jandrelli contemplated. Aligning with the Dornish is akin to dancing with scorpions, especially since their hatred for the Iron Throne and House Lannister has persisted since the sack of King's Landing. Indeed. That presents a significant challenge. Corbin sighed. Your identity is also a delicate matter. After the fall of King's Landing, entering the city as the war approached its end, the 17-year-old Mountain Gregor and Ser Amory Lorch slaughtered the Red Keep. Gregor burst into the royal nursery and smashed the infant Aegon Targaryen against the wall, killing him instantly. The child's blood and brains had barely dried when the Mountain violated Aegon's mother, Princess Elia Martell. Although the Lannisters were the most brutal, the Martell family bore resentment towards both the Baratheons and the Lannisters. Chapter 33. The Roses of Highgarden and the King of the Wildfire in the Riverlands. Highgarden was the ancestral seat of the Gardner family during the Age of 7 Kingdoms, bestowed upon House Tyrell following the conquest. Perched atop a hill, it overlooks the gentle Mander River, where the coastal avenue converges with Rose Avenue. The castle of Highgarden, constructed from gleaming white marble, is often regarded as the most exquisite fortress in all of Westeros, though the Vale's inhabitants argue that the area surpasses it in beauty. Highgarden is a city of artistic elegance and prosperity, adorned with lush greenery and flourishing wealth. Within the castle's rose garden, blossoms bloom abundantly, embellishing the courtyards, ponds, and man-made waterfalls that grace the estate. Stone sculptures, fountains, and marble columns embellish the castle, with vines entwining ancient structures. From the castle's towers, one can behold the sprawling estates and fields for miles around, alive with vibrant wildflowers and golden roses. In a white pavilion near the fountain, several members of House Tyrell engaged in conversation. Outside the delicate and elegant gazebo stood 2 guards, clad in gilded half-helmets and green robes trimmed with gold thread, each bearing the golden rose of Highgarden on their chests. Both stood 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, their muscular forms strikingly similar. Upon closer inspection, one might find it difficult to distinguish between them. They shared strong jaws, deep blue eyes, and dense red beards. These 2 were the twin protectors of the Queen of Thorns. Did you know that Ser Loras commissioned a portrait of my granddaughter? The Queen of Thorns inquired. Indeed. Such a painting exists. It is beautifully rendered, and the style is vividly lifelike, came the reply. Duke Mace was once robust, though he has grown somewhat portly. Yet he remained striking. His once curling brown hair now shows hints of gray amidst his triangular beard. So you are aware of Ser Loras's intentions? Lady Olenna fixed her gaze upon her son. In her 60s, she possessed a crown of silver hair and a diminutive stature. Her hands were soft, her fingers slender. Her speech carried the sharpness of age. As the elder of House Tyrell, she deftly maneuvered through the chessboard of power. Surely you do not wish for your darling to become queen? Duke Mace replied hesitantly. It is no secret that the king does not cherish his queen. He is enamored with that brown-haired girl from the north, whose shadow looms ever present. Is it truly the king? Marjorie pondered, weighing the implications of such matters. Dressed in a green cloak woven with golden roses that billowed in the wind, she wore a green gown beneath, exuding charm. At merely a decade past her childhood, with chestnut hair and brown eyes, she was slender and beautiful, her doe-like gaze soft and inviting. Marjorie had not anticipated the audacity of her brother and Ser Loras's schemes. Foolishness. The situation in King's Landing is fraught with uncertainty, and the Lannisters wield considerable influence, deeply entrenched. Darling Loras, can we truly rely on that jesting youth? The Queen of Thorns sighed. At least Loras is not excessively reckless. He chooses to offer my sweet girl as a substitute for the lioness rather than declare himself king. Yet we need not rush. We possess grain stores and bread, and regardless of who occupies that cold iron throne, they shall not offend us too gravely. The king is not suitable. I have said before that it is father and Loras who insist upon your opinions. You ought to consult grandmother and your sister. Spoke Valaris, the heir of Highgarden, from his wheelchair. King Robert is both corpulent and fond of drink, idling away his days in brothels and hunting. Marrying my sister to him would be dishonorable and perilous. We might select a more advantageous match. I think Ser Loras is quite commendable, brave yet gentle. Mace interjected. Lady Olenna scoffed, her small stature belied by her sharp tongue. I suspect he is somewhat mad, perhaps influenced by a touch of dragon blood. Beauty and charm cannot alter his rebellious inclinations. His brother has offspring, and he himself has an elder brother. They once sought to wed me to a Targaryen. But I shall not comply. My grandson Valaris is the wisest among us, which brings me some solace. Tell Loras and Ser Loras to cease their foolish games. Roses grow in the riverlands, and we cultivate little in King's Landing. Moreover, the king still wields power. Let us not complicate matters further. But, mother, this presents a rare opportunity. Mace's face flushed with indignation. For years, our kin have held little position in the small council, and our family has yet to attain the honor of the crown. Even Dorne, the Martells have produced queens. Mentioning the Martells stirred unease in Mace, his neck reddening. The Riverlands and Dorne had never been amicable, and the Martells had contributed to the injury of the heir to Highgarden. I bear no grudge against Prince Oberyn. The tourney grounds are often treacherous. Occasionally, we even debate how to prepare horse meat. Valaris chimed in. He bore a limp, a remnant of his first tourney, where his opponent, Prince Oberyn of Dorne, had unseated him, leaving Valaris' legs shattered beneath his steed. Now, my grandson is indeed clever. Hatred and frivolity only cloud one's judgment. Your father revels at the thought of his grandson upon the throne, as if dreaming of a fish. The Starks have long been kings, as have the Arryns and Lannisters. And even House Baratheon, through maternal lines, can trace their lineage to ancient royalty. Only House Tyrell ascended to prominence when King Aegon burned the rightful queen of the Riverlands in the conflagration at Fire and Blood. Previously, we were but stewards. But what of it? My son, our branches flourish. We have never been so powerful. All sides must depend upon us. We must wait, rather than act impulsively. Very well. There shall be opportunities yet. And that damned Florent family, ever proclaiming our legitimacy. I shall ensure they pay dearly. Mace declared with indignation. Patience, Mace. Kings are not easily born, much like Ser Loras. How many years has it taken for our family to produce one? The Queen of Thorns stated. For Ser Loras was a renowned warrior and tourney enthusiast, revered and beloved. Even a century hence, Duke Loras was still regarded as the finest knight from House Tyrell. A master of jousting, many deeming him the greatest champion of the lance in history. By the way, Valaris, do you have any amusing news to share with your grandmother? The Queen of Thorns inquired. Nothing particularly new, but there is an intriguing tidbit from across the narrow sea. A new king has risen in the disputed lands, freeing slaves and raiding the wildfire estates, causing the price of wildfire to soar, Valaris recounted. The slaves call him the King of Wildfire or the Iron King. He wears an iron mask, wields a war hammer, and dons iron armor, a fearsome warrior on the battlefield. The King of Wildfire. Does he not sound like a runaway slave? Mace scoffed. Not at all. He is the new commander of the Wolf Pack, a cunning and ferocious fighter. With his warhammer, he is unmatched, having slain many men of the Vale and even the Unsullied. Valaris proclaimed. The Wolf Pack? The demons of the hammer. The Queen of Thorns mused, taken aback. Descendants of those savage northerners. I did not expect them to remain active. Indeed, the Wolf Pack is embroiled in the conflict among the people of the Vale, now standing on their own. Valaris continued. The King of Wildfire is merely a distant brigand of little consequence, Mace dismissed, though he has achieved naught in decades of warfare. The price of wildfire is skyrocketing. We must establish contact with this King of Wildfire. Moreover, he may also strike at the stepstones, just like the Ninepenny King. Chapter 34. The galloping stag. The shifting tides across the narrow sea resemble a butterfly heralding a tempest. The 9 Copper Kings have bestowed upon the world several years of revelry. King Robert's grandfather, Mond, met his demise in that very place, the Thorn Queen remarked. Who could have anticipated that 9 whimsical pirates would inspire imitation years later? Mere brigands, butter merchants, cheese traffickers, and slave masters indulging in their trifling games. Mess remained unimpressed. This time, the King of Gunpowder Grass has liberated slaves in contested lands, perhaps stirring the waters anew, Velis asserted. However, the King of Gunpowder Grass has definitively severed ties with Meereen, liberating slaves while aggressively seizing the estates of Meereen's slave masters. The other 2 daughters must surely feel anxious, fearing the brewing storm. Merchants in Meereen have inflated the price of gunpowder amidst the chaos, while the King of Gunpowder Grass possesses an abundance of it, more affordable and desperately needed by the military. I believe we must reach out to the King of Gunpowder Grass, Velis proposed. What rationale is this? A lord negotiating with a slave leader? Mess pursed his lips. Observing the world carefully is never amiss. One must tread cautiously, the Thorn Queen added. Velis, do not be like your father. Sometimes I wish I were a simple peasant woman, able to wield a wooden spoon to instill wisdom into that thick skull of his. Mother, Mess's face flushed crimson. When a slave leader possesses resources, it changes the game. Gunpowder has always been costly. The Thorn Queen declared. This is also for the future of our family business, in anticipation of the potential chaos. The shadow of war lingers. This summer feels interminable, and the forthcoming long winter nights will undoubtedly be harsh. I shall continue to monitor the situation across the narrow sea. The sailors from Old Town and Redwind will relay information to us. When necessary, we may need to meet this newly ascendant king of Gunpowder Grass. Velis stated. Yet, will our plans be embellished by the spider? The eunuch is more cunning than you realize. For now, he poses no threat to our endeavors. Children, be prepared for what lies ahead. King's Landing is rife with lions, and there stands a rebellious stag, the Thorn Queen proclaimed. The eunuch's thoughts run deeper than ours. He appears to be a friend to all, but his true intentions remain unknown. May I also venture into the contested lands? I have read about the wars of the 9 Copper Kings. The contested lands are both bountiful and tumultuous. Marjorie suddenly interjected. That is out of the question. Mess immediately interrupted his daughter's musings. The Stone Steps Islands are rife with pirates who prey upon the nobles of Westeros. What if the valiant Garland accompanies our dear Flower? A tall, robust knight clad in green robes arrives, reminiscent of the Knight of Flowers, yet even taller and stronger. Brother, I am so delighted to have your protection. Marjorie exclaimed joyfully. Garland entered the pavilion, sporting a beard that made him resemble a wild warrior rather than a delicate nobleman. His personal emblem bore 2 golden roses on a field of green, signifying his status as the second son. Garland is braver than Velis and wiser than Lorith. Possessing the strengths of both, I find myself intrigued by the King of Gunpowder Grass. I suspect he may be a knight in exile from Westeros. For the wolf pack has always been thus, Garland remarked. However, such a gallant knight should have already distinguished himself at the tournament. Perhaps he shuns fame and glory. Marjorie suggested. Like you, he is a humble and pragmatic soul. Then he is even more formidable. Garland pondered. A young man indifferent to hollow accolades likely seeks something far greater. The King of Gunpowder Grass is also a man of practical battle, clashing with the men of Meereen and the Unsullied. Garland yearned to encounter such an opponent. He excelled with a sword, often training alongside 3 or 4 others to simulate the conditions of actual combat, preparing himself in advance, in a manner within the contested lands. Not far from the estate of Gunpowder Grass lies another small estate belonging to a governor of Meereen. The free folk surrounded the manor like a rising tide. Their black banners emblazoned with the image of a slave shattering his shackles. The liberated slaves shouted slogans of freedom. Freedom. The crowd parted as Gendry rode in on a black steed, appearing like a storm. Longspear and others followed closely. The mercenaries of the wolf pack were the most elite, fully armed and ready for battle. Double-headed axes, sharp daggers, longswords, spiked maces, flails, reinforced leather armor, and chainmail, along with greaves to protect their legs and gorgets to shield their necks. Victory! Victory! The free folk cheered, though their gear was far less impressive. Chainmail, leather armor. Their weapons rudimentary, as the slave manor lacked quality equipment, barely able to arm the slaves. Yet for now, the wolf pack was not short of funds, able to procure supplies with gunpowder. Gendry, clad in a rough iron mask and black scale armor, wielded the renowned black warhammer of the contested lands, radiating a chilling aura. War had forged and tempered him. He appeared even taller and more robust, raising his spiked hammer as he rode back and forth before the free folk. Each time he appeared, the soldiers' cheers grew louder. War possesses a singular truth: victory. The entire manor resounded with cries and shouts, while the defenders offered no rallying cries, leaving only desolation. Liberator, shatterer of chains. The warriors of the free folk chanted. The newly liberated free folk were generally gaunt and pallid, yet they possessed a precious quality akin to gold, confidence. Perhaps I can achieve even greater feats, Gendry mused, seizing the shimmering opportunity for victory like a radiant star. The manor doors swung open unopposed as the rebellious slaves dispatched the governor of Meereen, presenting the estate as a gift. The 7th estate, Corbon remarked behind him. Estates signify people and wealth, but also immense responsibility. Master Corbon, you will continue to tally the population, wealth, and measure the land. Longspear, maintain discipline among the troops. The free men are our brothers. We are not a savage band. Yes, commander. Into the city. Gendry gestured, guiding his black steed into the manor, the breeze tousling his dark hair. In that moment, he was the galloping stag. The slaves joyously burst forth from the manor, celebrating this moment of reunion. Freedom! Freedom! The liberated slaves climbed to the heights of the manor's tower, each striving to be first. They cast down the banner representing Lys, a ship's flag among the coins of Lys. Chapter 35. The Warriors Guild and the Sons Guild in the council hall of the estate. Exquisite mill tapestries adorned the walls, depicting the bountiful harvest of the land. Xanderly, Cobain, and the handsome men gathered around a long table, upon which lay a map of the disputed territories. Victory! though undeniably sweet, only served to amplify the fears of the mill people. In fact, it was conceivable that, at some point, the three daughters might unite under the weight of their trepidation. Once the estate was secured, the distribution followed the traditional method, allocating land and everyday necessities to the liberated slaves, while precious metals, handcrafted goods, and medicines were designated for the treasury, just as before. Zanderley asserted. After all, these were merely the private possessions of the mill governors and affluent merchants, and he felt no pang of remorse. Precious metals and esteemed crafts belonged to the military treasury. Duly recorded and awaiting further distribution, Cobain added. The Gunpowder Grass Estate, the Purple Blossom Estate, the Wolf's Tail Estate, the Handsome Man interjected. Our conquests multiply. And so too does the mill's panic. Most of these estates belong to the mill governors or wealthy merchants, primarily Governor Joy. Cobain remarked. It won't be long before mercenaries or adventurers hired by the mill come to launch an attack. The former leader of the Wolf Pack and its allies perished at the hands of Joy and the Maritime Guild, creating a profound enmity between the two factions. Whether for territorial gain or revenge for the former leader, a fierce battle with Governor Joy's forces is inevitable. The most promising news is that the mill are not united. Just like the three daughters, Zanderley noted. The Supreme Council consists of about a dozen governors, akin to several horses galloping in different directions. The fragmentation of the three daughters has long been a tradition. The original Supreme Council of the Tri-City Alliance was composed of 33 governors, with each city, Lys, Mill, and Talasai, nominating 11 representatives. Each governor sought to showcase their vision and elevate their status, striving to benefit their own city-state. Every topic necessitated interminable discussions. Perhaps many mill governors should express their gratitude towards us, the handsome man remarked, since we have control over a significant amount of gunpowder grass. The merchants stockpiling it within mill cities are reaping substantial profits. They would be delighted for us to continue our endeavors. Let the mill remain in chaos while we seize the moment, Zanderley declared. The mill's orchestrations consist solely of small-scale assassins and covert strikes, all of which we have eradicated. Cobain, responsible not only for medicine but also for intelligence and espionage, added. We must solidify our hold on the Gunpowder Grass Estate and the surrounding territories, while also securing the coastline. Besides land forces, we may require a navy. To conquer the disputed territories, we cannot overlook the Stone Steps archipelago, lest we find ourselves encircled from multiple fronts, the handsome man analyzed. The ideal scenario would be to capture the disputed corner and then control several nearby islands. Aside from the underground smugglers of the three daughters, no other factions have reached out to us. Zanderley interjected. There are some, Cobain replied. According to my informants in the taverns, certain Dorne and Riverbend individuals have shown great interest in our gunpowder grass. Dorne, Riverbend. How intriguing. Dorne is barren while Riverbend is prosperous. The sole commonality between the Dorne and Riverbend people is their exclusion from the core of the Baratheon dynasty, relegated to the periphery of power distribution. On a luxurious yacht within Mill Harbor, the Supreme Governor's Council convened with great urgency. Olive-skinned, slender governors represented various factions, the Maritime Guild, the Handicraft Guild, the Gunpowder Grass Guild, and so forth. The governors erupted into chaos. For the storm stirred by the Gunpowder King rampaging through the disputed territories grew increasingly tempestuous, and tales of the Gunpowder King spread even within the Mill City states, dividing land and granting it to commoners, declaring that all are born free. Governor Joy, your foolish decisions have led us to this predicament. The price of gunpowder has surged, as has that of fire wine, leading to widespread discontent among citizens, while slaves seethe with resentment. One governor was the first to unleash his ire at Governor Joy. Am I to bear the brunt of the wolf's rampage? Governor Joy's face flushed with indignation. I know some governors are in league with the Gunpowder King. The more chaotic the situation in the disputed territories, the more profits you can reap from your stockpiled gunpowder and fire wine. Your foolishness has made the downfall of a governor seem ordinary. However, your incompetence has incited those rabid wolf cubs to wreak havoc in the disputed land. Without slaves, how can we produce fire wine and mead, or craft those exquisite tapestries? The governor of the Handicraft Guild expressed his discontent. You slander me. The governors began to bicker, turning on each other before any battle could commence. Enough. Enough. Silence. An elderly governor with olive skin, white hair, and black eyes rose to speak. Governor Levert of the Handicraft Guild, one of the most esteemed and powerful among the mill governors. The disputed territories are fertile and beautiful. Slaves are the foundation of our mill prosperity, and we cannot abandon them. We cannot allow these marauding mercenaries and slaves to run amok any longer. Levert asserted. Then what is your proposal? To pacify or to annihilate? The propaganda of the wolf cubs has already stirred the ambitions of the slaves. They must all be eradicated. Just as we dealt with those in Slave Bay, we must be equally severe. This task falls to you, Governor Joy. You have gained the most from this, and it is time to contribute to mill. I, Governor Joy, felt dejected, yet lacked a better idea. Observing the majority of Governor's sentiments, it seemed I would have to bear the cost myself. Hiring adventurers and mercenaries would also require substantial funds. However, many mercenary bands would refuse such a perilous task. That fellow possesses some skill in combat and is adept at swaying hearts. The slaves revere him. Governor Joy sought to resist the tide. There are plenty of mercenaries in the disputed territories, some willing to step forward. As far as I know, there are currently 2 reckless mercenary bands eager to deploy. Those 2, the Warriors Guild and the Sons Guild. Their notoriety is indeed infamous. Governor Joy inhaled sharply. Infamous mercenaries are still mercenaries, given the current situation. Do you have the funds to hire the Golden Guild? The Warriors Guild is a mercenary band with a rather poor reputation, primarily composed of criminals and exiles from various lands. The Sons Guild boasts an even longer history, being one of the oldest mercenary bands on the eastern continent, established during the Blood Century. Unlike the Golden Guild, they do not possess a widespread renown, yet they have a commendable record. In recent years, under the leadership of Marrow, their reputation has plummeted to the extent that they struggle to find contracts even in free trade city-states. Chapter 36, Standouts in the dark and foreboding dungeon beneath the Gunpowder Manor. The bound assassin of the militia emitted anguished cries. The manor had been transformed into the headquarters of the Wolf Pack, its banner fluttering above as the wolves howled in unison. Mercenaries of the Wolf Pack, high-ranking members of the Free Army, and those fugitive slaves seeking refuge under the rule of the Gunpowder King filled the grounds. Within the confines of the militia's estate, tools of punishment for the slaves were never in short supply. Whips, iron rods, and torture chairs designed to inflict prolonged suffering, leading to a slow demise. It was a lamentable state of humanity. Amidst the blood and fire, the aged scholar, Coburn, observed the tormented assassin, who was on the brink of death. The once affable scholar now resembled a mad scientist. Although the militia had not mobilized their main forces to hunt down the wolf pack, their assassins had already infiltrated. The silver-haired Coburn prepared to mix scorpion venom with a coagulant, deftly assembling a small knife, syringe, tubing, and cotton balls. He engaged in a dark magical ritual before injecting the lethal concoction into the militia assassin's body. A cry of agony escaped the assassin's lips as his heart began to race violently before he succumbed to death. Blood filled his eyes, and they seemed to burst. His frail body could not withstand the torment inflicted by the toxic mixture. Your Highness, this is the 2nd experiment of the month. Frankly, the physical constitution of these militians is appallingly poor. Coburn lamented, expressing regret that such defective assassins needed to be discarded and burned. Alas, we have exhausted our options. This has been the best sample we could procure, Jandrai remarked, regarding the deceased assassin as a normal consequence of their harsh interrogations. You must remain vigilant. Power is akin to the Iron Throne, adorned with spikes. These assassins are like hounds tethered to power. They are difficult to guard against, necessitating an enhancement in our intelligence and protection. While our numbers are steadily growing, akin to a rolling snowball, the Free Army comprises newly liberated slaves who are still novices. The seasoned veterans remain our most reliable assets. You will need to endure some hardships. To contribute even a modicum of effort to your cause is my greatest aspiration. I eagerly await our return to Westeros to witness the expression on the old lion's face. Coburn asserted, unyielding, his age belied by a robust physique. What of the assassin's employer? Governor Joy, he is nearly consumed by hatred for us. Regrettably, this body is unsuitable. I believe the sample needs to be improved. As I understand, a physique akin to the mountains would be ideal, tall, and possessing significant resistance to toxins. Coburn sighed. Acquiring the mountain will prove exceedingly difficult. Jandrai replied, loyal to the Duke Tywin. You, too, require such capable individuals to safeguard your security. Should our strength increase in the future, assassination attempts will inevitably follow. For now, we shall utilize this current group. Jandrai instructed several capable members of the Wolf Pack to ensure his safety and selected many young men from the Free Army, fiercely loyal to the supreme commander of the Wolf Pack, as his guards. War is likely imminent, and my experiments may need to be temporarily halted. Coburn expressed regretfully. The Wolf Pack's regime in the disputed lands was indeed in its infancy. There will always be opportunities, adventurers, brigands, mercenaries, and the unblemished. They all serve as excellent samples. Jandrai reassured him. Your Highness, are you prepared? Coburn asked, readying for the impending conflict. War is unavoidable. Thus, I must arm myself properly. War is not entirely detrimental to us. It can yield resources and territory. More importantly, it will bolster morale. There remain numerous fugitive slaves in the disputed lands. Should we succeed, our military strength will amplify. Let those fleeing slaves see that we possess the power to protect them. Jandri's ambitions soared, seeking not only to conquer the current territories, but also to attract those willing to join their cause. Fugitive slaves who constituted a relatively formidable armed group in the disputed lands. The seagulls soared over the sea toward the distant shores of Westeros. Clear the way! Clear the way! The king rides out. The hunting party of King Robert emerged from the gates, a flowing river of gold, silver, and white, with knights brandishing the crown stag leading the charge. Their resounding calls echoing. King Robert, mounted on a magnificent steed, now appeared corpulent and imposing, raising concerns that the horse might collapse beneath his weight. The king, indulging in wine and pleasures, had long since shed the heroic image of his youth that once commanded respect. Beside him rode 2 renowned knights, the elder knight Barristan, venerable and steadfast, famed throughout the 7 kingdoms. Following him was his eldest son, the heir, Prince Joffrey, who wore a disdainful smile, reminiscent of his Lannister kin. Tall and striking with his fair complexion and golden locks, his green eyes sparkled, and his lips curled in a superior manner. Clad in a crimson velvet garment adorned with lions and stags, he displayed his pride. A towering knight donned a fearsome helmet resembling a hunting dog, sworn to the Lannister family. Trailing behind the king was his squire, Lancel, the son of Ser Kevin Lannister, young and robust, with sandy brown hair and light green eyes. Often remarked upon for his striking resemblance to Jaime Lannister. I must save this kingdom. There are too many lions surrounding the king. Stannis pondered from his tower, observing his brother's figure retreating into the sunlight. He reflected on the overwhelming presence of Lannisters by Robert's side, seemingly drowning the king in their influence. The king's entourage, comprising the king's guard and the Lannister hounds, along with some lion soldiers, bore names that echoed the Lannister legacy rather than traditional Baratheon names. Consumed by wine and lust, what had become of the young Robert? Stannis felt a surge of discontent for the unfairness Robert had brought upon him and a deep concern for the Lannister family's growing power. The sunlight glinted off the golden lion on the crimson flag, igniting the lioness image with fervor. Stannis then noticed Joffrey's golden hair, radiant and striking. Regardless of their mother's hair colors, bronze, honey, chestnut, or cream, their offspring emerged dark as crows. Yet, the 3 siblings, Joffrey and his sisters, bore hair that shone like the sun. Stannis found this peculiarity unsettling. He thought of many, his daughter, his 3 brothers, and that disgraceful Edric Storm raised at Storm's End, who bore a striking resemblance to the young king. Why? Why is this so? Chapter 37. Before the Great War, high atop the tower of Gunpowder Grass Manor, Jandelli, the handsome one, Steel Fist, Longspear, Black Billy, the Arrowmaker Dick, and Cobain gathered together. The ominous clouds of war loomed over Gunpowder Grass Manor, and Governor Joy's retribution was imminent. This time, Governor Joy is truly serious, Cobain remarked. According to our intelligence from Mill, Governor Joy has hired the Warriors Guild and is actively recruiting adventurers and mercenaries throughout Mill, forming a considerable force. Their movements are so conspicuous that everyone in Mill is aware. That's all for the best. What I fear most is not the attack, but the impenetrable blockade of the Mill people, Jandelli chuckled. Since the Millers are delivering themselves right to our doorstep, we need not tire our horses for a long march. A blockade is far more terrifying than an assault. If the Millers seal the coastline and ally with the brigands from Crown Town, it would be truly insurmountable. However, their Achilles' heel lies in their multitude of leaders, which presents an opportunity for the Wolf Pack. The Warriors Guild. The handsome one was familiar with the name. A collection of criminals, rapists, pedophiles, and exiles. Jandelli recognized the name as well. This was the same mercenary group that would later have its arm severed from the regicide. Yet, they would not survive long enough to cross the sea to Westeros. The Warriors Guild. A motley crew of clowns and criminals. The Arrowmaker chuckled. Notorious as they are, they can only be compared to the Second Sons in infamy. Infamy is still a form of recognition. While they are indeed jesters and felons, their combat prowess is commendable. After all, an army of rogues is still an army. The Warriors Guild has managed to maintain a respectable level of fighting capability. Let us crush these jesters, Steel Fist declared. The wandering knights and adventurers lack order. By defeating the Warriors Guild, the rest will surely collapse. We must find a way to annihilate them. The mercenaries of the Warriors Guild should have perished long ago. The Wolf Pack has principles. We have no time to shelter a band of criminals. The other brigands and mercenaries may come and go as they please. Jandelli clenched his fists. While facing the Mill forces at Gunpowder Grass Manor is certainly more secure, engaging in mobility warfare and ambushes beyond the borders would be the most advantageous strategy. Reducing the depletion of one's territory while winning the war would attract more supporters. Jandelli pondered whether to employ a flanking tactic or a direct assault. The other 6 kingdoms of Westeros preferred frontal confrontations, while flanking tactics and mobility warfare were often utilized by the Dornish. The Dornish armies chose to avoid large-scale direct combat, relying on light infantry and superior steeds for swift strikes, leveraging the harsh local climate to wear down the enemy. Due to the heat and scarcity of water, large armies faced significant challenges in movement and supply within Dorne. Ambush tactics and mobility warfare are preferable Jandeli stated. After all, he did not possess the geographical advantages and natural conditions that Dorne enjoyed. The contested land was fertile and abundant, and his manor and the free army slaves were newly acquired. The mill fleet could approach us along the rugged coastline, yet they could not completely seal us off. It is highly probable that these mercenaries will still take the main road, advancing overland. The handsome one analyzed, using his remaining arm to sketch on the map with a pencil, drawing circles. My plan is as follows. First, scouts and light cavalry will gather intelligence on the eastern coastline in the southern crown town, intercepting messengers to avoid being attacked from 3 sides. Jandeli surveyed the map, as if to master every nuance of the terrain. War is an amalgamation of intelligence, logistics, and organizational elements. A large-scale battle is the ultimate test of a commander's military acumen. Next, we will set an ambush on the outskirts, aiming to annihilate them in one fell swoop as they head north. The handsome one will secure the rear, while Steel Fist, Black Billy, and the Arrow Maker will lead the longbowmen and shield bearers in the ambush. You will be responsible for leading the free army. Meanwhile, Longspear and I will lead the wolf pack in the assault. I support the Commander-in-Chief's proposal. Then we shall proceed. The commanders agreed with the Chief Commander's suggestion, as the most challenging charges would be led by Jandeli himself, which was characteristic of his style. 200 archers should give them a run for their money, Black Billy declared, bringing along 20 archers from the wolf pack, most of whom were freed slaves selected from the free army. The longbowmen primarily wielded mill crossbows, followed by eastern double-bow crossbows. The finely crafted Purple Heartwood bows were rare and expensive, while the coveted Golden Heartwood bows were even harder to procure. The mill crossbows were relatively easy to train on, requiring no extensive professional training, and they were also the most affordable. Infantry and shield bearers must hold their positions. Jandeli instructed. Cavalry will serve as the reserve and assault force. I need you to delay as much as possible. Rest assured, Steel Fist promised. As long as there are men on my position, we shall ensure we fight to the last man. The mill forces departed from Mill, a contingent of around 1,000, comprising the Warriors Guild and a motley assortment of mercenaries and adventurers from the city. The leader of the Warriors Guild accompanied the mercenaries, while most were commanded by Governor Joy's nephew, Japo, an officer of the mill garrison with some degree of experience. Could such a quirky force truly contend with the wolf pack? Commander Japo mused. He observed the troops of the Warriors Guild, marching under the banner of the Bloodhorn Black Goat. At the forefront was a tall, lanky figure resembling a scarecrow, Wag Hoth, the leader of the Warriors Guild. His dark and coarse beard nearly reached his waist, making his gaunt face appear even longer. His steed was a peculiar black and white spotted horse, adorned with a helmet crafted in the shape of a goat's head on the saddle. Around his neck hung a chain strung with coins of varying sizes, shapes, and materials, representing the places he had fought. Following him were bell-toting figures, riders with bronze skin, spearmen mounted on black and white spotted horses, archers with grease paint on their faces, squat, hairy individuals brandishing shaggy shields, dark-skinned men cloaked in bird feather robes, a slender jester dressed in a green and pink checkered costume, swordsmen sporting eccentric mustaches dyed in green, purple, and silver, long spearmen adorned with colorful tattoos, and a gaunt figure in a monk's robe, alongside another with a sickly appearance draped in a leather cloak embellished with long strands of golden hair. Commander Japo hastened to catch up with Wag, suppressing his discontent. My lord Wag, shall we wait outside Gunpowder Grass Manor? I believe it would be most prudent to wait for the fleet's personnel to arrive from the coastline, allowing our 2 forces to converge. Governor Joy sought assistance from his ship captain allies, but they were slow to respond, and their fleet's landing was lagging far behind the mercenaries' advance. Nevertheless, Japo hoped to wait for the fleet to mobilize. What is there to fear? Wag replied nonchalantly. I have taken your coin. I will assuredly deal with these wolf cubs. His mouth seemed perpetually engaged in chewing, rendering his speech indistinct and drooling. My lord, the wolf pack should not be underestimated. Although their numbers are small, the ferocity of the Northerners is renowned across many lands, especially their leader, a brutal knight. What is there to fear? Wag boasted, raising his necklace. These are all places where I have fought. I will sever the hands and feet of the wolf cubs. He often tortured prisoners by amputating their limbs, earning him the moniker of the amputator. And your monk, I hope he does not continually harass the boys in my ranks. They are soldiers, not flowers from a perfume garden. Japo regarded Wag, stifling his displeasure. ERT is fond of that sort. I shall reprimand him. But those who come to us unbidden, I cannot control. Commander Xiaobo's heart sank to the depths, as he found himself unable to exert authority over the mercenaries, who held themselves in high regard. Chapter 38. The Dance of the Wolves. The road lay strewn with chaos as the band of mercenary brigands from the Warriors Guild surged ahead, followed closely by the contingent of the Million organization. Horses neighed and puffed, while the free mercenaries exchanged curses, reveling in their bickering, creating a cacophony of noise. Jobo harbored a deep-seated distrust towards the slaves and was equally skeptical of the brigands from the Warriors Guild. He feared the Million slaves might turn against them. Their hearts stirred by the incendiary rhetoric of the Gunpowder Grass King. His most trusted companions remained the 30 sanctified and 4 Milan gladiators. A legacy bequeathed to him by his uncle, representing his greatest fortune. The cohort Jobo commanded was a hodgepodge of free mercenaries and adventurers. Yet their demeanor was far too disorganized. How much longer? Jobo hastened to the front, inquiring of the brutish captain, Goat Varg, who sported a helmet fashioned in the likeness of a goat's head. Perhaps 2 more days, Varg responded, his speech still garbled. Yet Jobo maintained a facade of civility. I wonder if we should wait a while longer. It would be prudent to coordinate with the fleet for an assault from the west and enlist the brigands from Crown Town to strike from the south. 3 forces converging would be far more secure. Jobo contemplated, suppressing the rising tension and panic within him. Rumors painted the Gunpowder Grass King as a devil of war, a master of horsemanship and weaponry, capable of obliterating Milan gladiators and sanctified alike in mere moments. Certainly, hiring the Golden Company would be the safest option. Yet Governor Joy was reluctant to part with such exorbitant sums. What do we need 3 armies for? More hands to share the spoils. Goat Varg grumbled. Just a collection of brigands and runaway slaves. What's there to fear? Suddenly, the jester, Shagwy, severed the heads of 2 fleeing slaves, brandishing them as he approached, even prompting a mock dialogue. How did you meet your end? One head asked. I supported the Gunpowder Grass King, replied the other. A wave of nausea washed over Jobo at this gruesome display, but he steeled himself. The wolf pack's cubs were not so feeble, bolstered by the unwavering resolve of the runaway slaves. Otherwise, such a multitude of mercenaries would not have persisted. This mission was no mere pie to savor. Is there anything unusual ahead? Jobo inquired. None, Commander Jobo. It is eerily calm. The landowners fear the attacks of the wolf cubs and have barred their estates, rendering the roads nearly devoid of travelers. We have been unable to gather intelligence. Except, I did spot 2 slaves who escaped from an estate, seeking refuge with the Gunpowder Grass King. The jester replied. I feel an unsettling calm. Jobo observed the vast expanse of land, the fields, the small rivers, and the estates. The verdant and contentious territories were home to numerous groves, where he sensed lurking dangers, as if every thicket concealed an adversary. Jobo often felt his uncle was overly optimistic. Perhaps waiting for a 3-pronged advance would prove more beneficial. With all these estates nearby, instead of letting the Gunpowder Grass King benefit, why not plunder first? The jester suggested. No, absolutely not. These are the governor's properties. We cannot act recklessly, Jobo hastily interjected. They are here to hunt down the wolf pack, not to create new foes. How dull that would be. The jester sighed. I still wish to acquire some gold and silver. Yet, the wolf cubs possess 6 or 7 estates and adjacent lands. They must have wealth, along with that gunpowder grass. That wealth belongs to my uncle and the other Million nobility. It has already been allocated for your military pay. Jobo retorted angrily, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. The adage of no such thing as a free lunch held true. There was a reason no one employed these notorious mercenary bands. Look at you, all riled up, Lord Jobo. We were merely jesting. The jester laughed heartily. Accelerate our pace, commanded Goat Varg. We must find a secure location to camp. The black goat banner fluttered high as they discovered a broad road and a gentle hill. It is the wolf cubs and those despicable runaway slaves, Commander Jobo exclaimed, spotting the organized shield wall on the road, fortified with oak shields and hefty wooden barriers. Upon the small hill to the left, archers and crossbowmen were poised for action. Toot! The sharp sound of a horn pierced the air, followed by the thundering of war drums. Move! Quickly! Jobo shouted. Shut your mouth, Commander. To survive, we need our brothers to charge down. Goat Varg observed the throng, noting that the majority were runaway slaves, unaccustomed to bloodshed. He glanced at the free army behind them, their gear and armor visibly inferior. Chainmail, leather armor, outdated and tattered. Very well. Jobo grit his teeth. We shall charge first. I will provide you with 20 sanctified. Varg's eyes glinted with malice as he led some of his subordinates forward. 20 sanctified and knights among the free mercenaries surged ahead. An opportunity presented itself. The elite of the wolf pack were few, and if they could break through the shield formation, the estate slaves, merely tillers of the land and gunpowder grass, would scatter, leading to a resounding victory. Whoosh! Whoosh! The archers and crossbowmen unleashed their assault, targeting those bold enough to charge alongside Varg. Yet, the sanctified were formidable, and the range of the crossbows paled in comparison to that of longbows. Amidst the chaos, the Warriors Guild seized a glimmer of opportunity. Beware the longbowmen. Only by breaking through their formation can we prevail. Goat Varg bellowed, noticing comrades falling around him as he narrowly dodged death. Within the enemy ranks were skilled marksmen. Yet retreat was not an option. Crash! Crash! The sanctified advanced, wielding spears and short swords, while other mercenaries brandished their axes, attempting to breach the shield wall, hoping to create an opening. However, the reserves of the Free Army appeared inexhaustible, steadfastly maintaining their lines. Infantry, advance. Infantry, advance. Jobo observed the enemy formation wavering. The shield wall seemed on the brink of collapse. The infantry pressed forward, and Jobo urged the Free Knights to join the fray. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, the so-called wolf pack was not so formidable. He envisioned the sweet fruits of victory. He would inherit his family's wealth and would surely be elected governor thereafter. Yet, cries and screams erupted as, from the right, a contingent of 50 to 60 heavily armored knights burst forth from the woods. Leading the charge was a black knight clad in a dark helm and a coarse iron mask, wearing black-scaled armor and wielding a mace. The knights surged forth like a flood, crashing into the ranks of the Warriors Guild and the Sanctified. Crash! The mace of Jandeli met a free mercenary's face, crushing it and sending blood gushing forth. Long live the wolf pack! Long live the wolf pack! The wolf cavalry cheered as they joined the fray, their meteor hammers, great axes, and long spears unleashing a horrific miasma of blood, flesh, bone, and brain matter. Before Jobo, darkness descended, glory and honor evaporated, and in that instant, he felt only the impending embrace of defeat. Chapter 39. Annihilation of the Warriors Brigade. A tempest had arisen. Jandeli unleashed a dark storm. He brandished his mace with dexterity, launching assaults from both sides. The horses neighed, and the long spears surged forward with the remaining cavalry of the wolf pack. The pack skillfully sliced through the formation, leaving no mercy for the reckless attackers of the shield wall. Damn it! It is the Gunpowder King, the supreme commander of the wolf pack. The free mercenaries of Mill murmured in terror. The alpha wolf atop his steed was a formidable sight, towering and robust, with deep blue eyes reminiscent of the azure sea. The raised mace emanated a chilling glow, as if heralding the arrival of death itself. The mercenaries were not fools. They did not believe their skulls were harder than those of the gladiators or the purified. Run! Jobo disregarded the battlefield formation, hastily abandoning his splendid display to escape. The moment he laid eyes on the Gunpowder King, his spirit shattered. He perceived himself as a coward, unfit to partake in the bloody conflict. With the remaining purified and the Mill gladiators at his back, Jobo surrendered the vanguard, leading his mercenaries from the battlefield like a frenzied steed. The rear guard scattered like birds, while hundreds of free knights, warriors, and purified were left to the mercy of the wolf pack and the free army. Draw your bows. Fire! Black Billy and the Fletchers urgently commanded the archers on the hill, launching another volley at the Melitas before the shield formation. Many horses wailed, and the war steeds, in a frenzy, reared and fell, crushing the hapless free mercenaries beneath them, sealing their fates. Seizing the moment before the shield wall crumbled, Jandeli and the cavalry surged forward. A brave free mercenary charged at Jandeli, but the mace swung down, striking the soldier's visage, shattering through the faceplate, bone, and blood, sending the mercenary crashing to the ground. Yet Jandeli did not pause, his gaze fixed upon the Warriors Brigade and the purified, the mightiest of forces, intent on shattering the skulls of the Melitas. Recognizing the dire situation, Varg swiftly turned his brigade around. With his pivot, the entire vanguard formation collapsed, and the free knights bolted in haste, only to find Jobo's reserve already fled. A mere 20 purified remained, brandishing their short swords and spears, still pressing against the shield wall. Boom, boom. The shield formation re-established its fortitude, advancing like a rock, while the purified retreated step by step, desperately holding their ground. They fought valiantly, but alas, with only 20 of them, they could not alter the tide of battle. Forget those foolish purified. First, slay the goat and his ragtag soldiers. Jandeli commanded, and the long spears comprehended his intent. Varg was too conspicuous, his goat helm unmistakable. He rode a striking black and white zebra, tall and gaunt, resembling a rusted sword. Varg sported a goat beard and wore a necklace strung with coins from his past battles, clad in a black long tunic of chainmail and lobster gauntlets. He braced himself as Jandeli charged. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, Varg swung his longsword, but Jandeli's blows were indifferent to his feeble resistance. The first strike nearly toppled Varg, as if a boulder had crushed his arm. "You little brat! I misjudged you," Varg roared. He began to slash at Jandeli's head and shoulders. The mace and longsword clashed, echoing with the sound of steel. Although Varg had fought in many battles, his experience proved insufficient against the overwhelming force of Jandeli, especially in an ambush where focus was paramount. Casting a fleeting glance at the battlefield, Varg observed his comrades being mercilessly harvested by the frenzied northerners, their heavy cavalry grinding the Warriors Brigade and free mercenaries into dust. His frantic strikes were futile against Jandeli's hardened black scale armor. Lacking Valyrian steel, most longswords struggled to pierce the armor of heavy cavalry. Die! The searing flames of battle ignited between the black deer and the goat as the two foes clashed. Jandeli launched a ferocious assault, rediscovering the exhilarating sensation of wielding power. With each resounding blow, he shattered Varg's helm, revealing the grotesque, bloodied visage beneath. Jandeli beheld Varg's terrified countenance, his gaunt face, goat beard, and fearful eyes. Even the demon of death could be gripped by panic in his final moments. "Forgive me, Black Goat God," Varg implored with sincerity. Thud. Jandeli's mace struck Varg's forehead. The wound deep and bone exposed, blood, brain matter, and fragments erupting in a horrific mist across the battlefield. Varg collapsed, lifeless. The unfortunate zebra, now masterless, neighed until pierced by arrows. "The goat is dead. The goat is dead," Jandeli bellowed, his voice like iron reverberating across the battlefield. The remaining mercenaries, akin to an avalanche, scattered like headless flies, gripped by dread. Commander Jobo had fled, and now the goat lay slain. "You killed the captain, you madman." The jester Shagwy charged from a shadowy corner, clad in a riot of green and pink, with chainmail beneath. The jester relished in cruel humor, wielding a three-headed flail. The jester swung his weapon with vigor, while Jandeli continued to wield his mace. Yet, the flail ensnared the head of his weapon. In that moment, the jester rejoiced. "Die, wolf cub." He produced a black dagger, aiming to pierce the joints of Jandeli's armor. But Jandeli released his mace, revealing an Alarak curved blade. The blade sang as it sliced through the air, severing the jester's head, silencing the cruel humor once and for all. "Annihilate the Warriors Brigade. Exterminate the Warriors Brigade. Long live the Wolf Pack. Long live the Wolf Pack." The Knights of the Wolf Pack surged forth like a steel fist, ensuring the obliteration of the encircled foes. The Warriors Brigade, a band of criminals and scum, faced their demise. The knights hammered the battlefield as if tilling the earth, mercilessly relentless. "Surrender. We surrender." The free mercenaries cast down their weapons, regretting their ill-fated mission. Though the pay was ample, it had cost them dearly. Chapter 40. The arrival of the Red Viper. Gendry leaped from his steed and retrieved his bloodied Morning Star. The weapon remained effective, as long as he possessed the strength. Its lethality on the battlefield was astonishing. If only he had a Valyrian steel one. He wiped the blood from the Morning Star onto the jester's garish robe. In his vicinity, only corpses remained. No living soul was left. The banner of the Black Goat had been shredded, and the members of the Warriors' company lay scattered like refuse. These butchers, criminals, and scum had ultimately become the lifeless remnants of a bloody battlefield. The Knights of the Wolf Pack surged back and forth, their steeds trampling the fallen, as spears and maces whistled through the air, reaping the fallen, which included the Courage Company and a few reckless free riders. The war was effectively over. The spear formation slowly pressed down, encircling the Unsullied, reducing their number from 20 to merely 15. They resembled a small boat adrift in the ocean of war, showing no inclination to turn back. The spearhead led the Knights of the Wolf Pack to Gendry's side, reins tightly gripped as they gazed upon their commander. While the commander was revered for his age and experience, it was strength that truly commanded respect. The Northerners revered the powerful. "We have triumphed, Commander," the spearhead declared. "Except for the militant commander, who fled with a portion of the rear guard, the rest have been vanquished." The spearhead's helmet had lost its spike, but fortunately, he remained unharmed. The knights eyed the encircled Unsullied, eager for action. Steel Fist led the infantry in the Free Company to sweep the battlefield, tidying up the aftermath and disarming the surrendering mercenaries. The valuables, armor, and weapons from the fallen Warriors' Company were stripped away. Such resources were too precious to squander. Thud. Thud. A circular shield wall completely surrounded the Unsullied, awaiting a command. Under the command of their leader, they were prepared to obliterate the Unsullied. "Release them," Gendry commanded. "Commander." "The Unsullied fight to the death. They never surrender." Steel Fist hesitated to ask. "If we let them go, they could become a hazard." "Release them. They are also unwilling slaves," Gendry insisted. "If we open a path, and those Unsullied attack us, then I shall show no mercy." "Very well." The shield wall gradually parted, allowing the Free Company to disperse. The remaining 15 Unsullied, confused and battered, clutched their shields and spears, bloodied and weary, drenched in sweat and despair. Yet, the Unsullied were resilient. They bore no fatal wounds and could endure. "Freedom, you are free," Gendry called to the Unsullied. "The commander of Mill has fled. The Warriors' Company has been annihilated. You may choose to fight us to the death or retreat to Mill. Freedom. Freedom." The Unsullied leader, adorned with 2 spikes atop his head, hesitated momentarily before advancing toward Gendry, brandishing a black shield and spear. The Unsullied leader lowered his shield and spear, then knelt before Gendry. The first Unsullied exulted, followed by the others who knelt in unison, crying out to Gendry. Freedom was the most exquisite and beautiful word they had ever heard. Gendry accepted the loyalty of the Unsullied and embraced their leader. "From this moment forth, you shall possess your own names." He permitted them to elect officials within their ranks and abolished the practice of assigning new names at random each day. "Sever the heads of the Warriors' Company and impale them on spears," Gendry commanded, for though the Warriors' Company had been vanquished, these wretches still deserve their punishment. The knights of the wolf pack rose in unison, and the newly joined Unsullied joined them in finding a new home for the severed heads of the fallen warriors. Wag the Hot, known for severing arms, the sadistic Monk 8, the murderous Jester, among others. These vile heads were mounted on long poles, enduring the howling wind, perhaps to be greeted by crows in the days to come. The Free Company surrendered en masse, and Gendry's gaze swept across the battlefield. Those mercenaries who had lost the war dared not meet his eyes. You have several choices: surrender to me, but abide by the discipline of the wolf pack, or leave this place, casting aside your armor and weapons, along with your ransom. Gendry commanded. The mercenaries remained in place, contemplating, yet they dared not defy Gendry's orders. Victory was indeed sweet, but Gendry mused, if only we could achieve perfection. Gazing over the ravaged battlefield, he reflected, with more archers, more knights, and a stronger strike force, I would annihilate this mill army completely. The militants' encirclement operation ended in utter defeat. Their heavily paid warriors' company fell into an ambush, leading to total annihilation, with only the commander escaping with a handful of remnants. The militant forces were plunged into a state of panic, and the governors contemplated a larger-scale offensive. Now, the Wolf Pack and the Free Company had claimed a corner of the disputed territory, centered around the Gunpowder Manor, where the Wolf Pack occupied a significant expanse of land and coastline. Beyond the manor's slaves, many runaway slaves who had fled deep into the disputed territory sought refuge with the Wolf Pack. Gendry stood upon the shores of the narrow sea, gazing into the distance toward his homeland, Westeros. It was the hand of fate that had led him here. The Grey Wolf accompanied Gendry, safeguarding his safety. The Grey Wolf was the leader of the surviving Unsullied, explaining the origin of his name. The name given to him at birth was cursed, forcing him into slavery. However, Grey Wolf was the name conceived by the Liberator on the day of his emancipation. Your Grace, I bring 2 pieces of news that may pique your interest. The aged Maester Coben approached. I hope they are pleasant tidings. The first concerns an alliance. The commander of the Cat Company wishes to collaborate with us to assault Mill and pillage it. Bloodbeard? Gendry recalled the name. Our forces do not accept refuse. And this man's reputation is truly foul. Mercenary brigands are difficult to manage. They seek only to burn, kill, and loot, while I aspire to claim this land. Moreover, as a liberator of slaves, I see no need to ally with such a notorious brigand as Bloodbeard. Bloodbeard was a loud, brutish man, tall and broad-shouldered, adorned with a great beard, fiery mutton chops, and long braids. He was inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, driven by a lust for glory, treasure, and carnal desires. However, simply rejecting Bloodbeard might provoke this fool. Perhaps we should contact the Windblown Company, for they harbor a grudge against him. There is also a most distinguished guest. Perhaps you should meet him in person. Maester Coben's expression was peculiar. Who? Gendry inquired. The Red Viper, Prince Oberyn of Dorne. Chapter 41. The Stag and the Red Viper welcome, Prince Oberyn. Before the estate of the Fireweed Manor, Gendry beheld the visage of a distinguished visitor, perhaps the first notable figure to grace the grounds of Fireweed. Oberyn rode a sleek black steed, its mane and tail ablaze with fiery red. The horse was slender and agile, with a delicate neck and a narrow, elegant head. The famed steeds of Dorne, though smaller than their northern counterparts and unable to bear the full weight of heavy armor, possessed remarkable endurance, said to run for 2 days and nights without fatigue. Truly, there is no one like the Dornish warrior. Gendry praised, for the image of the Red Viper was indeed imposing. The Red Viper wore a flowing light red cloak adorned with layers of overlapping bronze scales on his tunic, which shimmered like a multitude of gleaming new coins as he galloped. Atop his head was a tall gilded helmet, embellished with a bronze sun, and at the rear of his horse hung a round shield, its polished surface engraved with the sigil of House Martell, a golden spear piercing the sun. The title of the Mountain of the Viper struck fear into the hearts of the Ironborn. How shall I address you? Commander, Liberator, King of Fireweed, or Iron King? I do not even know your name. Let me see your visage. The Red Viper removed his helmet, revealing a long, melancholic face with dark, coal-like eyes gleaming beneath finely arched brows, a sharp forehead and nose, and only a few silver strands amidst his lustrous black hair. A true man of salt. Names are mere labels, especially for mercenaries. You may call me the Warhammer. As for appearance, it is of little consequence. I trust the prince is not so superficial. Gendry bowed, then introduced his entourage to the Red Viper. It was indeed audacious of him to come alone. Allow me to present my companions. This is the handsome one, the treasurer of the Wolf Pack, my advisor. This is Master Coben, the healer of the Wolf Pack, my learned master. This is the Fletcher Dick, the archery instructor of the Wolf Pack, my advisor. This is Longspear, my cavalry commander. This is Steelfist, my infantry commander. This is Black Billy, hailing from the Summer Isles, my archery captain. This is Grey Wolf, my chief bodyguard. Gendry recounted the titles of his team, which, naturally, lacked the resounding prominence of the Red Viper. Your journey has been arduous, dear prince. Please join us in the city for a brief respite. With great pleasure, replied the Red Viper. Jandary and the Red Viper walked side by side. Countless rumors surrounded the Red Viper. Jandary knew a few, and Master Coban had shared many tales. The Rivelins and the Dornish have never been on amicable terms. Oberyn had indirectly maimed the heir to the Iron Throne. I too have once served as a mercenary. But that was many years ago, Oberyn remarked. How long ago was that? Jandary inquired politely, intrigued. Many years passed. You see, I am a restless soul. I once studied in the Citadel, and before I grew weary and abandoned my studies, I forged 6 chains. I also served as a mercenary in the disputed lands, initially for the Second Sons, before forming my own company. Yet at that time, I lacked the audacity you possess to dare to uproot the foundations of the disputed territories. The Red Viper glanced at the soldiers of the Free Company with interest. Once slaves, they now stood as spirited warriors. Circumstances dictate our actions, dear prince. Were we not forced into this position, we would not be so. Jandary asserted. It is indeed a fine place. In my youth, I believed myself unparalleled, yet ultimately, I did not establish my own legacy. It is also a chaotic realm. The Ironborn delight in selling their carpets and fireweed. Yet they do not wish their slaves to partake in such commerce. Chaos begets new life. Everything here seems to flourish, and I find it rather appealing. Long ago, one of my ancestors fled from Essos to Dorne to escape the bonds of slavery, the Red Viper reminisced. Jandary recognized that Oberyn spoke of Queen Nymeria Estale. This place is quite remarkable. Had I not been tethered by ties in Westeros, I would surely linger here longer. I, too, hope the prince can extend his stay. I have heard you shattered the company of warriors, a wretched lot. Oberyn inquired. Indeed, a band of criminals and scoundrels. They are cunning, yet feeble in the face of strength. The two entered Fireweed Manor, and under the escort of the Unsullied, ascended to the highest tower, offering a panoramic view of the estate. To be succinct, I wish to discuss matters of collaboration with the King of Fireweed. This pertains not to Dorne or your kingdom of Fireweed, but solely to the Red Viper and you. You are astute, Prince, Jandary complimented. The Red Viper and Daeron are like two sides of a coin, outwardly audacious, yet the Red Viper harbors his own designs. Even in collaboration, the Red Viper stands alone, unbound by Dorne. I once believed your only reliable allies were the Wolf Pack. I did not anticipate the Free Company to be so formidable, the Red Viper lauded. Indeed, we could forge an alliance. I seek to borrow a powerful force. Have you heard of a murder, a most heinous act? That incident transpired over a decade ago in King's Landing. I have certainly heard of it. Jandary pondered. The Lannisters were responsible. Tywin kept a pack of vicious hounds. When King's Landing fell, Tywin's 2 mad dogs unleashed a frenzied retribution. The Mountain and Amory Lorch massacred the Red Keep. The Mountain stormed into the royal nursery and smashed the infant Aegon Targaryen against the wall, killing him instantly. Before the blood of the child dried, he violated Princess Elia, Aegon's mother. Amory dragged the screaming girl from her father Rhaegar's bed, stabbing her repeatedly until she perished. I am bloodthirsty by nature, yet I have waited year upon year. What of the benefits, dear prince? Your quest for vengeance seems extravagant. Jandary inquired deliberately. Benefits? The cunning youth, your plight looms like a dark cloud. The 3 daughters shall surely not tolerate the expansion of your little kingdom, nor those pirates. Do you not require allies, or some form of support? Though Dorne is narrow and arid, we possess renowned horses, spearmen, and summer wine and spices, which I believe the commander would find advantageous. I am in dire need. In exchange, I offer you the Ironborn tapestries and fireweed. However, it is rather challenging for me to offend a powerful figure for your support. Provided the conditions are favorable, we might collaborate. I have awaited this moment for long, and I am not in haste. What else does the commander desire? I seek the Ironborn, the 3 daughters, the entirety of Essos. Jandary declared to the Red Viper, his tone devoid of deceit. Ha! The Red Viper burst into laughter. A madman, truly a madman. Perhaps only a young and reckless soul could befit an alliance with me. Your tone mirrors that of a previous individual who toppled a kingdom for a misguided love. It seems you share certain similarities. Indomitable and both fond of warhammers. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Jandary replied. One can only hope. Thankfully, the offspring of the lion for the king are a tale too complex to articulate. Why partner with us? Jandary queried. I have contemplated many, but ultimately they dissipated like smoke. The governor of the 3 daughters is solely driven by self-interest, utterly unreliable. Perhaps I have considered a new collaborator to discuss. May the gods bless. I have yet to hear news of the Ironborn's extermination of the Wolf Pack. The Red Viper regarded Jandary. You are indeed formidable enough to warrant a collaboration. Chapter 42. The Past and the Future in the Arena of Gunpowder Grass Manor. Both the Red Viper and Jandrell approached the battle lightly armed, clad in leather armor and wielding blunt weapons. The Red Viper bore the sigil of the Dawn Lance, while Jandrell carried the emblem of the Pack of Wolves. The Red Viper often observed the structure of the Free Company and the Wolf Pack, keen to understand the workings of this small kingdom. "Watch out, Commander!" The Red Viper's lance struck like a serpent, darting forward and evading with agility. The weapon danced around Jandrell, mimicking the forked tongue of a snake, combining feigned attacks with fierce thrusts, showcasing both speed and strength. Though initially focused on the upper body, the Red Viper swiftly redirected his lance toward Jandrell's groin and shield. He spun and lunged, then quickly retreated. Proud of his own speed and cunning, the Red Viper recognized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. Jandrell wielded his hammer with the swiftness of lightning, each strike executed with perfect precision. The young warrior's black hair, piercing blue eyes, and towering stature hinted at formidable strength. The Red Viper noted Jandrell's fierce resolve, reminiscent of a bygone era, yet did not dwell on it. After all, among the commoners, there were indeed monstrous anomalies like Mountain and skilled fighters like Duncan, albeit with far less frequency than among the nobility. A robust young man, Jandrell proved to be unexpectedly formidable. His fighting style bore similarities to that of the Northmen and the Stormlands, where the finest warriors were renowned for their wild ferocity. The Red Viper contemplated the origins of the Wolf Pack. Perhaps Jandrell hailed from the north. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation, Jandrell mused, recognizing the Red Viper as Dorne's foremost warrior, a title not to be taken lightly. While Jandrell had previously sparred with lances and flails, it was clear that the Red Viper's expertise in polearm combat and battle experience granted him the upper hand. The Red Viper's spear darted left and right, appearing and disappearing with an elusive grace. Despite the blunt weapon's impact being somewhat dulled, the pain inflicted upon the human body remained intense. Jandrell's blood seemed to ignite with a tempestuous fervor. The Red Viper relentlessly jabbed at Jandrell's oak shield until it finally splintered. But just as he withdrew the lance, Jandrell's hammer came crashing down. The Red Viper narrowly evaded the blow, feeling the tremor of the impact resonate through him. There was a latent power within the young man's form, a tremor of strength that could not be ignored. Like a nimble cat, the Red Viper turned and charged at his opponent. The spear seemed to come alive in his hands, and in a sense, the hammer possessed a stifling distance, while the lance was far more vicious. The Red Viper aimed for Jandrell's heart, yet Jandrell shifted his body, narrowly escaping the devastating blow, albeit with considerable pain. With a roar, Jandrell managed to evade the spear's shaft, enduring the agony to strike back at the Red Viper. "If you can withstand that pain and choose to counterattack, I must elevate my assessment of you." The Red Viper observed Jandrell's form, swiftly retracting his lance and brandishing a white spear aimed at Jandrell. The Red Viper positioned the spear against Jandrell's stance, preventing the hammer from descending. He continued to retreat but could still target Jandrell's throat with the spear's tip. However, the Red Viper refrained from striking, leaving an air of suspense in the battle. "I have lost, my prince," Jandrell declared. While it appeared to be a draw, the Red Viper possessed many other tricks, dark sorcery and poison. Mastery in these arts rendered the Red Viper far more dangerous than the average knight. "You have not lost, young one. Your courage and strength are exceptional. What you lack is merely more combat experience. After all, I have lived many more years than you." The Red Viper smiled. The lance, after all, was the most agile and lethal of weapons. The spectators erupted in applause, steel fists, lances, and the pure-hearted. After all, this was a confrontation between the commander of the Wolf Pack and the mightiest knight of the age. "How long have you trained, Commander?" the Red Viper inquired. "Perhaps a few years," Jandrell replied. In truth, it had not been long, as his earlier years were spent forging iron, but with natural strength, he proved remarkably adept in combat. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable." The Red Viper could not help but commend him. Such talent is indeed rare. Yet, the Red Viper pondered, with such formidable skill, if he were of noble lineage, he would have already distinguished himself rather than toil across the narrow sea. Perhaps there remained only one possibility. He was a lowborn from Westeros, unable to rise above his station. The Red Viper scrutinized Jandrell's form, noting his slightly shorter and leaner stature, yet his strength was formidable. This young man possessed far more power than his size suggested. However, because the king of Gunpowder Grass was slightly smaller, Jandrell's speed compensated. Given time, he might surpass both me and the Mountain. The commander possesses impressive skills. It has been long since I have felt such exhilaration. If you do not mind my presence, I would like to engage in more matches with you. It would be my honor, my prince. It seems we truly have potential for collaboration. Then let us toast to our friendship in advance." As the Red Viper and Jandrell traversed the low hills of Gunpowder Grass Manor, the harvested fields gave way to lush new growth. Walking alongside the young commander, the Red Viper could not help but confront the reality of his own aging. "My prince, you are in the prime of your life. Why such lamentation?" The commander need not offer comfort. "I already bear gray hair. The greatest anguish lies not in aging, but in the unfulfilled desires of my heart. Jandrel was well aware of the Red Viper's ambitions to slay the mountain and those who orchestrated his malevolence. Yet, this task proved to be exceedingly daunting, especially with the Lannister family's power at its zenith. Such is the nature of humanity, bound by various aspirations, Jandrel remarked. In my youth, I cherished travel. One of my happiest memories was with my mother, her partner, and my sister, Elia, as we celebrated in Casterly Rock. My sister, frail since childhood, rarely ventured out, so everything was a wonder to her. In my youth, I was a monster, mocking my sister's suitors. How I wish I could silence my own sharp tongue. The Red Viper sighed wistfully. After my sister's death, I harbored a profound hatred for my youthful self. I have waited year after year, seemingly without end, feeling the approach of age. Particularly so when I see young talents like you, the Red Viper praised Jandrel. May the old and new gods protect you in realizing your desires swiftly, my prince. Ha ha ha, I have long ceased to believe in the Seven. I only trust in myself. If the Seven truly existed, I should be the firstborn, avenging my sister, not Daeron. By the way, Commander, do you not wish to discuss some past matters with me? The Red Viper inquired. Those events are far distant. I had no father. I was once a blacksmith until I joined the wolf pack, trained by its mentors. Indeed. Heroes can emerge from humble beginnings. History bears witness, as with Duncan the Tall. But those are but remnants of the past. I seek to grasp the present and make my wishes come true. Oberyn pondered. What I require is perhaps a variable. Daeron has told me many times that variables lie in the future, yet I have waited too long without fulfillment. Now it seems you are that variable. The Red Viper gazed at Jandrel with intense focus. Chapter 43. The Deceptive Soldiers and the Schemes of the Stone Steps Archipelago. The Red Viper arrives swiftly and departs even more rapidly. His unique status allows him to make a clandestine visit to the Gunpowder Herb Manor, where the terms of cooperation remain solely verbal, fostering a spirit of camaraderie and commercial exchange. During his time at the manor, he has faced off against Danley numerous times. Engaging with the foremost masters of the Seven Kingdoms accelerates Danley's growth. The Red Viper perceives me as a mere inferior version of the formidable mountain. He consistently wields a spear against Danley, who understands the Red Viper's intent. The Red Viper's imagined adversary is primarily the Mad Mountain of Tywin, an 8-foot colossus. And against such a massive shield, the spear proves to be more agile and safer than a greatsword. Truly, he is a complex individual. Danley muses. The Red Viper is also a prominent figure in Westeros. Tales of his tournaments, his battles, his duels, his steed, and even his rumored liaisons abound. Whispers suggest he has bedded both men and women, with bastards scattered across Dorne, known as the Sand Snakes. What do you think of the Red Viper? Danley inquires of Master Coben. In terms of talent, he is exceptional. Unfortunately, Dorne is too limited in its scope and stands at odds with the new dynasty, Coben replies. Dorne's harsh climate yields one of the smallest populations among the Seven Kingdoms. When considering both population and wealth, the Riverlands and the Westerlands are paramount, and regrettably, both territories are enemies of the Dornish. Next in line are the Vale, the Reach, followed by Storm's End, the North, and then Dorne. The brothers are ambitious yet face significant challenges. Years ago, Dorne deployed its army to support the Mad King, only to suffer a crushing defeat, which was a substantial loss for them. Danley reflects on the isolation of the Dornish, who lack allies, should they recklessly confront the fish, wolves, lions, and stags. It would be akin to courting death, hence the cautious strategies of Daelon and the Red Viper. You are unaware of the events of that time, Your Highness. Coben contemplates. During the War of the Usurper, Dorne hesitated, given its relatively weak military. However, the Mad King held Princess Elia, daughter of Prince Lewin, as a hostage, compelling him to lead over 1,000 Dornish warriors into Prince Rhaegar's forces, yet Prince Lewin perished in the conflict. The Dornish endured their fury, having shed blood for House Targaryen. Poor souls. Danley thinks of that war, the Silver Prince's misguided love, while the death knell tolls for many across the Seven Kingdoms. The Martells appear to have been unwitting victims of the Mad King's machinations. Injustice and ambition are the wellsprings of war. Danley considers. The state of affairs in Westeros is marred by division and discontent, as many lords perceive themselves as unjustly treated. The grievances of House Baratheon and House Tyrell, the Martells' dissatisfaction, compounded by the machinations of the Spider and Peter Baelish, who incite discord from the shadows. He must gather strength rather than hastily plunge into chaos. I perceive Daelon and the Red Viper as two sides of the same coin. Rumors swirl around the Red Viper. He appears fiery and impetuous, yet he remains subservient to Daelon's prudence. Danley analyzes. He must feel quite burdened. Danley suddenly realizes how the Red Viper might suffer. For one so proud and resilient. Constrained by Dorne's limitations and his brother's commands, his thirst for vengeance is perpetually delayed, a torment in itself. Daemon's strategies, while far-sighted, are hampered by inherent deficiencies, rendering many of his plans ultimately futile. Each of Dalen's pieces harbors personal ambitions. Compounded by Dorne's intrinsic weaknesses, its harsh terrain, and the severe toll from the War of the Usurper. This is why the Red Viper seeks to engage with us to break the stalemate. The Red Viper has been suppressing his fury, year after year, Coben states. The Dornish require an army. In Westeros, they possess few allies, and across the narrow sea. The merchants of the Three Daughters lack both the military and the audacity to involve themselves. Seizing this opportunity, the Red Viper's goodwill is a double-edged sword, Danley muses. Let us see how much assistance the Red Viper can provide. Dorne's horses, spices, and spearmen, each is essential. What I desire most are Dorne's horses, renowned for their incredible endurance. Ideal for rapid cavalry assaults. The contested lands feature favorable terrain and climate, perfect for cavalry to charge. Dorne's steeds are indeed a prized breed. However, I sense Prince Oberyn's intent. He is cautious and unlikely to sell in large quantities. After all, Dorne maintains a cordial relationship with the Three Daughters, and many children of the governors frolic in the water gardens. They have grown accustomed to caution. Danley ponders. Yet, what if the Red Viper were to uncover your identity? Your Highness, Coben hesitates, acknowledging that privately, both parties are indeed adversaries. The situation is not static. Even if we were willing, the Martells would not dare rebel openly. It is merely a collaboration. Should that day arrive, it would likely be a matter of alliance or negotiation. I suspect the Red Viper is disinterested in provoking further enmity for House Martell. The primary object of Dornish ire remains House Lannister, providing Danley with some maneuverability. Moreover, given the nature of the Daelon brothers, they are indeed patient. Had they not awaited a dramatic shift in circumstances, they might have continued to endure. Thus, it is fortuitous. Now is not the time for us to intervene in Westeros. Our focus remains on the contested lands in the Stone Steps archipelago. We must extend our reach. Establishing the reputation of the Wolfpack, compelling Oberyn and the oppressed slaves to reassess our worth. Danley's eyes shine with determination. The more triumphs the Wolfpack and the Free Company achieve, the greater the investments we shall attract. Spread the word. We shall ally with the Cades Company to Raidmere. Danley declares. Let the Free Company engage more frequently along the border, instilling fear in those Myrish slave masters. Is our true intention the Stone Steps archipelago? Coben comprehends Danley's strategy, a feigned military maneuver, yet the focus shifts to the Stone Steps archipelago. The Myrish are currently in a state of trepidation. Speaking of military strength, their navy is competent, yet their land forces rely on mercenaries and adventurers, which have always been feeble. The Wolfpack's offensive is as swift as thunder, and while the Myrish may seek to hire the Golden Company, the scale of such conflict demands astronomical costs, and moreover, the Golden Company is defensive rather than aggressive. Mercenaries are well aware of the need to protect their strength. Indeed, we now possess a maritime outlet and require to seize a few islands in the Stone Steps archipelago, amalgamating them into a cohesive entity. Danley envisions a territory encompassing the contested lands and the Stone Steps archipelago, gradually encroaching. Presently, his fledgling kingdom occupies a corner of the contested lands and a series of estates. Encompassing the Stone Steps archipelago would be even more advantageous. However, this is an ambitious plan, necessitating the initial capture of a few smaller islands. Fortuitously, a number of escaped slaves have commandeered vessels to seek refuge with us. We need not rely on the old pirates. We can seize a few islands ourselves. As our influence expands, the dynamics between the Wolfpack and the old pirates become increasingly intricate. The old pirates sensed the Wolfpack's ascendance, yet they did not anticipate such rapid growth. Danley's chosen path is indeed treacherous and bold, daring to challenge one of the core elements of global trade, the institution of slavery. Chapter 44. The Widow by the Water and the Golden Company along the serpentine coastline of the contested lands. For slender, black ships carrying runaway slaves came ashore, their gray-white banners of the Wolfpack fluttering in the wind, alongside the flag of the Freedom Army, symbolizing the shattering of shackles. After departing from Volantis, these escaped slaves transformed into pirates upon the sea, or took to the dry riverbanks of the Lorne, specifically targeting the slave ships of Volantis for plunder, until they learned of the emergence of the Liberator, the Powdergrass King. We shall serve you, for you have broken the chains. You are the liberator and the abolitionist. Even amidst the long night and the impending cold winter, the four distant captains from Volantis laid their swords at Gendry's feet and knelt an oath. The faces of the captains and sailors bore the ugly marks of healed wounds. They had once been sailors enslaved in Volantis, their cheeks adorned with tattoos representing warships. In their flight from Volantis, they had scarred their own faces to conceal the slave marks that had been gouged out upon their liberation. From this moment forth, you are the naval captains of the Freedom Army. All men are born free, and on my land, there are no slaves. Gendry accepted the loyalty of these captains. Flanked by the high-ranking members of the Wolfpack and the Freedom Army, the Unsullied, clad in light armor, guarded him from behind, while nearby, soldiers of the Freedom Army wielded pikes and crossbows. Gendry welcomed their arrival as a fortuitous boon, enhancing the army with a naval component. Albeit still comprising only a few black ships, not the massive war vessels. The slaves of Volantis eagerly await your arrival, Captain Harris proclaimed. I accept your fealty. I will eventually lead you back to Volantis, alongside the thousands of liberated brethren. Long live the Freedom Army! Long live the Freedom Army! The enslaved sailors aboard the black ships cheered. Much of your news has been disseminated by the widow by the water in Volantis. I believe the commander should reach out to her, Captain Harris murmured. The widow by the water? Gendry mused, sensing she was a formidable figure. She was a prominent individual in Volantis, yet she had not forgotten her origins. Once a bedslave, she had been trained in the arts of seduction and charm in the House of the Whispers. A Valantian magistrate named Vigaro purchased her, subsequently fell in love, granted her freedom, and eventually married her. Following Vigaro's death, the widow by the water assumed control of his enterprises. Gendry noted her name, recognizing her as a potential ally. However, the assault on Volantis was a distant prospect, as the city still boasted a formidable standing army and a significant population. Accompanied by the 4 captains, Gendry made his way to the Powder Grass estate, where the captains and sailors observed fields of wheat and willow groves, as well as patches of powder grass. The former slaves strode proudly, resembling free men, while the free knights and merchants passing through adhered to the commands of the Alpha Wolf. The free citizens toiled, and the army composed of free men maintained order. This was a new realm. This is indeed the right place, the captain thought. The flourishing of the Freedom Army would undoubtedly instill fear in the hearts of the slave owners. The Powder Grass estate had transformed into a new, more formidable lair of wolves. The estate's walls had been raised and fortified, deep trenches dug around, and sharp stakes installed within. Tents were arranged throughout the estate, leaving wide thoroughfares. Horses were tethered to the north, overseen by disciplined soldiers. Most striking was a magnificent black stallion, a gift from Prince Dorne. Overseer Lev arranged everything for the captains, while his family resided within the estate. Though a free man of the mill, he was known for his humane treatment of slaves. Even after the establishment of the Freedom Army, the former slaves preferred Lev to continue as their overseer. Meanwhile, at another location in the contested lands, a secret meeting convened at the camp of the Golden Company. The camp was impeccably organized, with a layout that was both orderly and impeccable. Though referred to as a mercenary group, the Golden Company functioned akin to a regular army, boasting over 20 formidable war elephants, terrifying beasts of war. The tent of the Golden Company as commander was stitched with gold thread, encircled by a ring of long spears, each topped with gilded skulls. One skull, particularly large and grotesque, was juxtaposed with a child-sized skull beneath it, belonging to the savage Maris and his unnamed sibling. The other skulls bore less distinction, with some having been crushed by hammers, while others displayed uniformly sharp teeth. This was a tradition left by the Cold Iron, where skulls were gilded posthumously, to be raised as banners upon their return to Westeros. This young wretch is indeed ruthless, a senior officer of the Golden Company remarked within the tent. He aims to overturn the homes of the slave owners and transform the free trade city into a burning battlefield. The mercenaries of the Golden Company flaunted their worldly wealth, exuding an air of nouveau riche, adorned with jeweled swords, intricately designed armor, fine silks, and heavy gold necklaces, particularly the golden arm rings that could serve as princely ransoms. Each arm ring represented a year of service within the company. While this is indeed a bold strategy, it is rather extreme, Tristan Riverwind commented. To challenge all the slave owners, it seems the pups of the Wolf Pack are truly mad. The Golden Company bore distinct elements of Westeros, with many mercenary captains carrying the surnames of bastards, such as Flower, Riverwind, Ishan, and Stone East, alongside more prominent names from the Seven Kingdoms. 2 Starks, 3 Becks, 1 Mudd, 1 Roston, 1 Mandak, and a pair of Cole brothers were present. Yet surnames held little significance in the mercenary band. Individuals could freely choose how to be addressed. That said, this young wretch's approach is undeniably shrewd. As long as the banner remains aloft, slaves will flock to him in droves, turning the world upside down. If we had such soldiers, our endeavors would flourish. Frankly, Gendry's new path is indeed revolutionary, albeit perilous. Yet, the Golden Company is merely focused on collecting commissions, merely mercenaries for the 3 daughters, rather than fully occupying the contested lands and opposing them. Let it be. Our goal is to return home, not to remain here and engage in battles with the 3 daughters. What do you think of the proposal from the free people? The governors offer us gold and slaves to attack the Wolf Pack. The Golden Company's commander, the homeless Harry, inquired. He was an unremarkable man, but thanks to the military prowess of the Golden Company, even a fool could successfully lead this group. A foolish proposal, Tristan retorted. The combat efficacy of the Wolf Pack has never been weak. The Alpha Wolf is fierce and cunning, difficult to contend with. Consider the unfortunate souls of the Unsullied and the Warriors' Company, and remember the Winter Wolves during the Blood Dragon dance. Moreover, those slaves revere the alpha wolf. A man fighting for freedom will be exceedingly fierce. I am certain that even if we achieve victory, it will be a Pyrrhic one. That said, we could offer armed protection to the free people. Thus, if we receive gold, we need not worry about losses, Harry proposed. Instead, let us reach out to the wolf pack. They desire the contested lands, and we desire Westeros, much like the 9 Copper Kings. Once they secure the contested lands, they shall support us in attacking the Stone Steps Isles or the River Bay. We still have allies. You are mad. Commander Harry immediately halted this line of thought. We ought to support a true dragon, biding our time until the moment is right to sound the horn and launch our assault on Westeros, rather than acting hastily. The secret of young Aegon remains known to but a few and has not been divulged. Await the true dragon. Are you referring to the Beggar King and his sister? That unfortunate little girl? Have you forgotten how the Beggar King invited us to dine, only for us to mock him? Franklin pouted. What true dragon are we still waiting for? In days past, the king of the 9 copper coins leaped to the island. We could adopt the methods of Mir. Chapter 45. The seizure of the island and intimidation at the juncture of the territory of the Wolf Pack and Mill. The Free Army has made numerous ostentatious appearances, instilling a sense of dread among the people of Mill. Some landowners have already fled back to Mill City with a portion of their slaves. The ominous clouds of war loom overhead, and the chilling sounds of horns echo across the contested lands, leading to a frenzied demand for mercenaries among the Mill populace. Many mercenaries and adventurers have flocked to Mill, eager to secure a contract. However, the true point of action lies not in the eastern feints, but on the islands. On 2 nameless isles near the Staircase Islands, pirates suddenly heard the furious shouts of other sailors. Among the many unnamed islands of the Staircase Islands, only Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island are renowned. Yet, these islands are ravaged by storms, barren and desolate. Black ships landed on the shores, laden with escaped slaves from Volantis, alongside some knights of the Wolf Pack. For the Wolf Pack. For the Wolf Pack. The gray-white banners of the Wolf Pack and the Free Army's flag, symbolizing the breaking of shackles, fluttered together. The pirates were unprepared for the assault from the Wolf Pack and the Free Army, and their formation quickly crumbled. Within the military tent of Gunpowder Grass Manor, the envoy from Tyros observed the figure seated before him, Jandelli, perched upon a folding chair made of tiger skin. A gift from the escaped slaves of Volantis to their liberator and abolitionist. Behind Jandelli hung a tapestry from Mill, depicting valiant knights on a hunt. Adorned with a black iron mask, Jandelli was flanked by unsullied guards and a scholarly elder with white hair and a jovial demeanor. Most rumors are unfounded, the Tyrosian envoy mused. Whispers had reached Tyros regarding Jandelli, tales of a tyrant who decapitates and collects the heads of slave owners. A towering figure of 8 feet with a wild beard, a warrior unmatched in battle, fond of wielding a warhammer, and a savage who drinks blood. The leader of the wolves was said to offer sacrifices of blood to dark deities in exchange for ferocious strength in war. Yet, the envoy beheld a man over 6 feet tall, but certainly not the 7 or 8 feet of legend. The Lord of Gunpowder Grass, with dark hair and blue eyes, appeared formidable yet far from the brutish mercenary stereotype. He exuded an elegance that was both dangerous and captivating. Nevertheless, the rumors held some truth. The warhammer, exuding a chill of black iron, shimmered with a ghostly light. This very hammer had shattered the skulls of many, unsullied, brigands, and men of Mill alike. First, I bring a gift from the leader of the Wolf Pack and the Free Army to our Lord of Tyros, announced the envoy. As a box was opened revealing Tyrosian pear brandy and an ornate suit of armor. I do appreciate the Lord of Tyros' gift, Jandelli remarked. But surely you did not journey here merely to present fine wine? The rise of the Lord of Gunpowder Grass has instilled fear among the Tyrosians. The Battle of 9 Coppers was a time when Tyros had long been dominated by a silver-tongued copper king who declared himself sovereign. You have already gained enough in the contested lands, Commander. Do you truly wish to make enemies of half the world? Besides Mill, there are Lys, Tyros, Volantis. In the Bay of Slaves, the envoy interjected. His hair and beard were tinged with a crimson hue, as Tyrosians delight in vibrant colors. What wise counsel does the Lord of Tyros offer to salvage my confusion? Jandelli inquired, gazing at the envoy. Cease the proclamations of freeing slaves, and withdraw to your original territories. Tyros will not concern itself with Gunpowder Grass Manor and the initial estates. However, should you continue to expand, Tyros will perceive the Wolf Pack's greed as a provocation to war. The envoy suppressed his growing anxiety. The Black Wolf, the leader of the Wolf Pack, the Lord of Gunpowder Grass, the Iron King. Although the envoy had approached, he had no desire to meet a gruesome fate. Since the dissolution of the alliance of the 3 daughters, the 3 factions have harbored mutual disdain. The people of Mill harbor a deep-seated grudge against me. Would my assault on Mill incite fear among the Tyrosians? Are you truly asking me to state the obvious? The envoy could no longer contain his dissatisfaction. The contested lands were originally shared, yet now the domain of the Wolf Pack continues to expand. Many Tyrosian slaves have fled to pledge allegiance to you. You are deliberately inciting war. Our lord, in the spirit of friendship, has yet to demand the return of the slaves. It appears the Lord of Tyros is attempting to intimidate me. I dare not. However, the commander must understand that your recklessness is inciting widespread ire. The people of Mill are collaborating with the Golden Company. It is not merely your own kingdom's future at stake. I trust you do not wish to create formidable foes for yourself. The Golden Company? Yet I am also negotiating with the Golden Company. Jandeli chuckled. The Golden Company has an interest in Westeros, while I am eager about the contested lands. Behold, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. What? The envoy's expression shifted dramatically. Uncertainty clouding his judgment. The Golden Company is the most formidable mercenary group in the contested lands, with clear political motives. It seems this negotiation has ended unfavorably, Commander. I still hope you reconsider, the envoy implored. How can unilateral gain constitute a negotiation? Nevertheless, I shall convey my lord's regards. Your obstinacy leaves me no reason to linger. The negotiation, so discordant, concluded with the envoy hastily departing, apprehensive of the ravenous free army warriors. The spears of the Unsullied gleamed with a cold light. Like tigers poised to seize their prey, it appears the Tyrosians will soon join the alliance against us. Jandeli remarked. The Tyrosians are the most avaricious of all. They cannot coexist with us. The Tyrosian slave trade is notably advanced, and the slave traders here are exceedingly aggressive, even venturing north beyond the wall in search of free folk to enslave. This rumor of cooperation between the Golden Company and the Wolf Pack must have terrified the Tyrosians to their core, said Coben, the scholar. It is not entirely baseless. Jandeli replied. We have a foundation for collaboration with the Golden Company. They are resolutely focused on the West, yearning to reclaim their homeland in Westeros. Moreover, they inherently abhor the institution of slavery. There exists potential for collaboration between the Golden Company and the Wolf Pack. Just as the Golden Company supported the Copper King's usurpation of the contested lands in Tyros before choosing to assault the Staircase Islands. The Golden Company. They possess considerable strength, making them a potential ally. Coben contemplated. Yet they are dangerous allies. Consider how they were driven to this place. The handsome man remarked. Their demands are too grand, which is why they have seen little progress over the years. Many among the Golden Company hail from the second-tier nobility of the Riverlands. Perhaps they retain some past friendships, such as with Peak. Supporters can also be found in Dorne. Chapter 46. The crown of the contested lands. The dominion of the Wolf Pack encompasses 2 islands of the Stone Steps archipelago, alongside a peninsula within the contested lands and numerous estates beyond it. The western part of Essos is predominantly fertile and prosperous, a veritable land of plenty. The Wolf Pack's territory mirrors this, yet from a military standpoint, it lacks formidable geographic barriers and strategic depth, compelling them to excel in every confrontation. Freedom. Emancipation of slaves. The rallying cry of the Liberation Army spread like an infectious disease throughout the contested lands, even reaching the town of Three Daughters and extending to Volantis. A multitude of escaped slaves flocked from the contested lands and the depths of the Rhoyne River to join the liberators, bolstering the momentum of the Freedom Army. The leaders of Meereen, Tyrosh, Lys, and even the upper echelons of Volantis felt a growing unease. However, their multifaceted democratic structures resulted in sluggish decision-making, contrasting sharply with the decisive commands of the Wolf Pack. Within the tent of Jandari, intense discussions regarding the next phase of warfare ensued. The initial defeat of the Meereenese was not catastrophic. Their second campaign was brewing, not merely a singular governor's vendetta, but a more extensive collaboration among multiple governors. The slave owners, having committed egregious acts against their slaves for years, were loath to entertain a reversal of roles. The tent was adorned with an abundance of blood oranges, their rich aroma pervading the air with sweetness. The vibrant crimson hue of the blood oranges foreshadowed the impending conflict. The higher-ups of the Wolf Pack and the Freedom Army savored the fruit, which had been sourced from Dorne, with the establishment of a seaport and coastline. Intrepid merchants and smugglers had begun engaging in trade with the territories controlled by the Wolf Pack. Beware of the gifts from Meereen, Jandari remarked, examining a letter sent by the Red Viper, which had been delivered by Dornish fishermen hidden within a hollowed orange. The message was a harbinger of Meereen's intentions to launch a new offensive against his kingdom. In truth, Coburn's spies were already privy to this development, however. The letter from the Red Viper signified a degree of goodwill, indicating a willingness to offer assistance. It appeared that Meereen had reached out to several city-states, even soliciting aid from Dorne. Meereen was intensifying efforts to persuade mercenary bands to join their cause, ranging from the Golden Company to the Cat's Company, the Windblown, the Spearwives, and the Bloody Ravens, all of which were formidable mercenary groups, even including the downtrodden Second Sons. The mercenary companies in the contested lands are as numerous as the stars, yet only a few possess significant strength. The Golden Company boasts 10,000 well-trained mercenaries, ranking first, a handsome man stated. Following them, the Cat's Company consists of 3,000 infantry, while the Windblown fields 2,000 cavalry and infantry, and the Spearwives exceed 800 cavalry. The once prominent second sons now find their ranks diminished to 500 or 600, with the Bloody Ravens also numbering around 500. Even the Cat's Company and the second sons were sought after, indicating a desperate search for assistance. The Arrowmaker chuckled. The Cat's Company, led by the fearsome Bloodbeard, was notoriously brutal, while the second sons similarly bore a notorious reputation. Although tainted, the overall strength of both groups remained considerable, as analyzed by the cavalry commander. The Golden Company was undoubtedly in a league of its own. Yet, the Cat's Company also boasted over 3,000 members. What of the Golden Company? Everyone's attention remained fixed on the foremost mercenary band in the contested lands. Their numbers were vast, discipline stringent, and combat prowess commendable. The Golden Company was still deliberating. It was rumored that their financial demands were astronomical, burdensome even for the governors of Meereen. Furthermore, the Golden Company would not engage in attacks against the Wolfpack, but would merely protect city-states from their assaults during a specified period of safeguarding, Coburn noted. Serving as the scholar and strategist, as well as overseeing the Wolfpack's intelligence network, the Golden Company was hesitating. They could potentially side with either faction. Jandary analyzed. Supporting the Wolfpack would aid in the offensive against Westeros, while supporting Meereen would yield substantial wealth. Commander, should we not also send emissaries to secure the Golden Company's allegiance? The handsome man inquired. That is unnecessary. I believe the leaders of the Golden Company are not entirely foolish, Jandary replied. However, the matter I am about to raise is unpleasant, yet it pertains to the success or failure of our endeavors. We must be mindful of our policies and their ramifications. Our foundation in the contested lands is the liberation of slaves, not the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents or the reckless expansion of adversaries. Defeating the slave owners is inevitable. Yet we must avoid unnecessary bloodshed, particularly of skilled individuals, for that would unite all slave-holding city-states against us. I desire a semblance of order. Jandary articulated his thoughts clearly, emphasizing that all wars seek to alter the existing power structure, ushering in a new era. His supporters comprised runaway slaves, and the inherent discord with the slave owners was irreconcilable. Nevertheless, it was essential to exercise restraint during this process. Peaceful slave owners could be appeased and bought off, while obstinate opponents required a firm hand. War is merely politics continued by other means. All politics revolves around compromise and confrontation. Yes, Commander. Understood, Commander. We must also confront the issue of the Freedom Army's combat readiness. The Freedom Army is now sizable, yet it requires extensive, systematic training. Training forms the bedrock of a soldier's capabilities. Our instructors are exceptional warriors, and the Wolfpack is formidable. New recruits from the Freedom Army must be forged into true steel. Moreover, discipline within the Wolfpack and the Freedom Army must be strict, with rigorous selection processes. Those attempting to revive slavery or engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, be they bandit slaves or mercenaries, must not be shown mercy. Jandary elucidated these points, and the Wolfpack and the Freedom Army would soon execute his commands. Presently, the Freedom Army was undergoing various specialized training. The Wolfpack trained warriors in the northern style, focusing on direct assaults, including knights and longbowmen, while the Unsullied trained light infantry formations. One more thing, Commander, the handsome man inquired. Many freemen petitioned for you to be crowned as the King of the Narrow Sea, the Stone Steps Archipelago, and the contested lands. Upon hearing this, concerned expressions spread across the faces of many. A string of military victories had given rise to ambitious notions among the soldiers and the freemen alike, envisioning a crown presented to their commander. This matter shall be addressed later. Now is not the time. To declare oneself king now would render us targets of scorn. Jandary recognized the aspirations of many freemen and soldiers of the Wolfpack, yet he could not acquiesce. While he yearned for the crown, the moment was not opportune. Building walls, stockpiling provisions, and delaying the proclamation of kingship constituted the sagacious approach. Once he donned that crown, it would be akin to placing himself upon a pyre. The commander's perspective is one we wholeheartedly support. The handsome man exhaled a sigh of relief. He feared that should Jandary become overly exuberant, it would lead to widespread turmoil. A prudent thought. We have yet to capture the entirety of the Stone Steps Archipelago, nor have we seized any towns, such as 3 daughters. Thus, the commander's reasoning is sound. Our strength remains limited, Coburn, the scholar, added. Chapter 47, The Homecoming Dream of the Golden Company at the Training Grounds of the Gunpowder Grass Manor. The gray-white banners of the Wolfpack fluttered alongside the Free Army's flag of broken shackles. In the arena, a solitary figure faced a group, while a dozen others rallied behind them, cheering fervently. Jandely, clad in a black vest adorned with studs and embroidered with the Wolfpack's emblem, stood tall, agile, and powerful. His adversaries, armed with long spears and iron fists, included several Unsullied. The long spears and steel fists launched their assault from both sides, while Jandely was flanked by Unsullied guards donning spiked helmets. Bring it on. Jandely gestured for them to unleash even wilder and more ferocious attacks. The harmonious song of steel echoed as the storm of combat commenced. Long spears and blunt swords followed, and Jandeli had to remain calm and resolute to evade each strike. The spearheads lashed out with the ferocity of venomous snakes, while the Unsullied executed their attacks with precision and discipline. Jandeli used his oak shield to deflect the deadly blows aimed at his vitals, with the remaining strikes clanging against his plate armor, yet he pressed forward with undaunted bravery. As the coordination among the long spears, iron fists, and Unsullied faltered, their differing rhythms of attack provided Jandeli with opportunities. He first seized a spear's blade, snapped it in two, and as his opponent leaned forward instinctively, he raised his oak shield in defense, only to be deftly toppled by Jandeli. Next came a swift long sword from the iron fist, which Jandeli's armor absorbed, with his mace delivering heavy blows against the opponent's oak shield until it shattered after several strikes, causing the steel helmet to warp slightly, prompting its wearer to yield. The Unsullied, relentless in their advance, proved to be formidable opponents in the arena. Unlike ordinary men, Unsullied felt no pain, their courage bolstered by potent wine and rigorous training, rendering them undaunted by death and capable of enduring significant suffering. Jandeli engaged in a fierce struggle with several Unsullied, who were now numb to pain, making them far more challenging than typical warriors. Jandeli's agility, strength, and ferocity increased as he battled on, his stamina seemingly inexhaustible, ultimately allowing him to gain the upper hand and defeat each Unsullied. Standing amidst the wreckage of the training ground, he emerged victorious after multiple rounds of combat. Bloodline, Blood of the Storm, activated, 40 awakened. Jandeli felt the surge of storm blood rising, although it seemed to reach a bottleneck, indicating he might require more formidable opponents to continue its enhancement. His talent remained unchanged, inherited from the ancestral lineage of House Stag. Talent, Stalwart caste, descendants of the stag are tall and strong, blessed with many offspring, producing those with black hair and blue eyes. Storm Fury, when severely injured or in a state of rage, they unleash more ferocious and powerful attacks. The benefits of the Storm Blood were manifold. It enhanced his physique, strength, and speed. Moreover, it granted him the fury of blood, amplifying his attacks when injured or enraged. Well done, Commander! Long live the Liberators! This is the Alpha Wolf. The crowd erupted into cheers. Jandeli smiled at them, helping the Unsullied, who were weary from battle, to their feet as they made their way toward the resting benches. The long spears and iron fists, equally exhausted, rested nearby. This brutal team combat felt more aligned with the realities of war than individual duels. The commander is truly a born warrior, remarked a handsome man. In the tales I have heard, perhaps only Duke Kragan compares to you, the Wolf of Winterfell. The Wolf Prime Minister. Jandeli's interest was piqued. Kragan was universally celebrated as the most exemplary Stark Duke following the conquest of war. Rising to power at 18 by overthrowing his uncle's regency, he had established the reputation of the Wolf at a mere 20. Indeed, aside from his tactical prowess, Duke Kragan was also the strongest swordsman of his time, the handsome man added. It's a pity that the Duke's heir perished in Dorne, leading to prolonged chaos in Winterfell. We all thought the young Wolf Brandon could revive Kragan's glory, but tragically, he was burned by the Mad King. Indeed, the young wolf was far superior to the current Lord Eddard. He was handsome and fierce, with exceptional swordsmanship, embodying the typical blood of the wolf, interjected the long spear. Do you still long for the North? Jandeli broached a soul-stirring topic. The North is our homeland, but the disputed lands are now our home. After the arrival of the wolf pack, we no longer belong to the vassals of House Stark. As the group engaged in light conversation, Bachelor Coben appeared beside the training ground, indicating that their distinguished guest had arrived. Jandeli felt a surge of excitement, sensing that his plan had met with some success. They had selected personnel to feign negotiations with other mercenary groups, aiming to collaborate in an assault on Meereen, yet they had intentionally bypassed the Golden Company. The Golden Company was aware of these developments. The visitor from the Golden Company was a peculiar Valyrian, Gallus Edoin, the company's treasurer and effectively its second-in-command. He appeared gaunt, with glossy, blood-red hair cascading in curls over his shoulders. Draped over one shoulder was a leopard skin, and the golden armlets he wore were worth a small fortune, equivalent to a lord's ransom. Welcome, friends of the Golden Company, the elderly scholar greeted warmly. However, the envoy from the Golden Company sensed an odd atmosphere. The commander of the Wolf Pack and the other commanders did not seem particularly welcoming. I come with a spirit of camaraderie. Our commander wishes to collaborate with the Lord of the Wolf Pack. And how do you propose we cooperate? Jandeli inquired, scrutinizing the Golden Company's treasurer. You seek the disputed lands, while we desire to return to Westeros. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Laughter erupted from the tent. Do not misunderstand. Even with the Golden Company, alongside the Wolf Pack and the Free Army, we lack the capacity to challenge the established order of Westeros. Dear envoy, I must caution you. We have no ships, and our manpower is insufficient. The handsome man interjected. Manpower, declared the Golden Company's treasurer. The Golden Company boasts an army of 10,000. the largest mercenary force in existence. This includes 500 knights, each with 3 horses, and a squire for each knight, who also possesses a horse. Not to mention the elephants. And you, Commander, could muster over 5,000 troops. We require an entire pirate fleet to transport our forces. Yet the lords loyal to the Iron Throne are already on high alert. Jandelli pointed out the madness of the plan. To charge into Westeros. The sea is not particularly wide. The ferocious Maris managed to return. We can as well, for we are not short of gold, the treasurer of the Golden Company asserted. Desiring Westeros is far too difficult. During the age of the 9 Copper Kings, the combined forces of the disputed lands, Tyrosh, and the Golden Company failed to secure victory in war. The commander's thoughts are sound, but we do not intend to launch an immediate attack. Rather, we seek cooperation. We will not impede your expansion, and you will support our landing in Westeros. Absolutely not. Jandelli shook his head. This plan is far too perilous, the prosperous Highgarden. The Westerlands, and numerous rivals remain. The expression on the Golden Company's treasurer began to darken. This was proving to be a fruitless endeavor. However, Jandelli suddenly offered a glimmer of hope. Mill has hired mercenary groups. The Cat Company and the Second Sons are planning to attack us. The Golden Company could strike at their rear. A victory would yield wealth and deepen the reliance of the third daughter on the Golden Company. Chapter 48, The Lion. The deer and the spider in the resplendent throne room of King S. Landing. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meats mingled with the fragrance of perfumes. While the throngs of elegantly attired men and women moved about amidst the resounding melodies that filled the air, the banquet in the throne room was a spectacle of opulence. As King Robert, a man indulgent in pleasures, reveled in the pursuits of hunting, feasting, jousting, and the company of alluring women, which constituted the essence of his existence. His thunderous roar eclipsed all others as he stood unsteadily, his face flushed, clutching a goblet, intoxicated beyond measure. Wretched woman, you shall not dictate my actions. He bellowed at Queen Cersei. I am the king here, do you comprehend? If I declare my intent to hunt a wild boar alone, then I shall hunt a wild boar alone. The assembly fell into stunned silence. Ser Barristan the Bold, the king's 2 brothers, and Peter Baelish stood witness, while the queen's visage was as pale and cold as a statue of ice. Choosing to depart, she silently turned away, her hand clutching her gown, with her attendants hastening to follow. Ser Jaime attempted to steady the king's shoulder, but Robert forcefully shrugged him off, staggering before colliding with a long table. What a great knight you are, merely a servant to me. Remember this, Kingslayer, Robert proclaimed, striking the jeweled goblet against the tabletop, spilling wine in a cascade. Yes, your majesty, the Kingslayer replied, steadying himself, his tone icy and rigid, with his golden locks and striking cerulean eyes, coupled with a smile sharp as a blade. The moniker of Kingslayer weighed upon him like a shackle. Duke Lancel Lannister approached with a grin. Robert, you've spilled your drink. Allow me to pour you another. Stannis glared at Lancel, envious of his wealth and popularity. Joffrey appeared unfazed, silent as a shadow, with Sandor Clegane lurking nearby like a harbinger of darkness. Stannis contemplated the scene, pondering why the Kingslayer did not relinquish his white cloak, and why he chose to endure such humiliations in King S. Landing. Did the ephemeral honor of knighthood hold more allure than being the heir to a wealthier kingdom? Jaime S. golden curls glimmered in the light, much like Joffrey S. Stannis felt a tumult within him. Where is my foster father, Lord Jon? He bellowed. Has no one summoned the hand of the king to this feast? Lancel, a Lannister attendant, quickly interjected. The Hand's son has fallen ill. Lord Jon is attending to the child. Poor Robin. The king's expression darkened with disappointment. Yet he did not shy away from the fresh goblet of wine, draining it in one go. Stannis mulled over his suspicions. If he could find an ally in King S. Landing, Lord Jon would be his only option. Beneath the Red Keep lay a labyrinthine network resembling a spider's web. And the cruel Maegor believed that only a true dragon could master these secrets, thus annihilating all the craftsmen who built the Red Keep. The Targaryens had once regarded these passages as a closely guarded secret, known only to the master of whisperers among the lords. In the shadowy depths of the tunnels, Varys and Illyrio conversed in hushed tones, the flickering torches casting ominous shadows. Varys, stout yet adept at disguise, donned a leather half-cape. Despite his heavy boots, his footsteps were as silent as shadows. Beneath his steel helmet lay a scarred round face adorned with a short beard. He wore hardened leather, overlaid with armor, and at his waist hung a dagger and a short sword. Stannis is secretly searching for those bastards. Perhaps he harbors a clandestine suspicion, Varys remarked. By the gods, the King's bastards are indeed numerous. There are plenty in Storm's End and the Vale, as well as in King's Landing. What will Stannis do? Illyrio's yellow mustache twitched with intrigue. His rings glimmered in the dim light, adorned with red gold, silver, and gemstones, including rubies and sapphires, with some fingers sporting 2 rings. Who knows? It may provoke a war. I suspect he will share this secret with old Jon. for Stannis has no allies. Few are fond of him. The lions, wolves, roses, even the knights of Storm and poor Stannis. Too soon, my old friend. If the lion and the deer clash, it will not bode well for us. We are not prepared, Illyrio cautioned. And at this moment, we lack an army, which is a dire predicament. Varys sighed. Perhaps we ought to consider the savages. Though they despise the sea and lack culture, they possess thousands of fierce warriors. Consider the savages? The Dothraki detest the sea and have no ships. Besides, we have gifted them with tributes, yet we do not know when their returns will manifest. Varys retorted. As for the savages, they know the depths of our secrets. We can only trust in this possibility. The governors do not command such armies. Nor do they plan any incursions. The marriage between the horse lord and the true dragon could be pivotal. A princess with child would be advantageous. Only after the birth would Khal Drogo be feasible. Perhaps we have a new option, Varys suggested. Are you referring to that mysterious king of the wildfire? Illyrio pondered. Though corpulent, he moved with surprising grace, his weight balanced on his heels, gliding like a water dancer. Do you recall when I presented a king's bastard to the blacksmith? Dark-haired, blue-eyed, and robust. You mean, indeed, based on his physique and exploits. I suspected as that boy, yet he has evaded my grasp. Varys emphasized. If this bastard learns of his lineage, he will surely strike against the Lannisters. Old friend, we cannot place our faith in outsiders. The king of wildfire challenges slavery, which could upend everything. Collaborating with him entails risks. He has no vast army. Let us wait until he withstands the onslaught of the Unsullied. Old friend, what moves are the Rose and our charming Lancel making? Illyrio inquired. Lancel observes the scheming of the Rose and the quarrels of the king and queen. The Knight of Flowers has been penning letters urging his father. The young lady, beautiful and obedient, is intended to win Robert's favor, leading to her marriage and the establishment of a new queen. As for Peter, who knows what he desires? And Lord Stark, the Northerners remain composed. My old friend, the situation is convoluted. We require time. The air is thick with uncertainty. I wish you were an enchanting sorcerer to grant us a delay. I shall do all within my power, Varys replied softly, holding a torch. But I require funds and 30 birds. 30? The light ahead is dimming, and Illyrio's voice grew faint. Such a request is difficult to fulfill. They must be young and literate. If a tad older, it would be less perilous. No, the young are safer. Treat them kindly. As long as they keep their tongues, risk-taking. Wait for the circumstances. Until we can sell the princess for a handsome price. We need an army, whichever it may be. If the king of wildfire breaks through, we might consider it. The two figures lingered in the shadows, their silhouettes stretching into the darkness. Chapter 49. The Assault of the Cat Brigade. O ancient gods above. Warriors, bless us. May the Lady of Spears grant her favor. May the God of Light shine upon us. Prior to the battle, the soldiers beseeched their respective deities for victory. The wolf pack prayed to the 7 gods and the old gods, while the purists sought the blessings of the Lady of Spears. The free army mostly turned their prayers towards the deities of the contested lands, the god of light, Rollo, and the goddess of desire, Rhys. High above Gunpowder Manor, Gendeli gazed at the distant horizon, where a dark mass of figures surged forth like a tide. The second wave of the Million assault was frenzied. The governors had set aside their grievances, hiring the Cat Brigade, the Pike Brigade, and the Second Sons, along with a significant number of free mercenaries in Mill. It seemed that the guerrilla knights we had stationed along the way had limited impact on the several legions, remarked the handsome man. That merely serves to disrupt the morale of the Million forces. A decisive confrontation is still inevitable, Gendeli asserted. The path ahead is fraught with peril, said the Pike Brigade leader. The Million forces had also organized 20 warships at sea, blockading our coastline, preparing to coordinate an assault from the water alongside the mercenaries. The Tyrosians tacitly allowed the Million fleet to pass. The Million commanders had learned from previous encounters, devising a dual assault strategy of land and sea. However, the coastline leading to the manor was long and treacherous, making the land-based enemies far swifter and more dangerous. The coastline is not so easily fortified. The entry to the contested lands is vast, and do these armies dare to land? Cautioned Bachelor Cobain. The blood plague has been a scourge to the troops since the Dawn era. He understood well that when the blood plague silently spreads within the ranks, it brings about the annihilation of the entire army. The old scholar's concerns were valid, but I doubt that Bloodbeard possesses the intelligence you attribute to him. And he is likely considering seizing Gunpowder Manor for plunder, analyzed the handsome man. The Million forces are truly bleeding this time. If that is the case, we must seize all of Mill's manors and towns, hastening their collapse. According to our original plan, we shall crush the Blackfire rebels like a hammer on an anvil. Emulating the tactics of the royalist forces, Gendeli declared, this battle will solidify our momentum and shatter the Million retreat. The Millions are not as formidable as they believe. And we have allies. Indeed, let us give them hell. Jendeli's anvil was the fortified gunpowder manor and several other estates. He relinquished some loosely held frontline manors, allowing fleeing slaves to fortify the defenses. The increasingly elevated gunpowder manor resembled a bastion of steel, with deepened and widened trenches filled with spikes. The manor was now equipped with large trebuchets and scorpions, designed to sap the enemy's vigor. The hammer of the wolf pack and the free army was the 400 knights personally led by Jendeli, his vanguard for the impending charge. There were also many free army soldiers in the city, aside from those defending the walls, with an additional 2,000 warriors accompanying him. Moreover, guerrilla warfare was the specialty of the archer Dick, who led a band of longbowmen ambushed in the woods and hills. From atop the city walls, Jendeli beheld Bloodbeard's assault. The Cat Brigade's Great Cat banner, the Second Son's broken sword emblem, and the Pike Brigade's spear insignia were visible atop the battlements. Bloodbeard commanded the Million main force, with the cavalry of the Second Sons to the left and the Pike Brigade's cavalry to the right, while infantry made up the majority. The 3 mercenary brigades formed the core, supplemented by a substantial number of free mercenaries. Behind them stood 3 colossal trebuchets, approximately 6,000 strong. Yet the heart of the force lay with Bloodbeard. Jendeli assessed the strength and density of the battle line, preparing to lead a cavalry charge. The cavalry of the Second Sons were somewhat lacking in equipment, their armor and weaponry inferior. Bloodbeard's army was not composed entirely of elite troops. Only the foremost 1,000 were truly formidable. The subsequent 2,000 mercenaries and an equal number of hastily gathered free riders were merely there for the spectacle. Quartermaster, when I lead the charge, I entrust the manor to you, Jendeli instructed. Rest assured, I shall stand with the manor until the end. The handsome man promised. That damned little brat, Bloodbeard cursed vehemently. The leader of the Cat Brigade, Bloodbeard, was a loud and brutish man, with a penchant for bloodshed. It was now dusk. Damn it, those guerrilla slaves have greatly delayed us. Otherwise, we would have launched more stones by noon. Bloodbeard's voice could rival a dozen men. His massive frame was complemented by a thick beard, and he had a remarkable fondness for fine wine and women. Some of the manors we passed were utterly deserted, while others, after the shells of their estates were shattered, were occupied by those stubborn slaves, costing me many brothers. Bloodbeard wiped his long blade, muttering curses. Let us crush that little brat. They've pillaged so many estates, the wolf's den must be overflowing with riches, exclaimed Melro excitedly. The leader of the Second Sons, Melro, hailed from Bravos, tall with pale green eyes and a thick, waist-length golden-red beard. He was infamous, and under his command, the reputation of the Second Sons had become so tarnished that few dared to hire them. This brat is both foul and obstinate. He could have appeased us with a bit of gold, Melro remarked. Yet he insists on resisting to the bitter end. Do not be tempted by trifles. Break through the manors. Gold and slaves are ours. Bloodbeard scoffed. I see you are truly hungry. Seize this opportunity, Titan's bastard. The Second Sons had a notorious reputation and had not been hired by the free trade city-states in a long time. Watch the scoundrels of the Pike Brigade. They have many horses and will flee at the first sign of trouble, Bloodbeard warned. The Cat Brigade predominantly consisted of infantry, with about 300 cavalry in attendance, and 2,700 infantry. The Second Sons had only over 500 cavalry, while the Pike Brigade boasted 800, primarily composed of cavalry. Trebuchets, draw. The Million forces had constructed 3 massive trebuchets for this assault on the Wolf Pack's headquarters, named the Wolf Slayer, the Million Noblewoman, and the Million Glory. Send some men to keep watch over those trebuchets. Bloodbeard commanded Melro. At your command, General. Melro nodded. When it came to the strength of the soldiers, Bloodbeard was undoubtedly the rightful commander. The central force of Bloodbeard's 5,000 men was arranged in several ranks, yet they did not initiate their attack. Thud, thud. The trebuchets emitted a tremendous sound as Mill's 3 massive machines began their operation. Stones rained down like a tempest upon Gunpowder Manor. I must address the trebuchets, Jendeli contemplated. Gunpowder Manor was not an invulnerable fortress. Its strategic buffers were insufficient to withstand a barrage of massive stones. Clad in his black-scaled armor, with a cloak of luxurious, silky Million brocade capable of deflecting some arrows, Jendeli rode his black steed, a gift from the Red Viper, one of the finest horses in the realm. His warhammer, the Yarrick curved blade, and a similarly dark oak shield rested at his side. The silent Pike Brigade leader was accompanied by 400 equally silent knights. Behind him a standard bearer holding the gray-white banner, the flag of the Wolf Pack. Chapter 50, The Storm's carnage stones fell from the sky, piercing the obsidian night like relentless rain upon the streets of the Gunpowder Grass Manor. Despite their colossal size, the mill people failed to deliver all these dreadful gifts into the estate. Most struck the walls, while many more battered the city towers, parapets, and defensive towers. However, around the mill's 3 daughters, the catapults constructed by Bloodbeard stood ready, launching an unceasing barrage both day and night. The darkness was also an ally to Jendeli. The fleeing slaves of the Free Army, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, harried the mill forces repeatedly under the cover of night. This was the time of wolves, the longest, darkest hour of the night. For many gathered by Jandeli at the east gate, it would be their final night on this earth. Jandeli led 400 Wolfpack cavalry, followed by 2,000 soldiers, comprising 400 Wolfpack infantry and 1,600 Free Army warriors, with Steel Fist commanding the Wolfpack infantry and Grey Wolf leading the Free Army fighters. These warriors had undergone training under the Wolfpack, the Pure Ones, and Jandeli himself, finally exhibiting some semblance of elite prowess. Grey Wolf led 15 Pure Ones at the forefront of the Free Army infantry. Each Pure One bore 3 long spears, a short sword, and a shield. The flickering firelight danced upon the spikes of their bronze helmets, illuminating their smooth faces. The remaining soldiers stood guard at the various gates, with the southern gate bearing the greatest pressure and the northern gate the least. Once the battle commenced, archers hiding in the countryside would assist them from the west upon hearing the horn. Perhaps holding the ground was the safer option. Yet the expanded town of the manor was not impregnable. Faced with the furious wrath of the slavers, a proactive strike seemed more prudent. Follow me, follow Steel Fist. Follow the Pure Ones for training. You are the finest warriors. Freedom, freedom, the Free Army shouted, for failure in war meant death for the slaves. And the slavers were notoriously brutal towards runaway slaves. The plan is well prepared, Jandeli declared. I will charge them with cavalry. Once the city gate opens, we advance at full speed towards the mercenaries and catapults behind them. When their army forms up, we will encircle them, attacking from the rear and flanks, avoiding a direct assault against their pikes. Do not forget our objective, the catapults, then the rabble behind them. The mill's 3 harlots. Capturing them seems unlikely. It would be better to dismantle or burn them, Steel Fist nodded. We must also slay as many mercenary leaders, mill nobles, and slave lords as possible, and set their tents ablaze, especially the larger ones. Do not capture slaves. Slaves are our friends, Grey Wolf insisted. You are fearsome warriors. Raise your voices and roar to intimidate them. When our cavalry disrupts the enemy formation, gaps will appear. Follow the cavalry into those gaps and unleash carnage as best you can. If the situation allows, spare the slaves, targeting the mercenary leaders, nobles, and officers. Retreat promptly before you become surrounded. Jandeli directed Steel Fist, whose 400 armored infantry were the elite of the foot soldiers. The formation of the Pure Ones was rigid yet required time to complete. The cavalry's charge would buy time for the Pure Ones to arrange their spear and shield formations. Listen for my horn, Jandeli added. Cavalry against cavalry, infantry against infantry. We will strike unexpectedly. The enemy will attack before the Pure Ones are fully formed, provided their commander, Bloodbeard, is not a fool. I will do my utmost to delay this process. The Pure One spear thrusts will shatter Bloodbeard's formation. His elite, the mill's elite. Numbers only about 1,000. We will follow your orders, Commander. The Great Liberator, Grey Wolf affirmed. Upon hearing the attack signal, we charge. Upon hearing the retreat signal, we withdraw. Our manor remains intact, and the enemy dares not approach within crossbow range. Avoid their sharpness, let out their air, strike at their lethargy. Jandeli contemplated his tactics, finding confidence in his strategy. The terrain of the disputed lands was predominantly flat and boundless, yet a large-scale frontal clash was a losing tactic. The most effective strategy was the Dorn's thrust and retreat technique, evading the sharp edge, then counterattacking. Alas, the disputed lands were too fertile to consider cutting off supply lines. To the east, the dawn's light pierced the darkness. The lives of thousands hinged on the battle of the day. It was time. Jandeli donned his wolf head helmet and throat guard, along with the mill's embroidered cloak. The darkened mace glimmered coldly. He raised his shield and secured his arm in the strap. Though he held no faith in deities, he nonetheless hoped the 7 gods far away in Westeros would grant him strength. The warriors bestowed upon him storm-like power, and he prayed the crone would impart wisdom to lead his men to victory. Perhaps I shall die in the embrace of a woman, perish on the cold battlefield. But not today, the pike-bearer shouted, raising his weapon. The torrent of steel surged forth. The knights were adjusting their gear, donning helmets, and reaching for their swords and axes. Long live the wolf pack! Long live the wolf pack! Kill! Jandeli raised his mace, hearing the cacophony around him, the wind rustling the banners. The clash of steel, the pounding of hooves against the ground. The torrent of steel struck first, like a powerful fist. Bloodbeard hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. A bloodthirsty man, yet experienced, Bloodbeard commanded his freelance mercenaries to charge and ordered the Cat Group to form a pike formation against the cavalry immediately. The 300 knights of the Cat Group were his elite, too precious to expend at this moment. What of the Pike Group? They have 800 knights. Hurry and bring them, Bloodbeard commanded. Commander, the Pike Group's knights are being struck from above. The enemy's archers are ambushed outside the city, capable of shooting 300 yards. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Bloodbeard roared in fury. Did we not have scouts? How did they not spot this? They are well concealed in the woodlands. Speaking of terrain, We lack this advantage. Enough. Bloodbeard ceased contemplating the impenetrable pike group. Perhaps it was a feint, focusing instead on the center and the second sons on the flank. He needed to hold steady as a rock. Charge the second sons. Jandeli commanded, focusing his assault on the second sons. The disheveled, infamous second sons now resembled a limping chicken, far from their former glory. Their weapons were too dilapidated, some barely serviceable. The ferocious assault crashed like a tide, directly overwhelming the second sons' formation. The second sons fought back valiantly, yet their efforts proved futile. Many of their warriors fell dead from their mounts, and the Titans bastard, in a state of panic, hastily sounded the call for aid. Meanwhile, the other side organized a counterattack, fighting desperately. Kill. The gallant steeds charged towards the second sons as Jandeli swung his mace. He aimed first to assault the second sons, then burn the catapults, encircling them. He intended to slaughter as many living forces as possible. The cold light of death emanated from Jandeli's mace, striking down the second sons clad in tattered chainmail with lethal force. One swing of the mace shattered faces and crushed skulls. Chapter 51. The Golden Legion strikes. The searing flames of battle ignited around Jandeli as he wielded his spiked hammer, charging headlong into the ranks of the second sons. Jandeli was the epitome of a towering and formidable knight, his companions from the wolf pack equally imposing, embodying the archetype of northern warriors. Yet, he surpassed them in ferocity and strength. He was a descendant of the storm, destined to herald its fierce return. The Cat Company was taken aback by the wolf pack's ferocious frontal assault at dawn, amidst the ensuing chaos. Their swift archers unleashed a barrage that did little to slow the wolf pack's advance. Though Bloodbeard was ruthless, he possessed a wealth of combat experience. Long live the wolf pack. The knights of the wolf pack rallied beneath their banner, clad in black or grayish-white plate and scale armor, a privilege only the Stark family of the North might expect. Yet, in this affluent land of contention, the wolf pack had forged an iron-fisted, heavily armored force. Amidst the haunting sound of war horns, Jandeli, leading the phalanx with his spear, cut through the formation of the second sons with unstoppable momentum. With a resounding thud, Jandeli's hammer struck with crushing force, whether in defense or assault. Along his path, death was the only outcome his hammer delivered. The knights of the second sons who dared to obstruct him often met their demise. Their skulls shattered or their chests caved in, ribs and hearts ruptured. Jandeli decimated all who dared to resist, driven solely by his thirst for bloodshed. Each swing of his hammer was precise, as if he had honed his skill 1,000 times over. Like a blacksmith shaping iron. He knew all too well that flesh was no match for steel. The steed beneath him was a proud Dornish stallion, while he was a warrior of the storm. Every strike, horizontal, heavy, defensive, or retaliatory, was simple yet encapsulated the essence of a true fighter. It was merely a matter of being swifter, higher, stronger, and more powerful than others. In the realm of human endeavors, innate talent is crucial, as is rigorous training. One may become a proficient warrior through systematic practice, but to reach extraordinary heights, a touch of giftedness is essential. In battle, Jandeli possessed unparalleled talent, complemented by countless hours of training, positioning him as a potential beacon of martial excellence. Long live the wolf pack. The knights of the wolf pack surged with fervor as the ranks of the second sons crumbled. Their equipment was woefully inadequate, failing to withstand the onslaught. Faced with the ferocious wolf pack knights, the second sons began to scatter in a desperate bid for survival. Though they faltered in direct confrontation, their skills in fleeing were commendable. Organize. Form a defensive line, bellowed their commander, Malaro, as he urged his men to seek protection from the Cat Company. You worthless fools. The tattered banner of the broken sword fluttered in the wind as the knights of the second sons fled in disarray. Their defenses were on the verge of collapse. While the wolf pack infantry, brandishing their shields, advanced from the Powdergrass Manor, accompanied by the free soldiers organizing their formation. Bloodbeard resolved that he could not allow the second sons to be annihilated. Such a loss would shatter the morale of his troops. However, the Longspear Legion remained immobilized. Go to the aid of the second sons. I want them alive. Bloodbeard dispatched 150 riders, along with several hundred free mercenaries, to support the beleaguered second sons. The remaining cavalry and infantry would press forward. Once the Unsullied formed their tortoise formation, our fate would be sealed. Charge ahead, break through the front lines. Even if those few hundred cavalry triumphed over the second sons, they would lose everything. The Titan-S bastard Malaro observed the fleeing or collapsing warriors of the second sons, an army of scoundrels, failures, and deceivers, yet also a glimmer of hope for him. He shouted and pleaded for aid, but his chainmail-clad stature drew attention nonetheless. Hailing from Bravos, Malaro was tall with pale green eyes and a thick, waist-length golden-red beard. The long spear surged forward, bringing with it a whirlwind of death aimed at the commander of the second sons. Damn it, where is the Cat Company? This bastard Bloodbeard! Malaro seethed with rage. Drawing his steel sword, he raised his shield to fend off the relentless thrusts of the long spear, but despite his efforts, he was struck beneath his armpit, blood spilling forth. Curse it! The Titan-S bastard grappled with pain, his speed faltering slightly. Yet the long spear continued its relentless assault. Malaro lifted his shield, but the long spear adeptly shifted position, piercing the flesh of his throat. Fear gripped the Titan-S bastard as he contemplated fleeing to the center where the cat company awaited. But a black stallion appeared unexpectedly, blocking Malaro's path as the formidable figure behind the iron mask swung his spiked hammer with unstoppable force. Injured, Malaro braced against the first strike. But the weight of the next hammer blow forced his sword to clatter to the ground. Janderley's consecutive blows were even mightier than the first, shattering Malaro's helmet and crushing his skull. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments erupted as Malaro fell like a small mountain. The Titan-S bastard was dead. The Titan-S bastard was dead. The Knights of the Cat Company and the reinforcements from the Free Riders, witnessing the gruesome scene, dared not advance but instead assisted in gathering the remnants of their forces. As the Second Sons finally reorganized their defenses, the Wolfpack Knights suddenly shifted their focus, charging toward the position of the Three Daughters. The armored cavalry of the Wolfpack descended upon the Second Sons, free mercenaries, and slave soldiers guarding the trebuchets like a tempest. "We surrender! We surrender!" The slaves cried out, raising their weapons against the Second Sons and the free mercenaries. The Knights of the Wolfpack, like a storm, effortlessly routed those manning the trebuchets, toppling the siege engine known as the Wolf Slayer, while the slave soldiers willingly brought down the glory of Myr and the Lady of Myr. The free mercenaries scattered in a panic, while the mercenaries of the Second Sons, under the leadership of others, surrendered to Janderley alongside the fleeing slaves. The leading mercenary of the Second Sons bore a broad face, tanned skin, a broken nose, thick gray hair, and large, almond-shaped black eyes inherited from his Dothraki mother, with creases at the corners. "We surrender to the Great Liberator, the head wolf, the commander of the wolf pack and the free army." "Who are you?" Janderley inquired. "I am Bon Pullen, a humble member of the Second Sons. My comrades hold me in high regard. Allow me to submit to the Wolf King." "Excellent. Malaro is dead. Gather your banner and join me in the assault against the Cat Company. Your skills in fleeing are commendable, but now I require your offensive prowess." Janderley pointed his hammer at the brown-skinned Bon. "Rest assured, Wolf King, the Second Son shall always stand with the victors," Bon proclaimed. All riders spurred their mounts forward, charging toward the rear of the Cat Company and the free mercenaries. The flames of war blazed ever brighter. The somber sound of horns echoed as the warriors roared like thunder. The archers and shield-bearers on the western flank unleashed a rain of arrows under the guidance of the boommakers, while the eastern shield formation solidified, the long spear advancing relentlessly against Bloodbeard. The fall of the three trebuchets dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the Myr forces. Many free mercenaries broke free from the control of the Myr overseers, scattering in their flight for survival. "Worthless! Worthless!" Bloodbeard's eyes blazed red with fury. "The trebuchets have fallen. Are the Second Sons and those free mercenaries truly worthless?" he shouted, sensing that their formation was on the brink of collapse. While it was the Cat Company that seemed poised for annihilation, the Second Sons have turned against us. They've cut off our retreat with the wolf pack and the slave soldiers. "Commander, the long spear is also beginning their assault against us." Bloodbeard was engulfed in darkness. He had known these men were unreliable and should have waited. Wait for the more powerful Stormwind Legion or the Golden Legion. "Commander, we must retreat. The morale is wavering. If this continues, we shall perish here. Retreat." Bloodbeard gritted his teeth. Fleeing was better than total annihilation. "Alas, calamity has befallen us. The scouts from the rear have spotted the banner, that of the Golden Legion, and they have even deployed elephants." "What?" Bloodbeard hastily turned his gaze backward. This news struck with greater severity. The flags adorned with skulls were raised high, and the formidable elephants gradually came into focus within Bloodbeard's line of sight. The Golden Legion has rebuffed the Milrins' assault and instead embraced the pack of wolves. It is over, utterly over. Bloodbeard trembled in despair. Chapter 52. The Wolf Pack and Gold. Under the banner of the Golden Company, the knights surged into battle, charging fiercely against the Bloodbeard Cat Company and the free mercenaries led by the men of Mirain. The elephants of the Golden Company proved particularly decisive, overwhelming the assault of Bloodbeard and the Miranese, causing the free mercenaries to flee in desperation. The Long Spears and the Second Sons surrendered to the Wolf Pack, turning their attacks against the Cat Company and the forces of Mirain. On a small hill, the high-ranking commanders of the Golden Company gathered, observing the changing tides of battle. The arrival of the Golden Company heralded the doom of the Cat Company. Each spear around them bore a gilded skull. One skull was notably large and grotesque. Beneath it lay a skull the size of a child's fist, belonging to the ferocious Maris and his unknown brother. Other skulls bore less distinction. Some cracked from being smashed by hammers and life, while one displayed an array of sharp, even teeth. Their victory was resounding. The elite of the Wolf Pack were formidable, embodying the fierce spirit of the North. It was unexpected that the fleeing slaves had been well trained. Valanta's quartermaster, Gallus Edoin, remarked. Intelligence officer Lancener Mal added, despite Bloodbeard's brutishness. He is no fool. This rascal possesses skill in warfare. His harassment, encirclement, and cavalry maneuvers are quite adept. Even without our aid, Bloodbeard would find it difficult to escape death. He has the potential to collaborate with us. Your thoughts are too reckless. The homeless commander Harry sighed. He was the leader of the Golden Company, yet he feared the fray. This homeless Harry did not resemble a warrior. He was portly, with a round head, pale gray eyes, and thinning hair that he pushed aside to conceal his baldness. Waiting for the liberator, for this rascal's enemies. The slave owners and governors to swarm from all directions. What could a mere handful of slaves accomplish? We have no choice, Harry. The butter and cheese merchants of the free cities may offer us coin, but they will provide no other assistance. Franklin Furwer suggested. Assisting the Wolf Pack implies offending all our major clients. If that is the case, should the Liberator and the Wolf Pack's scheme to free the slaves falter, his reputation will be irreparably tarnished before we even reach Westeros. A look of frustration crossed Harry's face. According to the plan, Harry cleared his throat. What plan? Yours or the Fat Man's? We are weary of this wandering life, Maris. Blackfire can cross the sea with the aid of other Copper Kings, so can we. The Wolf Pack's combat prowess is commendable. These slaves are a continuous source of soldiers. Once the Liberator secures the disputed lands and Meereen, he can assist us in crossing the sea. Robert Baratheon has no dragons but can seize the Iron Throne, so can we. Even if calamity befalls us, should the people fail to rise, we can retreat across the narrow sea, just like the likes of Cold Iron in days past. Harry shook his head, concerned about the risks involved. The risks are minimal. We have not breached any agreements. We hold no treaty with the Meereenese. We merely extended a gesture of goodwill toward the Liberator, defeating Bloodbeard, and it is common for mercenaries to turn on one another. This battle will surely result in a catastrophic defeat for Meereen and the annihilation of the Cat Company. Should the Liberator capitalize on this momentum to crush the Three Daughters, we would formalize our alliance with him. Conversely, if fortune turns against the Liberator and the Three Daughters aim to vanquish him, they will need to rely on and appease us further, thus increasing our share of gold. It is a win-win. Victory will ultimately be ours. Then let us charge forth now. Franklin Furwer laughed heartily. Let us first lend a hand to the Liberator. This rascal has courage. He is a true man. Then Peck remarked, I would rather die in Westeros than grow old in the disputed lands, leaving my children to wander. Marco Mandak chuckled in response. I, on the other hand, would prefer to live joyfully, enjoying a bountiful estate and a grand castle. Franklin Furwer struck the hilt of his sword, exclaiming, Let us first aid the Wolf King. I still wish to slay a few rotten apples and foes away. The commander's expression was akin to a slap in the face. You all have lost your minds. Officers of the Golden Company raised their arms one by one, then charged down. The last to do so was their commander, the homeless Harry. The defeat was as overwhelming as a landslide. Bloodbeard witnessed the advance of the Wolf Pack soldiers, the heavy infantry of the Wolf Pack and the light infantry of the Free Army. He saw the mercenaries abandon their armor and weapons, fleeing into the surrounding woods. Bloodbeard's elite front line also crumbled, as the shield wall formed by the Wolf Pack and the Free Army dispersed. The jubilant soldiers brandishing the gray and white banner of the Wolf Pack surged forward, axes, broadswords, and pikes creating a macabre smile of death. It was a success. Jandelli sighed in relief. The formation of the Free Army was at best a lesser version of the Unsullied, and the Unsullied were too inhumane and costly. Thus, the Wolf Pack's cavalry and infantry charges were necessary to establish their formation. Nearby, the Longbowmen, under the direction of the Fletchers, unleashed wave after wave of arrows, which fell like raindrops. Long live the Wolf Pack! Long live the Liberator! Steel Fist led the Wolf Pack's infantry while Grey Wolf commanded the Free Army. Their formations surged like a torrent, quickly overwhelming the Cat Company and the Meereenese mercenaries, who struggled against the flood of slaughter. Bloodbeard seethed with fury. I have lost this battle, but I still have a chance. I will return to the Meereenese mercenaries and seek my vengeance. Bloodbeard hastily retreated. Yet his figure was too conspicuous. He was a loud, brutish man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a thick beard, fiery sideburns, and long braids. Bloodbeard encountered Jandelli by a small river, with fierce flames raging around them. You have ruined me, rascal. Now I shall destroy you. Bloodbeard bellowed. He drew his longsword, which became a sinister shadow, as his blade struck swiftly and venomously. Jandelli raised his warhammer, swiftly countering. He counterattacked, then feigned a strike, swinging his heavy hammer toward Bloodbeard. Bloodbeard aimed for Jandelli's face. Jandelli dodged with the agility of a wraith. The hammer swung toward Bloodbeard's heart, heavy and forceful. Bloodbeard hastily evaded, but the hammer struck his ribs, causing him considerable pain. Stifling his agony, Bloodbeard swung his longsword. Jandelli evaded the first strike, blocked the second, and parried the third thrust. Their movements were so rapid that onlookers could scarcely perceive them. Crack! The hammer emitted a terrifying whistle as it struck Bloodbeard's other rib, shattering bones and leaving a dent in his armor. Bloodbeard endured the pain, twisting desperately, drawing another long knife from his mount, a dark, ornate Valyrian arak, aimed at Jandeli's face. Die! Jandeli sidestepped the blow, but Bloodbeard's speed had diminished. Jandeli's hammer struck Bloodbeard's temple, creating a substantial dent in his helmet, and Bloodbeard collapsed to the ground, bubbles of blood escaping his mouth. Jandeli seized Bloodbeard's arak, the blade dark as smoke. It was said that the Windblown possessed one as well, a delightful surprise indeed. Yet Y&T Bloodbeard utilized the arak from the outset. Perhaps he preferred his longsword, as the arak was most effectively wielded by the Dothraki. Or perhaps he had underestimated Jandeli, viewing it as his secret weapon to slay him. The cavalry continued their charge, trampling over Bloodbeard's corpse with hooves, blades, and fury. It is excellent steel. The Knights of the Golden Company rushed to Jandeli's side, praising him. They witnessed the brutal and swift conclusion of the battle, as Bloodbeard lay defeated upon the ground, a mere heap of flesh. Chapter 53. The controversial land. The wedge-shaped phalanx led by Jandeli pierced through the enemy lines like a sharp spear, claiming the life of Bloodbeard. The Knights of the Second Sons, the Pike Company, and the Golden Company joined in the slaughter, their iron fists embodying the storm of knighthood. Long live the wolf pack! Long live the free army! Shatter the chains! Annihilate these milne slave masters! The knights surged forward, and Jandeli reformed his ranks to organize a second assault. Charging once more from the manor front to the rear, as the battle settled into a semblance of order, the Steel Fists, Pike Company, and Grey Wolves commanded the wolf pack and the infantry of the free army, pursuing the remnants northward, savoring the complete fruits of victory. Jandeli and the officers of the Golden Company galloped across the battlefield, and with the death of Bloodbeard, the collapse of the Cat Company accelerated. This once mighty mercenary group, second only to the Golden Company, crumbled into disarray. Following this battle, the Milne were left trembling, and the entire controversial land faced few adversaries. The wolf pack and the free army would sweep through the region unopposed. A band of exiles, yet well-trained. Jandeli's gaze swept over the numerous senior officers of the Golden Company and the ordinary soldiers. The Golden Company was affluent and maintained a tight formation. Their mercenaries flaunted their worldly wealth, exuding a nouveau riche air. They adorned themselves with jeweled swords and intricately designed armor, draped in fine silks and heavy gold necklaces, particularly the golden armlets on everyone's arms, which were worth a fortune, enough to serve as a lord's ransom. Each armlet represented a year of service within the company. Congratulations on your grand victory, Commander, Homeless Harry praised. He was unable to resist the officer's demands and had to go along with the flow. I must also thank you all. Had you arrived a bit later, the Golden Company might have joined the celebration in my wolf's den. Jandeli replied nonchalantly. Flanked by the Pike Company and Grey Wolves, all bloodied and fierce from the fray, Jandeli disowned the Golden Company's tactics. They observed the situation, waiting until the battle was irrevocably lost for the Cat Company and the Milne coalition before making their advance. This was gilding the lily rather than providing timely assistance. You jest, Homeless Harry mustered his courage to say. As a former financial officer, he was no valiant warrior. Before Jandeli, he felt like a mere shadow of a gleaming sword. Please understand, the Golden Company is a mercenary band of 10,000 warriors. We cannot recklessly engage in conflicts. The financial officer Volantis Ido and apologized. We merely wish to extend a token of goodwill and camaraderie to the commander. The Golden Company will not obstruct your endeavors. The intelligence officer, Leeson or Mal, added, warriors respect one another. The Golden Company admires such a stalwart leader as you. We support your claim to kingship and seek your assistance. Westeros is our home. Have you thought this through, gentlemen? You are overly optimistic. The king is surrounded by Duke John, Baelish, the Kingslayer, along with the support of the Vale, the North, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands, with the wealth of Highgarden and Casterly Rock backing him. Jandeli laughed, highlighting the Golden Company's predicament. Racewell Peak raised his fist. Though we have been exiled for a century, we still have allies in the Bay of Rivers. Highgarden is not as formidable as Mace Tyrell imagines. We also have friends in Dorne. We have waited long enough. We can wait some more. The Queen grows prouder each year. How many more years can old Aaron hold on? And Duke Lisa, equally ambitious. We will have our chance, Commander. The intelligence officer of the Golden Company analyzed. To my mind, your plans for return are as ephemeral as bubbles. A century ago, warriors like Demon Blackfire and Aegon Rivers did not achieve victory. What makes you think you will succeed now? Jandeli pointedly remarked, unrelenting in his critique of their fantasies. Back then, King Daeron had Lord Bloodraven supporting him. Along with his sons, the Breaker of Spears and the Hammer of Justice, united as one. The Iron Throne is rife with undercurrents now. We are not entirely without opportunity. Franklin Florent emphasized. The counteroffensive against Westeros is grand and convoluted. We may have to wait another year, 5 years, or even 10, it is an uncertain prospect. However, we seek a measure of friendship. When the Golden Company decides to cross the sea, the wolf pack can provide assistance, Homeless Harry stated. Relieved that they were not crossing the narrow sea immediately, leaving room for future negotiations. As long as the Golden Company does not impede my conquest of the controversial land, I am willing to offer some assistance, Jandeli replied ambiguously. After all, both sides were merely exchanging promises, as long as the Golden Company did not hinder the wolf pack's offensive. It was not unreasonable to make mutual vows. That would be most agreeable. The new force of the wolf pack bears no malice toward the Golden Company. Rather, we would aid and support you. Even a sign of cooperation would be beneficial for the Golden Company. After the Golden Company departed, the Pike Company, led by their captain, surrendered to Jandeli, who readily accepted this band of 800 cavalrymen into his ranks. Next, the remnants of the Second Sons, led by Bronn, approached. Following the death of Marrow, the other members of the Second Sons had elected Bronn as their captain. The Second Sons pledged their loyalty to you, Commander. I am Ben Plum, newly elected captain of the Second Sons. Bronn laid his sword at Jandeli's feet and knelt in submission. You certainly look unique, Captain, Jandeli remarked. Observing his appearance, Bronn was a peculiar blend, possessing a broad face, brown skin, a broken nose, thick gray hair, and a pair of large, almond-shaped black eyes inherited from his Dothraki mother, with slight wrinkles at the corners. I have bloodlines from Bravos, the Summer Isles, Ibn, Kohor, Dothraki, and Dorne. I even carry a drop of Targaryen blood, Bronn proclaimed proudly. Look at our dear Captain Bronn, how amiable he is. Jandeli quipped to the Pike Company. Bronn continued to smile foolishly, appearing quite affable. I know your story, Bronn. Our Captain Ben Plum seems kind-hearted, and when he smiles, he radiates warmth. He resembles the beloved uncle everyone adores, always gentle, filled with marvelous tales and the wisdom of an elder. Alas, it is all a fade. His smile does not reach his eyes, which cautiously conceal his avaricious nature. This man is both thirsty and vigilant. Jandeli's words cut like a blade, leaving Bronn visibly shaken. Bronn noticed the Pike Company and Grey Wolves beside Jandeli, eager for action, with the Pike Company tightening their grips on their weapons. The warriors' gazes were as hard as iron. They were not mere mercenaries, but were now as ferocious as wolves in steel. A few swift attacks could easily spell Bronn's demise. Commander, you cannot do this. I have already surrendered to you. Bronn's complexion paled. A defeated army cannot speak of courage, and cunning cannot replace the brutality of war. Yet you are not entirely worthless. At least the Second Sons managed to escape with some skill. How many of you remain? Jandeli inquired. Over 400. Bronn replied. It was well known that the Second Sons had a reputation for treachery, and the Milne were currently terrified, especially fearful of the wolf pack's assault. What do you mean? Bronn looked at Jandeli. To be honest, I do not trust you, Bronn. The Second Sons are notorious for their cunning. I could annihilate your entire company, but I believe you may still serve a better purpose. You journey to Mill, and you comprehend my intentions. I understand. Commander. Zongren nodded. Jandeli had already devised a plan for them. Either returning to Mill to continue serving as mercenaries for the people of Mill, or acting as insiders for the wolf pack. You have made a misjudgment once. I hope the Second Sons do not err a second time. Otherwise, when I conquer Mill, the wolf pack shall show no mercy. Rest assured, Commander. There are seasoned mercenaries and daring ones, but none who are both seasoned and daring, Zongren pondered. This time, I shall not falter. I will stand with the victors. Chapter 54. Ser Jorah Mormont, the infamous Bloodbeard, has perished, and the Cat S Company is no more. The Sons of the Second and the Long Spear Company have surrendered. The downfall of the Cat S Company seems to herald the tolling of a funeral bell for Meereen, a somber chime resonating for its governors and slave masters. The slaves of Tyrosh and Lys have also been stirred by the collapse of Meereen's forces, plunging the city into a state of unrest and chaos. In this war, the Wolf Pack and the Free Company emerged victorious. The Cat S Company, led by Bloodbeard, has been utterly defeated, while the Sons of the Second, under the command of Titan S Bastard, Marrow, have fallen in battle, leading the remaining members to capitulate to the Wolf Pack under their new leader, Brown Air, who later claimed he could no longer endure the Wolf Pack's oppression and returned to Meereen. The Longspear Company, having defected mid-conflict, also joined the Wolf Pack. Among the 3 governors of Meereen, leading 2,000 mercenaries and numerous slave soldiers from the rear, one perished in a slave revolt, another was captured by the Wolf Pack, and the last managed to escape back to Meereen to deliver news. The warships of Meereen, which had assisted the army's assault, fled back to the harbor upon learning of the army's disintegration. Disregarding any ambiguity, rumors abound that the Golden Company aided the Wolf Pack during the conflict in the disputed territories. No significant armed force remains capable of contending with the Wolf Pack or the Free Company. Long live freedom. In the disputed territories, the slave uprisings at the Three Daughters estate are intensifying. Many slave masters fled back to the city in disarray before the Free Company arrived. except for the most chaotic center of mercenaries in Crown Town and a few vassal towns in the vicinity of the Three Daughters. The estates have been overtaken by the Wolf Pack and the Free Company. Moreover, the Wolf Pack has begun its offensive against the vassal lands of Meereen. The tidal wave of the Wolf Pack swells over the entire disputed territory, rivaling the wars of the Nine Copper Kings, yet their approach differs significantly. The Nine Copper King maintained control over the disputed land through the might of the Golden Company, pirates, and mercenaries, yet with limited authority. In contrast, the Free Company seizes estates and converts slaves, thus ensuring a continuous supply of soldiers. Meereen's 3 massive trebuchets have been transported by Jandre's men to the outskirts of the city, leaving Meereen with only its solitary fortress and port, now encircled by Jandre's forces. The shadows cast by these colossal engines instill a sense of dread in the hearts of Meereen's governors. "Commander, you possess the capability to capture Meereen. Why do you not attack?" inquired a middle-aged man standing beside Jandre. Ser Jorah Mormont, a banished knight from the north, stands tall with dark skin and thick hair. Though slightly balding, he remains robust. As a northern exile, Ser Jorah is a rare individual well-versed in the dynamics of Westeros, which has led him to join the ranks of the Wolf Pack. "There is no need for haste, Jorah. War is not a mere game. I do not wish for our beloved Meereen, the city of artisans, to be utterly crushed and obliterated." Jandre gazed at the nearby city, exercising restraint over his desires to secure a more advantageous conquest of Meereen. To him, Meereen holds a far superior position compared to Lys and Tyrosh. It is a paradise for craftsmen, a potential source of endless wealth. Unfortunate Jorah has allied himself with Jandre, eager to demonstrate his capabilities before the Wolf King. Even if the North no longer welcomes him, obtaining a position in the disputed territories would mark the beginning of a new path. Jandre continues to bleed Meereen dry, as the governors compensate him handsomely for their military failures. Additionally, from the family of the captured governor, Jandre has procured several warships. "Our next focus does not lie here," Jandre confided to his companions. "The beautiful man, long spear, steel fist, and the great bear Jorah." "Then what is your next step?" inquired the bear. Jandre smiled enigmatically and remained silent, positioning himself for an assault on Meereen, while his true target lay in the Isles of Stepstones, employing a strategy of diversion. Merely capturing Meereen would not suffice. He must also consider Tyrosh. Should Jandre's fleet seize the Isles, they would completely encircle both Tyrosh and Meereen from land and sea. He has yet to repay the grudge against Tyrosh for its last naval engagement with Meereen. "I have placed spies within the Sons of the Second in the city. Beyond the outskirts, I have seized Meereen's estates and granaries and established 3 trebuchets. Once my final steps are completed, I shall see how long Meereen can endure," he declared. Military success is the foundation of sustained victory, intricately intertwined with political maneuvering. Adopting a head-on approach against the Three Daughters is ill-suited, for the realm is dominated by cheese and butter merchants. Capturing the Three Daughters and employing such tactics is rare. The free city of trade is fundamentally different from Westeros, where naval power takes precedence. Will our significant movements in the disputed territories draw the attention of King Robert? The beautiful man queried. When it comes to proximity to King Robert, Ser Jorah is among the most informed. The shifting dynamics across the narrow sea may indeed command the attention of Westeros. Robert is no longer the king he once was. For the vast majority of time, the realm has been under the dominion of Duke Jon. The bear remarked. "I have only encountered the king during the Iron Men's rebellion when he bestowed upon me the title of knight. He was once a handsome and fearless knight. But now I hear he has descended into debauchery and gluttony. Aside from indulging in brothels, drinking, and hunting, the king seems only interested in pursuing the remnants of House Targaryen, for he holds a particular disdain for the kin of Prince Rhaegar. Concerning the new situation of the free city of trade, he is unlikely to act with urgency. Jorah believes the Iron Throne will not impede the actions of the Wolf Pack. Even if King Robert is a glutton, he still has formidable figures such as Eddard Stark, the Kingslayer, Stannis, and Renly at his command." Longspear interjected. "We must prudently assess the forces surrounding us. It is best not to consider the Iron Throne's stance. They are largely uninterested in meddling across the narrow sea. And a drunken kingdom is a fragmented one. A more pressing danger is that Meereen's envoys are dispatched to multiple city-states, such as Tyrosh, Lys, and Volantis. They have even reportedly ventured to Slaver's Bay, though that is too far. Volantis once invaded Meereen. Times have changed. Slavery is still the very foundation of Volantis. Even though Volantis is currently governed by the Elephant Party, they will not turn a blind eye to the fall of the disputed territories and the rise of the abolitionist movement. The Elephant Party consists largely of merchants and lenders, advocating for world domination through trade. In the early days, some women from the Elephant Party played significant roles in assisting the overthrow of the Tiger Party's rule. For 300 years following the conclusion of the Century of Blood, the Elephant Party has maintained control over Volantis' government, holding at least 2 seats in the council. Fear not, the Elephant Party is overly cautious regarding war. even if they were to deploy forces. They would have to wait for the next election cycle to see the Tiger Party regain power, Jandri calmly assessed. He has multiple sources of intelligence. In addition to Coburn's team, the Golden Company has shared vital information with him. Beyond Volantis, Commander, we must also consider the threat posed by the Ironborn. The bear interjected suddenly. The Iron Men have likely recovered from the last war. They are a greedy and plundering lot. The Ironborn frequently raid the disputed territories in the Isles of Stepstones, and they may very well join in an assault against us. Chapter 55. The Messenger of the Roses, the grand merchant vessel, the Golden Wine, adorned with a blue-violet grape flag, sailed across the sea, its bow slicing through the waves like a giant's finger. The rebellion led by Greyjoy has been quelled, and the seas have calmed significantly, remarked a sailor from House Redwine. The Ironborn have settled down, and there are no formidable pirate kings on the Stone Steps Islands. That foolish King Balan is now a thing of the past. The narrow sea now belongs to the King of Wildfire and his slave progeny. Another sailor jested as he uncorked a bottle of firewater. But none of that matters. As long as I have my firewater and pear brandy to drink. The rebellion incited by Balan Greyjoy had turned into a subject of mockery. His intentions to restore the glory of the Iron Islands had devolved into disgrace. Balan's eldest and second sons had perished in battle, while his youngest son, Theon, had been sent to the north as a hostage. As for Balan himself, he had once again pledged fealty to the Iron Throne. Changes were afoot across the narrow sea. Garland Tyrell had shed his green cloak and removed the golden rose badge. Tall and robust, with a beard now adorning his face, Garland had donned a purple mantle and blue armor, the colors of House Redwine. The guards accompanying Garland from Highgarden had also changed their attire. The shifting dynamics across the narrow sea commanded Garland's attention. The restructuring of the forces of the Three Daughters would inevitably reverberate throughout Westeros. The alliance formed during the Three Cities Treaty and the ensuing battles against the True Dragon had led to the Ninepenny King seizing contested lands and launching an assault on the Stone Steps Islands. The spies of the Spider were omnipresent. Even within the halls of Highgarden and the Green Pavilion, his agents were likely lurking. Yet, Garland mused, the Spider was an enigma, and there was no need for undue anxiety. Varys, the Spider, was a man of profound thought, yet fortunately, his machinations were not solely aimed at the Iron Throne. The friendship between Highgarden and Baelor was one that the Spider wisely refrained from dissuading or warning the king against. Is the King of Wildfire a devil? Marjorie inquired curiously, having donned a lovely blue gown that obscured her face with a mask. Yet, her slender figure and gentle eyes remained discernible. Indeed, to the slave masters and governors, he is. But to the slaves, he is a savior. What manner of man could the commander of the Wolf Pack be? Garland pondered. I am acquainted with the tales of him and his pack. Their thirst for vengeance drives them in the contested lands. He must be formidable, for mercenaries revere strength. He must be fierce, otherwise he could not trample upon the cities of the slave masters. Shall we engage him in a dialogue of cooperation? Marjorie suggested. Not quite cooperation. But I must meet the King of Wildfire and his army. Regardless of where the Wolf Pack ventures, an audience is essential for assurance, Garland replied. The contested lands are a bountiful granary. The King of Wildfire commands those estates, rich in wildfire, orchards, and wheat fields. This constitutes wealth. But what of Highgarden's army? Highgarden's forces boast numerical and equipment advantages. However, warfare transcends mere statistics, Garland countered. Highgarden has missed numerous opportunities. War hinges on various elements: equipment, numbers, courage, logistics, and command. The Northern Army may lack the equipment of the Riverlands and the Westerlands, yet in the Dance of Dragons, the Winter Wolves remain fearsome. The Riverlands are indeed fertile, yet somewhat disjointed. Historically, House Tyrell has often found itself in the position of a latecomer in warfare, neutral during the Dance of Dragons. They missed the Redgrass Field battle during the Blackfire Rebellion, and in the War of the Usurper, they focused on besieging Storm's End. Marjorie grasped some of this. The Tyrells felt their strength and court position did not align, fueling their resolve to prove themselves. I wish to meet this commander, to discern whether he is a conqueror, a copper king, or merely a hedonist, Garland declared with ambition. In the contested lands, the Wolf Pack held dominion over the newly opened port, Freeport. The gray-white banner of the Wolf Pack fluttered high, marking the territory of the pack. Numerous vessels from across the world docked there, filling the harbors with ships of all sizes, bustling with the loading and unloading of goods. After the Wolf Pack seized control of the contested lands, new ports emerged to facilitate trade with the Wolf Pack's commander. Garland observed a variety of ships, warships, whaling vessels, merchant ships from Lys, Tyrosh, and Pentos, even vessels from Karth. Though not as vast as the great ports of Volantis or Karth, Freeport thrived as the Wolf Pack encroached upon some of the functions of the ports of Tyrosh and Myr. Intrigued, Garland Tyrell regarded the customs officials of the Free Company and their garrison. The liberated slaves, vibrant and spirited, stood as fervent warriors of the liberators. The garrison of Freeport donned lighter chainmail, tasked with maintaining order, their shields and short spears reminiscent of the Unsullied. Yet the crossbows bore the distinct style of the trading city-states. Regardless, the garrison appeared spirited and dedicated, a fine army, not to mention the elite wolf pack. Jandrai assigned Captain Harris, a runaway slave from Volantis, to oversee customs and naval affairs in the contested lands, while Yura was to manage the port garrison. Please, my lord. As the merchant ships of House Redwine docked, savvy yet humble dockhands guided them to a special inn, the House of Freedom. This establishment was the most bustling and lively inn in Freeport, though the true masters behind it were the Free Company. The demand from Highgarden for wildfire quickly caught Jandri's attention, and he was pleased to host the emissaries from the Riverlands, all conducted in secrecy. Curious. Garland and Marjorie entered the House of Freedom, ascending to the highest point of the inn, eager to discover which high-ranking officer of the wolf pack awaited them. They were met at the threshold by Yura and the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf gestured them to enter, and Garland deduced from the man's visage and demeanor that he was an Unsullied, a rare sight in the realm of the wolf pack, a figure of high stature indeed. Elated, Garland pushed the door open, accompanied by Marjorie. The silent Yura observed Garland and Marjorie, harboring resentment that they failed to recognize him. His expression conveyed a complex mixture of emotions. In a sense, Yura shared a distant kinship with the Tyrells. Fortunately, when Yura had wed, these two children were still young and had not yet recognized him as their fallen uncle. Yura's wife and Lady Mace Tyrell were sisters, both hailing from House Hightower. Lady Allery was the second daughter of Lord Leighton Hightower, and Lady Mace Tyrell was the wife of the Duke of Highgarden. Meanwhile, Yura's second wife, Lynesse Hightower, was the youngest daughter of Lord Leighton Hightower. Garland opened the door to find a young man bathed in sunlight. He was tall and lean, with ebony hair and deep blue eyes, clad in a gray-white woolen tunic, the colors of the wolf pack. Yet, the young man wore a dark, heavy iron mask, obscuring his features. "Welcome, emissaries of Highgarden," Jandrai proclaimed, his voice resonating like steel. Chapter 56. Walking with Roses. Zandelli set aside the map of the Stone Steps Islands to greet his esteemed guests, the second son and youngest daughter of House Tyrell. Descending from his desk, he approached the dining table. "It is indeed an honor to have the golden roses of the Reach grace my humble abode," Zandelli remarked, gesturing towards the seats in his chamber to invite the noble siblings to sit at the table. "I had anticipated a delegation from House Redwine, yet I find the children of the Highgarden Duke before me. It seems the commander has already discerned our identities. I simply did not expect him to be so young and astute," Galen replied. Although he felt elated to be received by the leader of the wolf pack, he harbored curiosity. Rumors suggested that the wolf pack had encircled Mir, so why was the alliance with Highgarden prioritized over capturing the city? "Thank you for the commander's hospitality. We should have presented ourselves in the traditional colors of Highgarden, green and gold, but time is of the essence." Marjorie's laughter filled the air as she removed her veil. Zandelli beheld Marjorie, with her long, chestnut curls and doe-like gentle eyes, her smile both bashful and sweet. A truly exquisite maiden, especially with the affluent support of Highgarden. "This is all thanks to my intelligence chief, a man of great wisdom," Zandelli introduced Cobain to Galen. At this moment, Galen and Marjorie noticed the elderly gentleman in the corner. He was amiable and quite advanced in years, yet as the Minister of Intelligence, he undoubtedly possessed many means. Cobain bowed in welcome to the Tyrell siblings. "That wastrel, Mice, has indeed nurtured his children well. Not only are they kind-hearted, but also capable. His eldest son is shrewd. The second is accomplished in both arts of war and peace, and even the flamboyant youngest son has strengthened ties with Loras. As for the little Rose, she understands her responsibilities as a noblewoman." Zandelli observed the siblings, noting how rare it was to witness children as poorly raised as those of the Lannisters and Tullis. Galen and Marjorie surveyed the room's decor, tapestries from Mir, books, battle maps, weapons, and chairs. The commander's armor was undoubtedly the most striking item in the room, though the black-scaled plate bore signs of wear and lacked adornments of gold and jewels. The weapons, a spiked mace, a purple heart longbow, and a Valyrian steel scimitar, were equally unembellished, and Galen failed to recognize their value. "He is a man of discipline," Galen mused. "A free trade city-state is not lacking in wealth. The fact that a man of vast territories and riches abhors extravagance speaks volumes of his ambition." "To cut to the chase, Commander, we seek to procure some gunpowder herbs from you," Galen Tyrell earnestly stated. He did not mention a price, but the affluent Tyrells would surely not disappoint Zandelli. "While the gold and grain from Highgarden certainly pleases me, I desire another form of assistance." Zandelli regarded the two. "The Stone Steps Islands are a haven for slavers and pirates, who constantly wreak havoc upon the righteous. Rather than allowing this chaos to persist, it would be prudent to have someone manage it." "You seek the Stone Steps Islands," Galen pondered, realizing that seizing the islands was indeed a bold maneuver, effectively sealing off both Mir and Tyrosh. The commander of the wolf pack was indeed a formidable figure. While the Tyrells could provide gold and grain, the islands belonged to Westeros and fell under the Iron Throne's jurisdiction. The Iron Throne? The king hardly concerns himself with even King's Landing, let alone those desolate islands. Galen retorted, House Tyrell and House Redwine are linked by marriage. If I am to claim the Stone Steps Islands, I hope the Redwine fleet remains as reliable as ever. The royal fleet? You need not worry about that, Sir Galen, Cobain replied confidently. Stannis has far graver matters at hand and is unlikely to concern himself with this territory. I shall convey your sentiments to my father, Galen promised. With the Tyrells and Redwines bound by kinship, it is far more effective for the Tyrells to negotiate with the Redwine fleet. There is much we can collaborate on in the days to come. Before the long winter arrives. The long winter. Galen's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized how deeply Zandelli understood the shifting dynamics of Westeros. Winter is coming. We of the wolf pack hail from the north and are most acutely aware of the winters, Zandelli chuckled softly. And what of the Golden Company? What are your thoughts on them, Commander? Galen inquired. They are a band of exiles, yet they also constitute a formidable army, Galen cautiously replied. Many within the Golden Company are exiled nobles from the Riverlands. For them to return home, they will undoubtedly require your assistance. I comprehend all that you have articulated. Zandelli smiled. Both the Golden Company and House Tyrell would seek to win his favor, but ultimately, the situation must remain under his control. Galen exhaled in relief. It was merely a precaution. Under the cold sky, the Tyrell siblings lingered in contested lands for a time, as Zandelli invited Galen to drink, hunt, and practice swordplay. Their understanding of the battlefield remained aligned, favoring simulations of warfare that involved multiple opponents. As for Marjorie, her interest in Zandelli was palpable. She gazed into his eyes, unable to glimpse his visage, and could only imagine what he looked like. The man behind the mask was likely as sharp and brilliant as a newly forged sword, for she seldom witnessed her brother show admiration for a young man. On the training ground, beneath the gray and white banners of the wolf pack and the Free Army, soldiers of the wolf pack rehearsed their march. The knights were like a raging wind, while the infantry stood steadfast like mountains. What a powerful army! Galen exclaimed in admiration. The long spears led the cavalry of the wolf pack, with soldiers mounted on horses wielding swords, lances, flails, and great axes. Moreover, the 800 knights of the spear unit had officially submitted to the wolf pack, significantly bolstering their cavalry. The steel-fisted commander led the infantry of the wolf pack, and Galen observed this scene with particular attention to the soldiers' armaments. The most elite among them donned plate armor and scale armor, embodying the northern style, bold and audacious, yet adorned in the finest armor. As Galen watched the wolf pack's cavalry and infantry surge forward like a steel fist, he noted their bravery and fearlessness. Then there was the Free Army. Galen considered how, as vassals and subordinates, the Free Army had undergone considerable training. They were well versed in the tactical systems of Westeros and had learned some formations from the Unsullied. The threat posed by the wolf pack might surpass that of the Golden Company. They were numerous, and their morale and equipment were commendable, Galen contemplated. The soldiers of the Golden Company were limited in number, while the ranks of the Free Army were akin to an avalanche, only growing more numerous. Regardless, such a vast armed force necessitates careful preparation in advance. The time of camaraderie was fleeting. Zandelli had scarcely enjoyed the days spent with the Rose siblings before bidding them farewell. He is somewhat reminiscent of someone. Marjorie whispered on the ship. Are you referring to Loras? Chapter 57. The King of the Narrow Sea, Renly. But it is inconceivable that Renly would have such a large, illegitimate child. At the bow of the ship, Marjorie Tyrell recalled the image from her memory, the seemingly jaded yet handsome young man. Duke Renly was slender, broad-shouldered, with smooth, straight raven hair, striking blue eyes, and a warm, gentle smile. It was said that Renly was as handsome as the king in his youth, which drew many lords to him like moths to a flame. Garland reminded his sister, we cannot see the Liberator's face. His hair, eyes, and physique resemble those of Duke Renly, yet he is far sturdier and more robust than Renly. The Duke is elegant and slender, while the Liberator is strong and vigorous. If he is indeed the king's son, everything falls into place. Little Rose's eyes brightened. The Baratheons are known for their formidable strength. Most members of the family are as towering and robust as a storm. This is also reminiscent of the Stark family's direwolf blood and the Targaryen family's silver hair and violet eyes. His temperament starkly contrasts with Renly's, embodying a fierce and formidable warrior. Renly takes care of himself, spritzing on perfume and joking with Littlefinger during council meetings, but he is by no means an exceptional warrior. He devotes his thoughts to too many trifles. The iron-faced Wolf King, like the king in his youth, is ever accompanied by blood and hammer. Garland pondered. He was wise and perceptive, devoid of the filter that colored his brother's view of Renly. How could the king have such a large, illegitimate child? Marjorie felt it was somewhat absurd. An illegitimate child is a crude act, an affront to the marriage covenant for the great nobles, especially if conceived before marriage. It is an even greater offense to the betrothal. Duke Eddard's late brother, the wolf Brandon, was exceedingly wise. He fancied young maidens, claiming to wield a bloodstained sword. Yet the wolf left no illegitimate children behind, still pursuing his duty to Caitlin Tully. Like most noble youths, the wolf distinctly separated desire from responsibility. The king was indeed such a man, following his own whims and indulging in his desires. Before his marriage, when he and Duke Eddard were fostered in the Vale, he fathered an illegitimate daughter with a maid. Garland explained. Even after marriage, the king's affairs did not diminish. He fathered Edric Storm on his brother's marriage bed. I have heard that the queen has been cleaning up after the king, ruthlessly eliminating those unfortunate bastards in their cradles. Things are starting to get interesting. Soon, a new player will emerge at the tables of King's Landing. Garland chuckled. The king of the Narrow Sea is older than Joffrey and fiercer than Renly. A great number of people on the opposite shore are devotedly loyal to him. He will undoubtedly become embroiled in the game. So we must. There has never been a place for the Roses in the court of King's Landing. The family's initial intention was to support Duke Renly vigorously. But now, we need a position that is more advantageous for House Tyrell. Who becomes king is of little importance. What matters is that you become queen. Garland mused. Father dreams of seeing his grandson on the throne, but he must remain calm and not place all his bets on one horse. What House Tyrell envisions is the role of House Lannister, regardless of which king's queen they may become. In the current court of King's Landing, the Lannisters wield substantial influence. With the financial and human resources of House Tyrell, they should seize more power and discourse. But the king is still present. An illegitimate child. Marjorie hesitated. Duke Renly's ambitions have already strayed from the path. Could there be an even greater ambition at play? Times have changed, sister. Without dragons, it is armies, cavalry, and provisions that determine the throne. Garland reassured her. King Robert's claim to the throne stemmed from war, alliances, and a heavy hammer, along with a hint of dragon blood. Can that scant dragon blood rival that of the Beggar King? Robert's throne is not nearly as sacred as that of House Targaryen. Even as an illegitimate child, possessing great power can afford one the ambition to seize the throne, much like the late Demon Blackfire. Your Grace. The wealth of House Tyrell is renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Within the room, Maester Coburn also inquired. Perhaps you could gain more from them. The wealth of the Roses, indeed abundant, has been consistently excluded from the court, making it no wonder they harbor such chaotic thoughts. House Tyrell is eyeing the ecological niche occupied by House Lannister. The Lannisters, through marital ties, have dominated King's Landing. It is not far-fetched to think House Tyrell desires the same. House Tyrell is powerful and greedy. Let us bide our time. Gendry contemplated. We shall proceed with our original plan to sweep the stepstones under the vast azure sky. The gray-white banner of the wolf fluttered. As the wolf fleet sailed upon the narrow sea, the vessels of the wolf fleet were diverse, mostly riverboats gifted by fleeing slaves, black ships, and some merchant vessels. The ships were not as grand as typical warships, yet these sailors possessed ample navigational experience. In the narrow waterways of the stepstones, between the weathered columns, these ships sailed with the wind at their backs. Join the Liberator. Join the kingdom free of slaves. On the small islands amidst the vast ocean. In the ruins of the Rhoyne, many escaped slaves had turned to piracy or river banditry. As the news of the Liberator spread, numerous escaped slaves brought their vessels to join him. Meanwhile, the people of Meereen anxiously watched the siege engines looming on the outskirts of their city, living in constant trepidation. The swift ships and war vessels of the Wolf Fleet suddenly launched a surprise attack on the pirates atop the stepstones, creating a diversion. Ordinary pirates are no match for a regular army, particularly as the Wolf Fleet enjoys an advantage in both ships and manpower. The nameless little islands have all been conquered. The Wolf Fleet has cleared the pirates' lairs, slaying those defiant marauders. The only difficult challenges remain the two large islands, Bloodstone Island and the Stepstones. Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island are indeed as formidable as their reputations suggest. Gendry observed from the ship as smoke billowed from Bloodstone Island, where the Wolf Fleet had ambushed the pirates' outer dock, plundering their shipyards and seizing their vessels, leaving the pirates on Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island to fend for themselves, hunger becoming their only companion. Your tactics are quite astute, Your Grace. Bloodstone Island and the Stepstones are fortified with rocky terrain and complex fortifications. The pirates have entrenched themselves in the dark, deep caves and tunnels. Such earthen and stone works are relatively difficult to breach. Even Prince Daemon took considerable time to conquer them with his dragons, Maester Coburn remarked. And there is the external environment, Gendry added. The third daughter has collapsed. While the Ironborn have yet to recover from the Greyjoy rebellion, the Dornish remain low-key and composed, leaving these pirates with little external support. Without such assistance and lacking fresh water and provisions, the pirates are bound to perish from starvation. Bring my spoils aboard. As Gendry's words fell, the Unsullied brought forth the captives, hailing from the pirate crews of the islands, adventurers from various city-states. There were Tyroshi with crimson hair, pale Lyseni, olive-skinned Myrinese, and even blacks from the Summer Isles. The arms of each captive were tightly bound with rough ropes, blood seeping from various spots. I desire warships and sailors, yet I do not wish to pay for them. Gendry addressed the captured pirates. You bastard, the drowned god will punish you. An elderly pirate with gray hair and a prominent nose cursed vehemently, likely an Ironborn who had fled to the Stepstones to become a pirate. Send my regards to the drowned god, Gendry retorted, as two Unsullied stepped forward and struck the Ironborn in the face. The Unsullied first severed the Ironborn's tongue, then nailed him alive to the prow. Gendry has always admired those with craftsmanship. However, some obstinate pirates truly hold little value for persuasion. These ships, this island, are now all mine. You have two choices. The first is to submit and heed my commands. The second is death, akin to this iron figure. To meet the god of drowning, the Pure Ones commanded the pirates to stand at attention, while the crossbowmen positioned themselves not far away, preparing their bows. King of the Narrow Sea. An astute pirate knelt first and proclaimed aloud, King of the Narrow Sea. The pirates immediately echoed with fervent shouts, as if they had grasped the last straw of life. Chapter 58. The Fall of Nil City. The moniker King of the Narrow Sea resonated with Jan Delhi, evoking allure in the eyes of others. Yet, at this moment, his ambition lay in claiming dominion over the Narrow Sea, the Stepstone Islands, and the contested lands, thus establishing himself as the sole ruler of the Tri-Cities Alliance. The title of King of the Narrow Sea was far from novel, as Bachelor Cobain remarked. The kings of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Islands had emerged numerous times throughout history. The crown was not easily won. Capturing the third daughter might indeed render his claim legitimate. An opportunity had arisen. Jan Delhi mused, for the Tri-Cities Alliance of Lys, Mill, and Tyrosh was unraveling. The Ironborn and the Dornish were recovering from the ravages of war, leaving them too preoccupied to glance eastward. This was a rare window of opportunity. Should he fully seize the Stepstone Islands, he would effectively seal off Mill and Tyrosh as maritime routes. Jan Delhi surveyed the pirates aboard the Black Ship, once men of Westeros. Lys, Tyrosh, and Mill, but now simply pirates. They knelt in supplication, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, recalling their past of pillaging and robbery, no one would easily forgive them. Inform Harris, instruct our fleet to split into two divisions, one to continue patrolling the Narrow Sea, besieging Bloodstone and Grey Gallows, while remaining vigilant against the support from the Lys fleet. The other shall make haste to Mill Harbor. I have already afforded the Millers ample opportunities, Jan Delhi commanded. The trebuchet could utterly obliterate Mill, but for Jan Delhi, such excessive brutality would bear little significance. Overwhelming force would unite the Millers, the governors of other city-states, and the citizenry in shared enmity. Moreover, he desired Mill to remain a city of craftsmanship, intact. Indeed. Yes. And you. Jan Delhi addressed the surrendered pirates. Now is the time to pledge your allegiance to me. My fleet shall assault Mill from the sea, and you shall be our vanguard. You are all seafarers. Do not let me down, for the spoils shall be yours as well. The pirates, though destined for death, could still serve a purpose in the assault on Mill. We are willing to join the Wolf fleet. We are eager to serve the commander. The pirates gazed into Jan Delhi's deep, striking blue eyes. Yet none found the courage to resist. The most defiant of them had already fallen to the Powder King and his unsullied guards. Upon hearing these words, the pirates felt as though they were on a tumultuous ride, realizing that even the path to survival was fraught with peril. However, compared to the fate of being hanged or thrown into the sea, they were willing to take their chances. In Mill City, the artisan's haven adorned with white marble, a palpable sense of dread permeated the air. Mill was on the brink of annihilation. Many governors lamented, as the governor of Mill, along with the slave owners and the aristocracy, had taken refuge within the inner city, having lost trust in the common millers and the enslaved population. This was partly to evade the increasingly potent slave uprisings. The Mill Guard had become utterly impotent. Many governors were left to rely on their citizen militias and hired mercenaries. Some astute governors had already fled with their families and riches to Pintos or Lys. Bloodbeard is dead. The Bastard of Titan is dead. The Cat's Company has been vanquished. And the Pike Company has betrayed us. The Windblown dare not take contracts, and the Golden Company is unwilling to engage. The governors of Mill were beset by a barrage of grim news. Ever since the bodies of Bloodbeard, the Bastard of Titan, and the Death's Governor were returned to Mill, they had often succumbed to despair and helplessness. They feared falling victim to a similar fate. They panicked, realizing they lacked the requisite military might. The Millers were willing to spend, yet the only viable force, the Golden Company, had chosen to feign death, seemingly blending in with the Wolf Company. From the battlements of Mill, one could clearly see the formidable presence of the Wolf Company's 3 trebuchets looming to the east. Initially intended for assaulting the Wolf Company, they had unexpectedly turned into instruments of attack against Mill. A segment of Valyrian Avenue extended from Mill, with the trebuchets positioned upon the thoroughfare. Surrounding the 3 trebuchets were the meticulously organized encampments of the free folk, with trenches dug around the perimeter, lined with sharpened stakes. Tents were arranged in rows, leaving wide thoroughfares. Flags fluttered high on long poles, and soldiers clad in armor wielding pikes and crossbows patrolled the vicinity. Additionally, some free folk soldiers patrolled the other two sides of Mill. Mill was now encircled on 3 fronts. This was a truth every Mill resident understood. As the wolf and free folk had seized the contested lands, along with all the vassal towns and estates of the millers, the number of supply ships reaching Mill from the sea was dwindling, and the residents were confronted with the dual agony of siege and food scarcity. The Mill slave owners prayed for assistance from the Tyroshi, Lys, Pentoshi, and even the Valyrian, yet hope remained elusive. On the sea, a fleet approaches. Our reinforcements have arrived. The watchmen of Mill spotted dark shapes emerging from the sea, the outlines of the fleet gradually coming into focus. These vessels were smaller than typical warships, varying in size. The millers wept tears of joy, believing their pleas for assistance had finally borne fruit. They called out for aid from all directions: Tyrosh, Lys, Valyrian, and even Pentos. Initially, there was excitement and jubilation, but soon the slave owners began to tremble in fear, as though they had encountered whites. The fleet's banner was not what they had hoped for. It bore not the 3-headed god of Tyrosh, the goddess of desire from Lys, or the tiger of Valyrian. Instead, it was the gray-white wolf of the free folk, the banner of the liberated. What are the Tyroshi doing? The wolf fleet had evaded the patrols of the Tyroshi. They must have captured the Stepstone Islands, or perhaps Tyrosh had capitulated. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horns echoed once more from the free folk's encampment outside the city, the trebuchets attacking Mill's defenses less frequently, with more emphasis on launching propaganda pamphlets. Long live the free folk! Long live the free folk! A thunderous roar surged from outside Mill as the soldiers of the free folk, led by Steel Fist and Grey Wolf, charged from their tents. The trebuchets sprang into action, as if passing judgment upon Mill's fate. The soldiers of the Wolf Company launched an assault on the millers, attacking from both land and sea. Jandeli's ship gracefully entered the harbor, and within the calm waters of Mill Bay, few Mill warships dared to venture from the docks, quickly overwhelmed by numerical superiority. The Mill warships, manned largely by slaves, could no longer trust in their combat capabilities. Aside from those ships that had fled under the pretense of seeking reinforcements, the remaining Mill vessels were captured by Jandeli's Wolf fleet. Such splendid warships! My grand fleet is finally taking shape. Jandeli gazed upon the captured fleet of Mill warships at the docks. Despite the scale of the Mill vessels, they were not comparable in quality to his motley fleet. Regardless, he now possessed a more opulent armada. Mill City had erupted into chaos as the slaves, in their fervor, overturned the existing order, igniting a more significant uprising. Some slaves seized weapons and began to clash with the Mill Guard, exacting revenge upon their oppressors. With the assistance of the slaves, some gates of Mill were even flung open. The inner city has fallen. The inner city has fallen. The Second Sons had breached the gates. An even more explosive revelation followed. The Second Sons had defected once again, this time aiding the Wolf Company in opening the gates of Mill's inner city. Chapter 59. The Conqueror of Myr under the boundless sky. The azure waters lap against the shores of Myr, where magnificent white edifices stand proudly. And the gates of the city swing wide open. The horizon is dotted with countless ships of war, varying in size, effectively sealing off the coastline of Myr. As the jubilant knights set foot upon this city, a hush descends upon the clamorous atmosphere, silencing all sounds. Steel Fist has taken charge, alongside some soldiers of the Free Army, to maintain order in Myr, with the Second Sons led by Brown Ben at their side. Jandari sits astride his noble steed, surveying the enchanting city of Myr, the artisan stronghold among the 3 daughters. Behind him, 500 of the most elite Wolfpack knights, clad in blackplate armor, resemble a dark forest of steel. Following them are the Knights of the Long Spears, whose equipment and aura pale in comparison to that of the Wolfpack cavalry. The infantry of the Wolfpack and the Free Army follows in succession. Long live freedom! Long live the commander! The cries of the liberated slaves resonate through the streets, welcoming their liberators. Yet, the noble class and the governor of Myr are scarce in their greetings, fleeing for their lives or hiding in the shadows. The ratio of slaves to free citizens in Myr is roughly 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, indicating that the enslaved populace constitutes the majority. Do not damage the beautiful workshops and docks. That would be wasteful. I hope to hear no reports of plunder or violation. Jandari instructs the Long Spears beside him. Yes, Commander. The Long Spears respond, departing with a contingent of Free Army soldiers. During the siege of Myr, chaos reigned, and incidents of banditry and murder did occur. However, with the army's entrance, order swiftly returns, and the opportunistic miscreants are quickly purged. Maintaining order is paramount. The discipline of soldiers in this era is often lamentable. The forces of Tywin or the Northern Lords are notoriously lax, with Tywin favoring the indulgence of his vicious hounds upon enemy lands. In contrast, 2 renowned generals, Stannis and Renly Tarly, uphold stricter military discipline. Order is under the purview of Steel Fist. Intelligence falls to Master Coburn. The inventory of wealth is managed by the Handsome One, and the fleet is controlled by Captain Harris. This is a well-trained division. My army, my steel. They must exhibit discipline and fortitude. Jandary muses. The Wolfpack demonstrates commendable military discipline, and the Free Army, emerging from the oppressed lower classes, is far superior in discipline compared to unruly mercenaries. Brown Ben, you have led the Second Sons with great fortitude. Your contributions are significant. Jandary commends. Observing Brown Ben kneeling before him, the Second Sons allied with the governors of Mir and, at a critical juncture, opened the gates to allow the Wolfpack entry. I am but a faithful subordinate to the commander, unworthy of praise. Brown Ben replies, shaken, in the face of overwhelming power. The more than 500 skittish mercenaries of the Second Sons pose no real threat. In the presence of absolute strength, schemes and calculations are rendered insignificant. You have performed admirably. I wish for you to continue your involvement in the defense of Mir, for you are familiar with the old nobility. Yes. Brown Ben feels an icy chill creep up his spine, as maintaining order in Mir and eradicating the old noble influence is a perilous task. Yet, having already offended the people of Mir, he realizes he must proceed without hesitation. Enter the city. Jandary raises his whip. Mir is the first city he has conquered. Entering does not signify complete victory, for the nobles of Mir, intent on restoration, still lurk in the shadows. The reality is that Mir is fractured. Many former governors have fled, and the political structure resembles leaves stripped by autumn winds. With the flight of the exiled nobility, numerous estates and manors within Mir stand vacant. Jandary establishes the command center of the Wolfpack at the governor's residence, a splendid white manor, in the beautiful council chamber of the governor's residence. Jandary discusses the governance of Mir with the gray-haired Coburn. Mir is the first major city under Jandary's control, and the management strategies devised here are intended to be replicated in other cities. Conquering Mir is merely the initial step. The key lies in its long-term governance. Jandary tells Coburn, a transient conquest bears little significance, only enduring dominion matters. The elderly Coburn is lost in thought. The three daughters have been conquered in the aftermath of the Blood Century, only to regain their independence subsequently. Once, Lys and Mir were ruled by Volantis for 2 generations. And more recently, Tyrosh was under the governance of silver-tongued Aqueous for 7 or 8 years during the War of the 9 Copper Pennies. Destruction brings forth rebirth. If peace cannot be attained under the rule of the governors of Mir, it is better to establish a new order. Relying on freedmen and small citizens to combat slavers, this is the world Jandary envisions. Following the abolition of slavery, many will naturally align themselves with his cause. My greatest concern lies in the shifting international landscape, Coburn remarks. Whenever a power seeks to dominate the three daughters, other forces invariably oppose it. In the past, Bravos, Pintos, and even Storm's End resisted Volantis' expansion. Now, as we dismantle the institution of slavery, our gravest adversaries remain Volantis, while Tyrosh and Lys are perilously close. While preparing for war, we must also restore the vitality of Mir. Jandary outlines his strategy. I intend to restructure the power dynamics of Mir, abolishing the governor's council, enhancing the authority of the parliament, and incorporating the fleeing slaves, Mir's artisans, and fully subservient merchants into its ranks. With no governor in Mir, I shall assume the role of the interim ruler. Ruler, Coburn contemplates. That title has a certain appeal. Its meaning is immediately clear. Jandary's design is for an interim governance, followed by coronation, but challenges remain in toppling Lys and Tyrosh. An abundant catch awaits us, Commander. Just as the two are deliberating, Harris, the naval commander of the Wolfpack, strides in, brimming with enthusiasm. 140 ships from the Mir fleet remain in the harbor, now firmly within our grasp. Only 70 were taken by the fleeing governors. In other words, we dominate the narrow sea. Jandary exclaims. Indeed, Commander. Our combined naval forces represent a formidable power. Harris elaborates. The Iron Fleet of Westeros, poised for recovery, comprises approximately 100 ships, bolstered by a citizen-soldier ethos, and acquiring additional vessels poses no challenge. In contrast, the Red Wine Fleet boasts 200 ships, while the Royal Navy consists of around 210 vessels. The 140 large ships of Mir's fleet, along with the assorted vessels of the Stepstones, significantly enhance the maritime power of the Wolfpack. Chapter 60. The Exiled Princess in the Residence of Illyrio, the Governor of Pintos. Daenerys found herself unable to trust the man or his honeyed words. Yet, in recent years, it was only Illyrio who had offered them refuge, allowing them a moment's respite. Her brother, Viserys, lifted a robe for Daenerys to admire. It is truly exquisite. Feel the fabric, it is quite all right. Just look at this material, he urged. Daenerys touched the cloth, its softness flowing like water through her fingers. She had never donned such delicate attire before. Suddenly, fear gripped her, and she withdrew her hand hastily. Is this truly for me? It is a gift from Governor Illyrio, Viserys smiled. His spirits were high this evening. The color of the robe complements your violet eyes perfectly. You must adorn yourself with gold and a variety of gems. You must appear like a princess. A princess? Daenerys pondered, uncertain of what a true princess resembled. Since her earliest memories, her life had been one of relentless exile. Why is he so kind to us? What does he seek in return? She inquired. For nearly half a year, the two siblings had relied on the portly governor for sustenance and comfort, basking in his favor. Though only 13, Daenerys understood that such indulgence did not come without a price, especially in a free trading city like Pentos. Illyrio was no fool. Should the day come when the true dragon reclaimed the throne, he would not forget a friend who had offered aid in their time of need, Viserys replied confidently. He was a lean young man, his hands fidgeting nervously, his pale violet eyes glinting with fervor. Illyrio will send slaves to attend to your bathing, from this day forward. You must prepare yourself to embody the essence of a princess. Illyrio was soon to introduce them to esteemed guests. One was a horse lord with 1,000 roaring warriors. The other a newly risen mercenary king, who had seized control of Meereen and the disputed lands. Viserys scrutinized his sister. You still slouch as before. You must hold your head high and present yourself as a woman. You are no longer a mere exile. You will become a queen. Daenerys grasped her brother's intent. She was to be sold like her mother's crown. Viserys had always taught her that the blood of kings flowed within their veins, the golden blood of the ancient Valyrian people, the proud blood of the true dragon. The Targaryen tradition favored sibling marriages to preserve the purity of their lineage. Now, however, Viserys planned to sell her to a foreign barbarian or a bearded mercenary. From now on, do not embarrass me, or you shall suffer the consequences. Viserys stressed. I don't want to. Daenerys retorted, the fury of the sleeping dragon coursing through her. Regrettably, her brother could only resort to striking her. Excellent. My obedient sister, Viserys declared, puffing with pride as he departed. The historians shall record my legacy. My reign is about to commence. He turned towards the shadowy hallway, leaving Daenerys in a state of unease. Viserys was to have a serious discussion with his benefactor, Illyrio. Who exactly do you intend to marry her off to? Viserys asked impatiently. Patience is a virtue, Illyrio replied, emerging from the corridor. Although portly, he moved with an unexpected grace. His ample flesh swayed beneath a loose, crimson silk garment, and each of his fingers glimmered with jewels, while his yellow handlebar mustache gleamed as if gilded. The horse lord commands 50,000 fierce warriors, all battle-ready. The mercenary king may have a smaller force, yet boasts an army of 30,000, with slaves aplenty at his disposal. Moreover, he controls the fleet of Meereen and the Stone Steps Islands, a priceless asset. Illyrio sighed. This is indeed a dilemma. A dilemma? Do you take me for a fool? Viserys' violet eyes sparked with ire. The mercenary king possesses a fleet capable of returning me to my homeland. At least he is somewhat civilized. As for the horse lords, I have heard they despise towns and fear the sea. Their taste is peculiar, even to the extent of having unusual appetites, Illyrio said, lowering his gaze slightly. I consider you a king. A king should not be burdened by trivial matters. If I have offended you, I beg your pardon. Ultimately, all choices rest upon the will of the true dragon. But does that mercenary king truly possess the power you claim? This is no child's play. My spies inform me that the commander of the wolf pack possesses Meereen, the disputed lands, and the Stone Steps Islands, and is currently pressuring Tyrosh to surrender. The Wolf King commands an elite force of 10,000 and has an additional 20,000 robust freedmen, alongside a vast fleet. Without such formidable strength, the wolf pack could not possibly sweep through Meereen and the disputed lands. For the sake of my grand ambitions, I must make sacrifices, Viserys muttered. The light catching his gaunt features. The strength of the Meereenese is not to be underestimated. The third daughter once bore a grudge against our house. Many true dragons have perished at their hands. If the Wolf King can indeed vanquish the Meereenese, it seems he possesses considerable might, Viserys reassured himself. I will arrange for Daenerys to be introduced to that king at my ball, Illyrio promised. Yet she is so young, and her frame is too slight. Are you certain the mercenary king will find her appealing? The beggar king's visage was gaunt and stiff, having never truly trained in the art of the sword. Often fleeing in panic, the king may have his choice of women, yet which one could rival the blood of the gods? Princess Daenerys. With her silvery golden hair and violet eyes, she embodies the ancient Valyrian lineage, without question. Moreover, she hails from noble stock. Being both the daughter of the former king and the sister of the new one, she cannot fail to attract the Wolf King, Illyrio asserted with confidence. With 10,000. If I have but 10,000 Wolfpack soldiers or freedmen, I could sweep through the 7 kingdoms. In that time, the lords and noble houses will rise to serve, rallying behind their true king. The Tyrells, Redwine, Dane, Greyjoy, and others share my hatred of the usurper. The people of Dorne have long harbored rage, yearning to avenge Princess Elia and her children, not to mention the common folk, who will raise righteous cries to fight for their king. He glanced nervously at Illyrio. seeking affirmation. They think this way, do they not? They are your subjects, and they hold you in great affection, Illyrio replied amiably. In the farms and villages across the land, men secretly raise their cups in your honor, while women stitch banners of the true dragon. Awaiting the day you lead your army across the sea. He shrugged his broad shoulders. My men speak of it thus. Viserys nodded eagerly in agreement. I shall personally slay the usurper, he declared, not contemplating that he had never taken a life, much like when he had slain my brother in years past. I shall not spare that Lannister, the kingkiller. I will avenge our father. Chapter 61. Encounter with Daenerys. The chambers of Jandrai lie by the seaside of Pentos. Amid 7 towering spires, their brick walls entwined with pale ivy. The people of Pentos delight in bestowing gifts upon powerful guests, akin to tribute. They believe that offering gold and treasures is far more prudent than waging war. In the past, the courtyard was a gift for the Horse Lord. And this time it is bestowed upon the newly risen mercenary king of Meereen. Since it is the corpulent merchant footing the bill, Jandrai did not refuse. Within the courtyard, the air was thick with the fragrant aroma of spices, fire peppers, cinnamon, and sweet lemons. Jandrai, along with Yora and several of his unsullied guards, was escorted into the reception hall, where the stained glass depicted the fall of Valyria. Outside the courtyard, numerous wolves and soldiers of the Free Company lingered. These cheese merchants have nothing but wealth, Yora remarked bitterly. Jandrai understood his resentment. Yora's wife had previously eloped with a wealthy merchant from Lys, and he harbored a disdain for the merchants of this free trade city-state. Though he had never laid eyes on the exiled Targaryen princess, Yora extolled her beauty, suggesting, surely she is an ethereal vision. I must say, a change in your attire might attract the lady's attention, Jandrai gently advised. Yora, in his 40s, sported thinning hair but maintained a robust physique. He eschewed silken garb for wool and leather, donning a dark green cloak embroidered with a black bear standing on its hind legs. This is my customary style, Commander. Do you think a good woman cannot see beyond materialism and appearances? Yora retorted. Jandrai found himself at a loss. An old, balding man with the stubborn demeanor of a Northman was not likely to attract many women. The black lanterns on the walls flickered with burning oil, casting shadows beneath the archway adorned with 2 stone leaves. A eunuch herald proclaimed their arrival in a high-pitched, syrupy voice, announcing, from the narrow sea, the Stepstones, the contested lands, the sole magistrate of Meereen, commander of the Wolf Company and the Free Company, Lord of the Warhammer. After the eunuch's proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Guests turned their gaze to a tall, agile warrior. Jandrai bore no warhammer. Instead, he wielded a singular Valyrian steel arak. A myriad of scrutinizing eyes were upon him. Among the crowd were assassins and mercenaries from Pentos and Tyrosh, a rotund red priest even larger than Illyrio, and peculiar individuals from the port of Ibn, as well as several lords from the Summer Isles, their skin as dark as ebony. Jandrai surveyed the assembly. Pentos was indeed a hub of commerce. Some attendees were Dothraki, though Illyrio had not invited the most formidable Khal, Dany's elder brother, but rather other Khalasars. They were all tall, with sun-kissed skin, their long beards adorned with metallic rings, and their raven-black hair braided and interspersed with silver bells. The red priest was filled with curiosity, while the Tyroshi exhibited fear and loathing. The proximity of Meereen and the Stepstones to Tyrosh posed a significant threat to them. The Dothraki exuded an air of both aggression and intrigue. There exists but one flame, the fire of Lawler. No one engaged Jandrai in conversation except for the corpulent red priest who approached him, seeking to converse. We have come to meet the princess. What more do you wish to chatter about? Jandrai gestured, and Yora shot a scornful glance at the red priest, who retreated in disappointment. The red priests of Lawler were fervent, and Jandrai had no desire to indulge them in lengthy discourse. Not long after, dozens of strong men bore a bridge, lifting Illyrio and the Targaryen siblings into the courtyard. 2 servants carried elegantly adorned oil lamps with pale blue glass shades, leading the way. As the curtains were drawn back, the main figures finally made their entrance. A soldier of the Free Company assisted Daenerys from her litter, accompanied by her brother Viserys, who clutched a borrowed sword. The corpulent Illyrio, supported by several others, also descended from the litter. The Targaryen family, Viserys III, the eunuch announced in a high-pitched, sweet voice, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. His sister, the Princess of Dragonstone, Stormborn Daenerys, he continued, and his patron, the governor of the free city of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis. The trio passed the eunuch and entered the courtyard. Adorned with stone pillars and pale ivy that climbed in all directions, their shadows rendered silver by the moonlight, Daenerys stepped apprehensively into the courtyard. Aware that today was a transaction, her brother and Governor Illyrio were selling her to a mercenary king. She was the sole woman present. Beside the column stood Morocco and his son Rogo, while the green-bearded man was the brother of the Tyroshi lord. Illyrio introduced them. And most importantly, dear princess, This is the mercenary king. He bears many titles. He is the Warhammer, as well as the magistrate and commander. Illyrio gestured towards Daenerys. Behind the king stood his guards, including Yura Mormont, a knight in exile from Westeros. Daenerys found herself intrigued by Ser Yura, a knight hailing from her homeland of Westeros. Yet her greater curiosity was directed towards the mercenary king, whom Viserys hoped to ally with. He would demand her hand in marriage before the evening's end. The tales she had heard were undoubtedly true. The mercenary king was tall and surprisingly agile, his physique rivaling that of a cheetah in the hunting grounds. His short, coal-black hair resembled the long night, while his eyes were as blue as the sea, strong and resilient. Regrettably, his features were obscured by a rough iron mask, concealing his visage. Nonetheless, Daenerys sensed he could not be too old, for within those eyes perhaps lay a hint of warmth, suggestive of youth. "I shall convey our intent," Illyrio declared. "I will bring him forth." "Indeed, she is the fairest of them all," Jandrai mused, observing Daenerys. She was petite and extraordinarily beautiful, with silver gold hair and violet eyes. As the last scion of House Targaryen, she was a descendant of dragons. Jandrai awaited Illyrio's arrival. The corpulent man approached him, extending his gem-adorned fingers. Illyrio and Varys Alliance likely understood his background, yet Illyrio remained unaware of the broader picture, which was Jandri's advantage. "Esteemed magistrate, please follow me. I would be delighted to facilitate this union." "I shall be grateful," Jandrai replied, regarding Illyrio, whose smile was excessively sweet, likely viewing the union of Robert's bastard and the last of the Targaryens as a cruel jest. Yet Jandrai too felt grateful to Illyrio. Daenerys was a matter of destiny. Jandrai approached Daenerys, clad in black velvet, embroidered with the sigil of a white wolf. His hair was as dark as the eternal night, and his eyes as captivating as the sea. He wore no crown, for honor accompanied him. Behind the rough iron mask, Daenerys pondered the visage it concealed. Was it handsome or coarse, marred by scars or pockmarked? Why must he wear a mask? Chapter 62. The truth. Did you see his figure? Viserys emphasized to Daenerys. The mercenaries live by the edge of a blade. Failure signifies death. The Wolf King has never known defeat. He is the liberator of the controversy lands, much like the Conqueror Aegon. That is why he has risen so high, so swiftly. But I am reluctant, Daenerys replied softly. She gazed at Yura, whose dark, luminous eyes were filled with strength, determination, and occasionally, a hint of warmth and enthusiasm. His gaze was captivating. His agile form boasted broad shoulders and the robust arms of a blacksmith. Daenerys surmised that even if he were a hideous creature, she would still need to wed him. Viserys might strike her when he awakened the sleeping dragon's wrath, but he lacked the fierce disposition of this man, the proud headwolf. Daenerys felt a sense of disorientation. She understood this was a transaction. She would leave this place to follow a stranger. "Viserys, please let us go home." "Brother, home." Viserys was instantly enraged, albeit in a subdued tone. "Our home has long been lost. How can we return? This is not our home. Theirs is the home we have lost, Dragonstone, King's Landing, the Iron Throne. I do not know." Tears welled in Daenerys' eyes. "Was that her home? You must perform splendidly in this drama." Viserys spoke sharply. "Marry the mercenary king. We need his army. With an army of 20 to 30,000 soldiers and 200 warships, I would allow you to sleep with each of these soldiers. Even the horses and ships. You are fortunate to merely accompany the king to bed. Now gather yourself." Daenerys quickly wiped away her tears as the rotund governor approached, smiling broadly, accompanying the enigmatic king. Viserys urged his sister to stand tall, despite the modesty of her form. Yura stepped before them and took Daenerys' hand. Daenerys, having not yet set foot in Westeros, had no impression of war or usurpers. "Tonight, no flower compares to your beauty, my princess." Daenerys was indeed petite and delicate, her figure slight, yet beneath her exquisite visage, these concerns were easily overlooked, for her beauty was unparalleled and would one day be renowned throughout the known world. Yura's voice bore the weight of steel, an embodiment of masculine strength. Daenerys hesitated, then timidly acquiesced. The jovial governor beamed. A successful union seemed within reach. "Governor, I believe our agreement requires some amendments. I truly appreciate the delightful arrangement you have facilitated." Yura turned to Illyrio. Illyrio's countenance stiffened, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. "I hold great affection for Princess Daenerys, but I would prefer to wait until she reaches maturity before we wed. Until then, I shall act as her guardian." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Illyrio felt as though his head was being struck repeatedly by a great bell, leaving him dizzy. The delay in timing meant the cunning mercenary would not march his troops forth. Daenerys was merely 13 years old. Let the regent do as he pleases. Illyrio forced a smile, masking his frustration. The Westerlanders were indeed more cunning than the Horse Lords. Since this little brat was not friendly, he resolved to reveal all secrets. "May I take my fiancée for a stroll?" Yura disregarded Illyrio and Viserys, leading Daenerys to the other side of the estate. This cannot be allowed. The usurper sits upon my father's throne. How long must I wait? Viserys' gaze froze. He could not endure the wait for even a second longer. Had he known this would happen, he would have rather sent his sister to the Horse Lord. Illyrio's attitude was met with Yora's indifference. The cheese merchant and the spider relied on the disparity of information. Their greatest weakness was their lack of an army. Scheming like beggars to gain strength but not easily swayed. Yora's unsullied guards regarded Viserys coldly, their eyes of iron. Viserys finally learned to cease his tirades. Illyrio shrugged his broad shoulders. Great king, you have waited half a lifetime. What is a few more months? Or even years? Sir Yora, he added, the commander will not forget your friendship. He will repay you with a gift, but everything must proceed according to the commander's wishes. Those of lower status must be mindful of their tone and posture when beseeching the powerful, rather than adopting an air of superiority. Viserys retorted, Mormont, you would do well to mind your words, lest I cut out your tongue. I am not of lowly status. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. The true heir of the dragon, and will not bow low. Yora shot a disdainful glance at Viserys, then turned to Illyrio, urging him to pacify Viserys. Considering your brutish northern demeanor, the true dragon will not stoop to your level. But know this, the true dragon never forgets. Viserys declared vehemently. Yora led his betrothed into a more tranquil garden, dismissing all personnel, including the unsullied stewards sent by the rotund governor. He did not trust them. Gently, Yora invited Daenerys to sit upon a bench in the garden. Though there are many flowers tonight, none rival the rose. The night air was cold, chilling as ice water. Yora draped his cloak over Daenerys' silken attire. Daenerys felt shy, yet ultimately overcame her fear. She reminded herself that she was Daenerys, born of the storm. The princess of Dragonstone, with the blood of the Conqueror Aegon flowing through her veins. Daenerys was also perplexed, unsure if the king was truly so impatient that he would resort to crude passion upon their first meeting. Yet the king could choose to marry her now rather than wait for her to mature. I shall present you with a splendid gift, my princess, Yora informed Daenerys, then presented her with a token. This is. The crown was delicate, shaped like a dragon. The dragon's body was crafted from gold, suitable for a woman to wear, adorned with red gems representing House Targaryen as its eyes. The crown of Queen Riella. Yora smiled, having invested considerable resources to acquire such a gift. Merchants were wary of offending the rising mercenary king. Yora understood Daenerys' current plight. She was merely a 13-year-old exiled princess, far from the dragon queen she would become. Having endured the deaths of husbands and children, and the burden of betrayal, she was simply a fragile princess yearning for the protective strength. Yora possessed power, good looks, was unencumbered by language or etiquette barriers, and was willing to invest effort, making it easier to win over an exiled princess than to contend with the savage Horse Lord. I am grateful. Daenerys held the crown as if she had recovered her lost dignity. I wish to see you. Yora removed his mask, revealing a face of flawless handsomeness. Bright, virile, and striking. His hair was thick and dark as ink, complemented by a pair of striking blue eyes, as deep as the ocean. Do you wish to know my past, Daenerys? Yora inquired. Daenerys nodded. This is a secret. I share it only with you. Like you, I am a homeless soul, having fled from King's Landing to here. Once, I forged in King's Landing, then became a mercenary in the Controversy lands. Daenerys' eyes widened, perceiving the king's exile as a form of legend. And your family? She ventured cautiously. I am a bastard. My mother has passed. And I have a powerful father who never cared for me, preferring various wild women. His wife sought to take my life. If I do not flee, I shall meet the same fate as my illegitimate siblings, being assassinated in cold blood. Daenerys' mind buzzed with the harsh truth, leading her to the most dreadful supposition. Whispers spoke of the usurper, a figure as robust as a bull and thirsting for blood. I am the illegitimate child of the usurper, forsaken and abandoned. Like you, I harbor a deep-seated loathing for the Lannister family. Daenerys' heart pounded fiercely. She grappled with the weight of this revelation. She found solace in Gendry, his strength and sense of security comforting her as he diligently reclaimed his crown. Yet, why must fate be so cruel? We are the Forsaken. How fortunate that the divine brought us together. Gendry clasped Daenerys' hand, and she did not withdraw. I shall provide you with a home, Daenerys declared after a moment of contemplation, then pressed her lips against Gendry's. Her kiss bore a chill. I am of the lineage of the Conqueror. I am fire, the illegitimate child of the usurper. I have endured countless trials to escape, and at the very least, my feelings towards the Iron Throne and myself are genuine. I do not deceive myself. Daenerys first convinced herself of this, now possessing a pleasing demeanor, unaccustomed to such kindness from a strong man. Unlike Viserys, she was more malleable. The tales she knew were not born from her own experiences. Before facing true assassination, she lacked a sense of purpose. Chapter 63, Scandal that wretched woman is consorting with the mercenary captain. King Robert thundered, slamming his fist onto the council table, the sound reverberating like thunder. Despite his corpulence and boorish demeanor, he remained a king. It would not be long before that harlot bore a brood of bastards, seeking vengeance upon us from across the narrow sea. And that fool Viserys, let me be clear, I want them dead. That is merely a dalliance between the girl and the mercenary captain, Robert. They are not yet wed. Lord Jon Arryn, aged yet vigorous, with his golden hair, azure eyes, and aquiline nose, interjected. Shall I be left waiting indefinitely? The king retorted. It was your interference that caused me to miss a prime opportunity for assassination. What manner of man is this mercenary captain? Stannis Baratheon inquired deliberately. He is garbed in green, enhancing his already handsome appearance, Lord Renly observed. The mercenary king has familial ties to you, my lord. Varys replied softly, twisting his perfumed hands. How peculiar, I with a mercenary captain from across the narrow sea. Allow me to elucidate, Varys, Duke Jon interjected. Robert, it is highly probable that this mercenary captain is your illegitimate son, Jon asserted with certainty. His stature, demeanor, fervor for battle, not to mention his eyes and hair. What an astounding coincidence. At the rise of the mercenary king, a young apprentice mysteriously vanished from the smithy in King's Landing. Gendry, the son of a tavern maid, dark-haired and blue-eyed, robust and spirited, was sent to apprentice under a notable figure, until one day, perhaps he uncovered a great secret and fled King's Landing, Varys exaggeratedly proclaimed. All eyes turned toward the king, as silence enveloped the chamber. The king's illegitimate offspring, if discovered by Cersei, would likely meet a grim fate. A scandal. A scandal of monumental proportions. Do I truly have such a son? Gendry? King Robert mused, bewildered. He was unaware of the countless women he had bedded. Nor did he care for the progeny they may have borne. Too many coincidences ceased to be mere happenstance. Robert, Duke Jon remarked. This could date back to the year 283, the year we achieved victory. It is indeed your child, Robert. In the year 279 of the conquest. When you were 17 and living in the Vale with Eddard, you had your first child. Is it possible? King Robert pondered, struggling to connect the dots. Storms. King's Landing, the Vale, the Westerlands, he had sown his wild oats everywhere, yet he had never cared for these children, save for his first illegitimate daughter, Maya. 7 gods. I cannot retrieve this lad from across the narrow sea, to ascertain whether he is indeed my bastard. The king's face flushed. Even if he is my son. He is now entwined with the spawn of dragons, a traitor to House Baratheon. What a peculiar affair. My brother's bastard, the remnants of House Targaryen. With the remnants of the Golden Company thrown into the mix, it truly resembles a coalition of usurpers. Renly laughed heartily. Enough. Stannis snapped, casting a fierce glare at Robert. The king's bastards had drawn considerable trouble. We must confront their threat head-on. As the adage goes, bastards are the offspring of desire and deceit, growing swifter than other children. Their veins coursing with debauchery and betrayal. The mercenary captain lies across the sea. That grand fleet will eventually return with the Targaryen heir. The lessons of the Blackfire rebellion loom large. It appears the Baratheon family may soon face the threat of a bastard rebellion, especially when intertwined with the remnants of House Targaryen. I cannot afford to wait until they land, leaving these troubles for young Joffrey. And what of the remaining loyalists? Who knows how many await the return of the dragon's progeny? King Robert cursed. For now, let this news remain hidden from Cersei. I cannot abide her incessant prattle. Duke Jon regarded the generous king, hesitating to speak. Stannis had confided a secret that robbed him of sleep. Should we attack them? Stannis emphasized. For he had no immediate intention of dispatching troops. The source of chaos lay within King's Landing, within the Red Keep. While a fleet was at hand, training would require time, and he could not act personally. Regicide was a grave sin. Varys smiled slyly. If sacrificing one can save thousands, then the welfare of one pales in comparison to that of the many. Indeed, Lord Renly added. Viserys and his sister should have been dealt with long ago, but you, my king, placed your faith in Duke Jon's words. But Daenerys and Robert, your child, after all, they are still mere children. Perhaps not yet 16 or 17. That is immoral. Duke Jon protested. We must eradicate the remaining Targaryens. The king roared. Indeed, they must be eliminated. Lord Renly affirmed. We have no alternative. Varys muttered. What a pity. What a pity. Duke Jon felt isolated. Perhaps he should summon someone. Eddard. Your grace, engaging on the battlefield is an honorable pursuit. However, to murder children is disgraceful. Especially when one is your own son. Even if a bastard, he is not exempt from suspicion. I beg your forgiveness. I stand with Duke Jon's position, Ser Barristan declared. Maester Pycelle cleared his throat for several moments. My organization seeks the welfare of the realm, not merely that of the rulers. I have faithfully served King Aerys, just as I now serve King Robert. Thus I harbor no ill will towards his daughter. However, I must inquire, if war were to reignite, how many soldiers would perish in the wilderness? How many villages would burn? How many children would be forcibly taken from their mothers, perishing under the sword? He stroked his long white beard, appearing wearied and burdened with compassion. If the death of Daenerys could save multitudes, would that not be the more prudent? Perhaps even merciful course of action? Merciful indeed, Varys remarked. Oh, wise master of whisperers, how astutely you speak. It is indeed correct. If the gods were to err and grant Daenerys Targaryen a son, a legitimate child of both Baratheon and Targaryen blood, then the kingdom would inevitably be drenched in blood. Littlefinger finally interjected, adopting a different tone. My lords, perhaps words may prove mightier than the sword. I could cross the narrow sea with my silver tongue. Perhaps my words could persuade that misguided child to surrender Daenerys and her brother. Offer gold, rewards, titles, see if Gendry, that good lad, is willing to return? Littlefinger suggested, clearing his throat. You underestimate the situation. Lord Renly scoffed. Gendry possesses Mill and the disputed lands, along with Daenerys' claim. If he were to gain the support of the Golden Company, he could indeed pose significant problems for us. What could you offer him? A parcel of land? A bit of gold? Much can be achieved through human endeavor, my lord. Your good nephew may simply be ensnared by illusions. And I shall win him over with smiles and gifts, Littlefinger asserted confidently. If my plan fails, I shall prepare poison and assassins without delay. The crux of the matter is, what gifts do we offer? Gold? A castle? King Robert's face reddened. I shall not acknowledge him as kin. Nor will I negotiate with a traitor. After all, I am his father. Chapter 64, Lisa Tully, resilient by nature in the Prime Minister's office. The aged Duke of Eagle's Nest, Jon Arryn, muttered to himself as he paced back and forth. Upon the wall hung a sword, crafted for him by Lady Lisa, which he donned each time he took the Iron Throne in place of King Robert. The blade was intricately inlaid with silver, depicting the vastness of the mountain skies. The hilt shaped like a falcon's head, with the guard resembling outspread wings. High as honor. Jon reflected painfully upon the falcon's sword. He should soar like a majestic eagle over the mountain brook, freely, rather than being ensnared in the webs of King's Landing. On his desk lay a tome, a monumental work borrowed from the elderly Grand Maester Pycelle, titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained numerous descriptions of lords, ladies, and their progeny. This hefty volume was indeed tedious. I may have uncovered the truth, Jon mused, recalling that every one of the King's bastards bore hair as dark as night. This was reality, whether it was Edric, Myrcella, or the offspring of the brothels of King's Landing, or those across the narrow sea. Furthermore, the Queen's demeanor, Cersei Lannister, grew prouder with each passing year. Her temperament reflecting her father's cruelty, she was a woman audacious enough to commit adultery. Previously, Jon had perceived the killing of those bastards as mere temperament. Now, it appeared to be a means of erasing evidence. History bore witness, as Jon traced back through the brittle yellowed pages, that gold and soot would forever yield to one another. Grand Maester Melian chronicled the last union between the stag and the lion over 90 years past. When Tywin Lannister wed Gon Baratheon, the third of his line, their only child and nameless stillborn boy, described in Melian's writings as large, with a robust appetite and a head full of black hair. 30 years prior, a Lannister man had taken a girl from House Baratheon as his wife. She bore him 3 daughters and a son, all with black hair. Poor Robert. Jon internally validated Stannis' conjecture. The children of Cersei Lannister bore no trace of Baratheon blood, but were the fruits of an illicit affair between the usurper and the queen. The cunning Lannisters had stolen sunlight from the sun itself, dyeing their hair golden. They were indeed the descendants of deceivers and thieves. I must steer the realm back on course and resolve this matter. Yet, he could not act directly. Murdering the children would tarnish his reputation and offend the Lannister family. He needed a clever plan to send the usurper to the wall, to properly deal with those children without undermining the vitality of this new dynasty. In the nascent Baratheon dynasty, it was Jon Arryn who had orchestrated the grand design, the cursed Lannister woman and the usurper. The Baratheon line lacked dragons, and its foundation was inherently fragile, dependent on a craftsman like Jon Arryn. Whether courting the Lannisters for a marriage alliance or reconciling with House Martell for a semblance of unity, all stemmed from his cunning. What Jon Arryn had not foreseen was that his alliance with the Lannisters, once a brilliant strategy, had now become the source of chaos. Initially, he had considered the strength of the West to fortify the new dynasty. While Jon was lost in thought, his wife, Lisa Tully, entered the study. Lisa possessed the Tully family's blue eyes, with small, stern lips, and her long, reddish-brown hair cascaded down to her waist, soft and voluminous. Time had altered her. In her youth, Lisa had been a beautiful, slender woman with ample bosom, delicate and shy. After marrying Jon Arryn and experiencing multiple miscarriages, she finally bore Robert. Yet her figure had begun to swell. Although she was 2 years younger than her sister Catelyn, Lisa appeared a decade older. Her body was now plump and slack, her pale cheeks adorned with makeup. "Did you call for me, my lord?" Lisa inquired upon entering. "Not particularly, but our dear Robin has reached an age where, at this stage, the lord's son should become a squire, a ward, or a cupbearer. I intend to send him to Dragonstone as the ward of Lord Stannis," Jon replied, attempting to display a semblance of gentleness on his face. John was older than Lisa's father, Lord Hoster, and though love was absent from their marriage, the age disparity often lent itself to a certain indulgence. The influence of Littlefinger and the scheming of Lady Lisa were quite effective. You intend to take dear Robin from my side? That cannot be. Enemies lurk everywhere, Lisa exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. Having suffered 5 miscarriages, 2 in Eagle's Nest and 3 in King's Landing, alongside 2 stillbirths, she had become paranoid, convinced that foes were omnipresent. My dear wife, you must remain calm. Robin is now 6 years old. He is the heir to Eagle's Nest, not merely a child still suckling at his mother's breast. Everything I do is for the Vale and for him, John implored, gazing at his wife. I have always known this. You never loved me. You married me merely for my father's army. I remember the words of my father, who said I should thank the heavens that a prominent lord would marry a woman who had lost her virtue. I loathe him, and I loathe you. Those matters. Why must they be brought up again? John's aged face bore a look of resignation. The lack of love in their marriage stemmed from Lisa's past indiscretions and their significant age difference. Enough, my lady. I merely sought your opinion, John softly soothed, eventually ushering the still fuming Lisa from the room. The once spacious chamber fell into silence, leaving only the aged yet vigorous John Aaron. In this moment, he reminisced about his 2 deceased wives, how he wished they were still alive, alongside the lively, healthy heirs he had once cherished. Some had perished on the battlefield, while others had fallen victim to the Mad King. For that cold, prickly iron chair, I must stand firm. For now, I can only ally with Stannis, John contemplated. Historically, he had not been on amicable terms with Stannis. However, sending Robert Arryn to Stannis was a well-considered plan. Throughout the realm, few noble families could be trusted. Once the scandal broke, Lord Tywin would turn against King's Landing. As for Winterfell, it was too frigid, and Robin's health was precarious. Furthermore, Lisa had always harbored resentment towards her sister. John was also wary of that young pretender, Renly. The kingdom must return to its rightful order. Since the marriage between the king and queen is invalid, and the king has no legitimate heirs, the succession must fall to Stannis. John reflected. Stannis, though harsh and unyielding, had few admirers. Yet, following the annulment of his brother's betrothal, he was the first legitimate heir. Once Robert had a new heir, he would fall further down the line. In a sense, both John and Stannis were aligned in their convictions. The succession of Robert, should the heir be rendered vacant, could lead to actions from those with ambition. John's worries resurfaced. The bastards across the narrow sea, the dragon princess, that cheeky Renly, and the lurking Lord Tywin in Casterly Rock, all were secondary concerns. The priority was to manage the scandal of succession and the annulment of the queen. I must endure, John resolved. To survive healthily was essential to navigate this perilous crisis, not only for Robert, but for his own son as well. Lisa would understand my intentions once I elucidated them. John comforted himself with this thought. Chapter 65. The dragon egg fossils in the contentious land stands a newly erected gray-white castle. Its banners fluttering in the sky. The banner of the gray-white wolf pack, the flag of the Freedom Army, and now, an additional banner of a black background adorned with a red dragon. As the wolf pack and the Freedom Army occupy the vast majority of the disputed territory in the land of Meereen, Jandrai has grown accustomed to residing near the former Gunpowder Grass Manor. After renovations and relocations, a brand new wolf den has been constructed, surrounded by a trench filled with sharp thorns, while within, sturdy walls and white towers stand resolute. Illyrio claims that these are dragon eggs from the Shadowlands east of Astai, transformed into fossils over millions of years, yet still remarkably radiant. In the Garden of Wolf's Den, Daenerys spoke to Jandrai. This indeed is a priceless gift. But the hefty fellow does not give without expecting something in return. The rotund man, having yielded the Daenerys siblings, received some treasures from Jandrai in return, including gold and products from Meereen. Jandrai gazed at those dragon eggs, or rather, the fossils. An open cedarwood box, adorned with bronze embellishments, brimmed with the finest velvet and brocade from the free trade city-states. Resting atop were 3 enormous eggs. Daenerys looked at the dragon eggs with curiosity. They were the most beautiful things she had ever seen. Each of the 3 eggs bore distinct appearances, their vibrant patterns making her believe they were encrusted with jewels. And she could barely cradle one with both hands. With utmost care, Daenerys picked one up, initially thinking it was made of premium ceramic, glazed or glass, only to discover it was far heavier, as though it were crafted from solid stone. The surface of the eggshell was adorned with tiny scales that reflected the sun's setting rays, emanating a metallic sheen. One egg was deep green, revealing various bronze-like spots as Daenerys rotated it. Another was a pale off-white with golden stripes. The last was black, reminiscent of the midnight ocean, yet pulsing with vibrant dark red waves and whirlpools. Jandrai contemplated. Zargan, Valyrian, regal. The wheels of fate for Daenerys began to turn. I shall cherish them forever. Daenerys had heard many tales about dragon eggs, but had never beheld one with her own eyes, let alone imagined she would have the opportunity. May I come closer to see? Bachelor Cobain was the first to speak. As a scholar and advisor, Cobain held the right to observe the dragon eggs. This is a creation of magic, the legacy of true dragons. The Targaryen family has always guarded them closely. Even fossilized dragon eggs are worth their weight in gold. Cobain circled the 3 dragon eggs, examining them repeatedly. The deep green, bronze, off-white, and gold, black and red. If they were to hatch, the dragons would likely share similar colors. Cobain remarked, "Those ancient legends hold truth. A dragon often exhibits several colors, and the colors of the eggs are consistent with those of the dragons." Jandrai understood this to an extent, as he too possessed some dragon blood. However, in this age, it was unlikely that any living dragon eggs remained. Cobain lamented. "Living dragon eggs?" Daenerys asked in astonishment. "Indeed, Your Highness. If these were living dragon eggs, even a city like Meereen would not dare to part with them." Cobain replied slowly. "The Targaryen dragon eggs have always been meticulously guarded, stored in caverns and cellars, and over time, some have even turned to fossils. Even fossilized dragon eggs are quite generous gifts from the Rotund Man." Jandrai gazed at the fossilized dragon eggs, knowing that with these 3, he would eventually bring the Rotund Man and Varys to tears. The Rotund Man, in his attempts to curry favor, was well aware that the fossilized dragon eggs were irreversible. Yet he had not anticipated 2 factors. Firstly, magic was gradually returning, and the White Walkers were emerging. Magic was on the verge of resurgence. Secondly, even fossilized dragon eggs, under certain blood magic stimulation, might have the potential to hatch into dragons once more. "So my dragon eggs could hatch dragons?" Daenerys inquired. "I fear not, Your Highness." Cobain replied with certainty. "In past years, even new living dragon eggs have failed to hatch dragons. How much less likely is it for fossilized ones? Once a dragon egg becomes fossilized, it is irreversible." "Very well," Daenerys said, somewhat disheartened. "All right, Dany, safeguard them. You must attend your lessons." Jandrai instructed Daenerys. "Jandrai, you must come to see me," Daenerys implored, her anticipation palpable, as if they were inseparable. Humanity often harbors an admiration for strength, especially when it comes to a gentle yet powerful handsome figure. Jandrai nodded. The guards escorted Daenerys and the dragon eggs away, leaving Cobain and Jandrai in the garden. Jandrai no longer needed to conceal his identity and appearance, as the Rotund Man had exposed everything. The scandal of his lineage was now common knowledge. "The Rotund Man was generous in gifting me 3 fossilized dragon eggs. It seems he may have more at his disposal." "Most likely," Cobain mused slowly. "Many claim the Rotund Man previously engaged in the smuggling of dragon bones. He should have ample connections. What of the dragon eggs left by the Targaryens? It seems they have all vanished. This is indeed an unsolvable mystery," Cobain remarked. "The Dragon Kings left numerous eggs behind, even after their extinction. They conducted many experiments with the remaining eggs. For instance, in Summerhall, 7 dragon eggs were used at once. However, after the War of Usurpers, there have been no reports of any new dynasty discovering those eggs. I hope to find better dragon eggs, living ones." Jandrai thought. With such dragon eggs, there would be no need to delve into deep blood magic, which would be less troublesome. Dragonstone, the Red Keep, Summerhall, wherever they are, I must find those dragon eggs. They rightfully belong to Daenerys and me, to my children. Your Highness, the matter of the princess is manageable. She is quite dependent on you and very obedient. After undergoing professional etiquette and knowledge training, she is destined to shine in Westeros, Cobain remarked. Yet, Valyrian remains a threat. His age is considerable, and he is ahead in the line of succession, harboring some psychological issues. Is Valyrian still frequenting brothels? Jandrai inquired. Indeed. The Rotund Man has sent 2 Unsullied to protect him. Cobain nodded. He believes you do not keep your promises and despises our soldiers for looking at him like fools. More importantly, your lineage exacerbates his fears and anxieties. Let him be. As long as he does not trouble me or Daenerys, Jandrai disdainfully replied. If Valyrian continues his debauchery, he will soon meet an untimely end, without my intervention. It was Illyrio who spread the news of my illegitimacy. Jandrai said to Bachelor Cobain. It must have been him. Aside from the Rotund Man, he has his informants in King's Landing. Cobain analyzed. Indeed, there is an informant, and they are quite powerful. The Rotund Man cannot be considered our friend. He may instead be an adversary. The Rotund Man and the Spider view Daenerys and her kin as mere bait, while their primary beneficiaries are others. Such is the nature of these merchants. Cobain nodded. The Rotund Man's affairs are of little concern. Our immediate priority is dealing with the Tyroshi, the Lyseni, the Volantene, and our foes across the Narrow Sea. Tyrosh has the Black City and is situated amidst the archipelago. Once we establish a blockade, subduing them should not be overly difficult. Cobain contemplated. The key is to stabilize our rule and prevent insurrections from those exiled governors, which will require manpower. Chapter 66. The messenger Littlefinger initially intended to step into the beautiful White Mill, but the customs envoy informed him that the regent awaited him in the newly erected Wolf's Den in the disputed lands. The words Wolf's Den and Wolf Pack stirred an unsettling sensation within him. Was the shadow of House Stark still haunting him? The wound left decades ago seemed to resurface from memory, continuing to pierce him. After navigating numerous checkpoints and inspections, Littlefinger finally arrived at the Wolf's Den, the heart of the new kingdom, resembling a grand military camp. "It is a pleasure to see you, Lord Peter," greeted a middle-aged man with distinctly northern features. Yura had donned a grayish-white leather armor, emblazoned with the emblem of a great bear. He welcomed Littlefinger into the military encampment outside the Wolf's Den. "The regent is waiting for you, esteemed envoy of the Iron Throne. If I am not mistaken, you are Lord Yura? I recall your heroic deeds from years past," Littlefinger remarked. "Those were but bygone days. Now I am merely the loyal servant of the regent," Yura replied, casting a glance at Littlefinger. He had heard of this man's various exploits, which elicited disdain from the Northerners, including his audacious challenge to the wild wolf Brandon and following the path laid by Lady Lisa to rise in power. Yet Littlefinger maintained his cheerful demeanor. These stubborn Northerners lacked the finesse he found so essential. If the king's bastards grew up surrounded by these people, they too would likely adopt the temperament of wild wolves, making them easier to persuade. In the encampment, Littlefinger beheld military banners fluttering, the clang of steel, the thrust of spears, and soldiers rehearsing together as if preparing for a new war. The muscular, robust men adorned with the grayish-white wolf insignia were the elite of the wolf pack army. In contrast, those clad in lighter chain mail, leather, or scale armor, appearing somewhat less imposing and hailing from all corners of the realm, were likely the reformed slaves of the Free Army. Regardless, this army of tens of thousands, combined with the wealth of the mill, certainly posed a threat that could instill fear in the Iron Throne, particularly with the free trading city-states flourishing. Their organized armies, bolstered by formidable leaders, were indeed formidable adversaries to the Iron Throne. This game was already chaotic enough. Wolves, eagles, fish, lions, deer. I merely intended to involve the dire wolves of the north. Yet now the wild deer from across the narrow sea have emerged, eager to engage in the game of power. I must emerge victorious and procure more for myself. Littlefinger pondered. The regent's tent, though vast, lacked opulence. Littlefinger noticed a cold war hammer and a massive iron shield, adorned with a crude iron mask. In this regard, the bastard truly appeared to be the king's own flesh and blood. Littlefinger thought as the unsullied servant drew back the curtain, allowing him entry into the tent. Peter, though of modest stature and appearance, possessed a handsome visage. His gray-green eyes sparkled, a small tuft of beard gracing his chin, and dark hair flecked with gray. "I am but the humble envoy of the Iron Throne and the treasurer of the King's Council, Peter Baelish. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Jandrai. Regent of the disputed lands, the mill, and the Stone Steps Islands," Littlefinger proclaimed in a dulcet tone, bowing deeply. Littlefinger's gaze fell upon a tall youth across from him, almost mistaking him for Loras Tyrell. However, upon closer inspection, the differences became apparent. The boy, while handsome, had a broader jaw and bushier brows. The short-haired young man before him was robust and powerful, unlike the slender elegance of Loras. Jandrai possessed broad shoulders and arms muscular from smithing, having forged iron in the past, which was not uncommon. He was no nobleman, but a warrior. "What counsel do you seek?" Jandrai remained silent, allowing an elderly man with white hair beside him to speak first. "I bring gold, fine wine, and a measure of my father's affection." Littlefinger raised his voice. "The king shall grant you a fief near the Blackwater River, along with a title." Laughter erupted within the tent. Such a paltry reward was deemed an insult. "What are the terms?" Jandrai stifled the laughter, urging Littlefinger to continue. "It would be somewhat challenging for the commander to send out Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen, but if only one is chosen, it would not tarnish your reputation and could change the Iron Throne's perception of you. I have heard that Tyrosh and Lys are gathering mercenaries. The commander certainly needs more allies." The terms offered by the Iron Throne were so generous that Littlefinger was compelled to refuse. He was not surprised. The negotiations were indeed lacking leverage, primarily due to the meager stakes Littlefinger brought to the table, rendering him powerless to bargain. This was inconsequential, he mused. Once the scandals of King's Landing came to light, the mercenary king across the narrow sea would inevitably become embroiled as well. "Why has Jon Arryn not come?" Jandrai inquired. "The hand of the king bears the weight of the 7 kingdoms, and with age and frailty upon him, I, as his loyal servant, have taken on this responsibility." Littlefinger hesitated, uncertain why he had mentioned it. "Truly, you possess a silver tongue, Littlefinger. It is quite enchanting. Why not remain with me a few more days? I am in need of a treasurer, and I hear you are a master at turning gold into more gold." "Commander, this. Do you wish to refuse my hospitality?" "Lord Peter?" Jandrai rose, fixing his gaze upon Littlefinger. A chill swept over him as the burly officers and the cold, unsullied guards fixed their eyes upon him. Remaining on the other side of the narrow sea, his influence and connections lay in the valleys and King's Landing. If he were truly captured here, it would spell disaster. Your Grace, I appreciate your kindness. However, your good father, King Robert, still requires my service and loyalty. I remain the treasurer. Indeed, you are a commendable servant of King Robert. Yura, present a gift for Lord Peter. Yura approached brusquely, seizing Littlefinger. His guards, hailing from the Red Keep or the King's Landing garrison, were also subdued outside the tent. Littlefinger was brought to the side of 3 massive trebuchets, which had not been deployed against the mill, but were presumably reserved for Tyrosh. In the past, these were known as the 3 Whores of Mill. Yura explained, "What are you doing?" "I came to negotiate," Littlefinger cried, only to be bound by the wolf soldiers and placed beside the trebuchet. The giant machines began to rumble ominously, the sound echoing like cold steel. "Do not jest, Commander," Littlefinger shouted hoarsely, but the trebuchets continued their operation, rising to an alarming height without signs of ceasing. Tears streamed down Littlefinger's face as he felt the crushing weight of despair, reminiscent of the years past when the wild wolves had wounded him. He sensed himself ascending into the clouds, on the brink of becoming mere fragments of flesh. In the face of absolute force, all schemes were rendered unreliable. This was not King's Landing, devoid of courtly intrigue. Value your opponent, Littlefinger reflected. This was a new player intent on toppling everything, unlike those in King's Landing, whom he understood too well. King's Landing has recently received grim tidings. Jon Arryn is to perish. Commander, I beseech your forgiveness. This information is sufficient to atone for my arrogance. Trembling, Littlefinger was once again led into the tent, where only the Unsullied and Jandrai remained. I had anticipated this news. Yet you appear quite loyal before me. Jandrai observed Littlefinger, his voice a whisper akin to a demon's. Per Jon. Jon finds himself surrounded by the nefarious Littlefinger and Lady Lisa, a situation from which no divine intervention could rescue him. The demise of the Prime Minister suggests that King's Landing is on the verge of an explosive upheaval. Jon, a loyal servant to Robert, does not extend the same allegiance to him. Were it not for his fortunate fate, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Cersei, Jon would remain indifferent. All actions are undertaken for the greater good, specifically for Jon's overarching interests. The affairs transpiring in King's Landing, where you wield influence and command, do not concern me. However, this is the realm of the wolves. Indeed. Chapter 67. The death of Jon Arryn. The Duke Jon is on the brink of death. Jandrai gazed at the map spread out on the desk. Coburn's visage contorted momentarily as he shrugged his shoulders. For a man of advanced years who has tirelessly supported the realm, old Jon has certainly lived a long life. The demise of Duke Jon is not merely a consequence of old age, Jandrai cryptically remarked, withholding further insider knowledge. Duke Jon's downfall can be attributed to the nefarious influences of Lady Lisa and Peter Baelish. The chaos in Westeros may soon be upon us, Coburn asserted with conviction. Over the years, King Robert has indulged in vice, while Queen Cersei arrogantly amassed power. Only old Jon has been steadfast in his duties. Once the Prime Minister passes, the king will undoubtedly be at a loss, in dire need of someone to clean up the mess and provide for his pleasures. The king has little regard for us. To be frank, Jandrai harbors no malice toward Duke Jon. Yet, as the architect of the Baratheon dynasty, Jon Arryn failed to address the troubles plaguing the realm, merely postponing the inevitable. Such is the plight. The new dynasty lacks strength, compounded by the king's proclivities for drink and dalliance. The Lannister queen is both cruel and haughty, expanding her influence in King's Landing. Meanwhile, the king's 2 brothers cannot be trusted. I believe the only person King Robert can rely on now is Lord Eddard. The handsome man replied confidently. The wolves linger across the narrow sea. Have you been keeping an eye on the political landscape of Westeros? Coburn inquired of the handsome man. The narrow sea is not far apart. The north is the ancestral home of the wolves, and we have kept some watch over the Stark family. However, we have ventured far across the narrow sea to make our living. The wolves, coursing with the blood of Northerners, are no longer vassals of House Stark. During the War of the Usurper, the Northerners marched south for vengeance, yet the commander of the wolves did not give the order to advance. Excellent. Jandrai urged the handsome man to continue. The essence of the War of the Usurper revolves around the stag, the eagle, the fish, and the wolf. Lord Eddard and King Robert are Jon Arryn's foster sons. Duke Hosteen wed his daughters to Duke Jon and Lord Eddard, and later, Jon facilitated the marriage between the king and the Lannisters. Now with Duke Jon deceased and Duke Hosteen ailing, viable candidates remain, such as Duke Tywin. However, King Robert would not be so foolish as to allow the Lannister family to completely dominate King's Landing. And let us not forget the stern Stannis, though regrettably, the king does not trust his brother. With Duke Jon's passing, it appears the direwolves shall soon enter the fray. Jandrai felt the gears of fate turning. The game of power is about to commence. Let them wreak havoc in Westeros. For should we apply pressure, these fragmented forces may coalesce once more. With Duke Jon's death, our opportunity has arisen. The handsome man replied, clarifying that they did not intend to wage war for the Iron Throne, but rather against Tyrosh. What a fortuitous moment. Tyrosh is now relying on Lys, Volanus, and the support of the Iron Throne. The Wolf fleet must be dislodged from the Stepstones to the Bay of Tears. And as a significant island of the Stepstones, Tyrosh must be neutralized. Tyrosh has returned some of the fleeing ships and governors of the Bay of Tears to us. Otherwise, this could mark the onset of war. While King's Landing may be in turmoil due to the Prime Minister's death, will Pintos, Lys, and Volanus also enter the fray? And what of the formidable Bravos? Bravos opposes slavery, while Lys and Volanus are sluggish in their decision-making. Pintos possesses wealth but lacks leadership. The window of opportunity is fleeting. The fleet across the narrow sea will not arrive. Jandrai anticipates the pressure expanding towards Tyrosh. We must meet with envoys from all sides and delay them. In the Red Keep, within the throne room, Jon Arryn's coffin rests here, the deceased being around 80 years old, likely the oldest prime minister to ever serve. For white knights stand at attention on either side, a mark of honor, though the old man will never witness it. Jon had blue eyes, golden hair, and a hooked nose, yet his teeth were nearly all gone, having lost half of them upon marrying Lysa Tully. This venerable figure, who contributed greatly to the establishment of the Baratheon dynasty, has left a profound void for the king and the entire realm. Before his passing, Duke Jon repeatedly called out for Robert, uttering his final words to his wife Lysa Tully and King Robert with remarkable resilience. Soon, he began to speak incoherently and passed away by the following morning. My dear foster father, how I wish you could return. We could share drinks and converse. Perhaps my company would have been of greater comfort. King Robert lamented as he gazed upon his foster father's lifeless body. Robert, Jon's last words were about my Robin. Your Grace, Lady Lysa exclaimed nervously to the king. He will grow up strong and inherit the Eyrie. My lady, your dear Robin is destined to inherit the Eyrie. I believe it would be better for him to head west and become Duke Tywin's ward. Robert suggested. Duke Tywin has never taken a ward before. You should feel honored. Robin cannot leave me. No one can. Lysa shouted, her outburst disrupting the king's thoughts. King's Landing is filled with wicked people. They caused my Jon's demise. Madwoman. Jon's demise was a consequence of his own inability to endure. King Robert thought to himself. The remnants of the true dragon across the narrow sea. The choice for prime minister. Oh, how I wish you could return to aid your poor foster son. King Robert gazed sorrowfully at Duke Jon's corpse. Your Grace. While the news of Duke Jon's death is indeed painful, the most pressing matter is to select a new prime minister. Varys spoke in a syrupy voice. Indeed. This is indeed crucial. King Robert contemplated, realizing he had relied too long on Jon and had participated little in council meetings. He must now take the reins of selection himself. However, choosing a prime minister is a weighty task, for loyalty and reliability are scarce. His relationship with Stannis is mediocre. And Hostine is ill. Prince Doran and King's Landing are entangled in blood feuds. As for Duke Tywin, he is far too arrogant. Eddard. King Robert turned his thoughts to the time spent in the Eyrie, considering whom he could trust. Robert intended for Eddard to govern the realm and lead the armies, while he himself would indulge in feasting and revelry. Your Grace. Robert noticed a golden-haired woman clad in red, Queen Cersei. Cersei's relationship with Duke Jon had been merely cordial. Her arrival now seemed peculiar. I come to mourn the passing of a prime minister. Given the current difficulties of the realm, I believe you still require a strong and loyal prime minister. Cersei proposed. In terms of both capability and loyalty, my father, Duke Tywin, is fully qualified. Enough. Woman. I am the king. I have my own plans. King Robert bellowed in anger. As long as I wield the warhammer, I shall win all. Very well. The current troubles stem from your bastard and the remnants of Targaryen. You must resolve them yourself. Chapter 68. The chaotic new era in the year 298 of the conquest. The dawn of a new age began. Two significant events marked the beginning of this year. The rise of a new power across the narrow sea and the death of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, who had governed Westeros for 15 years. Following Jon Arryn's demise, his widow, Lysa Tully, fled with their son, Robert Arryn, back to the Vale under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the Sea Lord Stannis also retreated to his stronghold on Dragonstone. King Robert was perplexed by their flight, as he was not particularly invested in the politics of King's Landing. The Red Keep was as porous as a sieve, infiltrated by intrigue. In the Westerlands, at Casterly Rock, the esteemed Hall of Heroes was graced by the presence of Lord Tywin Lannister, who strolled alongside his brother, Ser Kevan. Within this grand hall, the precious armors of over 100 knights, lords, and kings of House Lannister adorned the walls. The Hall of Heroes was renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, even echoing across the narrow sea. Those who perished valiantly from House Lannister and its close kin were often laid to rest here. Per old Jon, he passed too swiftly, too abruptly, Tywin remarked to his brother. Towering and broad-shouldered, Tywin had just crossed his 50th year. Since the onset of his baldness, he had shaved his head completely, leaving only a thick, golden beard that framed his face, his pale green eyes flecked with gold. Since the death of his wife, A smile had rarely graced Tywin's countenance. After all, for him, fear was far more dependable than mirth. Now that Lord John has departed, as the father-in-law of King Robert, the crown owes us a considerable debt of golden dragons. Moreover, in these turbulent times, the king's bastards and the remnants of House Targaryen are entwined, poised to resurge at any moment. Sir Kevin expressed with hopeful urgency. For many years, Sir Kevin had served as Tywin's most trusted aide, his loyalty and reliability well known. He had grown somewhat portly, his head nearly bald. With a fleshy chin and a neatly trimmed beard, his rounded shoulders and robust waist complemented by a refined complexion and golden hair. Such a possibility is utterly unfathomable, Kevin. Tywin retorted. That war was instigated by the eagles, wolves, stags, and fish. Robert lacked the courage to summon me to court. He placed his trust in old John and his childhood companions. Despite this, your capabilities and talents during your tenure as prime minister are evident. By the gods, the king, alas, seeks distant allies. Poor Robert is not entirely foolish. Tywin scoffed. The gods will not permit anyone to rise above the king. Cersei's letter mentions that fat woman, Lisa Tully, and Stannis have fled. Kevin noted. This is indeed the most precarious situation. With Jon's death, we have become the target of all. It is evident that Stannis has fled, and with Jon gone, the majority of King's Landing is now under Lannister influence. Tywin reasoned. Even if we are not responsible, it certainly appears to be advantageous for us. For a long time, it has been Jon Arryn who maintained the balance. Kevin also acknowledged old Jon's contributions. Indeed, our old Jon's so-called maintenance was merely that of a peacemaker. He dared not offend the Martells nor the Tyrells. He could not intervene in the king's revelries and excesses, allowing Robert to indulge as he pleased. Lisa is but a woman, mad and erratic. But Stannis, that man is not easily swayed. And then there is the narrow sea, where the remnants of House Targaryen and the king's bastards mingle. That bastard is a formidable character. Kevin sighed, lamenting the brutal measures House Lannister had once taken against the Targaryens. I sense the winds of chaos approaching. I must prepare for this war. I have dedicated many years to restoring my family's glory, and I shall not permit House Lannister to decline. As the tide surged, a rumbling echoed from beneath the Hall of Heroes, as if to reflect the tumultuous times ahead. Tyrosh, one of the 9 free cities, lay not far from the contested shores. It was a fortress city, protected by high walls, situated at the northeastern tip of the Stepstone Islands. Its inner walls were composed of dark dragonstone. The Lord of Tyrosh, wearing a troubled expression, stood atop a high watchtower in the black inner city, gazing at the fleet of the Wolfpack patrolling the waters. Those splendid ships had removed their Merling flags, now flying the banner of the Wolfpack. Accompanying the Lord were seasoned governors, nobles, and a few Merling exiled aristocrats, all adorned in the vibrant and elaborate attire characteristic of Tyrosh. I would willingly sacrifice half my fortune to reclaim Merling with my fleet, pledged the exiled governor of Merling, feeling his heart bleed. Let us proceed, my lord. Many matters hinge not on ability, but on courage, suggested a Tyroshi governor. The Wolfpack fleet had effectively blockaded the entire maritime route from Merling Bay to the Stepstone Islands. Our slave ships now hesitate to capture slaves, and merchant vessels are constrained by the Wolfpack's blockade. If this continues, Tyrosh shall inevitably crumble. How shall we act? With our own Tyroshi strength? The Lord of Tyrosh lamented. I am acutely aware of Tyrosh's dire situation. The slaves within the city are brewing a revolt. The estates and towns in the contested lands have been seized, and now the maritime routes are being locked down. Yet, the reinforcements from Lys and Volantis have yet to arrive. We are merely holding on. What of the Unsullied? Their price is exorbitant, and the time required is far too long. Moreover, Braavos opposes slavery. I believe it is unfeasible. While our strength is insufficient to contend, we do have allies. Lys and Volantis are both cities of slave systems, and with the Slavers' Bay, would they permit the tide of liberation to surge unchecked? Presently, the king's bastards and the exiled Targaryen princess are intertwined, and they have numerous enemies across the narrow sea. The wealthy Duke Tywin is one. The governors and nobles chimed in, each analyzing the situation with fervor. I shall express a disheartening truth. The king's favored old prime minister is deceased. I fear the Iron Throne has little interest in engaging across the narrow sea. Distant waters cannot quench our immediate thirst. My lords, our situation here is ablaze. How long must we wait for reinforcements? The Lord of Tyrosh inquired. No one understood the structure of the free cities better than he. The elections and democracy rendered them akin to horses pulling in different directions, making decisive action exceedingly challenging. If only your words were as sharp as blades. Would you not embark on the ships to battle? Mocked a Tyroshi admiral with purple hair. We possess only around 200 warships, while that mercenary king commands 200 mixed vessels and 140 Merling ships, in addition to his well-trained army. The people of Pentos are weak, and the Braavosi are ambiguous. The most promising Lysian reinforcements hesitate, and the election year for Volantis has yet to arrive. This year still belongs to the Elephant Party. As for the Golden Company, they are also courting the mercenary king's favor. Are we then left with no escape? Despair began to creep in, some governors wearing ashen expressions. We are by no means without options. The Lord of Tyrosh waved his hand. The horse lords, those greedy horse lords, will likely not appreciate Merling's refusal to offer wealth after independence. Now is the time for us to unite and confront Tyrosh's crisis. It is more formidable than silver tongues. My lords, contribute your wealth. On one hand, we shall hire swordsmen and knights, and on the other, we shall dispatch envoys to entice the horse lords to take up arms. Chapter 69. The Orphan of Dragonstone. Dragonstone stands as a solitary fortress amidst the sea. Its terrain characterized by damp, desolate moors, perpetually encircled by tempestuous waters, with the looming presence of volcanic smoke in the background, casting a shadow of gloom. The castle's high walls are adorned with ancient Valyrian gargoyles, hellhounds, and long-winged dragons numbering in the thousands. When Stannis first arrived, he was displeased by the grotesque stone figures. But as time passed, his resentment remained unabated. In the round hall of the Stone Drum, only his loyal confidant, Ser Davos, accompanied Stannis. The hall is renowned for its map table, crafted by the Conqueror, measuring 50 feet in length, 25 feet at its widest, and less than 4 feet at its narrowest. The surface of the table is a tapestry of the 7 kingdoms from the Age of Aegon, depicting rivers, mountains, fortresses, cities, lakes, and forests. Its glossy finish accumulated over nearly 3 centuries. Close to the position of Dragonstone on the table is a raised seat, allowing Stannis a comprehensive view of the entire surface. Where he now sat, has a letter arrived from King's Landing, Davos? Stannis inquired. He was clad in a fitted leather vest and coarse brown wool trousers, his broad shoulders and muscular limbs giving him an imposing presence. His face was taut, skin hardened by prolonged exposure to the sun, resembling iron. Though not yet 35. He was nearly bald, with only a fringe of dark hair encircling the back of his head like a crown. His beard was trimmed short and neat, casting a blue shadow over his square jaw and the hollows of his cheeks. No, Davos shook his head. I anticipated as much. I have served my brother Robert for 15 years, aiding Jon in governing the realm, merely to ensure Robert's indulgences. By rights, old Jon should have retired to the Vale by now, yet he clings to power. My brother's distrust of others is one thing, but now that Jon is dead, he has not considered appointing me his hand. Stannis's words were devoid of emotion, as was his nature. I suspect he will bestow this honor upon Eddard Stark. His brother is not me, but Ned Stark. Your Grace, now is not the time for indignation, Ser Davos advised. Moreover, King's Landing is no haven, with the hand deceased. The air is rife with the stench of lions. Indeed, King's Landing is hardly a desirable place, yet how much better is Dragonstone? Frankly, I have no desire for this accursed isle. I seized it because Robert's archenemy occupied it. I vanquished the foe, fulfilling my duty as a brother. But how does Robert repay me? He names me the Duke of Dragonstone while granting the lands and taxes of Storms into Renly. This old grievance deeply wounded Stannis, leaving him unable to escape its scars. The former glory of Dragonstone was built upon dragons. Without them, the isle is now barren and feeble. Stannis commands only a handful of minor nobles, and the rugged, sparsely populated territories yield no soldiers to speak of. Enough, Stannis pondered. The crux of the matter lies in the absence of soldiers and revenues. I lack even the means for self-preservation. Davos sighed inwardly, while resilience was Stannis' hallmark. He lacked charm and amiability, making it difficult for others to warm to him. The Lords of Storm's End pledged allegiance to Renly, and some might still be watching the bastard across the narrow sea with bold interest. Your Grace, our true enemy is the Lannisters, without question. Imagine if you could fight alongside your brother and kin. I will never compromise, unless they first acknowledge my rightful place in the line of succession. Fulfilling the duties of a brother and a subordinate. Renly is out of the question. In the future, we will inevitably need to recruit mercenaries and sailors from across the narrow sea, but you know many of those mercenaries depend on Gendry's influence. They either fled to Tyrosh for a living or directly surrendered to the free cities. He's merely a reckless boy, my brother's bastard, Stannis remarked. Though he does not dare to claim the crown, I see he is not far from it. He treasures the last remnants of the true dragon, that girl, simply for the sake of that crown. To compromise with him would lead to the kingdom's fragmentation. Even so, Commander Gendry's influence is presently preoccupied with governing Meereen and preparing for the wars against the future slave cities. At least for now, perhaps we still have time for negotiation. Negotiate? I find that rather hopeless. That boy is as ambitious as wildfire. I can only rely on you. You have connections in Lys and Meereen. Stannis looked at Davos. The likes of Selmy, Valyrian, and Baratheon are not particularly competent, but these are all my brother has left me. I shall do my utmost. Though I am older now, my skills in commanding the black ships remain intact, the Onion Knight vowed. Compared to the Lords of Storm's End, He believed mercenaries, who were more concerned with gold, would prove more steadfast. The vassals were unwilling to champion Stannis' cause, as they did not hold him in esteem. At this moment, Maester Crescent entered the round hall, his advanced age making the ascent painfully arduous. "Old man, I knew you would come, regardless of whether you were summoned," Stannis remarked, looking up. "In the past, you would have roused me," the elder replied. "You were young then. Now you are old and sick, requiring rest," Stannis retorted, never mastering the art of flattery. Speaking his mind without regard for others' feelings. "As the master of ships, your return to Dragonstone without permission is rather unbecoming. And you have failed to offer an apology or explanation to the king." "Explanation? When Robert granted me Dragonstone, he offered no explanations. Nor did he when he sought out the hand before his death. By rights, as king, Storm's End should belong to me. Indeed, Robert was unjust to you." Maester Crescent replied cautiously, yet at that time, he had his reasons. Dragonstone has been the ancestral stronghold of House Targaryen. He needed a strong leader to govern here. While Renly was merely a child then, and he remains a child now, Stannis snapped. "A vain, arrogant child who disrespects his elder brother. I have fulfilled my obligations to Robert. What of Renly?" Crescent, now too old, found Stannis' words increasingly difficult to bear. Though he often felt like a father figure since the Storm of the Sea claimed the life of Duke Stephen, Stannis, Robert, and Renly had become akin to his 3 sons, raised under his tutelage. "Come, old maester, let us leave the Duke in peace," Davos suggested. Stannis stood alone before the table, his shadow casting over the mouth of the Blackwater and King's Landing. "Stannis, my child, you are not an orphan. There are those who love you," the old maester thought, resolute to quell the discord among the brothers. As Davos and the old maester descended, they encountered Shireen and the fool, Patchface, in the courtyard. Young Shireen appeared shy as always. Behind her, the odd Patchface, adorned with a makeshift helmet crafted from an old tin bucket, bore 2 deer antlers tied to its top, with cowbells dangling that jingled with each clumsy step. Clank, thud, jingle, clatter. Seeing the child deepened the old maester's sorrow, a reflection of Stannis' second tragedy. "Poor, melancholy child of mine." The little girl had once suffered from grayscale. Nearly losing her life, though she had survived, she bore the terrible scars. Half her cheek down to her neck was hardened and decayed, the surface cracked and peeling, marred with blackened spots, feeling like stone to the touch. "Have you seen my father, master?" Shireen inquired. "Yes," the elder replied. "The Duke is preoccupied with certain matters." At that moment, the jester suddenly exclaimed. The fool rang his bell. "Beneath the sea, it is summer, every day," he began to chant. "With the mermaid's tresses adorned with seaweed, silver seaweed woven into gowns, I know, oh, oh, oh." Chapter 70. The peace delegation from Tyros. The city of Wolf's Den welcomed the envoy from Tyros, a young governor named Aquito, distinguished by his fiery red hair, beard, and the traditional pointed hat of Tyros. Accompanying him were 30 boisterous and flamboyant mercenaries from Tyros, along with 3 noblemen and attendants transporting supplies. After a thorough inquiry by the scouts, Governor Aquito finally entered the encampment adjacent to Wolf's Den. He observed the soldiers, gunmen, swordsmen, and armored attendants, who moved about with impressive order. "Forgive my intrusion. Your Excellency, it is my honor to present to you Governor Aquito, the envoy from Tyros," Sir Jorah announced as he escorted Aquito into the grand tent. "Your name is also Aquito?" Gendry inquired, gazing at the young noble who knelt before him. It was evident that the Tyroshi trembled under his pressure. Having dispatched a peace envoy in a time of looming conflict, Tyros and Meereen stood on the brink of war, primarily due to Tyros' sheltering of several exiled governors and nobles from Meereen, who had hired mercenaries in preparation for battle against the slave insurrections within the city. "Indeed, Commander," Aquito replied, unashamed of his heritage. "Aquito Adres, son of Silver Tongue, is my ancestor." Stealing a glance, Aquito noted the striking figure of the mercenary king seated behind a desk, a handsome youth with dark hair and blue eyes, robust as a leopard. An elderly scholar sat in a leather chair, accompanied by several unsullied guards. Sir Jorah, who had led them in, stood to the side. The presence of Silver Tongue's descendant elicited surprise from those within the tent. "I serve as one of Tyros' governors, albeit far removed from the greatness of my ancestor." Aquito answered candidly. "Governor Aquito, you represent Tyros in discussing urgent matters." "Yes." Aquito felt a tightening in his chest. Every subsequent word could determine the fate of Tyros. "Before I state my purpose, allow me to present the gifts Tyros has prepared for you." Governor Aquito proclaimed. 100,000 golden rhombuses from Tyros, 100 barrels of fine pear brandy, and 100 sets of exquisite silver and gold wolf-headed armor crafted by Tyros artisans. Additionally, a most esteemed offering, 3 heads of the exiled governors from Meereen. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," Gendry remarked. "These gifts sound splendid. What then does my lord desire in return?" The Tyroshi were adept in both yielding and asserting, though a city-state of commerce, Tyros stood as a formidable military front for Valyria. The martial character of Tyros was more pronounced than that of Braavos or Meereen, as evidenced by the exploits of Silver Tongue, who had ruled Tyros for 7 or 8 years. Peace. Governor Aquito declared boldly. If you bring peace to Tyros, we shall cede the disputed estates and towns to the Wolfpack, acknowledging your authority over Meereen. To demonstrate our sincerity, upon the signing of a formal treaty, Tyros shall bestow upon you gifts tenfold in value. What if I refuse? Gendry queried, scrutinizing Aquito. To conquer Tyros would yield all its wealth to me. Tyros was not Meereen, it was not a weakling. The city was populated with mercenaries, and its armor masters crafted bizarre and formidable armaments, fortified by the strong black dragon stone walls. Most importantly, the followers of the three-headed god were resolute. Aquito summoned every ounce of courage to articulate his thoughts fluently. Why would the commander choose the arduous siege when abundant wealth lies within reach? Aquito posited. And if I say no? Do not forget, there are countless slaves in the world. Can they all be liberated? The tasks of freeing slaves and leading the Targaryen orphan home are exceedingly challenging. It would be a dream to achieve both simultaneously, akin to the revival of Valyria. Why not seek multiple allies instead? Once, the armies of Volantis boasted hundreds of thousands. Yet now they have vanished. The commander, waging war on all fronts, will inevitably become the enemy of the known world. Gendry regarded Aquito, though young. The youth displayed remarkable insight and capability. Do you know what this is? Gendry revealed his Valyrian longsword. My army is as sharp as this blade. Valyrian steel is lethal and bloodthirsty. A mere glance reveals its nature. Aquito responded. If Commander Gendry were to slay me, it would only make Tyros more unassailable. Such a silver tongue you've got. Gendry sheathed his curved blade. You must have been sidelined. Indeed. Aquito replied honestly. Though the Adres family reached its zenith under my ancestor, it has since plummeted. I find myself in a rather precarious position at the Governor's Council, merely a placeholder, lacking genuine trust. There exists a faction in Tyros advocating for war and another for peace. Which do you align with? The peace faction. Aquito calmly answered Gendry's inquiry. In the past, the 9 men seized Tyros. How much more so now, when your strength rivals or even surpasses theirs? I admire your spirit. Should you find yourself with nowhere to turn in the future, you may seek refuge with me. Thank you for your generosity, Commander. I hope such a day never arrives. Well, Governor Aquito, I must concede your proposed gifts are somewhat enticing, yet not enough to sway my heart. I shall convey this message to my lord, urging him to prepare even more lavish offerings. Aquito rejoiced. With a nod of agreement, a basis for negotiation had been established. One might conclude so. You have journeyed far. Go and rest. Gendry instructed Aquito to depart. The soldiers escorted the Tyroshi envoy to a more secluded location. Summon all military commanders. Gendry commanded. Our time to seize Tyros is approaching. At your command, Commander, Coben replied. A clandestine military meeting of the Wolfpack and Free Army convened. The dashing officer, financial officer, and advisor to Gendry, along with Dick the Archer, Coben the scholar and intelligence officer, the commander of the Wolfpack cavalry, Steel Fist the infantry leader, Black Billy the archer captain, and Gilo Rhea, commander of the spear unit, gathered. Grey Wolf, leader of the Unsullied and the Free Army, and Sir Yura, captain of the guard, were also present. The moment for our grand assault has arrived. The Tyroshi envoy has delivered numerous gifts and a message of peace. Gendry addressed the assembly. The Tyroshi are infamous for their avarice. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances, they would not have resorted to such theatrics. Then let us turn the tables, the dashing officer suggested. The Tyroshi are using gifts to buy time. Once reinforcements from Lys and Volantis arrive, they will undoubtedly counterattack Meereen. The reinforcements for Tyros may not come from Lys or Volantis, but from the Horse Lords. The elderly yet spirited scholar Coben remarked. The Horse Lords? Indeed. Only the Horse Lords can rescue Tyros. Coben affirmed. The Lyseni also harbor exiled Meereeners, yet their governor is indecisive. Attacking Meereen from the sea is exceedingly arduous. While on land, the Lyseni dare not confront the Free Army. As for Volantis, they have yet to await the election day. Concerning the Iron Throne. With old Jon Snow deceased and Stannis having departed King's Landing, it is likely that chaos reigns within the city. This is indeed a possibility. For many years, the governors of Meereen have paid tribute to the Dothraki to avoid plunder, Gilo Rhea nodded. Should the Tyroshi embellish their claims, these horsemen might indeed ride forth to attack. My lords, while the horsemen are undoubtedly ferocious, however, the Free Army trained by the petty individuals, as long as they can arrange the formation of the innocents properly, need not fear the marauding centaurs. The Grey Wolf stated calmly. The innocents are most renowned for their fierce battle against the centaurs in the city of Black Goats. Esteemed colleagues, I have reached a conclusion. To prevent us from sinking into the quagmire of a three-front war, we must accelerate our assault on Talasai, Jandelli proclaimed. Harris's fleet is encircling Talasai. while Grey Wolf and Steel Fist lead the Free Army and a portion of the Wolf Pack in preparation for the marauding of the Centaur King. I shall serve as the reserve force. 3 fronts? Some were puzzled by Jandeli's words. There are also internal enemies within Mill, and others may lurk in the shadows. Jandeli remarked. Chapter 71. The bloodbath at Tyrosh upon the turbulent waters of the narrow sea. The winds propelled the swift vessels forward. The resounding battle horn echoed across the waves, its hoarse and deep wail reminiscent of a devil-esque call, relayed from ship to ship. The Wolf Pack was the flagship of Commander Jandeli, formerly known as the Lady Lace, a principal vessel of the Mere Fleet. Its sails shimmered with brilliance, adorned with the emblem of a roaring wolf. The ship boasted 300 oars, flanked by crossbow artillery along the deck, with catapults positioned at both the bow and stern to hurl barrels of flaming pitch. It was not only formidable in appearance but also remarkably agile. I never expected to encounter you here, Sir Davos. Jandeli exclaimed to the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, clad not in his armor but in a grayish-white leather vest. With a helmet resting at his feet, Jandeli had heeded the advice of his fleet commander, for heavy armor proved cumbersome at sea. Sir Davos had journeyed to the opposite shore of the narrow sea bearing orders from Stannis, tasked with an early reconnaissance of the mercenary and sailor market. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances, it was only fitting he pay a visit to his old friend. To his surprise, Maurice from Myr had already disembarked and joined the ranks of the Wolfpack fleet. I feel as though I am gazing upon the former king, Davos mused, observing Jandeli, whose youthful vigor and handsomeness echoed that of the king in his prime. Unlike the dandy Renly, who lacked the aura of a warrior, Jandeli possessed a distinct charm reminiscent of the noble Baratheon lineage, akin to a flame amidst the crowd. Sir Davos found the situation somewhat surreal. For over a decade, he had been in the service of Duke Stannis. To think he would now fight alongside the illegitimate relatives of the Duke, half forced, half free. It is an honor to meet you. Commander, little did I expect to be betrayed by an old friend, he said with a touch of resignation. The Onion Knight's unremarkable appearance belied his tenacity. He was of slender build with brown hair and deep-set hazel eyes, his face adorned with a thick gray beard. His left hand bore the scars of his past, with the first knuckles of the other 4 fingers severed, kept in a leather pouch as a talisman he wore around his neck. In the past, I was the commander of the Myr mercenary fleet. Now, I am the commander of the Wolfpack fleet and fortunate to be present at Myr's round table. Maurice proclaimed. You have always been one for clandestine dealings, my old friend, Sir Davos retorted, recalling Maurice's penchant for smuggling and mercenary work. Not everyone desires a life of piracy like old Salador. Your wisdom has made you a knight. I too have lost interest in the smuggling trade, Maurice replied nonchalantly. Yet I know Stannis well. He is as dull as a rock. Better to join you in old Salador than remain on a volcanic isle. Enough, my friend. You know I have always been loyal to Duke Stannis, Davos insisted. Jandeli observed Davos, recognizing that despite his humble origins, he was unparalleled at sea, possessing a profound understanding of winds, coasts, and vessels. It seems Lord Stannis is not faring well on Dragonstone, sending his trusted aide to the opposite shore, Jandeli remarked. Aware of the limitations imposed upon Stannis by the desolation of Dragonstone, with the sudden death of old Lord Jon, Stannis's power was significantly diminished. Davos, known for his reticence, found himself at a loss for words. Very well, Sir Davos shall accompany my fleet and witness our assault on Tyrosh, Jandeli declared, not wishing to pressure him. Loyalty was rare, and if easily swayed, he would not be the Davos he knew. Davos contemplated, realizing that if he could not depart the ship, it was better to observe this rare battle. The fleet on the narrow sea was commanded by Admiral Harris, while Maurice led the Myr fleet. This is a demonstration of force. Their influence has already encompassed Lys, the Stepstones, and the disputed lands. Tyrosh is next, Davos thought with resignation. Recognizing that Maurice had accepted the lucrative position offered by the illegitimate son of the king, disregarding Stannis' overtures, Sir Davos felt astonished by Jandeli's generosity. Youth often bred arrogance, ignoring the wisdom of the elders. Yet, with Jandeli heeding the counsel of Maurice, the old captain, and bolstered by numbers, Tyrosh was in peril. Commander, our swift vessels have completed their reconnaissance. It is time to launch our grand assault, Maurice exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once a seasoned mercenary commander and adept smuggler, he had never faced such a momentous battle. Examine closely, gather intelligence, and avoid reckless charges, Davos advised, knowing that Maurice shared his astute understanding of ships, sails, and coasts. Calmly observing the sea's disposition, Davos understood that the fleet should aim to envelop the enemy, encircling them at the center. Lower the oars, Maurice commanded, aligning the ships. 300 oars dipped into the water simultaneously, the oarsmen beating their drums in unison. The rhythm echoed like a massive, steady heartbeat, each beat propelling the vessels forward with synchronized precision. The Wolfpack fleet and the Narrow Sea fleet converged from either side, The latter comprised pirates from the Stepstones and escaped slaves. Although they possessed over 200 ships, they were not as formidable as conventional warships, yet they excelled in agility. The Wolfpack fleet, however, was a transformation of the original Mir fleet, consisting of standard naval warships. Advance with haste, Maurice bellowed, with the Wolfpack leading the charge, flanked by 200 oared ships. The other vessels of the first line boasted over 100 oars, while the second line comprised 100-oar ships commanded by seasoned sailors, runaway river bandits, and escaped slaves. Further back were the smaller, slower Mir vessels, with merchant and cargo ships trailing behind. Knights and soldiers adorned the first and second lines of warships. Though their numbers were limited, too many armored soldiers would impede the vessel's speed. It was only after the second line that more soldiers would be transported on the ships. Commander, the Wolfpack fleet consists of the Kingsmere warships. We are the right fist of this operation, Maurice explained. Admiral Harris commands the Narrow Sea Fleet, which serves as our left fist. The battle horn blared to life, resonating from the Wolfpack as it issued commands, the boisterous sound filling the heavens, piercing through the frothy waves with its rhythmic call. On the deck, infantry struck swords against shields, while archers readied their bows. Jandali gazed upon the distant Tyrosh, the city looming near, yet aware that a bloody battle lay ahead. Chapter 72. The storm has arrived. Jandali gazed upon Tyros. The cacophony surrounding Tyros was deafening, filled with the blaring of horns, the roars of warriors, shouts, the rhythmic pounding of drums, and the tremulous notes of flutes, accompanied by the sound of thousands of oars rising and falling against the water's surface. Some warships were equipped with battering rams and catapults, further hampering their speed. Jandali beheld the visage of Tyros, a city grander than Sunspire, standing proudly upon the island. At the harbor of Tyros loomed the Tower of Weeping Blood, while within the city lay the Fountain of Bacchus. The streets and riverbanks of Tyros were lined with temples and shrines dedicated to various deities. The outer city of Tyros posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay within its formidable inner citadel constructed of black dragonstone. The city loomed larger before Jandali, as he hoped the fleet could secure Tyros' harbor and commence their assault on the city. Even if the inner city could not be taken, the outer walls must fall. On the waters near Tyros, the vessels of both sides began to clash fiercely. The grand fleet of Tyros boasted over 220 ships, accompanied by 20 exiled Myrish warships, all setting sail for battle. Our fleet held a numerical advantage, and this time, I have chosen the most capable captains to seize Tyros. Jandali mused. The Narrow Sea Fleet and the Wolfpack fleet encircled the warships of Tyros. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic maelstrom. Jandali witnessed the Light of Mir narrowly stowing its oars just before a collision, while the oar of the Powdergrass was struck down like a matchstick by a Tyrosian warship. Fire, Moros commanded, unleashing a deadly rain of arrows from his crossbowmen. A Tyrosian captain with purple hair fell, yet his name remained unknown. Grappling hooks whirled, and iron hammers hammered against wooden hulls. Amidst the billowing smoke, arrows rained down, and many warriors succumbed to their wounds. Advance, Moros ordered, as the Wolfpack and the hammer ships simultaneously crashed into a large Tyrosian warship, reducing it to splinters from bow to stern. The force of the impact was so great that even sailors on a nearby Tyrosian vessel were thrown into the sea. Retreat, Moros commanded, as the oars were pulled back. The ocean surged into the gaping hole created by the assault, leaving the Tyrosian ship shattered before Jandali's eyes, with groups of men plunging into the river. The living fought desperately, while the dead lay silent, as the colorful-haired sailors of Tyros cried out, only to be dragged beneath the waves. The battlefield had descended into chaos. The first line scattered, each engaging in individual combat. The Wolfpack still had 2 auxiliary ships that joined the fray. As the Wolfpack and the enemy vessels became entwined, the warships began to spin slowly. The deck soon became slick with blood. Die. The Tyrosian's accent carried a raucous flavor, and Jandali focused on the Tyrosian warrior before him. Clad in leather armor, seemingly a captain of their navy, the Tyrosian brandished a longsword, lunging at Jandali. Perish. Jandali donned his helmet. The Valyrian steel scimitar was unbreakable. His blade delivered a fatal greeting to the blue-haired Tyrosian officer, cleaving him in two. The spilled entrails rendered the deck treacherously slippery, requiring caution. The best use of the Iraq was in a wild charge, yet the current circumstances did not allow for such. Davos also grasped a weapon, coldly preparing to strike. He had come as an envoy, wishing not to perish in vain. War was brutal, persisting until the enemy's ships were crushed. Captain, shall we make our next move? Jandali inquired of Moros. Naval warfare was truly extraordinary for him, a new subject altogether. In terms of experience and skill, he relied on Harris and Moros. Regrettably, he could not recruit Sir Davos, whom he greatly admired for his expertise. It is time, Commander, Moros replied, as the horns sounded once more. The Wolfpack and Narrow Sea fleets united their efforts, accelerating their offensive. The Tyrosian warships struggled to maintain their stance, still outnumbered, especially those swift and agile vessels, which, like sharks, encircled their prey. Let us see how long the Tyrosians can endure, Jandelli remarked, observing the Tyrosian fleet. As ships collided, the battering rams struck, leading to close-quarter combat. If a vessel was too slow, it faced the fate of sinking. One had to consider the tides and currents. Fortunately, Moros, being a pirate, possessed considerable knowledge in these matters. My old friend, it seems your skills have not waned, Sir Davos praised. Naturally, you forget our days of survival upon the seas. A moment's delay, and one would face the gallows. Moros replied with pride. The fiery conflagration erupted upon the sea, a battle of life and death. The slave masters and governors of Tyros had exhausted their fortunes to ensure their fleet was manned by free Tyrosians and mercenaries, striving to suppress the enslaved sailors and avert any betrayal within the Tyrosian fleet, rendering the conflict exceedingly harsh. Yet the Tyrosians overlooked the fact that they had sent both mercenaries and free citizens to the battlefield, leading to the city's emptiness. Kill. Slay the slave masters. A tremendous and clamorous uproar erupted within the city of Tyros as flames and smoke billowed upwards. In anticipation of the Wolfpack's landing, the Tyrosians had prepared some catapults. However, the slaves began a massive revolt, with many catapults already destroyed and burned by the insurrection. Steady, Jandelli sighed in relief. Before assaulting Tyros, the Free Army had clandestinely delivered numerous pamphlets, information, and weapons into the city. Although the governors had temporarily suppressed the chaos through their mercenaries' numerical superiority, the instability of Tyros itself would become apparent as the conflict escalated. Some Tyrosian ships began to display signs of mutiny. As enraged slave sailors clashed with Tyrosians and free sailors, the situation rapidly deteriorating. Kill. Slay the slave masters. Kill. Destroy this band of Tyrosian slave masters. As the Tyrosian fleet witnessed flames engulfing their rear, the city of Tyros seemed to descend into chaos. This fearless fleet, equipped at great expense for a counteroffensive, began to crumble slowly. Many ships turned toward Tyros, while others evaded the oncoming assault. Surrender. Surrender. Some helpless Tyrosian vessels raised white flags. Jandelli looked forward to Tyros. It was this moment. Against the backdrop of thick black smoke, he saw small sails, merchant ships, and the debris of Tyrosian warships. Some of the swiftest vessels tore through the waters like swordfish. These fast ships, once the black vessels of pirates raiding the stony steppes, now transported the sailors and soldiers of the Narrow Sea and Wolfpack fleets, surging toward Tyros. Certain areas were strewn with charred masts and sunken ships, facilitating the organization of vessels approaching the stone docks. However, Moros, as a smuggler, was well acquainted with the lands of Tyros. Kill. The crew, archers, and infantry rushed ashore. As some gates of the outer city swung open due to the revolt of freed slaves, the soldiers only needed to carefully choose their landing routes. Planting the Wolfpack flag upon Tyros' soil, the mercenaries and guards of Tyros charged forth. Yet, compared to Westeros, their knights were relatively few. Blood was shed as the chaos erupted. The rebellious slaves, soldiers of the Free Army, and Wolfpack soldiers cried out in fervor, easily distinguishable by their hair. The scene was one of carnage, as spears and battle axes danced wildly. Surely the warriors have heard your prayers, Sir Davos remarked to Jandelli. Victory is within your grasp. However, Davos was not entirely at ease. The fleet across the Narrow Sea was under the control of Stannis' adversary, thus rendering the task entrusted to him by Duke Stannis a failure. A tempest was brewing upon the waters, yet this storm emanated from a different stag. Chapter 73. Breaking the siege. Taliersee now stands as a solitary fortress, having lost its contested territories and vassal towns, reduced to little more than a colossal city. Over the past years, the most brutal naval conflict was the Battle of Hound's Roar, marked by the involvement of the Black Party's dragon, where the 90 foremost warships of the Three Cities Alliance returned with staggering losses. Although today's warfare lacks the ferocity of yesteryears, it nonetheless seals the fate of Taliersee. Unfolding along its coastal shores, the Taliersee fleet, aside from those destroyed or surrendered, has met its inevitable conclusion. As the banners of the three heads of gods fall one by one, leaving only the Wolfpack's banner still roaring defiantly. Crash, crash. The arms of the catapults at the edge of Taliersee rise. 1, 2, 3, launching hundreds of stones into the crimson sky, each as large as a human head. The stones descend, either causing immense splashes upon impact or piercing through oak decks, reducing men to shattered bones, minced flesh, and pulpy remains. However, the catapult's might is fleeting. Many slaves have already overturned them or redirected their aim. Kill. Annihilate the slave masters. The dock slaves of Taliersee seize their weapons, ready to confront the Wolfpack fleet and the Narrow Sea fleet. These dockworkers endure the harshest toil and bear no allegiance to Taliersee. The city resembles a ripe fruit, discarded on the ground, bursting forth with its juices. Chaos reigns in Taylorsy as the rebellious slave army acts as an internal ally. With numerous gates of the outer city flung wide open, Zandeli also steps onto the soil of Taylorsy, clad in heavy armor, wielding his warhammer and a curved blade. Kill! Sir Jorah shouts as he follows Zandeli into the fray. Jorah feels as if he has returned to a time of youth, a time when he shone brilliantly. Alas, he recalls her, the woman of the Bay Lands. Jorah participated in quelling the Greyjoy Rebellion, scaling the walls during the defense of Pike Island, and earned knighthood from King Robert for his valor. The horses stir up dust as cavalrymen collide with a group of flamboyantly dressed Taylorsy mercenaries. Their hair dyed in myriad colors. Whelp. The mercenary leader, agile and smooth-skinned, adorned in resplendent attire with several golden teeth, leads the charge. These hapless mercenaries seem to search for an escape route, unable to press into Black City. The mercenary chief brandishes two gleaming swords, their hilts resembling the three heads of gods. The clash of steel resonates with the speed of a tempest, too swift for the eye to discern. The chief's sword strikes Zandeli's black-scaled armor with a powerful clang. Crash! Zandeli's warhammer roars mightily, smashing the head of a Taylorsy hero into a pulp. The battle embodies the fusion of strength, speed, and courage. The bodies of Taylorsy mercenaries fall like fish crushed by a heavy weight. Why do you fight without helmets? Zandeli charges forward, as the wolf pack knights inundate the mercenaries like a flood. Sir Jorah swings his longsword, carving a path through the bloodshed, embodying the ferocity of a roaring bear. His dark skin and dense hair exude strength, though he bears a slight baldness. Some defenders atop the walls begin to unleash crossbows at Zandeli and Jorah, but the distance renders their arrows harmless, skimming over the ground. The soldiers of the wolf pack and free army surge into Taylorsy, and the conflict intensifies in the streets. Lay down your weapons. Zandeli's knights form a spearhead, obliterating all who dare resist. The port of Taylorsy is home to the Tower of Weeping Blood, and within the city lies the wine goddess fountain. Yet Zandeli pays them no heed. As blood flows in Taylorsy, perhaps Mill will soon be shaken as well. The situation in Taylorsy resembles a blossoming center, as enraged slaves shout and seize the defenders' weapons, flinging open the city gates. The remaining obstinate slave masters and nobles hunkered down in Black City, determined to hold their ground. Taylorsy truly breeds mercenaries. Zandeli muses, noting that the number of mercenaries here exceeds that of the Mill people. Furthermore, with the division of the disputed lands, many resentful mercenaries have fled to risks in Taylorsy. Spears, crossbows, battle axes, and the screams of slaves suppress all else, aside from the inner city of Taylorsy. This campaign is one of breach and triumph. Zandeli establishes his command post near the wine goddess fountain, a prominent location. Commander, we have conquered the outer city and the docks of Taylorsy. Only the inner city remains unattainable. Jorah reports, bringing with him a commanding figure from the rebellion of slaves. A tall, red-bearded man kneels before Zandeli, still bearing the scent of blood. What is your name? Zandeli inquires of the warrior before him. Although he, too, has dyed his hair and beard red like the Taylorsy, his visage and physique resonate with the ancient North. Raymond, known as the Wild Man. I was once a free man beyond the wall, sold into Taylorsy at a young age. I have served as a guard, trained children, and fought as a pugilist until I redeemed myself and became a free mercenary. I have never forgotten the gifts bestowed upon me by the Taylorsy slave masters. The Taylorsy people's depriving of freedom is a wild transgression, and both the old and new gods would scorn it. Zandeli helps the wild man Raymond to his feet. The Taylorsy slave trade is notoriously aggressive, with traders even sailing north past the wall in search of free men to enslave. Restrict the liberated slaves. I do not favor their rebellion being overly sanguinary. Otherwise, we are no different from the former slave masters. At your command, Commander, Raymond replies. And what of the Lord of Taylorsy and the priests of the Three Heads? Zandeli asks Sir Jorah. The Lord of Taylorsy is now holed up in Black City with the High Priest, Jorah informs. Ensure the order in Taylorsy is maintained, banks, warehouses, and shops. Those who surrender poorly should be controlled by our soldiers. And where is Governor Aquito? Zandeli inquires. Governor Aquito has been imprisoned by the Lord, for he relayed to him that you would not attack so swiftly. Let us hope Aquito's fate is not so dire, Zandeli thinks. And what of Black City? Sir Jorah questions. Zandeli gazes upon the towering 200-foot-high, oval-shaped walls of molten black stone surrounding Black City. A direct assault would indeed pose significant challenges. Let us first besiege it, cutting off their supplies and water sources, and bring the remaining catapults. Understood. Now, let us clear the fortifications left by the Taylorsy and those obstinate slave leaders. Furthermore, we may need to await more news from Mill. Chapter 74. The Red Viper Liberator. Liberator. Father. Father. The slaves cried out as Jandri rode through the city of Tyrosh on his black steed. The inner city aside, Tyrosh had been overtaken by the Wolf Pack and the Free Army. The grayish-white banners of the Wolf Pack and the Free Army fluttered in the breeze, replacing the traditional tri-headed banner of Tyrosh. No more slaves. No more slaughter. Jandary raised his hand, and he beheld the excited faces of the liberated slaves, each calling out his name, eager to draw near him, their faces alight with fervor and joy. The slaves cast their shackles to the ground and hurled their identity tags into the sky. The Onion Knight followed Jandary, conceding that this indeed was the hallmark of the Baratheon lineage, characterized by a charismatic charm and a forthright nature, coupled with an extraordinary ability to turn foes into allies. At least on the surface, he appeared straightforward, but deep down, Ser Davos considered the lad to possess considerable cunning. In contrast, Stannis was the true anomaly of House Baratheon. Behind Jandary and the Onion Knight were the Wolf Knights draped in grayish-white cloaks, the cavalry of his spear regiment, along with some knights from his free army. The Unsullied followed closely, their shields and spears at the ready, the steel spikes of their helmets glinting like daggers, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Jandary arrived at the grandest hall of the tri-headed god, who resided in a tower with 3 turrets. The first head devoured the dead, while the third head birthed the new. Beside the grand entrance of the tri-headed god's temple stood a massive 3-headed statue, and before the temple lay a square. The knights beheld the corpses of the hanged slaves in the square, a palpable silence and grief enveloping the scene, these souls having perished before dawn. Their lifeless bodies resembled a dark forest, executed by the governors of Tyrosh for their insurrection and rebellion. Now, the tides had turned in Tyrosh, and these souls had found a better fate. They died for freedom, Jandary proclaimed as he personally draped the bodies in burial shrouds. We shall remember them, burn the shackles, and cleanse ourselves. As you command, the Grey Wolf responded. Within the temple of Tyrosh, there were similarly devout sisters who would perform the last rites for the deceased. Unafraid of nobles or slaves, these sisters would ensure the fallen received a proper farewell, hastening their preparation to prevent any foul stench or outbreak of disease. Commander, there are indeed occurrences of pillaging and violence within the city. Ser Jorah and the wildling, Raymond, hastily approached. After the city fell, I declared order. The Northmen have their punishments for the unruly, Jandary stated to Ser Jorah and Raymond, who nodded in agreement. Talent was a rarity. Even if Jandary's forces stabilized and restored order, he needed the appropriate manpower to secure the area. Commander, a raven from Ser Coburn, the Ebony Raven, sent by the Unsullied leader, the Grey Wolf, arrived with news from Coburn, revealing that greater challenges lay ahead. As you anticipated, there is unrest in Meereen. The insurgents are attacking free army soldiers and liberated slaves. The Brazen Men could have decisively put a stop to it. Yet, the Horse Lords seem to have crossed the Rhoyne. They chose not to ravage the disputed lands, but instead advanced towards Meereen. However, judging by their numbers, they are not the most formidable of the Khalasars. Jandary reflected, aware that the tribulations he faced mirrored those of Daenerys in the future. As a harbinger of change and liberation, the old nobles and slave masters would undoubtedly incite rebellion, yet he, as a male warrior, believed he could better navigate these hardships. Backed by a larger and more elite force, the current plight stemmed from the relentless battles, in addition to besieging Tyrosh. He also had to quell the unrest in Meereen and confront the Dothraki Horse Lords. Such grueling and bloody warfare was typically shunned by cunning mercenaries, thus necessitating the presence of regular soldiers. Which Khalasar could it be? Jandary pondered, assessing the scale, concluding it likely was not Drogo. However, even if it were another Khalasar, the Roaring Warriors would be anything but ordinary in open terrain. What an opportunity, even if the Dothraki attack. Securing this victory would not only significantly bolster my reputation, but also cast the blame for betraying Meereen squarely upon the Tyroshi and their governors. A dual advantage. Summon all commanders immediately, Jandary instructed the Grey Wolf. At once, Commander. The Grey Wolf noted the order. In the encampment near the Wine Goddess fountain, the area was now crowded. The Unsullied guards formed a circular formation with their shields and spears, standing vigilant. Only their leader, the Grey Wolf, and Jandary drew near. Gentlemen, bloodshed is inevitable. We cannot squander our precious time on the Black City, Jandary declared. The fleeing governors of Tyrosh and Meereen have colluded with the Dothraki to launch an assault against us. What? Are you abandoning us? The wildling Raymond asked urgently, as he was the commander of the Tyroshi slave uprising and feared the retaliation of the Tyroshi. I am not abandoning you, Raymond, Jandary replied. The Dothraki Horse Lords have crossed the river. They seek to annihilate Meereen, and I must first overcome them. Gentlemen, to save Meereen and Tyrosh, to rescue everything in the disputed lands, I must take up arms against these malevolent Dothraki. I will lead part of the army back to Meereen. The commanders had little disagreement. Waging a multi-front war was perilous, and Meereen was one of their primary strongholds. The current situation required solidifying Meereen's position, driving out the Dothraki to better govern Tyrosh. Give the orders. Proceed with the commands, Commander. The first task is the siege of Tyrosh. The handsome man will continue the siege of Black City. Ser Jorah, The Free Army and Wolf Company here will follow your command. Wildling Mond will also obey your orders. Do not launch an assault until I return. Harris will oversee the integration of the Tyroshi fleet, and Moros will transport soldiers and myself. Jandari instructed. Though the Black City of Tyrosh was indeed a formidable fortress, it was not necessary to launch a full-scale assault. Once he had stabilized Meereen, he could then turn his attention to the Black City. Understood. Understood. The handsome man nodded. Although he had lost the sensation of wielding a sword, his intellect had sharpened, granting him a greater understanding of the broader picture. The handsome man was both brave and cunning, remarkably loyal. Had it not been for the dual-front conflict, Jandari would have been reluctant to deploy such a valuable asset. Jandari allocated additional Unsullied and Wolf Knights specifically to protect him. Yes, Commander, Sir Yura replied, somewhat discontented. He preferred to confront the Horse Lords head-on for a swift resolution, but the reality was that Tyrosh needed warriors. By the way, Ser Davos, Meereen is a perilous battlefield. Your mission is nearing its conclusion. You should remain in Tyrosh and assist my treasurer, Jandari instructed Ser Davos, his words leaving no room for dispute. This was not solely because Davos was not his soldier, but rather due to Jandari's disdain for having Davos in his presence. Moros stealthily transported soldiers across the river to the shores of Tyrosh at dusk. This operation was shrouded in secrecy. On the opposite bank of Tyrosh, Jandari spotted the Red Viper, Prince Oberyn Martell, accompanied by approximately 100 Dornish light cavalry. The Dornish light cavalry lived up to their reputation. Under the illumination of torches, the bronze components of their armor gleamed. The Dornish favored round metal shields paired with long spears, throwing darts, or composite bows. Renowned for their adeptness in light cavalry maneuvers and skillful use of composite bows from horseback, the Dornish soldiers donned lighter-scale armor than their counterparts in the Seven Kingdoms, often featuring bronze elements sewn into a scaly design with leather. They were accustomed to wrapping headscarves around their helmets. A splendid victory, Commander, the Red Viper addressed Doran, his spear gleaming beneath the sun, while his circular shield shimmered with brilliance. The Red Viper observed the tumultuous clashes upon the sea, where the fleets of both sides collided fiercely amidst splintered wood, fallen soldiers, flames, and the cacophony of battle cries. Soon after, the fires ignited in the city of Tyrosh came into view. Like Myr, Tyrosh was doomed to face defeat. You have not come here merely to witness the revelry of the Tyroshi, Doran remarked, gazing intently at the Red Viper. The two men urged their steeds forward, and though the truth emerged, the Red Viper, despite his admiration for Doran, felt a tinge of discomfort. The mercenary king he sought to ally with was, after all, affiliated with House Baratheon. Nevertheless, Doran, who possessed the last daughter of House Targaryen, shared a common goal with the Red Viper in their quest for vengeance against House Lannister and the prevailing order. It is not mere revelry. I intend to fight alongside the commander, Doran exclaimed. The opportunity has arisen. Commander, the Red Viper declared. I have also heard the whispers, strange rumors of imminent attacks by the horsemen and unrest among the people of Myr. Tyrosh presents an opportunity. Why does the prince not assist me in attacking Tyrosh? Doran inquired of the Red Viper. I will not aid you in assaulting Tyrosh, Oberyn insisted. The Tyroshi are our closest neighbors, and the lords generally maintain amicable relations with Dorne. Many lords spent their youth in the Water Gardens. Are you not afraid of the Iron Throne pursuing you? Doran questioned. It is only Oberyn who has come, unrelated to Dorne. My brothers have not set foot in King's Landing for many years. The Red Viper replied nonchalantly. Moreover, the Dornishmen and the people of Myr bear a striking resemblance. Who could discern from whence my knights hail? Oberyn has always followed his own path. What harm is there in occasionally winning honor on the battlefield? Chapter 75. The past cannot be recalled. Zandelli and the Red Viper advanced along the coastline, and upon reaching level ground, they quickened their pace towards Meereen. A portion of the army was also being ferried to Meereen by the ships of the Morash. There was an understanding between them, a tacit knowledge. The Martell family lacked allies, and a bastion with a military force held considerable value. How will the commander deal with those horse lords? Inquired the Red Viper. With a long, melancholic visage, he possessed dark, coal-like eyes that shone beneath finely arched brows, and his forehead and nose were equally sharp. With just a hint of silver threading through his lustrous black hair, he was a true man of the salt. Zandelli, on the other hand, was a genuine Baratheon. With hair as dark as obsidian and blue eyes as profound as the sea, a tall and valiant youth of imposing stature. With soldiers in the defenses of Meereen, I have no desire to plunder riches from Meereen for the horse lords. That is the trade of merchants, declared Zandelli. The free trade city-states, largely flatlands, were conducive to horse lord raids. To shatter their bones, one must engage in direct confrontation. In the past, the horse lords had tasted defeat beneath the walls of Conqueror. Moreover, we now have your assistance, my prince, emphasized Zandelli. The usual tactics of Dorne involved evading large-scale frontal engagements, relying on lightly armored warriors and the famed horses of Dorne for swift strikes, while leveraging the harsh local climate to wear down the enemy. In this contentious territory, such strategies seemed ill-suited, for it primarily comprised vast plains. You shall serve as our support. The Wolf Pack and the Free Company can confront the Horse Lords head-on, Zandelli asserted confidently. If we do not strike hard against the Dothraki, they will come to Meereen to beg. Then I shall await the opportunity to celebrate victory alongside the commander. The Red Viper chuckled. What of the lands and estates? As they traversed the contentious lands, they passed through fertile fields and estates, now bereft of slave masters, some dead, others fled. Although the freemen were gripped by panic, fearing the Dothraki's locust-like destruction of towns, they still believed in the indomitable spirit of their fearless liberators. Let us distribute the land. Some shall be made communal, while smaller plots will be allocated to the freemen. Zandelli declared, I will measure the land and tally the population. Measure the land? Count the populace? The Red Viper expressed surprise. Indeed. The census and land ownership form the core of governance. Many slaves are nameless, and the masters previously concealed their numbers to evade taxes. This cannot continue. Within the framework Zandelli envisioned, he sought to unlock the land as potential. The systems of urbanization, registration, and examination were essential. What a ruthless strategy! The Red Viper marveled. The power of this fertile land is enviable. Dorne is too barren. Even with control over the entire populace, it is insufficient. Dorne, Stormlands, and the North had among the smallest populations in the Seven Kingdoms due to their harsh climates, with Dorne being the least populous. I have known your father for quite some time. The Red Viper reminisced. Oh, I was not close to him. I suspect he scarcely remembers how many bastards he sired. Zandelli replied flatly, aligning with his instincts, biding his time, strengthening his power, and waiting for the chaos of Westeros. Other families may operate thus. But the Baratheons, your ancestors, are the bastard brothers of the Conqueror. That is merely a rumor. The affairs of the Baratheon heirs are not for me to meddle in. Zandelli pondered. The Baratheon family was presently a tattered remnant. Entangling himself now held little merit. King's Landing, Casterly Rock, Storm's End, and Highgarden may not share your sentiments, for you have sheltered the last of House Targaryen. Do you not aspire to grasp that hideous chair and seek vengeance with the exiles? I concede you are a most persuasive interlocutor, Prince Oberyn, Zandelli remarked, as the Red Viper had long sought allies. There was no moment more delightful than seeing the Baratheons at odds with each other. This is not a threat. Power is beguiling. Speaking of which, King Robert's grandmother was a Targaryen princess, yet she ultimately overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. The war of usurpation cannot merely be ascribed to ambition and desire. It was the Mad King and Rhaegar who caused its downfall, Zandelli chuckled. The war of usurpation was decidedly a case of flies not feasting upon a seamless egg. The deranged thoughts of the Mad King and his son were primarily to blame. Regardless of the reasons, it was Rhaegar who faced defeat at the Battle of the Trident. Many years ago, we were still young, yet the reckless heir of Storm's End was already notorious. Loving women, wine, and tournaments, people said he resembled a laughing storm. Robert delighted in songs that brought him joy, the more vulgar the better, and he would only sing them when inebriated, tunes like A Barrel of Ale, 44 Kegs, or The Bear and the Maiden Fair, Oberyn reminisced. The Silver Prince and he were indeed two extremes. Zandelli reflected. My maester has shared with me the tales of Rhaegar and Daenerys. He was born at the Hall of Summer, imbued with a certain sadness and melancholy. He cherished music, adored the Hall of Summer, and loved to sleep beneath the stars in the abandoned halls, strumming his silver-stringed harp, lamenting the dawn, tears, and fallen kings. Yet he should not have bestowed that crown upon the Wolf Maiden of the North. He ruined himself, and my sister, and brought ruin upon Robert, sighed the Red Viper. That was many, many years ago. Zandelli recognized that fateful tournament took place at Harrenhal during a most ill-fated spring. The past remained shrouded in mist. Had the gods not played their cruel tricks, let me be the firstborn, and Doran the third. You see, I am bloodthirsty by nature. In truth, I long to battle in King's Landing. I have yearned for it for over a decade. Though you say so, I believe you would still submit to Prince Doran. There is no other course. The Red Viper offered a bitter smile. You should be aware of that humiliating and devastating defeat, the 10,000 warriors of Dorne and Prince Lewin. Zandelli knew that during the War of Usurpation, the Mad King had taken Princess Elia Martell, niece of Prince Lewin, as a hostage, compelling him to lead over 10,000 Dornish warriors into Rhaegar's ranks against the rebellion led by Robert, resulting in devastating losses for Dorne and the death of Prince Lewin. There will be opportunities to contend with the Lannisters, Zandelli proclaimed. At least concerning Tywin, we have some common ground. Those are matters of the past. Yet now, I finally see a glimmer of hope in you. I shall avenge my sister and her children, first slaying that brutish, cow-like Gregor Clegane, and perhaps even dispatching his vile master along the way. The Red Viper galloped ahead. But for now, let us first vanquish those horse lords reeking of sheep. Chapter 76. The savior of Meereen, the morning breeze was refreshing as Meereen leaned against the sea, imbued with a briny scent. Alongside the saltiness lingered a metallic tang of blood. Sunlight glimmered upon the surface of the sea, cascading over Meereen's fortifications, towers, and halls. During the naval conflict in Tyrosh, weakened military forces near Meereen instigated a rebellion. Some discontented slave masters, unwilling to accept defeat, fantasized about a restoration, yet their attempts were met with a tempestuous counterattack. The brown-skinned men stood atop the city walls of Meereen, where fierce civil strife raged on, but the strength of the royalists seeking restoration appeared to be waning. Like a dying ember, the free folk and the sons of the Harpy soldiers maintained control over the city's walls and strategic heights, with the majority of the populace opting to shutter their doors. Observing the unfolding situation, it was clear we had triumphed. The brown-skinned man widened his almond-shaped eyes, a trait inherited from his Dothraki mother. He sighed with relief, for the banners appearing on the horizon were not the longed-for three-headed dragon of Tyrosh, but rather the gray and white standard of a howling wolf pack, the wolves seemingly roaring forth. The standard-bearer sprinted at the front of the formation, reminiscent of a resurgence of the gray-white wolf pack, a tide of armored knights. The knights strode down the thoroughfare, a stretch of the Valyrian road extending from Meereen. The word spread rapidly. The savior of Meereen had returned. The brown-skinned man proclaimed loudly. The ancient sound of the war horn resonated through the city, its notes quickening in urgency. The clarion call was so piercing, accompanied by the shouts of the sons of the Harpy and the free folk soldiers. As those upon the walls cheered, the savior of Meereen has returned. Commander Jandaris is back. Tyrosh has been conquered. The faces of the royalists still engaged in chaotic resistance within Meereen turned pale, their leader a former governor idling at home. Discontent brewed among the Meereenese. Frustrated by the abolition of slavery and the confiscation of estates, viewing Tyrosh's counterattack as a rare opportunity, they hastily initiated a coup. The silent knights surged forward, halting just shy of the city gates. The brown-skinned man hurriedly descended from the walls, leading dozens of knights to stand before Jandaris. "Commander!" he exclaimed as he dismounted and knelt before him. Upon hearing news of the war in Tyrosh, several governors and slave masters in Meereen had indeed instigated a revolt. Fortunately, we were prepared. We currently held the walls and high ground, while the royalists merely clung to their last stand. And the port? The town hall? Under our control as well. Excellent. Achieving this is no small feat, Jandaris remarked to the brown-skinned man. With only 500 cavalry from the sons of the Harpy and a few free folk soldiers, seizing advantageous terrain was commendable. However, the Dothraki are soon to arrive, and I have no time to squander on the restorationist slave masters. I already have a preliminary list of the conspirators. The brown-skinned man whispered, presenting Jandaris with the names. Very well. Victory is ours, Jandaris declared, lifting his war hammer and brandishing it before the knights. Victory. The soldiers drew their weapons, long swords, double-headed axes, or morning stars, steel clanging as their battle cries reverberated, seemingly shaking the very heavens. Into the city, Jandaris led his cavalry into Meereen. With the cunning of the brown-skinned man steering the course, the situation remained tense, yet the wolves and free folk maintained the upper hand. Now, Jandaris' knights were poised to deliver a definitive blow, ready for the Dothraki's approach. "Are you Prince Oberyn?" The brown-skinned man recognized the Red Viper, taken aback. The two were acquainted. During the Red Viper's early travels, he had served the sons of the Harpy for a year. "It has been quite some time, brown-skinned man." "You have aged a bit," the Red Viper greeted with a smile. "And you as well, my prince," the brown-skinned man replied, refraining from inquiring about Oberyn's association with Jandaris, focusing instead on resolving the current conflict. "My prince, once we quell these rebels, I shall recount old tales with you." An influx of knights poured into the city of Meereen. The figures cloaked in gray-white fought fiercely at the forefront. The heavily armored knights of the wolf pack leading the charge, while the light-armored cavalry of the free folk and the spear regiment flanked the sides. This day was destined to sever the bloodlines of many of Meereen's old nobility. Jandaris' knights unleashed a tempest of death, the knights slaughtering the Meereenese traitors through the slits of their half-helmets. Spears, great axes, morning stars, steel hammers, and longswords, blood dripped from their weapons. And for these most obstinate of Meereenese traitors, they had no patience to waste. The rebellious Meereenese possessed some weaponry, including a distinctive repeating crossbow and fine armor. However, they had not seized the high ground nor possessed any large artillery. More critically, the Meereenese were notoriously poor warriors, and in this direct confrontation, they were violently torn apart like paper. Initially, the scales of war tipped towards the failure of the royalists. Yet the insufficiency of the sons of the Harpy's knights was remedied by the arrival of Jandaris' elite cavalry, significantly hastening the process. "Kill!" Jandaris swung his warhammer, striking the chest of a young Meereenese man with olive skin, dark hair, and black eyes, clad in ornate armor, likely a noble. Yet his combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Jandary's hammer struck mercilessly, caving in the ornate breastplate, followed by another crushing blow, shattering bones and rendering the body incapable of withstanding such a breach. The young man crumpled, lips frothing with blood. "Devil!" The Myrinese cried, yet their speed could not match their words, as Jandary's hammer followed like a storm, toppling the young man's attendants. The Red Viper silently trailed behind Jandary's, sensing the one-sided slaughter unfolding. The Myrinese believed they had gained an opportunity, yet it was merely a trap intentionally laid to draw the enemy in. The liberators have returned. A small number of observing free folk, along with some brave Myrinese citizens, opened their doors, joining the assault against the royalists. As these traitors openly defied Jandary's, opposing his forces, slaughtering free folk and threatening the citizens of Myrine from collaborating. Cries of slaughter echoed throughout the city, from north to south, from east to west. The cavalry executed the Myrinese traitors, clearing their corpses to the heart of the city square. The last bastion of the royalists was breached, and in despair, Governor Casa poisoned himself and his family within his opulent mansion. The veterans dismantled the doors of the governor's residence, dragging the traitors' corpses one by one out into the open. Jandary's gazed at the ashen-faced corpses, the will of power so chilling, the order he had forged destined to attract immense hatred. Yet the crown, the power, was this not the inevitable path? Next, you know what must be done. Jandary's instructed the brown-skinned man. Understood. The brown-skinned man responded solemnly. Those listed as traitors will be deemed public enemies. Those who remain silent shall be summoned to the town hall. Excellent. Make haste. The Dothraki should be arriving soon. That will be our true battle. Chapter 77. 1 against 1,000. The iron hooves of the horses trod rhythmically and deliberately upon the gentle hills east of Mill, where across the river, the vast throng of Dothraki warriors advanced towards the water's edge. The Dothraki had already crossed the Lorne River and were now surmounting yet another waterway. Jandrai, wielding a mill-crafted telescope, surveyed the horizon, aware of the renowned craftsmanship of his homeland. In the vanguard were the Dothraki knights, followed by the old and the frail. As the nomadic tribes known as the Khalasar moved forward, Jandrai's telescope resembled a slender tube, capable of rendering distant sights clear. Its ends were fitted with glass lenses, while a series of bronze tubes connected them, ingeniously assembled to retract to the size of a dagger. The Dothraki were unlike traditional nomadic peoples, Jandrai mused. Typically, such tribes were constrained by various calamities and food shortages, making it difficult to acquire ample nourishment. However, the resources of the Dothraki Sea appeared exceedingly bountiful. The Dothraki had obliterated the Highborn and seized dominion over the Dothraki Sea, their roaring warriors tall and robust. The Dothraki knights, akin to bear warriors, displayed bare chests, adorned only by painted leather vests and bound with horsehair as they secured their legs. Their waists were girded with bronze belts, and even the wealthier among them might boast belts of silver and gold. At this pace, Jandrai informed Prince Oberyn, the Dothraki would assault Mill by noon tomorrow. Clad in black scale armor, with a spiked mace and a recurved bow at his side, Jandrai's knights donned their armor, which bore the scars of battle yet gleamed in the morning sun. Indeed, if not for the encumbrance of the Khalasar, the Dothraki horsemen would have arrived today. Oberyn gazed towards the distant mass of dark figures. He had participated in numerous battles in contested lands, yet confronting a complete Khalasar still posed a significant challenge. The Dornish knights of the Red Viper donned a different attire, their flowing silks and layered copper scales glinting in the sun as they galloped, resembling a cascade of bright new coins. The Dornish cavalry were comparatively lightly equipped, their tactics distinct from those of other regions. Jandrai and the Red Viper each commanded 10 cavalrymen, surveying the enemy's formation before the Dothraki's arrival. Despite their numbers, the Dothraki relied on the superior steeds and equipment of the Dornish, allowing for strategic maneuverability. Moreover, not far off, Jandrai had positioned ambush troops, ensuring that the Dothraki would be met with trepidation. He pondered the importance of cavalry, the observation of formations, and the identification of the enemy's weaknesses. Tactical advantage, he believed, stemmed from achieving these objectives. According to my intelligence, this Khalasar should belong to Zico Kyle. To his surprise, the Red Viper relaxed slightly at the mention of the cunning Zico Kyle, rumored to visit Kohor every 3 to 4 years to collect gold, then bypass the city. It seemed the temptations offered by the Tyroshi had become too enticing, compelling Zico Kyle to pursue a new target. Currently, the most formidable force in the Dothraki Sea was led by Drogo Kyle, commanding the largest Khalasar with over 40,000 warriors, undefeated in battle. In contrast, Zico Kyle's Khalasar might encompass only 20 to 30,000, with the roaring warriors numbering perhaps 6 to 7,000. Concentrating their forces to vanquish a single Khalasar would deter these horsemen from crossing the river, the Red Viper asserted. Zico is not that powerful, Jandrai thought, though the merchants of the free trade city might disagree. The bowmaker commented on Zico Kyle, reputed to be among the pinnacle of archers. having been drawn into their ranks by Jandrai. Indeed, the commander did not necessarily send scouts with me. Your archery skills have reached an extraordinary level. The bowmaker remarked while remaining vigilant of the unfolding situation. It would be a pity not to showcase the old man's prowess against the Dothraki. That is a fair point. The bowmaker replied enthusiastically, equipped with his purplewood bow and recurve bow. On horseback, the recurve bow proved to be the more practical choice. The bowmaker's arrows were tipped with barbed points, capable of piercing even plate armor, let alone the nearly bare-chested Dothraki. Let the Dothraki experience our might. The Red Viper's eyes sparkled with determination. From my observations, the Dothraki possess one strength but two weaknesses, Jandrai analyzed as he scrutinized their ranks. Their exceptional horsemanship, abundant cavalry, and fearlessness in battle are commendable traits. However, the Dothraki lack armor, and their siege techniques are rather rudimentary, two significant shortcomings. Indeed, we should adopt the tactics employed in the Battle of Conqueror, the Red Viper suggested. As long as the Unsullied maintain their formation, Ziko Kai's meager soldiers cannot prevail. The Dothraki's tactics remain relatively straightforward. Their roaring warriors shoot arrows and attack, collecting their missiles and spoils only after the battle. The Jakaro serve solely to ease the suffering of the fallen, wielding massive axes as they traverse the battlefield, reaping the heads of the dead and dying. The Unsullied Conqueror once boasted a genuine 3,000 of them, but do we possess so many Unsullied? They are merely freedmen, former slaves incapable of withstanding multiple assaults. The bowmaker furrowed his brow. Utilizing the resources of Mill, we must first ensure the Grey Wolves establish a solid formation. If they can withstand a few assaults, it will be our turn to strike, Jandrai declared. The Unsullied's formation serves merely as a shield, while the cavalry wields the hammer that determines the fate of the battle. As the men engaged in conversation, a small reconnaissance unit of Dothraki roaring warriors had already crossed the river and charged forth. Jandrai beheld the distant Dothraki, their tall figures clad in bronze-hued skin, with pale yellow-brown eyes and raven-black hair. The sight of free trade city warriors daring to observe their scouts astonished the Dothraki, as they were accustomed to encountering merchants who typically employed a turtle strategy, readily presenting gifts. Dozens of Dothraki roaring warriors galloped towards them, roaring and drawing their bows, their scimitars gleaming. The bowmaker loosed his longbow, the arrow piercing through a Dothraki's chest as smoothly as silk. With no hesitation, Jandrai also released an arrow, striking down a Dothraki warrior. Though mounted, he had not brought his Valyrian longbow, as it would have proven cumbersome while riding. The Valyrian bow was the world's mightiest. Composed of a significant amount of iron, its color as dark as obsidian. It possessed the resilience of steel while remaining lighter and more elastic, due to its superior range. The Valyrian bow was exceedingly coveted. The Red Viper drew his recurve bow, favored by both Dothraki and Dornish alike, enabling them to unleash a deadly rain of arrows from horseback rather than targeting individual foes. Jandrai, the Red Viper, and the bowmaker were all masters of archery, making it difficult for the Dothraki roaring warriors to overcome this small unit. The Dothraki let out their battle cries, their horsemanship indeed remarkable, merging seamlessly with their steeds. Yet, the Wolf Riders and Dornish Knights were no weaklings. They were the elite among knights, bolstered by their armor. The long arrows of the Dothraki struck against the plate armor, failing to inflict harm. In a fair contest, a Dothraki struck by an arrow would surely suffer severe injury. I am the governor of Mill, Jandrai bellowed, his voice resonating like steel. The Dothraki scouts, eager for conquest, have nearly all succumbed, leaving the remaining Dothraki without numerical advantage and too fearful to advance. They can only watch helplessly as Jandrai, the Red Viper, and the cavalry depart with an air of unassailable confidence. Chapter 78. The pre-war address. The impending arrival of the Dothraki warriors loomed over Meereen like a dark cloud. The news of their approach spread panic throughout the city. For centuries, the Dothraki have been synonymous with destruction and slaughter. This is deeply tied to their beliefs. They view the earth as their mother goddess and consider the act of tilling the land with plows, shovels, and axes to be sinful. Consequently, they incinerate fields, farms, and towns, leaving the plains in desolation. During the blood century that followed the doom of Valyria, the Dothraki drove civilians from their homes and noblemen from their estates, transforming the landscape from Conqueror forest to the banks of the Saffron River into mere grasslands and ruins. For centuries ago, the Dothraki advanced from the east towards the free cities, pillaging and burning every town and city in their path, including the kingdom of Sarnar, the free city of Lys, the city of Karth in the Red Waste, and the settlements of the Ibbenese in the kingdom of Evenfall. Their advance was halted only at the hands of Timokeo and his army of at least 50,000 Khalasar, who were confronted by 3,000 unsullied warriors from Conqueror. The Dothraki were purchased by the exiled governors of Meereen and the great lord of Tyrosh at the expense of the well-being of the Meereenese, with the intent to restore the previous order. This revelation incited further outrage among the citizens of Meereen, as the conservative populace became aware that the exiled governors, once familiar figures, had ultimately betrayed the city. Under the machinations of spies from Kobin, the scandal became common knowledge among the Myrinese. These exiled governors and usurpers not only fled Meereen and incited internal strife, but also deliberately lured the Dothraki to the city. Even the old citizens, scarred by the treachery of the nobility, felt a sense of urgency. Traitors! Traitors! Treason! The frightened citizens of Meereen emerged from their homes to protest. Compelled to stand alongside the very freedmen they once scorned, united in their efforts to preserve order before the storm of war. They sought a strong leader in the face of impending violence. The Dothraki aimed to exploit the chaos and plunder Meereen, and mere gold would not satisfy their ravenous appetites. In the Lace Square, the towering white spires of the city hall loomed behind it, where the former governors of Meereen had convened. The soldiers stood like a forest, their spears glinting ominously, instilling a sense of chill. The Wolfpack, soldiers of the Free Army, maintained order near the square, their armored knights and unsullied guards, shields and spears in hand, bolstering the confidence of the Meereenese. Citizens of Meereen, freedmen, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers of the Wolfpack and the Free Army. Even the former governors and noble merchants willing to uphold the new order. Announced Jandali, standing before the multitude. Meereen stands on the brink of destruction. The Dothraki are poised to invade, to ravage our beautiful city, to slay our kin, to pillage our homes. What shall we do? Jandali stood before millions. His deep blue eyes resolute as iron, clad in heavy armor, resembling a storm of darkness. He perceived the faces of the freedmen and the citizens of Meereen. Behind him, a Fletcher held his dragonbone longbow. The Red Viper cast envious glances at the bow, revered as the finest in the realm, with the Golden Heart would bow a close second. The Dothraki and the Dornish favored the recurve bow, allowing them to unleash deadly volleys of arrows from horseback rather than targeting individual foes. Slay the Dothraki! Slay those traitors! The freedmen cried out, for they despised the institution of slavery, and the Dothraki were notorious for their brutality and for enslaving others. The freedmen vowed that the Dothraki would not triumph. The old citizens of Meereen soon joined the chorus, stirred by genuine emotion. Though the old citizens were often timid, they recognized the critical juncture at which Meereen now stood. In the face of violence, they must choose those who could protect them. The commander was satisfied with the unfolding events. As long as the horsemen besieged Meereen, the exiled governors would undoubtedly become targets of the populace's ire. Most of Meereen's inhabitants were citizens. The slave owners and nobility were, after all, a minority. Jandali needed to garner the support of the citizens. Defeating the Dothraki would win the hearts of the Meereenese and showcase strength, a multifaceted victory. In this moment of life and death for Meereen, you are the shield and sword of all its people, Commander. The members of the Round Table of Meereen exclaimed, representing merchants from various trades, carpets, lace, screens, glass, and paintings, as well as freedmen and craftsmen. I shall accept this mission. We shall crush the Dothraki butchers. We will surely prevail against the Dothraki horsemen. For Meereen. For the disputed lands, for countless freed citizens. Jandali raised his warhammer high. Victory! Victory! The soldiers brandished their long spears and swords. The clear and bright sounds of clashing metal echoed. The fervor of their shouts grew ever louder, transforming into a river of resolve, an iron river. Even those Meereenese who had previously hesitated to take up arms seemed to feel the infectious spirit of this moment of survival. It was a kind of magic. A loyalty to the city-state and its people, a defense of their homeland. A sense of patriotism, of love for Meereen, and a fervent desire to protect it ignited courage within each heart. The freedmen were eager to enlist, while the citizens of Meereen willingly contributed their gold. Some even volunteered to join the city's defense force, stepping forward to guard Meereen from the battlements. The Red Viper stood in a concealed corner, perhaps sensing a charm that could turn foes into allies. These Meereenese might soon become his loyal warriors. Perhaps I am indeed growing old. The time for the youth to shine has come. Next, it was the turn of Commander Bronbane, a figure well known among the Meereenese as he led the city's defense. In light of the traitors' actions during the insurrection in Meereen, and their financial inducements to lure the Dothraki to attack our homeland, they have forsaken Meereen and even betrayed it. In the name of Lord Jandali, the governor of Meereen, the disputed lands, Tyrosh, the Narrow Sea, and the Stepstones, I hereby declare a list of traitors, stripping them of their past honors and confiscating their properties. Bronbane declared loudly, the names of the exiled governors, merchants, and nobles would become infamous within Meereen. Their wealth and honors revoked. Slay the traitors! Slay the traitors! Slay the Dothraki! The list of traitors was unanimously approved, destined to be posted throughout the square and streets of Meereen, revoking all wealth and honor from the exiles. March forth, Jandali commanded. As the Grey Wolf led the soldiers of the Free Army into action, while others silently ascended the battlements, and several citizens of Meereen eagerly joined the fight. The army formed ranks, banners waving high. Before the Dothraki could arrive, the Grey Wolf, leading the Free Army and the Wolfpack soldiers, would prepare their formation. serving as a kind of bait. Knights. The armored cavalry envisioned by Jandali would be the decisive force in this conflict. The formation of the Unsullied was too rigid and, moreover, most of these soldiers were not true Unsullied. Chapter 79. A battle of no retreat as the dawn gradually brightened the sky. The gray and white banners of the wolf pack billowed high. Jandari and the Red Viper, along with Brown Ben, Coben, and the Arrowmaker, could see the sea of Dothraki warriors roaring from the walls of Meereen. The Dothraki were poised to launch their assault as morning broke. On the surface of Meereen Bay, the imposing ships led by Moros continued to patrol the waters. The Dothraki, fearful of the sea, had some soldiers and archers aboard these vessels. Defending against their assault required a steadfast stronghold, for the Dothraki's tactics were rather simplistic, and the western lands of Essos offered little in the way of fortifications. Jandari had designed a multi-layered defensive structure for Meereen, with the Unsullied forming a shield wall outside, longbowmen stationed on the walls, and catapults positioned within the city gates. Complemented by the fleet patrolling the bay, the Dothraki employed a predictable strategy. When Khalasar moved, scouts were always deployed ahead to scout for prey and enemies, while the vanguard protected the flanks. After a battle, the fearsome Jacqueline would harvest countless heads from the fallen, while little girls scavenged arrows from the corpses, placing them into baskets for future use. The houses surrounding Meereen's gates had been dismantled and incorporated into the city, and the infantry had formed an unyielding line. Standing steadfast before the western gate, the leading Unsullied struck their shields with their spears, creating a resounding rhythm. Thud, thud, clad in spiked helmets. Armed with long spears and shields, the Unsullied rallied their troops with fervent shouts. Jandari had outfitted the Unsullied with more durable and practical armor, a task not beyond the skills of the craftsmen of Meereen. However, the number of Unsullied was merely a few dozen. Behind the Grey Wolf stood the Wolf Pack soldiers, freedmen trained by him, along with armored infantry, all prepared with weapons and shields, their expressions resolute and steely. Though they had formed their ranks, they had not partaken of the courage-inducing wine and were ill-prepared to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Dothraki. Lady of Spears, grant us your blessing. May our liberator lead us to victory, prayed the Grey Wolf. On the western side of Meereen Bay, the earth had been torn asunder by the iron hooves of the Dothraki, with rye and lentils crushed into the mud as the warriors roared in unison. The Dothraki cavalry surged forth like a dark cloud, their long braids adorned with tiny bells that jingled softly with their movement. Here comes Zico, Jandari exclaimed, spotting the figure of Zico Ko, a middle-aged man riding a magnificent black steed, appearing to be in his 40s. Zico possessed bronze skin, black eyes, and hair. He was a tall man with an athletic build, sporting a long beard and braided hair that cascaded down to his thighs, embellished with small golden bells. Time had etched its mark upon him, evidenced by the wrinkles on his face and the strands of white in his hair. There are about 7,000 roaring warriors, declared the Red Viper. Zico has staked all he owns here. I can see it. Jandari analyzed. The Dothraki were notoriously greedy, having accepted gifts from the Tyroshi. They were bound to seek greater spoils. Jandari had gathered all his cavalry, including the Wolf Pack, the Lance Company, the Knights of the Freedmen, and the 100 Dornish light cavalry brought by the Red Viper. The Second Sons were knights as well, but their cunning nature rendered them ill-suited for a direct confrontation with the people of Meereen. Let us see who brings down this savage from the Dothraki Sea first. The Red Viper chuckled, his squire bearing a spear with an ominous leaf-shaped tip, extending 8 feet long, crafted from smooth, thick cedar, with the last 2 feet made of steel. It was intended for another brute. The Mountain, Jandari confirmed the Red Viper's thoughts. The Mountain, a giant of a man, nearly 8 feet tall and weighing 30 stone, was so muscular that he could wield a great sword with one hand, cleaving a man in two with a single blow. His armor was so heavy that none but he could don it, or even move it. Indeed, a long spear is a fine choice against a behemoth like the Mountain. But I won't allow him to die too swiftly, the Red Viper proclaimed with confidence. Excessive confidence could be perilous, Jandari mused. Yet he refrained from disrupting the Red Viper's self-assured demeanor. When dealing with a colossus like the Mountain, caution was the better part of valor. The battlefield reverberated with the roars of the Dothraki as Zico Ko and his legion of roaring warriors approached the battle line, yet he did not initiate an attack. Run. Quickly. A group of enslaved boys, recently liberated by the Dothraki, raced toward the gates of Meereen, with no girls in sight, as they were considered a form of wealth. These boys, their bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of the Dothraki but smaller in stature with flat faces and short hair, dashed toward safety. Those are the sheep men, Brown Ben remarked. They resided in the southeast of V's Dothraki, from a pastoral tribe. The Dothraki referred to the Lazarene as Hezarachi, or sheep men, perceiving them as weak and solely reliant on herding. It seems the Dothraki intend to show us a thing or two, Jandari stated. The small slaves ran desperately, but their speed could not match that of the galloping steeds. The Dothraki warriors spread out, forcing the children to scatter. as the horsemen lashed at the fleeing boys with their whips. One poor soul was caught, his anguished cries echoing as blood stained his back. The outer ring of Dothraki grew bored, as some boys fell wounded, struggling to crawl. The Dothraki drew their bows and unleashed arrows, piercing the backs of the sheep boys. Moments later, all the boys lay dead upon the battlefield. Jandari witnessed this gruesome scene. Violence was not the solution, merely fueling the Meereenese hatred and fear of the Dothraki. Once the cavalry is deployed, I entrust the matter to you. Jandari directed toward Brown Ben, Coben, and the arrow maker. Fear not. I still wish to slay a few more horsemen, the arrow maker retorted defiantly, for it was said the horsemen were the finest archers. The slaughter was merely the Dothraki's opening act for the Meereenese, yet the horse lords were perplexed to see that the Meereenese did not waver, maintaining their formation of Unsullied. The scouts among the horsemen quickly discerned the truth. There were not thousands of Unsullied. Satisfied, Ziko Ko ordered the charge. Under the heavens, the Dothraki warriors surged forward, their long, dark braids gleaming. They bore bare chests, lacking shields or helmets, adorned in painted leather vests, with horsehair tied around their limbs and bronze belts cinching their waists. Only Kos' belt was distinct, crafted from fine gold. Thud, thud. The catapults emitted a despairing sound as stones the size of a man were hurled toward the Dothraki ranks. Some unfortunate warriors were struck, their bodies bursting like melons upon impact. Yet, more Dothraki pressed forward, crashing into the formation of the Unsullied. Cowardly armored men. The Dothraki roared in anger. The Grey Wolf and the Steel Fist organized their ranks. The front line of Unsullied and 1,000 wolf pack soldiers formed an elite force, while the subsequent 2,000 freedmen infantry merely needed to hold the line. Crash. Some horsemen fell to the ground, yet the shield wall remained unyielding. They had received their first taste of the battle. Before the formation of the Innocents, Jandeli had commanded his men to drench the ground with copious amounts of oil, rendering the once parched earth sodden and impeding the knight's charge. My triumph hinges upon the endurance of the Grey Wolves and Iron Fist. Jandeli gazed down upon the unfolding battle, feeling akin to an arrow poised on a taut bowstring, ready to be unleashed. Chapter 80. The warrior descends the battlefield before the city of Mill transformed into a tapestry of colors. The black of the Dothraki roaring warriors, the white of Mill, the grayish-white of the wolf banners, the crimson of blood, and the dark or silver of armor. An array of cacophonous sounds filled the air, voices of men, the whinnies of horses, and the clash of weaponry. Jandari reflected on the tumultuous symphony of slaughter, where curses, shouts, wails, and prayers intertwined. A deep, resonant military horn sounded, urging Jandari's warriors to rally their spirits, for they could not face death with the same indifference as the Unsullied. He held his breath, observing the situation below in Mill, where the formation of the Grey Wolves gradually contracted. The soldiers commanded by the Unsullied arranged themselves in formation, their spears standing tall like a forest. The Dothraki's relentless charges had some effect, yet fortuitously, their ranks remained intact. I must seize the moment. Opportunity is fleeting, Jandari mused, knowing that his soldiers lacked the endurance of the Unsullied, who alone could withstand the Dothraki's 18 cycles of assault. Most of Jandari's men did not possess such resilience. He had to strike before they faltered, deciding the outcome through a cavalry charge. The Unsullied were few, while behind them stood armored men of stone, who were no match for him. Leading the charge, Jakku Kao burst through the shield wall, skirting past the free soldiers hidden beyond, whose spirit seemed less than formidable. Charge. Annihilate them. Jakku Kao feared only the shield wall of the Unsullied, not this diminished force. The Dothraki were indeed born warriors. The Red Viper, atop the high walls, marveled at their prowess. The armies of Westeros were predominantly infantry, unwilling to embrace the purity of cavalry like the Dothraki. Kill. The Dothraki roared, their light cavalry forming the backbone of their assault, wielding rocks, longbows, and whips. Even though the muddy, oil-soaked ground delayed them, the Dothraki surged forward, a tempest of fury. The catapults behind Mill's gates whirred to life, hurling massive stones that fell like thunderbolts, claiming Dothraki lives with each strike. The archers upon the walls added their blessings of arrows to the fray. Death reaped lives indiscriminately, those of the Dothraki and Jandari's soldiers alike. Even clad in armor, some soldiers perished on the battlefield. The Dothraki warriors had charged multiple times, with the spears of Mill's defense extending outward. Most horses evaded the long pikes, skillfully maneuvering, yet a few were uncontrollable, careening wildly. Horses were grievously wounded by the pikes, collapsing in agony, and their Dothraki riders fell lifeless before they hit the ground. However, the weight of the horses upon the shield wall caused brief moments of disarray, with some soldiers injured under the pressure. Hold fast, Steel Fist shouted, as the elite infantry of the wolf pack braced themselves like an iron mountain at the forefront. He feared the free soldiers, knowing that the battlefield would not show mercy to fleeing slaves. The Dothraki howled as they scattered, raining arrows upon the shield wall, claiming the lives of unfortunate free soldiers who would rise no more. The Grey Wolf remained alive, as did Steel Fist. Though many familiar free soldiers and wolf pack warriors had perished, still, the Grey Wolf steered his comrades to maintain their ranks. The next move rests with you. He glanced back at the castle walls, licking his parched, bloodied lips. The Dothraki's 7 rounds of assault, though not remarkable for the Unsullied, nonetheless bore the honor of numerous freed slaves. Thud, thud, thud. The deep drumbeat sounded, akin to a judgment of fate. Zhuku Cao observed the steadfast shield wall of Mill. 7 rounds of attack was no small feat if the assault continued, and they could not break through. He too would perish beneath the walls of Mill. Combat must conclude. Zhuku Cao swung his curved blade, growing agitated. These entrenched men were notably formidable, and he cursed himself for heeding the whispers of the Tyroshi. Mill was but a feeble cake. Now is the time, Jindrai thought, as the Dothraki's fervor began to wane. Yet more pressing was the fact that his shield wall could not hold much longer. It was time to strike and give the Dothraki a show. Fire arrows, disrupt their rhythm. Jindrai ordered to the Brown Man and the arrow makers. The Knights of the Second Sons will attack the Dothraki's rear. Together with the long spears and the Red Viper, Jindrai descended from the battlements, prepared for a desperate clash. The warrior shall grant his strength, proclaimed the Red Viper. I too beseech the warrior and the smith for power. Loose, commanded the arrow maker, directing the archers to unleash arrows aimed at the Dothraki's vital points. They shifted their focus to the land before the unsullied shield wall. Previously soaked in oil, uncertain if it would ignite again, yet they would shoot fiercely. Suddenly, the remnants of the fire ignited before the shield wall, led by the Grey Wolf. Though merely a flicker, not a wildfire. Despite the battlefield before the Mill shield wall being drenched in oil, the ground had been trampled countless times by galloping horses. Thus, the fire arrows struck the ground with moderate effect, producing smoke and startling a few horses. The Dothraki were momentarily taken aback. Was this paltry flame all that Mill had to offer? Kill. The thunder of hooves resounded as Mill's cavalry charged from another gate, ready to engage the Dothraki in a fateful battle. Jindrai and the long spears led their knights from a different gate, directly assaulting the Dothraki ranks, with the Red Viper following closely behind. With 600 wolf pack cavalry, 800 long spears cavalry, and a contingent of free knight soldiers. This force of over 2,000 was Jinrai's finest. Alongside them were 100 Dornish light cavalry brought by the Red Viper, each with their purpose. One overconfident Dothraki warrior charged at Jindrai, but his warhammer struck the Dothraki's chest with a heavy blow, shattering through the painted vest, muscle, and lung. Instant death. Jindrai pressed on, swinging his hammer, striking and roaring like a furious butcher. The heavy cavalry descended upon the Dothraki like a relentless fist, hammering them down. Kill. Kill Zhuku Cao, Jindrai bellowed, wielding the finest Dornish steed and weaponry, his essence an arrowhead, sharp and lethal. The searing flames of battle clashed between them until Jindrai spotted Zhuku Cao. Now over 40 years of age, Zhuku Cao, in terms of stamina, could not compare to Drogo Cao. Yet, in combat experience, each Cao proved a formidable adversary. Zhuku Cao recognized the figure before him, clad in black scaled armor, wielding a war hammer amidst the throng of knights, a true king among the stone dwellers. He rode a magnificent Dothraki steed, its bells jingling in the wind as he galloped. Face me in battle. Zhuku Cao let out a strange roar, and his arak swooped down like a waning crescent moon toward Jindrai. The dexterity and ferocity of Zhuku Cao's blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of a cheetah, leaving shadows in its wake. Yet, Jindrai did not flinch today. He was as a warrior descended from the heavens. Chapter 81. The Death of Kea Coward. Hiding in an iron box, you coward. Ziko Kea shouted, his dark eyes ablaze with fury. The Dothraki scorned those who resided in stone houses, clad in armor. Ziko Kea brandished his silver arak, the bells on his thick black braids jingling with every movement. His arak, a weapon that combined the features of a sword and a scythe, boasted a long, razor-sharp blade. Die. Ziko Kea unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Jandeli, his blade swirling, laced with invective. The arak traced an arc, yet failed to find its mark on Jandeli's waist. As the latter's warhammer and armor absorbed the brunt of Kea's assault, the leader of the Wolf Knights wielded his spear with precision, while the commander of the spear company, Jilo Rhea, brandished his longsword. The silent comrades of Jandeli surged forth to engage Keir's two bloodsworn, his brothers in arms, equally fierce in battle. The Grey Wolves and Iron Fists left a portion of their ranks to secure the battlefield while the remaining infantry advanced in unison, reaping the Dothraki warriors alongside the cavalry of the Wolf Company and the Free Folk. Adorned in black scale armor, Jandeli donned the finest of armaments, helmet, neck guard, and black scales. The Knights of the Wolf Company were similarly equipped, their heavy cavalry costly yet effective against the onslaught of the Dothraki warriors. The Horse Lords favored a headlong charge, seemingly lacking in tactical finesse. Yet, the impact of the heavily armored knights proved effective in this instance. This was not the Dothraki sea, but Jandeli, clad in his heavy armor, wielded his warhammer with calm defense. The Arak was indeed suited for slicing and could inflict deep and grievous wounds from horseback. Yet Jandeli's black scale armor offered significant protection against its sharp edge. Cowards hide behind iron. Zico Kea spat, his Arak dancing like a torrential downpour, dazzling and accompanied by a symphony of whistling sounds. The Dothraki fought without armor, bloodied and brutal as the raging warriors clashed against one another. The Arak severed spines and bellies, accompanied by blood, death, dismemberment, and the anguished cries of the dying. This was the true battlefield of the Dothraki. Of course, Zico Kea was not foolish. Despite his lack of armor, he sought the weak points in his opponent's defenses. The joints at the armpits, elbows, knees, and underarms were traditionally the most vulnerable areas of heavy plate armor. However, Jandeli's black scale armor was crafted with exquisite precision, fortifying these weak spots. Jandeli's steadfast defense rendered Keir's attacks futile, even when they connected. They merely glanced off the resilient surface of the black scales. Yet, Jandeli's warhammer occasionally struck Keir's bones and muscles, causing a surge of anger and pain within him. The clang of steel echoed through the chaos as the fervent flames of battle engulfed them. Strength clashed with strength, speed with speed. Jandeli did not falter before Zico Kea, especially with the protection of his armor. He quickly discerned Keir's combat style and strength. Kea, having distinguished himself among 6,000 or 7,000 raging warriors, was indeed a worthy opponent, yet Jandeli was determined to best him. This coward shall be slain, Kea. Jandeli maintained his calm defense. Feeling an endless reservoir of strength within him, a warrior should be as steadfast as a rock and as tempestuous as a storm. He parried each of Keir's slashes with his warhammer. After all, Zico Kea was over 40. His battle experience could not compensate for his waning strength. Jandeli began to notice a flicker of fear in Keir's eyes. The Dothraki were unaccustomed to clashing with armored knights. There was no retreat now. The situation began to spiral into dire straits, and Kea grew anxious. The Dothraki despised failure, which explained why the fallen Kea at Conqueror had fought fiercely against the Unsullied. The longer Kea fought, the more his heart raced. The force behind Jandeli's warhammer felt like 1,000 pounds. Keir's muscles ached after a few clashes. Yet his opponent seemed only to grow bolder. Aside from Drogo Kea, Zico had always considered himself invincible. He would soon pay for his arrogance. Remove your armor. Duel me. Zico Kea bellowed. Jandeli regarded him coldly, his warriors steadfast behind him. My advantages, strength and armor. The clash of Jandeli's warhammer against Keir's Arak intensified, the former's strikes becoming more ferocious and forceful. Jandeli felt akin to a newly forged blade, growing ever brighter. Crack, crack. Kea, in a fit of rage, launched his attacks but could not breach Jandeli's defenses. Strikes against the black armor, when made from safe positions, were disregarded by Jandeli. Conversely, Jandeli's warhammer howled as it struck Keir's chest, leaving a crimson wound that, while not fatal, shattered bones beneath the surface. Zico Kea seemed to descend into madness. Ignoring his injuries as he swung his blade, yet his fervor began to wane. Die. Zico Kea swung his Arak, only to strike Jandeli's arm guard. Thud. Jandeli seized the fleeting moment, and in that instant, he delivered his first blow upon Keir's shoulder, shattering muscle and bone, causing Keir's face to flush with rage. The hand that wielded the blade faltered. One more. Jandeli's warhammer swung back with ferocious speed, crashing into Kea's head, which burst like a ripe melon, leaving a gaping hole. Brain matter, blood, and fragments of bone erupted forth as Zico Kea staggered and fell to the ground, resembling a lifeless eel. Kea is dead. Kea is dead. The eyes of Keir's bloodsworn glistened with fury, eager to avenge their fallen leader. Yet their urgency provided an opportunity for the Spear Company and Gilo Rhea, who swiftly dispatched 2 of Keir's bloodsworn. Gilo parried a bloodsworn's longsword and dealt a swift blow to one of them. Meanwhile, the spear thrower eliminated another bloodsworn seeking revenge for Kea. The spear thrower dismounted and severed Keir's head, offering it to Jandeli. Keir's head was tied to the back of Jandeli's steed. The death of Zico Kea triggered a chain reaction in the battle. The Dothraki warriors, previously struggling in the fray, could no longer endure and began to crumble. Their morale shattered, collapsing into a swift descent. Keir's bloodsworn would choose to die alongside him. Yet the lesser Kea, the little horse lord from the division of Karasa, sought only to flee with his tribe. The war drums resounded once more, and the trumpets echoed, heralding a joyous sound. Cheers erupted atop the walls of Mill. One Kea had fallen, while another king arose. The people of Mill rejoiced, while the Dothraki faced a fate akin to that at Conqueror. Jandeli galloped forward, the front lines pressing onward. At that moment, his prepared ambushes commenced their assault on the fleeing Dothraki. The Red Viper's forces surged forth. The Red Viper riding a coal-black steed with a fiery mane and tail. The layers of copper plates on his light armor gleamed in the sun, resembling 1,000 radiant suns. The red viper raised his obsidian spear, while behind the horse lay a round shield adorned with the sigil of House Martell. The golden spear piercing the sun. The Dornish cavalry surged forth, their armor inferior to that of heavy cavalry but undoubtedly superior to that of the Dothraki. In that moment, the Dothraki warriors, skilled in the art of slaughter, roared fiercely. After all, this was a tactic familiar to the Dornish, employing longbows and throwing spears. Kill. Slay the Dothraki. The brown men, accompanied by the Knights of the Second Sons, charged from a distance, intercepting a small band of fleeing Dothraki warriors. However, they did not engage the fiercest of foes. Instead, they hastened to harass the vulnerable women and children left behind in the ruins of Khalasar. With the death of Khair, the Khalasar crumbled into chaos. Long live the king. Long live Commander Jandri. Long live the commander. The soldiers fervently cheered, for honor in battle is a treasure beyond measure. Chapter 82. The fruit of victory. The Wolf Pack, the Spear Regiment, and the Knights of the Free Army pursued the Dothraki horsemen. And with the onslaught of the Red Viper and the Sons of the Harpy, the entire Khalasar of Ziko Ko descended into chaos. The standard-bearers raced ahead, proudly hoisting the gray and white banner of the Wolf Pack, embodying the spirit of triumph. Jandri galloped across the vast plains, where once proud Dothraki now exhibited palpable fear. Gripping his warhammer, he found little resistance following the death of Ziko Ko. The unfortunate souls he encountered were dispatched with ease by his mighty blows. The swing of Jandri's hammer became increasingly fluid. He felt as though he was dancing upon the winds, for in equal circumstances. The damage inflicted by a blunt weapon was unparalleled. Ko is dead. Ko is dead. Such cries echoed across the battlefield, signaling the disarray among the Dothraki ranks. On the walls of Meereen, the audacious citizens who witnessed the demise of Ziko Ko erupted in cheers. This joy appeared infectious, reverberating throughout the city, transforming Meereen into a cacophony of celebration. Though Ziko Ko was somewhat aged, he was undoubtedly the most formidable warrior within the Khalasar. And his death on this battlefield dealt a significant blow to the Dothraki morale. According to their customs, the Bloodsworn of Ko were to die alongside him, and indeed, 2 of Ziko Ko's Bloodsworn had perished. However, Ko's subordinate, the Khal, harbored no such concerns. After Ziko Ko's fall, he fled with his own Khalasar. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, the aftermath of Ziko Ko and his son's demise, coupled with the flight of part of the Khalasar, yielded a bountiful harvest of spoils. The brown men led the return of the Sons of the Harpy, as if gathering the fallen leaves of a palm. The captured Dothraki warriors approached Jandri, one by one severing their long black braids. These dark braids resembled small mountains, symbolizing the honor of the victors. As Jandri rode past the Dothraki, raising his warhammer, the captured warriors bowed their heads in submission. Surrounding Jandri and the Dothraki warriors were the cavalrymen of the Wolf Pack, the Free Army, the Spear Regiment, and the Sons of the Harpy, who began to cheer exuberantly. The Unsullied struck their shields, while others sounded the horns of victory and waved their weapons. Nothing is sweeter than the taste of triumph, particularly for those near the disputed lands who harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Dothraki. Jandri observed the once untamed Dothraki, who were typically tall and robust, with bronze skin, light hazel eyes, and dark hair, now displaying faces of dejection. Brown men translated his words fluently, possessing Dothraki blood. Commander Jandri is the protector of Meereen. Your Khal has fled with his Khalasar, and your Ko has been slain. Will you pledge allegiance to Commander Jandri, or return to the Dothraki Sea? Brown men proclaimed loudly. Ko, Ko, the hammer-wielding Ko. The Dothraki warriors shouted, teetering between surrender and returning to the Dothraki Sea. The Dothraki revered strength and operated within Khalasars. And should they return to the Dothraki Sea, they risked being attacked by other Khalasars and reduced to slavery. Thus, it was more prudent to align with a new Ko. Jandri regarded the Dothraki warriors. Despite their numerous shortcomings and unsuitability for the clash of heavy cavalry, they could be an effective force when wielded properly. The roars of the horsemen reverberated through the heavens, as if heralding the birth of a new king. From a distance, the Red Viper witnessed this scene and hastened to return. I bring you a gift, declared Oberyn Martell, presenting the body of a Dothraki man, gruesomely pierced through the chest by a spear. This was Ziko Ko's son, who, after Ko's death, was poised to become the new Ko and seek vengeance, yet met his demise at my hands. Poor soul. Jandri mused upon seeing the youthful face of the fallen Dothraki, still somewhat innocent. Yet, the Dothraki lived amidst bloodshed and violence, perpetually at odds with one another. Years ago, the Ko who fell beneath the walls of Conqueror, Temekeo, had clashed with Dakako, the northern dragon, who was already in decline. Temekeo's Khalasar vanquished Dakako, capturing him and cruelly mutilating him before his own eyes, while burning his wife and children alive. I shall present the heads of 2 generations of Kos as a warning to the Tyroshi. Jandri contemplated, Recognizing that the body of Kao would serve to intimidate not only the Mirimes but also the Tyroshi lords hidden within the Black City, there were additional unexpected gains. Oberyn continued, having also brought back a contingent of approximately 200 unsullied Dothraki. These unsullied, characterized by their bronze skin and dark almond-shaped eyes, bore no facial hair, adorned with bronze helmets featuring spikes. Following the Dornishmen, a group of Dothraki unsullied knelt before Jandrai, with Oberyn and brown men beside him, and Jandrai understood their meaning. These unsullied were prisoners of war sold into slavery at the Bay of Slaves, gifted to Ziko Kao by the Cohorans to curry favor. The Dothraki warriors held disdain for eunuchs and the damaged. Even with these unsullied, they regarded them merely as guards for their Khalasar, rendering them ineffective. When the Khalasar collapsed, these lost unsullied inadvertently became a boon for Jandrai. Jandrai assisted the unsullied leader to his feet, while his own unsullied leader, Grey Wolf, approached and embraced these unfortunate Dothraki unsullied. With some reassurance, these unfree Dothraki would become his warriors. Thank you for your assistance, my prince. A trifling aid. The true credit belongs to you, Commander, for your knights have triumphed over Kao's army, Oberyn replied humbly, recognizing Jandri's valor. Let us account for the captured horsemen. Aside from the roaring warriors, we must also consider the old, weak, and women and children. Keep a close watch on these Dothraki. I do not appreciate their wanton violence and harassment of women. Jandrai commanded brown men, fully aware of the Dothraki's notorious proclivities. Yes, brown men affirmed. With the spoils largely secured, Jandrai, brown men, and the Red Viper led their soldiers to hasten the cleanup of the battlefield. Chapter 83. Northward, gaze enough. Davos. I do not wish to hear your dispiriting words. The Duke of Stannis, with his pronounced brows and piercing blue eyes, remained clad in his tight leather vest and coarse brown woolen trousers, as he regarded Sir Davos, who was reporting at the map table. Stannis had fled from King's Landing and showed no inclination to return. He suspected that the Lannisters had poisoned Jon Arryn, and the chaotic flight of Lady Lysa only intensified his suspicions. The Lannisters wielded significant power in King's Landing, and Stannis found himself increasingly paranoid. I understand that your adaptability is as challenging as the ocean as tide. Were it not for your temperament, you would not be Stannis, Duke of House Baratheon. However, we currently possess few allies, Sir Davos gently advised. Davos comprehended Stannis' predicament better than anyone. He was isolated and unsupported, with Storm's End under Renly's control, and most of King's Landing dominated by the Lannisters. The widow of Jon Arryn was a madwoman, and apart from the shores across the narrow sea, Stannis had almost no allies. You are hardly an effective envoy, Sir Davos. I sent you across the narrow sea to seek out Mel and Tyrosh, and to find potential allies. Yet you report that those pirate friends would not muster forces for me. The weak have already pledged their loyalty to my bastard nephew, while the bold dare only hide behind the black ship, dependent on others, Stannis exclaimed, his voice as sharp as iron, his mouth perpetually set in a frown, accompanied by a countenance of anger and severity. My acquaintances once had a great fondness for gold, Moros of Myr, Salador son of Lys, and those mercenaries. However, they are not inclined to risk their lives for mere gold, especially when they have found more advantageous prospects. Sir Davos sighed. With the emergence of the new king, it has become exceedingly difficult to recruit allies. I propose we consider collaboration. I would prefer you to recruit a mercenary king who covets only gold. But that bastard does not fit that mold. He bears my brother's blood and carries the legacy of the exiled Targaryen princess. He lacks gold, but he craves a crown. Bastards, once they gain power, wealth, and influence, will seek to overturn the established order, much like the traitor demon Blackfire, Stannis replied. You speak the truth, yet at present, we are indeed friendless. Those splendid fleets and roaring knights serve Joffrey. Even if he refuses to assist us, he cannot afford to ally with others. Otherwise, with the number of ships, we would be trapped in Blackwater Bay and Dragonstone, he lamented. Dragonstone and the few stones scattered across the narrow sea represent my vassals. I must thank my dear brother, Stannis remarked with self-deprecation. I do have some lords under my command, but they are few in number. It seems I have no choice. I have never fought such a grueling war. Your Grace, our most formidable adversaries remain the Lannisters. Should we find assistance if you were to witness those armies, those mercenaries, splendid warships, and the fierce knights of the north, the Dothraki, if we could secure some aid, some matters cannot be compromised, Stannis stated. We are merely seeking an alliance. Davos mused. An alliance with my previous enemies, no less. I suspect that Viserys and that girl will not forget who expelled them from this forsaken isle. Indeed, there is a swift resolution to this crisis. Resist the Lannisters to the west and oppose Robert's bastard to the east, Stannis reflected. Sir Davos understood the implications of Stannis' words. Should King Robert reconsider and appoint Stannis as his hand, the current hardships would diminish significantly. Alas, there are no ifs in life. However, Stannis' musings ignited a new idea in Davos. Then, might I suggest we reach out to Lord Stark? Sir Davos proposed. Historically, Lord Eddard has never favored the Lannisters and is known for his fairness. Moreover, Lady Stark and Lady Arryn are sisters, both of House Tully. Eddard Stark? Stannis paused. Robert often claimed he was as close as a brother to Eddard, and I can see the truth in that. As for me, I do not share that sentiment. Still, compared to Renly and that bastard Joffrey, Eddard is not so loathsome. Leave me, Sir Davos. Allow me to ponder for a moment, Stannis declared. The predicament Davos described was indeed a terrifying scenario. The Lannisters dominated the land, while the fleet of Myr loomed over the seas. Yes, Your Grace. Davos nodded. Within his mind, he contemplated the difficulties of forging an alliance. Yet even if he succeeded, the stakes were perilously low. To keep an eye on the movements of House Valyrian and House Targaryen, I find it hard to trust them, Stannis cautioned before Davos departed. These two houses had once been vassals of the Targaryens, and Stannis now harbored doubts about their loyalty. Should the black and red banners of House Targaryen reappear? Stannis anticipated the situation around King's Landing would become exceedingly chaotic. In the north, at Winterfell's Godwood, Catelyn found Eddard Stark cleansing the remnants of ice and relayed the contents of the letter she held. The envelope bore news from King's Landing, a missive from King Robert. Lord Jon is no longer with us, Catelyn announced. Eddard's expression darkened, a truth Catelyn had anticipated. Their bond had been akin to that of father and son, long ago. When the Mad King demanded the lives of Jon's foster sons, Lord Jon had risen in rebellion, upholding the honorable motto of their house. The letter conveyed urgency. Although Jon had always enjoyed robust health, he was now of an advanced age. Lisa and her children fared well, having returned to the Eyrie. By the gods, Eddard pondered. This momentous news sufficiently troubled his mind. One more thing, Catelyn continued. King Robert is coming. The letter states that he wishes to confer with you about matters of state. It has been many years since we last met. 5 years. A glimmer of life returned to Eddard's face, the shadows lifting momentarily. How many will accompany him? Perhaps 100 knights, along with their retainers, and a multitude of free mercenaries, nearly half the court. The queen and her children will be with him. Where the king is, there too is the court. Very well, this gives us more time to prepare, Eddard replied. With so many, they cannot travel swiftly. The queen's brother is among their ranks. Eddard's countenance darkened, for he had always held a distaste for the Lannisters. They were known to cautiously align themselves with the victors, and Eddard had never forgiven them for it. Have you heard about the happenings across the Narrow Sea? Catelyn hesitated to inquire. The mercenary king across the Narrow Sea? Eddard confirmed his wife's assertion. How could I not know? The sailors arriving at White Harbor have been extolling the feats of the mercenary king. He is said to be the ruler across the Narrow Sea, Myr, Tyrosh, the disputed lands. They claim he is a new conqueror. He is merely a bastard. Catelyn cautiously spoke, the words slicing through the air like a cold blade, continuing to pierce her heart. A king's bastard is no common thing. The late king's bastard demon once battled King Daeron. Eddard recalled past events. This child possessed strength and held sway over the Targaryen siblings. His emergence was inevitable. It appears that I must prepare for war. Eddard sighed. He had not anticipated that the conflict would not be with the wildlings beyond the wall, but rather with Robert's bastard. War. Catelyn could not help but tremble. Chapter 84, Southward Draw the Bow. Release. The instructor of Winterfell commanded Bran to shoot. The second son of House Stark lifted the bow, yet his arrow veered slightly away from the target. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, including Eddard's heir Robb, his foster brother Theon, and his illegitimate brother Jon, as well as Lord Eddard and his lady wife, who observed from the opposite balcony. Among them, Theon Greyjoy, heir of the Iron Islands, was the eldest. At the tender age of 10, he witnessed the downfall of King Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, during which 2 of his brothers perished, making him the heir of House Greyjoy and the Iron Islands. Thereafter, he was taken to Winterfell by Lord Eddard as a hostage and foster son, where he was raised for 9 years. Maintain your aim. Stay calm, Jon whispered to Bran. Bran stole a glance at his half-brother, steadied his nerves, and with his next shot, the arrow traced a graceful arc, striking true to the center of the target. Jon applauded, pride swelling within him for his younger brother. Jon was lean, with an elongated face, possessing brown hair and striking gray eyes, traits that marked him unmistakably as a Stark. Well done, our valiant knight. Theon laughed heartily. Known for his arrogant demeanor and irreverent smile, Theon was a slender, handsome 19-year-old with dark brown hair. Very good, Bran. A marksman with courage will always shoot well, Robb asserted as he approached Bran. Tall and robust, Robb was steadily growing, yet his appearance resembled that of a Tully, with pale skin, auburn hair, and the Tully family's blue eyes. Knight. What a proud title. Jon mused silently. In terms of prowess, Robb's spear skills overshadowed his own. Yet Jon's swordsmanship and horsemanship ranked among the finest in the castle. Still, in the vast expanse of Winterfell, he often felt as though he had little place to call his own. Have you heard the news? Theon said conspiratorially. The king's bastard has become the mercenary king across the narrow sea, commanding a great host, including the unsullied, the brave companions, and the freed slaves. Jon perked up. Having also heard whispers of the mercenary king's exploits, it was said he was invincible, excelling in polearms, hammers, and horsemanship. A twinge of envy flickered in Jon's heart. As another bastard, he had yet to escape his past and forge a path of his own. If the king were to confront his son, it would be too. Robb instinctively sensed that such an encounter would offend the very tenets of honor and blood. Regicide was the gravest sin in the eyes of the gods. And given the king's advancing years and rumored corpulence, Robb genuinely feared for his life. That's mere gossip, the instructor at Winterfell scoffed. Those cowards across the narrow sea are full of hot air. When it comes to courage and strength, who can rival us northerners? Jon's gaze drifted towards the balcony where Eddard and his lady stood, conversing in hushed tones. The bastards were adept at reading expressions. And Jon sensed that something had been troubling the couple in recent days. One day, when Robb inherits Winterfell, Bran and Rickon will surely serve him well as vassals. Eddard remarked. Lady Catelyn felt a swell of pride. She cherished her children's unity. Yet in this tender moment, seeing the illegitimate son who bore more Stark traits than her own children, she could not suppress a flicker of discontent. Catelyn had never been able to warm to Jon Snow, a lingering resentment that she could never forgive Eddard for. Moreover, Jon's resemblance to Eddard was more pronounced than that of her own children, a stark reminder of the bloodline that haunted her. Robb would not come unless there were grave matters at hand. I have a foreboding that he will summon me south, Eddard said to his wife, contemplating the impending visit from the king. South, Catelyn pondered. The realm is fraught with turmoil. Old Jon is dead, and with the king's bastard mingling with the remnants of House Targaryen, he needs his brother's support, both emotionally and politically. I share your thoughts. I may refuse him. My loyalties lie with the north, and I have no desire to venture south, Eddard considered. Catelyn fell silent. A stark contrast to her more vibrant days in the warmer riverlands. The north bore an air of desolation and cold. Its people worshipped the old gods. And House Stark was born to endure the harsh winters. Though that may be true, he is the king, and a king is not to be trifled with. Defying the king could lead to peril for us, she cautioned. He loves me more than a brother, Eddard insisted, even if he chastises me. Within a week, we would be reconciled as brothers once more. That was then. This is now. Catelyn was weary of further disputes with Eddard, knowing they would await the king's arrival for clarity. Yet I may only refuse him. If Robert truly calls me to war, I suspect I would go regardless. The last time I journeyed south was during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. This insurrection may be no less formidable, Eddard declared resolutely. That was merely Robert's escapade. Catelyn maintained her calm tone, striving to avoid certain words. I warned him back then, but he never heeded my counsel when it came to wine and women. Now, this is the consequence. Eddard's lips twitched slightly. It was a bitter irony, a jest at the king's unbridled desires that had drawn forth enemies. Is the situation truly so dire? Catelyn felt a chill rise within her, reminiscent of the legends of the cold, otherworldly beings. She was acutely aware of the bloody and protracted conflict between the kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Targaryen dynasty. Mere lists. The Stepstones, these are the remnants of the former alliance of the three cities. Eddard continued. And let us not forget the Targaryens, those two orphans. If Robert's son is so impatient, he may well imitate the actions of the kingdom of the Three Daughters and blockade King's Landing's coast. Forcing us into conflict, he surmised. That would be the combined strength of two city-states, Catelyn analyzed, though her knowledge of the free trade cities was limited. She understood their wealth, the resources, manpower, and fleets of two such cities would be formidable indeed. Rebelling against a brother is far easier than against a father. Since Robert intends to secure the Iron Throne for Prince Joffrey, he ought to confront the dangers across the narrow sea, Catelyn mused. It seems that heading south is unavoidable. Rather than Robert committing fratricide, it would be more fitting for the other lords to take action, she suggested. Going south may not be entirely disadvantageous. The children are growing. Sansa and Arya, if I could secure good matches for them in the south, it would be splendid. Catelyn's hope soared. If it were a matter of honor and glory, then surely the royal family would be the finest of alliances. Moreover, Robert and Eddard were indeed close friends. And the king required Eddard's support. Yet Catelyn felt the allure of this glory was but a dream, and she hesitated to voice her desires. Jon. He may go wherever he pleases, but I cannot help but feel that remaining in Winterfell is not wise, Eddard said, casting a resigned glance at Catelyn. Choosing not to continue the conversation. Chapter 85. The new king. The procession of the king resembled a river of gold, silver, and steel flowing along the road. A dozen standard bearers held aloft golden banners adorned with the crown stag, the emblem of House Baratheon. The entourage consisted of approximately 300 individuals, comprising proud vassals, knights, sworn swords, and free riders. The luxurious royal carriage, bearing the queen, further impeded the procession. King Robert's retinue encountered a particularly treacherous stretch of terrain known as the Neck. The knights navigated the winding causeway, slowly making their way through the endless black mire, a journey that would likely consume more than 10 days. What a dreadful journey, Joffrey remarked, gazing at the interminable expanse of black sludge. Tall and handsome, with golden hair and fair skin, he possessed striking green eyes and an upturned lip. The environment of the Neck was indeed harsh, with dense thickets perpetually soaked in rotting marshes, where curtain-like fungi hung between the branches. Enormous blossoms bloomed in the mud pits, floating upon stagnant pools. Quicksand surrounded the causeway, while venomous serpents lurked in the dense underbrush, and half-submerged lizard lions prowled the waters. Despite the inhospitable surroundings, there was no other route to Winterfell. The causeway was the safest passage, and straying from it was ill-advised. Your Grace, one should not stray from the path, Tyrion. The deformed dwarf advised from behind Joffrey. I have only read of this place. To experience it firsthand is indeed a rarity. Why must we travel such great distances to this forsaken place? It is cold and desolate. Joffrey complained, flanked by a scarred knight and his dog, Sandor. My good nephew, the king's realm knows no seasons. All are subjects of the crown, he muttered, referring to the matter of the bastard. A powerful bastard is not merely a common wretch. Across the narrow sea, you must address him as your grace. Tyrion retorted without mercy. Tyrion, true to his moniker, bore an unattractive visage, his head disproportionately large, with a prominent forehead and mismatched eyes, one black and the other green. His long, straight hair shimmered almost white, and his chin was adorned with a mix of brown and golden hues. The king is fearless and requires no elaborate words. I shall end him with my longsword and lance, Joffrey pouted. What is that bastard to me? I have no desire to hear his whimpering. A battlefield is no place for tears. If you lose, there will be no opportunity to cry for your mother. From what I understand, your sword is not as sturdy as your tongue, Tyrion scoffed. Humph. Joffrey shot a glance at Tyrion before spurring his horse onward. One day, I shall show you what it means to embody the king's spirit. My lord, the prince will not forget your jibes, Sandor observed, towering over the imp. His black armor cast a shadow, resembling smoke, and he lowered his helmet's visor, which bore the fierce visage of a snarling hound. You should remind him that kings are not made by mere words, Tyrion replied. At that moment, Tyrion's brother, the Kingslayer Jaime, rode up beside him. Do you also believe the king across the narrow sea is preparing for war? Jaime inquired. Unlike the cold Tywin or Cersei, Jaime shared a more amicable bond with his brother. I was merely jesting with young Joff. You don't believe it, do you, brother? Tyrion chuckled. I believe if the mercenary king possesses any sense, he will calmly assess the situation and gather strength. Those slave traders and mercenaries would not be so willing. Though the crowns of Myr and Tyrosh are sweet, the throne is not easily secured. Should the king venture forth from his kingdom and falter in expansionist wars, his realm shall crumble like sand through fingers, Jaime stated. Even so, the thousands across the narrow sea pose a significant threat to us. Indeed, a bastard is already intolerable. And that Targaryen duo only adds to the peril, Jaime continued. The mercenary king is consolidating power. Once he is ready, the Twin Cities alliance will choose a moment to strike. We must be prepared. If the foe across the narrow sea truly lands, I shall draw my sword just as Sir Duncan did in days of yore, Jaime declared. However, the enemy remains far off, and the king must journey to Winterfell, where he places his trust in the Starks. It is well known that the Lannisters do not enjoy a favorable relationship with Lord Eddard. That is all I shall say. Humph. I fear not Eddard Stark. The Mad King was a disgraceful tyrant, yet they have placed the blame for regicide upon me. Years prior, Jaime had slain the Mad King and the Pyromancer, merely sitting upon the Iron Throne, bloodied sword resting upon his lap, quietly awaiting the next visitor. It was then that Eddard Stark rode into the hall with his retainers, claiming that the throne rightfully belonged to Robert Baratheon. As for grievances, Jaime and Eddard were already adversaries by nature. Upon the walls of Tyrosh, the Lord of Tyrosh and his governors gazed upon the surrounding trenches. The inner city besieged like a barrel of iron. Their green, purple, and red hair and beards shone vividly against the battlements. The besieging knights had thrust spears into the trenches, displaying the severed heads of Zeka Cow and his son, along with the heads of some Dothraki screamers and rebel leaders. In such fear, the Tyroshi awaited day after day. The high cheekbones of the Tyroshi nobles were pronounced, and famine and terror rendered them gaunt. They could endure for a time, hoping for possible reinforcements, yet none arrived. The ratio of slaves to citizens in Tyrosh is about 3 to 1. The Lord of Tyrosh remarked. Valantis has even more slaves than we do, perhaps 5 to 1. In this situation, do the Valentisians still wait? Valantis and Lys remained indecisive. The governor beside the Lord looked pained. If we hold out here, we shall ultimately starve. Prepare our last forces, if Tyrosh is destined to fall. We must submit to the will of the three-headed god, the Lord of Tyrosh sighed. Tyrosh was never a city that could withstand a siege. Once, they could submit to the Silver Tongue, and now they could yield to a stronger warrior. During the siege, as the rebellion in Mirqueld and the Dothraki Horse Lord fell, the sentiment of surrender within the inner city of Tyrosh began to rise. Now, it was either death by starvation or a brutal assault. Though an assault was exceedingly difficult, if the enemy were to breach the walls, retribution would surely follow. Only strength can be amassed. We must feign compliance, the Lord of Tyrosh contemplated. Without external aid from Bravos, Lys, Valanis, or even the help of the Slavers' Bay, Tyrosh was destined for ruin. My lord, the gates are opening. What? The Lord of Tyrosh felt a wave of dizziness. Realizing the most dreadful scenario had come to pass, some merchants could no longer endure the torment and had opened one of Tyrosh's gates to the surrendering forces. Kill them, Yora shouted, clad in plate armor with a green cloak emblazoned with a bear. He wielded his sword, recalling the valor he had once exhibited during the Greyjoy Rebellion. Unmatched in that moment. Chapter 86. Standing army. As Yora Mormont stormed into the city of Lys, he was enveloped by a disorienting sensation, as if he were traversing through time. This was not Yora's first encounter with the Lyseni. During his time on Bear Island in the north, in a bid to please his affluent wife Lyness Hightower, he squandered all his wealth on extravagances, ultimately rendering himself destitute. In a desperate attempt to repay his debts, Yora contravened the laws of the Seven Kingdoms by selling poachers into slavery for the Lyseni. When this transgression came to light, Lord Edmure of House Mormont condemned him to death. Rather than joining the Night's Watch or facing his fate with equanimity, Yora fled to the free cities with Lyness. Perhaps it was my folly that thrust her into the poverty and hardship of Bear Island, Yora bitterly mused as his thoughts lingered on the person he had forsaken. The past was irretrievably behind him. He raised his sword as if to sever the ties to his regretful history. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the streets of the inner city of Lys, ready to stabilize the situation. Leading his elite soldiers, the wolves, Yora confronted the weakened gates of Lys. Although the city was fortified, the Lyseni nobility lacked the resolve to defend it to the bitter end. The Myrish forces had faltered, the Dothraki raiders had been repelled, and reinforcements were conspicuously absent. Jandrai observed the towering structures of Lys, marveling at the advanced Valyrian technology that still shielded its citizens. Most of Valyria's fortifications were characterized by their oval-shaped walls of molten black stone. It was said that the Black Wall of Valanis was the most magnificent, far surpassing that of Lys in height. The Valentine Wall, standing at 200 feet with considerable thickness, could accommodate 6 chariots racing side by side. Sir Yora is a clever man, and his assault on the city is a prudent decision, remarked Maester Coburn. If those enraged freedmen were to breach the city, it would surely unleash a wave of madness and vengeance. I have heard tales of this knight. He is truly a man of deep affections. A northern man entangled with a woman from the reaches, after all, an oddity. He should have sought a bride from his own land to avoid such disarray, commented the handsome man. His love runs so deep that it leaves him battered and bruised. Jandrai considered Yora to be one of the most passionate souls in Westeros. Yet, Yora had risen from his former despair and embraced a new chapter in his life. In fact, Jandrai believed that the Red Viper would be better suited to counsel Yora. For the Red Viper was an adept in matters of the heart, whereas Yora remained a lovesick fool. After the pacification of Lys, the reorganization of the military would be imperative. Jandrai gazed at the bustling city of Lys, where the banners of the Lyseni were now being lowered. A standing army. The handsome man expressed interest, his sword hand now rendered ineffective, recovering at a less than favorable pace and contributing more as an advisor. With the resources and manpower of the alliance of the two cities, it was indeed feasible to establish a standing army. Jandrai had contemplated this matter for some time. Lys and Myr were both battlegrounds, and aside from the frail Pentos, the Dothraki to the east, the free cities and Valanis to the south, and Westeros to the west necessitated the consolidation of forces into a singular standing army. Jandrai envisioned a legion of wolves, a legion of freedmen, and a third legion based on the Second Sons. As for the Dothraki raiders, they would serve as auxiliaries and shock troops. In truth, Jandrai also desired to form a legion of Unsullied, but the distance from the Slavers' Bay rendered violent seizure impractical. To establish an unsullied army without compensation would necessitate waiting until the hatching of dragons in the future to procure them from Slavers' Bay without payment. While Lys and Volantis brew a tempest, we must prepare ourselves, the spearhead cautioned. And across the narrow sea, should those lords seek to engage us in battle, alongside the legions, we must also establish corresponding ranks, Jandrai added. He had no intention of adopting the feudal lord system of Westeros. The standing army would be tied to ranks and salaries. As long as he could amass forces, he would gain the strength to confront these adversaries. Many mercenary companies and noble families already possessed military ranks, albeit incomplete. The title of admiral was considered an honorary position. The Golden Company also had officers, constituting a high rank, while the soldiers remained at the basic level. Jandrai intended to implement a structured hierarchy from soldiers to sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and generals, largely discarding lineage. Maester Coburn interjected, in the Seven Kingdoms, the only family capable of organizing a standing army with wealth and capacity is the Lannister family of the Westerlands. Moreover, this family stands as our potential adversary, given the current political landscape. It was indeed the case that the Reach and the Westerlands were the most affluent regions in the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, years ago, Tywin quelled the Range Rebellion, solidifying central authority. The Reach boasted the largest population, yet appeared fragmented in comparison to the Westerlands. The Westerlands itself lacked significant secondary lords, as those with potential had been eliminated by Tywin, allowing House Lannister to swiftly consolidate power. The Lannisters possessed considerable prestige, facing minimal competition, thus standing out among the great houses like a crane among chickens. What is the combat efficacy of the Lannister army? Jandrai inquired of Coburn. Many years ago, during the Dance of Dragons, they were defeated by the Winterwolves. Come now. Brother, a century's passage has sufficiently widened the gap in population and equipment between the North and the Westerlands, the handsome man replied. The Westerlands' resources far surpass those of other regions. Wealth and training abound. Presently, Duke Tywin rules Casterly Rock. He is formidable and ruthless. When war approaches, the Westerlands can muster at least 30,000 soldiers, including 10,000 knights and 15,000 infantry, of which at least 5,000 are heavy cavalry, Coburn elaborated. Once our forces are assembled, we will have the opportunity to confront this lion, Jandrai contemplated. Knowing his enmity with House Lannister was twofold, personal and rooted in the legacy of the old loyalists, rendering reconciliation impossible. However, in terms of timing, both sides were merely engaged in secondary conflicts. With the death of Old Jon, the Lannisters were beset with challenges that extended beyond their own troubles. Are there any secret missives from Duke Stannis? Jandrai queried Coburn. None at present, Coburn replied. Jandrai scoffed, considering the vastness of Stannis' situation. Did he truly intend to remain holed up on Dragonstone? Unless the Red Woman, a veritable anomaly, intervened, Stannis was simply awaiting his demise. Moments later, Sir Jorah returned with his troops. Lys has surrendered, Commander, Jorah reported. And what of the High Lord of Lys? Jandrai inquired. What of those on the list of traitors? The High Lord has been poisoned for his recklessness and obstinacy. As for those on the list, apart from the slain, the rest are being apprehended one by one. What of the High Priest of the Three-Headed God? The High Priest has been returned to the temple by the soldiers and is currently in a stable condition. I had foretold that we would meet again, Jandrai remarked as he spotted the disheveled Aquito, gaunt from his prolonged confinement in the dungeons of Lys. I regret not possessing keen vision. I have endured double humiliation, Aquito confessed, shame evident in his demeanor. Upon my return, I was indeed beset by the High Lord of Lys and those hawkish governors. Very well, tidy your hair and pledge your loyalty to me, Jandrai commanded. Commander. This knight displayed valor in battle, dispatching several of the Lyseni Guard with remarkable skill, Jorah recommended. Jandrai regarded the knight before him. His appearance was unremarkable, gray hair, a flat nose, and a square jaw, yet he possessed a robust and formidable physique. Ross O'Blin, Commander, the knight introduced himself. A fine man indeed, Xanderley praised, noting that he had formed a slight impression of the individual, who would later shine brilliantly as an esteemed connoisseur of apples, although not widely recognized. He certainly possessed remarkable skill. Chapter 87. The Great Tide within the grand estate of the Tyroshi Lord. A round table was adorned with an array of fruits from Highgarden, Tyrosh, and Myr. The esteemed members of the Twin Cities Alliance had gathered. Jandrai, Cobain, the Handsome Man, the Archer, the Spear, the Steel Fist, the Grey Wolf, Jorah, Harris from the Narrow Sea Fleet, and Moros from the Myr Fleet, among others. With Tyrosh and Myr now pacified, stability took precedence, necessitating the care of the populace and the establishment of order. Jandrai harbored no ambitions for extensive expansion, whether across the Narrow Sea or beyond. An assault by the fleet would utterly disrupt the precarious balance. Let us savor these delights, Jandrai proclaimed. The fruits from Highgarden were exquisite, sweet melons, peaches, and fire plums. We owe our gratitude to the long summer for bestowing such bounties upon us, the Handsome Man remarked. Since departing from the north, the wolves had nearly forgotten the chill of winter. You may yet feel the winter's breath, Cobain mused. This prolonged summer, commencing with the conquest of 289, had yet to conclude, perhaps marking the longest in memory. Many proclaimed this summer as an eternal one, a harbinger of endless warmth. Yet, based on my scholarly pursuits, summer and winter are symbiotic opposites. I hope to be mistaken. Thus, Westeros might evade the harshest of winters. Even should winter come, its effects on Essos might be negligible. Moros interjected. Westeros is profoundly affected by climatic shifts, for its northern reaches plunge into an unending winter. In contrast, the eastern shores of Essos are only marginally disrupted by seasonal changes. Commander, it has been thus. However, a winter lasting over a decade will inevitably influence Essos as well. While summer persists, we must remain vigilant to the encroaching winter, Cobain articulated. Regardless, stockpiling food and resources is paramount to confronting the future. This responsibility falls upon you, treasurer. Jandrai instructed. Indeed, commander, the handsome man responded. The most terrifying specter is the eternal night, yet the populace remains enraptured by the game of power. Oblivious to the signs of winter and the long night. The White Walkers have awakened, and the night's watch stands as sparse as a candle flickering in the wind. The tide of fate surges forth, and I must adeptly navigate my place within this new epic, Jandrai contemplated. Food, soldiers, and leaders are the answers to the conundrum at hand. For the terrifying eternal night, of which I have yet to encounter, Jandrai must prepare for all eventualities. The currents of this era are threefold. First, the tide of magic. The long night approaches inexorably. This cannot be avoided. The White Walkers are stirring. Should the dragons awaken in the future, the shadow of magic will loom larger still. Second, the power struggles within Westeros. A consequence of the tenuous foundation of the Baratheon dynasty. King Robert lacks the lethal edge of a dragon, and maintaining this loose coalition of power is fraught with difficulty. Third, the movement for the liberation of slaves, a perilous yet noble path. Commander, allow me to elucidate the recent developments. Bachelor Cobain rose to speak. First, regarding Pintos and Bravos, Pintos is comparatively weak, while Bravos appears to maintain a detached stance, likely due to the ailing old Sea King. My spies will remain vigilant. Jandrai anticipated Bravos' position. In this fervent era, they seem to operate as though on autopilot. Perhaps it is due to the old Sea King's impending demise. Or perhaps Bravos prefers to profit quietly amidst the chaos of other city-states. Then there are our restless neighbors. Though the men of Lys may stir, they are but a single city-state, hardly worthy of concern. The sailors of Lys are commendable, yet they possess little in the way of ground forces. Reliant on the pleasures of the pleasure gardens and the youth therein, the Lyseni can only depend on mercenaries. However, mere mercenaries would hardly dare to provoke us. Moros asserted confidently. The Lyseni lack the courage. They have dispatched considerable gold to Volantis, Cobain informed the assembly. Everyone regarded Volantis with utmost vigilance. Though it has declined, its population remains formidable. It was once the foremost free trade city-state. Moreover, the plight of slaves in Volantis is dire, with a ratio of 5 slaves to 1 citizen. In such circumstances, Volantis would perceive Jandri's formation of the Twin Cities Alliance in the liberation of slaves as a significant threat. In Volantis, the ruling officials are predominantly from the Elephant Party, with the current governor being Malakar Megi of the Tiger Party, alongside Nisos Visama and Dofa's Pennyman from the Elephant Party. Malakar, as the governor of the Tiger Party, has long advocated for an offensive against us, the handsome man analyzed. And what are the other two? Nisos's vast wealth is derived from the slave trade, and though he belongs to the Elephant Party, he too would likely turn against us. The only clear-headed individual is Dofa's. He opposes military action against us. However, should Dofa's fail to secure re-election, next year, the officials of Volantis will likely unify their stance against us. Volantis remains a formidable adversary, Yora interjected, having traversed Essos and gained considerable insight. Volantis boasts a standing army, the Tiger Cloak Legion, composed of slave soldiers marked by green stripes upon their cheeks. Additionally, the Volantine fleet is manned by numerous slave sailors. Should we grant freedom to these slaves, the Volantine people will swiftly awaken to the harsh reality, Grey Wolf proposed. War with Volantis is unavoidable, yet the present situation necessitates stabilizing our stance with them, Jandrai declared. He held confidence in his forces, but a hasty conflict would deplete the populace's strength. A period of recuperation would be essential before engaging in a more advantageous war. We shall fabricate false reports of conflict, whether it be the Dothraki attacking Volantis' vassal towns or our fleet landing in Westeros. We must create a web of truth and deception to delay Volantis' maneuvers, Cobain suggested, formulating his own strategy regarding Volantis, which also included bribery. To incite the Volantine to mobilize, both Tyrosh and Lys have dispatched gold. Perhaps they could also employ spies to further complicate the situation in Volantis. And concerning the Dothraki, we must prepare ample sentinels for the possibility of their sudden appearance, the commander of the Spear Regiment remarked. The fall of Zekakeo, near Mir may keep the Kalas subdued for a time, yet the Horse Lords may incite new conflicts. Next came the most significant and honorable appointments, pertaining to military mobilization. The Wolf Legion, led by the Spear and Steel Fist, will primarily consist of heavy cavalry and infantry. The Free Legion, commanded by Grey Wolf, with the Spear Regiment leader as aide, will be composed chiefly of light infantry and cavalry. The Second Sun Legion will be overseen by Brown Man, with Sir Yora as an advisor, tasked with coordinating the new mercenaries, Second Sons, landless nobles, and adventurers. The Narrow Sea Fleet will be commanded by Harris, responsible for the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. The wolf fleet will be led by Moros, overseeing the waters of Tyrosh and Mir.